The Lord of the Celestial Sacred Land, Chu Xian, has lost all his cultivation. After deliberation by the esteemed elders of the Sacred Land, it has been decided to dismiss Chu Xian from his position as the sect leader and expel him from the Sacred Land effective immediately. Never shall he set foot in the Sacred Land again. The position of sect leader shall be assumed by the Grand Elder, Qin Mo. In the center of the Grand Hall, a young man clad in resplendent robes surveyed the assembly with a mocking expression, only to find that no one dared to speak on his behalf. The expressions of all present were starkly uniform disdain and contempt. Sect leader, what are you waiting for? Do you require me to escort you out? Sect leader, the sect has nurtured you for 3 years. Be content. For the sake of the sect's development, it is time for you to depart. How can a mere wastrel be the leader of our illustrious celestial sect? Depart swiftly, lest you remain ungrateful. Chu Xian scanned the room, ultimately breaking into a carefree smile and nodding. 3 years ago, I had no desire to inherit my father's position as sect leader. It was you who insisted on thrusting me into this role. Now that my worth has diminished, you seek to expel me from the sect. Little do you realize the esteemed position of sect leader that you covet is akin to refuse in my eyes. Excellent. From this day forth, I, Chu Xian, sever all ties with the celestial sect. With that proclamation, he turned and strode away with purpose. Outside the grand hall, the gazes of all disciples of the celestial sect lingered on Chu Xian with a tinge of reluctance. During his tenure as sect leader, Chu Xian had provided the disciples with unparalleled training conditions, earning their genuine admiration. Yet, ultimately, there remained mere disciples, and none dared to speak a word in his defense. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xian stepped out of the sect he had known since childhood. Accompanying him was a young boy and a yellow dog. Standing beyond the gates of the celestial sect, Chu Xian turned to gaze at the plaque above the entrance, his thoughts swirling. As a transmigrator born into this celestial sacred land, the foremost sect of the eastern wilderness, Chu Xian's father was the sect leader, and like the protagonists of transcendent novels, his cultivation talent could only be described as extraordinary. Under the tutelage of the celestial sacred land, Chu Xian had effortlessly triumphed over various prodigies, solidifying the reputation of the eastern wilderness foremost sect. At that time, all regarded Chu Xian with admiration, respect, and submission. However, 3 years prior, amidst a tumultuous beast tide instigated by the Beast clan, Chu Xian found himself ensnared in peril. His parents sacrificed their lives to repel the tide, ensuring his survival. In the ensuing battle, Chu Xian's cultivation was utterly obliterated, and despite countless attempts, he could not restore it. Though he had once been a disciple of a powerful figure from the central domain of the Xianshao continent, the elders of the celestial sect begrudgingly allowed him to retain the title of leader. But just days ago, a figure from the central domain arrived, and the powerful one had removed Chu Xian from the roster of disciples, rendering his title a mere jest. Back then, you insisted that I inherit the position of sect leader, hoping to exploit the reputation of my distant master. Now, I am deemed useless and can be cast aside at will. Such words are truly disheartening. However, my father's Yinshao sect will not so easily allow you to depart. Yinshao sect, we shall meet again. As the words fell, Chu Xian turned and departed gracefully, harboring no lingering attachment to the Yinshao sect. The youth and the dog silently followed in his wake. Detection. The host has no lingering attachments to the Yinshao sect, initiating the supreme sect system of eternity. Please proceed to the designated coordinates to establish a sect and achieve the title of the strongest sect. The novice gift package has been dispatched. Would you like to open it? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow at the luminous screen that materialized before him. A system, the supreme sect of eternity. How fortuitous. You expel me from the sect, and I shall promptly establish my own. What was lost today shall be reclaimed 100-fold in the future. Open the Novice Gift Package. Novice Gift Package opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. 1 activation card for the Grand Celestial Body, usable only on the host's direct disciples. 1 Grand Celestial Scripture, 1 Sect Construction card, and 1 NPC Grand Elder of the Sect of Emperor Realm cannot leave the sect's domain. Note, all items are usable solely within the sect. Sect coordinates: Xianshao Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Daxiao Empire, Eastern Coast region. Chu Xian gazed thoughtfully at the items in the system's inventory. Goodness, this system truly knows how to treat its host. Not a single benefit is granted to me, yet the disciples are bestowed with plenty. Contemplating his direct disciple, Chu Xian turned to the youth beside him and gently said, "Jinner, you could have remained in the Holy Land." The youth clenched his fists and replied solemnly, "My life was granted by my master. I shall remain by your side for all my days. Rest assured, master, I shall provide for you in the future. Though my cultivation talent is rather mediocre, it is still sufficient for us and a Huang to have our fill." "Woof!" exclaimed the enthusiastic De Huang, the dog at their side. Chu Xian affectionately ruffled the youth's hair and softly remarked, "Jinner, let us head to Daxia." "All right, I shall heed master's every word." The youth, named Yu Jian, had drawn Chu Xian into peril 3 years prior while seeking to save him. After the beast tide receded, Yu Jian had taken the fallen Chu Xian as his master, and now they departed the Yunxiao sect together. As for the large yellow dog accompanying them, it was a local breed raised by Yu Jian. In the grand hall of the Yunxiao sect, the elders were congratulating the former grand elder, Qin Mo, on his ascension to the position of sect master when suddenly an elderly figure appeared at the entrance. "Qin Mo, do you not fear retribution for driving away the sect master?" Seated in a position of authority, Qin Mo chuckled lightly. "Humph. It is already benevolent of this sect master not to eradicate him entirely. Considering his father's standing, do you expect me to allow that worthless fool to remain and squander our resources? I see you become quite muddled." The elder was about to retort when he noticed the senior members of the Yunxiao sect in the grand hall had already begun to take action. Qin Mo snorted coldly. "Humph. Cast this old fool into the cloud prison to await his fate." "Ha! Qin, you old cur. May you suffer a wretched demise. Have you forgotten the path to cultivation bestowed upon you by the former sect master? One day, the sect master will return to claim your wretched life." After the elder was taken away, Qin Mo felt a weight pressing against his chest. He commanded, "Bring forth the Wanli Guanshan mirror." Before long, an ancient copper mirror was presented before him. Qin Mo infused it with his spiritual energy, and images of Master Chu Xian, his disciple, and a yellow dog materialized within the mirror. Chu Xian appeared to sense something, abruptly turning around. He seemed to be transported back 3 years, to that era when he swept away all the talents of the eastern wilderness. That piercing gaze sent a jolt through Qin Mo's heart. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, multiple fissures appeared on the surface of the copper mirror. Not good. Qin Mo hastily withdrew his spiritual energy, his heart racing. How could a mere waste cause the Wanli Guanshan mirror to shatter with just a glance? Could it be that destiny still favored Chu Xian? But he was nothing but a failure now. Were all my efforts in vain? After a long silence, "Third brother, eliminate him discreetly." "Yes, father." "Master, what is the matter?" Yu Jian noticed Chu Xian's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. "Nothing much. Let us hasten to Yunxiao City and take a boat to the Great Xia." That feeling of being watched earlier left Chu Xian feeling quite uneasy. He leapt onto the dog, riding the big yellow dog straight towards the distant colossal city. "Bark? Oh, master. Big Yellow is still small. He cannot be ridden. Bark, bark, bark. You two, stop the chatter. Is it not evident that I am without cultivation? Do you think I wish to ride a dog?" Chapter 2. Arrival at the Eastern Coast. Has De Huang become a top-tier warrior? 5 days later. In the eastern wilderness of the Great Xia Empire. A mere 100 miles to the east lies the Eastern Sea. Chu Xian gazed at the vast expanse of land before him, and his anxiety finally dissipated. Utilizing the sect construction card. Please name the sect. Host. Lingxiao. Usage successful. Lingxiao sect is under construction. In the next moment, a deafening rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, and the ground beneath Chu Xian suddenly cracked open, releasing a surge of ethereal white mist. Mountains abruptly rose, piercing the clouds. The spiritual spring at the back mountain burst forth through the rock layers, shimmering under the sunlight. In just a few breaths, a magnificent structure of the sect materialized before the eyes of the trio, 2 people and a dog. Wow. Chu Xian had been pondering for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. De Huang, with its eyes wide open, trembled on its 4 paws in fright. Woof. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Chu Xian quickly calmed himself and explained, This is a gift from your ancestor. There is no need to be astonished. As soon as they stepped into the sect, a figure appeared instantly. Red Feather of Ling Xiao Sect greets the sect master. The woman had hair as red as blazing flames, skin as smooth as fine jade, and her form was enveloped in a vibrant red attire, accentuating her perfect curves. Barefoot, she floated gracefully in the air, untouched by a speck of dust. The sight of her brought a sense of reassurance to Chu Xian. This must be the Grand Elder bestowed upon him by the system, a formidable figure. However, the system had already established a rule that characters could not leave the sect's territory. Thank you for guarding the sect, Grand Elder, Chu Xian said, while inwardly inquiring the system. Will this Grand Elder one day expel me from the sect? Rest assured, host. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Absolutely loyal to the host. You have entered the sect's domain, and system tasks have been activated. Main task activated. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect. Task completion rate, 110 reward. Host cultivation will be elevated to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Side task activated. For each advancement in the disciple's cultivation, the host will receive one opportunity for a lottery draw. Current lottery chances, 0. Chu Xian was well acquainted with the cultivation realms of this world, which comprised 4 tiers and 10 stages: mortal tier, condensing chi, opening meridians, spiritual spring spirit tier, profound pill, divine sea, inquiring the Tao saint tier, harmonizing Tao, sub-saint. Great Saint Emperor tier, great emperor in his past, Chu Xian had reached the level of harmonizing Tao and was revered as a little saint. In the Great Xia Empire, attaining harmonizing Tao would render one invincible. The reward of reaching the peak of the spiritual spring realm would be sufficient for self-preservation in the eastern region of the Great Xia Empire. After gaining a general understanding of the system's functions, Chu Xian allowed Chi Yu to lead the way as the trio, accompanied by a dog, made their way toward the main peak of Ling Xiao sect. What the heck? De Huang, have you ever seen grapes that emit blue flames? Woof? Chi Yu promptly elucidated. Ice flame crystal grapes, a sacred herb. Consuming one can ignite a strand of sacred fire within a cultivator. Chu Xian's pupils constricted. In the past, he had eradicated 58 sects in his pursuit of a strand of sacred fire for the Dan Saint of Yunxiao sect. And now, it was merely a matter of eating a grape? This was utterly outrageous. Hey, De Huang, you ungrateful mutt. That's a sacred herb. The exclamations from Yu Jian immediately captured Chu Xian's attention as he witnessed De Huang spewing forth several strands of blue flames. In the next moment, with a gulp, the dog devoured an entire bunch of grapes. Yu Jian panicked, scooping De Huang into his arms and raining down punches onto the dog's belly. Bang, bang, bang. De Huang, this is a sacred herb, and you're just a common mutt. You might explode. Spit it out. Boom. De Huang's canine body suddenly erupted with a torrent of blue flames. Fortunately, Chu Xian was quick-witted and yanked Yu Jian back, or they would have surely been engulfed by the blue fire. Chu Xian sighed, raising a hand in resignation towards Chi Yu. Chi Yu instantly understood. With a graceful lift of her hand, a radiant glow enveloped De Huang. Soon, the three beheld the once ordinary dog reborn amidst the blue flames. Though the yellow dog and blue fire created a striking contrast, the aura emanating from De Huang was overwhelmingly potent. Woof. A single bark forced Chu Xian and Yu Jian to retreat repeatedly. Why are you barking like that? Yu Jian, a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi condensation, found himself unable to resist the pressure from De Huang and could only roar in frustration. What the hell are you barking for? As he spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at De Huang. Thud. Woo. De Huang finally came to terms with reality, tucking his tail and scampering to the side. Chu Xian perceived much more than Yu Jian. De Huang had actually manifested cultivation. He appeared to possess the strength of around the 5th level of meridian opening. A single sacred herb had transformed an ordinary mutt into a spirit beast. Furthermore, it had bypassed the Qi condensation stage entirely, leaping straight into the realm of meridian opening. This was becoming increasingly absurd. Subsequently, Chu Xian gazed at Chi Yu with an infinite sense of security. Is this the power of an emperor? Effortlessly altering the fate of a living being. Now, with Chi Yu's assistance, De Huang had become the pinnacle of Ling Xiao sect's combat strength. As they ventured deeper into the sect, the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. Master, why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is even richer than in our Yunxiao sacred land? Due to his lost cultivation, Chu Xian had no perception of the spiritual energy, but it was Yu Jian who first noticed something amiss. Master, I am about to break through. Upon concluding his words, Yu Jian immediately seated himself in a meditative posture, focusing intently on his breakthrough. In just a few breaths, a muffled sound resonated from within his body. Rising gently, he exhaled a breath of impure air, a smile illuminating his face. Master, I have reached the 6th level of qi condensation. Chu Xian nodded with a smile. Indeed. Well done. Within the system panel, Chu Xian's lottery opportunities had quietly increased to 1. The trio and their canine companion finally ascended to the summit of Lingxiao sect. Seizing the moment while Chi Yu led Yu Jian to select their residence, Chu Xian opened his system backpack. Items. 1 activation card for the Grand Celestial Body. 1 Grand Celestial Technique. Use the activation card for the Grand Celestial Body. Select target for use. Yu Jian, currently the only available option. Confirm the use of the activation card for Yu Jian. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian affirmed, confirm. Activating the Grand Celestial Body. As Yu Jian trailed behind Chi Yu, his form shimmered with golden light, his garments billowing wildly. In the next instant, his body radiated brilliance. Runes dancing as if merging with the very heavens. The dazzling golden glow seemed poised to tear apart the sky, each fluctuation of spiritual energy causing the air to tremble. Yu Jian appeared reborn from the flames. A heart-wrenching pain compelled Yu Jian to cry out. The excruciating agony coursed through him, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 3. The Slayer, Chu Xian. The golden light emanating from Yu Jian surged skyward, instilling terror among the populace along the eastern coast. Is a sea beast about to rampage? Mommy, save me. The sea beasts are coming again. Amidst the chaos of the ordinary folk, a figure clad in black appeared markedly astonished. Why does this aura bear such a striking resemblance to that useless Yu Jian? The worthless disciple of a worthless master. Have they stumbled upon some opportunity? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the cloaked figure made his way towards Lingxiao sect. Before long, he stood outside the sect, gazing up at the characters spelling Lingxiao and scoffing derisively. Lingxiao? How audacious! Do they aspire to overshadow my sacred land of Yuzhao? That scoundrel Chu Xian truly deserves punishment. Today, I shall rid my father of him. The moment he appeared at the sect's entrance, Chi Yu sensed his presence. Master, there is an intruder at the gate, he communicated. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced before Chu Xian, and as he discerned the visitor's identity, he raised an eyebrow. Qin Shuyang? It seems Qin Mo has dispatched him to eliminate me. Bring him forth. At the entrance, Qin Shuyang was vociferously cursing, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, and the next moment found himself atop the peak of Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing the individual before him. Once Qin Shuang steadied himself, he recognized Chu Xian. Noticing that Chu Xian still bore the form of a mere mortal, Qin Shuang felt a surge of relief. How fares the worthless sect master? You do seem to have fled quite swiftly. The Holy Sun pursued relentlessly, traversing from the sacred lands to this desolate place. Chu Xian, when did you become so cowardly? Qin Shuang is the youngest son of Qin Mo, ranking 3rd among his siblings. Due to Chu Xian's father focusing on developing the sect, Chu Xian was born later. Thus, he and Qin Shuyang were contemporaries in cultivation. It can be said that Qin Shuyang has always lived in the shadow of Chu Xian. Now that Chu Xian is rendered powerless, Qin Shuang's mission is to eliminate him, and he intends to humiliate him thoroughly in the process. Chu Xian remained silent, simply observing Qin Shuang's pretentious display. 3 years ago, he wouldn't have given such a person a second glance. Now, Qin Shuang boldly stood before him, acting superior? Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, it would be effortless for this holy sun to end your life. As he spoke, Qin Shuang began to channel his spiritual energy, the power of the divine sea realm causing the stones upon the summit to stir without wind. Finally, Chu Xian spoke. I advise you not to act. You will meet a most dreadful end. You a mere cripple, what can you do to me? A divine sea cultivator? As he spoke, he approached Chu Xian, the aura of the divine sea enveloping him. If Qin Shuang desired to kill Chu Xian, he need only lift a finger. Yet, it was clear he did not wish for an immediate death. Chu Xian braced himself against the tremendous pressure with his mortal body. Sensing the tense atmosphere, De Huang came rushing from afar. Woof! Woof! De Huang leapt into action, unleashing a spiritual energy attack towards Qin Shuang. This mutt has acquired spiritual energy? Interesting. Qin Shuyang extended his hand, and with a howl, De Huang was sent hurtling towards him, uncontrollably. Enough! Chi Yu, strip him of his cultivation and cast him back to Yunxiao sect. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. As soon as the command was given, Blood mist erupted from various parts of Qin Shuang's body. Thud, thud, thud. He fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood oozing from his acupoints. There was no trace of spiritual energy left within him. Who are you? What sorcery is this? It can't be. I will never become a cripple. Impossible. Qi Yu approached slowly. Master, shall we throw him back to Yunxiao sect? Upon seeing Qi Yu, Qin Shuyang was instantly filled with dread. How could there be a holy level expert here? Qi Yu turned to Qin Shuang with a smile, her voice like celestial music. Holy level? Ha! To those beneath the holy level, seeing me is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at the bright moon. Those of holy level who see me will realize they are but mere mayflies in the presence of the vast sky. At these words, Qin Shuyang initially appeared perplexed. But as he contemplated further, his eyes widened in shock. To compare the holy level to this woman as a mayfly to the sky. Does that imply she has surpassed the holy level? What does surpassing the holy level mean? The imperial level. It has been countless years since an emperor has graced the Xianshao continent. How could they refer to Chu Xian as the sect master? Qin Shuang was utterly bewildered. How could a great emperor address a mere wastrel as sect master? As Qin Shuyang stood in a daze, Chu Xian approached him. With the assistance of Qi Yu, he inscribed a message upon a stone and placed it into Qin Shuyang's embrace. There, it was ready to be cast back to the Yunxiao sect. As you command. Qi Yu gracefully lifted her delicate hand and swiftly struck out. Qin Shuyang's body transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant, truly flung back. In the sacred land of Yunxiao, the protective barrier flickered as though something had surged into the sanctum. Thud. A lifeless body crashed heavily upon the sect's plaza. The disciples gathered curiously around to gaze upon it. Hiss. Is this the third holy son? The third holy son is dead? At present, Qin Mo had ascended as the lord of the sacred land, and his 3 sons had become the holy sons of the sect. The news of Qin Shuyang's demise swiftly swept across the entire Yunxiao sacred land. The third holy son is dead. The manner of his death was harrowing. He had been stripped of his cultivation and subsequently slain. Alas, the newly appointed lord has lost his son, and the days ahead will surely be fraught with difficulty. Who could the murderer be? How audacious to cast the corpse upon the plaza so shamelessly. Amidst the discussions of the disciples, Qin Mo appeared on the plaza. Third son. Qin Mo murmured, his spirit shattered as he approached the lifeless body at the center of the plaza, moving like a mere shell of a man. It must be said that Qin Shuyang possessed extraordinary talent, ranking among the finest of his generation. However, he had always been overshadowed by Chu Xian, as any achievements he attained were always completed later than those of Chu Xian. Qin Mo was keenly aware of this, which is why he had sent Qin Shuyang to deal with Chu Xian, never anticipating that he would return as a corpse. Gazing upon his youngest son in such a state, despair engulfed Qin Mo's heart. Uncle Yang has come. He cradled Qin Shuang's body and suddenly felt something hard pressing against his chest. Trembling, Qin Mo extracted the stone from his son's embrace. The stone bore but 6 profound characters. The murderer is Chu Xian. Bang! The stone in Qin Mo's hands disintegrated into powder. Chu Xian, I shall feast upon your flesh and wear your skin. Chapter 4. Awakening of the Celestial Body. Reward, 10 consecutive draws. At the peak of Lingxiao sect. What on earth is that foul stench? Who sold themselves? Yu Jian jolted awake, a putrid odor assaulting his senses. Upon discovering that he was enveloped in a thick layer of black mud, he wept. Did I soil myself? Here I am, a man of stature, reduced to this. Subsequently, Yu Jian transformed into a bolt of black lightning, dashing towards the spiritual spring in the back mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Xian, reclining upon a stone chair, sensed something flash past before his eyes. What just passed by? As Akabane prepared tea for Chu Xian, she waved her delicate hand to disperse the foul odor in the air. I don't know. It seems to be a large black rat, she remarked. Beside them, the large yellow dog incessantly rubbed its paws against its nose. Ultimately, the large yellow dog could no longer contain itself and vomited. Given the acute sensitivity of a dog's sense of smell, this particular dog, being a spirit beast of the Meridian realm, had an olfactory perception that was magnified manifold in comparison to ordinary canines. For it, the experience was akin to a torturous ordeal. Upon arriving at the spiritual spring, Yu Jian plunged into the water with a splash, commencing the cleansing of the grime on his body. As he washed away the black mud, an unusual luster began to faintly emanate from beneath his skin. How peculiar. Just a moment ago, he felt immense pain, and now he was shedding so much filth. While Yu Jian pondered to himself, a muffled sound reverberated within him. What was that sound? Before he could react, there were two more resounding thuds. Thud. Thud. What on earth is happening? Is there something dirty in this spiritual spring? Thud. Another sound echoed, and Eugene finally grasped the situation. A breakthrough? The pinnacle of the Meridian realm. He had unexpectedly broken through 4 realms in succession. When did I become so formidable? At that moment, Chu Xian's voice echoed in Eugene's ears. Focus. Meditate. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Eugene quickly composed himself. Sitting cross-legged as he began to process the vast influx of spiritual energy coursing through him, he felt the energy within him multiplying, stretching his meridians to their limits. Panic gripped him, and with his eyes tightly shut, he muttered, Master, am I going to explode? Chu Xian's voice, transmitted through Akabane, reassured him, Do not panic. Control the energy within. This is a crucial moment for your meridians. Eugene recalled Chu Xian's teachings, understanding that the Meridian realm required practitioners to clear and expand their internal meridians. With this affirmation, his confidence surged. Before long, a louder sound erupted from within Eugene. Boom. This signified that he had officially entered the second realm of the mortal stage, the Meridian realm. Continue to stabilize your cultivation, Chu Xian instructed. Eugene complied diligently. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Thud. Thud. The more he sought to stabilize his cultivation, the faster the spiritual energy surged within him. Thud. 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 In the blink of an eye, Eugene had ascended to the 5th level of the Meridian realm. Master. Eugene remained grounded despite the sudden surge in his cultivation, recalling Chu Xian's warning that explosive growth could destabilize one's foundation. Akabane lifted her delicate hand, enveloping Eugene in a radiant glow, transporting him back to Chu Xian's side. His cultivation finally stabilized at the 5th level of the Meridian realm. Master. It is only now that Eugene has been astonished to discover that the spiritual energy surrounding him is inexplicably seeping into his body through his pores. He did not consciously draw the energy into himself. How could it be entering him of its own accord? Chu Xian rose from the stone chair and gently squeezed Eugene's shoulder, exclaiming, What a magnificent celestial body! Breaking through 10 realms is as effortless as sipping water. Eugene replied, Huh? Wait a moment, Master. Celestial body? Who are you referring to? Chu Xian, with a playful smile, pointed at him. Me? A celestial body? In his bewilderment and excitement, Eugene inadvertently demonstrated what it means to lose consciousness abruptly. Chu Xian chuckled and shook his head, remarking, This young man has quite the quality of sleep. He instructed Qiyu to awaken Eugene, then retrieved the celestial technique of the great body from his system backpack and tossed it to Eugene. You inherently possess the great celestial body. Now that it has awakened, practicing this technique will allow you to progress at an astonishing pace. With trembling hands, Eugene accepted the celestial technique of the great body, remaining momentarily dazed. The leap from being a waste to a genius was simply monumental. 3 years prior, Eugene had become Chu Xian's disciple, and it had taken him 3 years to barely reach the 4th level of qi condensation. Upon arriving at the new sect today, he first broke through to the 1st level due to the abundant spiritual energy and then directly awakened his celestial body, leaping over a significant realm to attain the 5th level of meridian unblocking. What would have taken him 20 or even 50 years to achieve was accomplished in less than an hour. Who wouldn't be astonished? After sending Eugene away, Chu Xian turned his attention to Qiyu. Elder Qiyu, I have some inquiries to make. Qiyu's sweet smile, coupled with her extraordinary beauty, left Chu Xian momentarily entranced. Please, sect master, go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xian asked, Are you a robot created by the system? Qiyu appeared momentarily taken aback. System? Robot? What do I have to do with them? Noticing that Qiyu's expression seemed genuine, Chu Xian's curiosity deepened. Then you must be of the human race? Of course I am human, sect master. Surely, you are not suffering from a damaged soul, are you? Would you like me to check? As she spoke, Qiyu reached out her hand toward Chu Xian. No need, I am perfectly fine. He thought to himself, since Qiyu claims to be human, she must possess the ability to cultivate. Chu Xian inquired once more. Are you aware of the consequences of leaving the sect's boundaries? This question arose from what he had seen on the system's interface, warning against leaving the sect. Without hesitation, Qiyu replied, You would die? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's pupils contracted sharply. Qiyu was at the level of an emperor. Yet leaving the sect would lead to death. Who could possibly kill an emperor? After a lengthy silence, Chu Xian finally spoke. Why is that? Qiyu took a delicate sip of tea and pondered. It is likely akin to a certain contract, residing deep within my soul, which I am able to perceive. However, The origin of this contract remains a mystery to me. Chu Xian nodded. It appeared that the contract was indeed a limitation imposed by the system. Subsequently, he posed a myriad of questions, yet none of them yielded any fruitful answers. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this any longer. At last, Chu Xian directed his gaze towards the lottery feature of the system interface. Grand Sect Lottery, lottery attempts. Note, the first 10 consecutive draws guarantee the appearance of an immortal grade item. An immortal grade item? In Chu Xian's previous understanding, the world was divided into 4 tiers: mortal, spirit, saint, and emperor. However, with the advent of the system, he became aware of yet another tier, immortal. It must be a realm even higher than the emperor. This system truly delivers. Let us draw. Pull with vigor. Chapter 5, Taking Disciples. Collect them fiercely. 10 consecutive draws in progress. The system's luminous interface began to flicker rapidly before him, accompanied by the crisp sound of the spinning wheel. In the next moment, a golden radiance illuminated the entire system interface. Wow, golden legend. Congratulations, host, you have received an immortal grade reward, Bloodline Immortal Pool. The Bloodline Immortal Pool has manifested within the sect. Sect disciples may enter the pool to cultivate, enhancing their bloodline power, physique, and talent. Note, so long as one immerses daily in the immortal pool, even a dog may devour the sun. Chu Xian's eyelids twitched as he glanced at the large yellow dog beside him. Good heavens! Why do I feel as though this system has tailored itself for the large yellow? Large yellow, I shall take you to a wondrous place. Without waiting for the large yellow to respond, Chu Xian seized the dog by its head and dashed towards the newly manifested bloodline immortal pool. Oh, whoa! The large yellow yelped in pain. Before long, the man and dog stood transfixed before the blood-red water of the pool. It was indeed a terrifying sight, resembling blood. Chu Xian could not help but question, is this a legitimate system? Is it intending for me to establish a demonic cultivation sect? As he spoke, Chu Xian firmly pressed the large yellow's head into the blood pool. Large yellow, I hope you do not become a demonic hound. Woof, large yellow replied. I am not human, but you truly are a dog. As soon as the large yellow entered the blood pool, a crimson aura radiated from its body. Soon after, the blood within the dog began to transform, with flecks of golden light emerging within the liquid. Boom. The aura emanating from the large yellow surged dramatically. Although its realm showed no change, Chu Xian could distinctly sense that the large yellow appeared to have become more formidable. Moreover, it seemed to have gained intelligence. Good dog. With a swift motion, he lifted the large yellow from the blood pool, and then Chu Xian leapt into the pool himself. However, after several minutes immersed in the blood pool, Chu Xian felt no change whatsoever. System, come forth. Is this correct? Why do I feel no response at all? System interface. The host has become useless. Obediently take on disciples. Chu Xian, what the hell? The system interface shifted again. 10 draw rewards have been credited. Congratulations. Host, you have received 50 ordinary medicinal herbs, 100 sets of sect uniforms, 10 pounds of spirit beast feed, 20 spirit grade medicinal herbs, 10 spirit grade weapons, 13 spirit grade techniques, 1 sacred grade technique, 1 sacred grade medicinal herb, and 1 fragment of the supreme imperial weapon. Collect 30 fragments to redeem. Rewards have been automatically deposited into the various facilities of the sect. Gazing at the flickering interface before him, Chu Xian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Is this how it is? None of these are of any use to me. It seems that to regain my cultivation, I must complete the main quest of the system. Taking on disciples. I must diligently recruit disciples. Without hesitation, Chu Xian promptly packed his belongings and set off with De Huang towards the outskirts of Lingxiao sect. As for the cultivation of the sword, it was entirely unnecessary for Chu Xian to worry. With the celestial body and celestial techniques, he would encounter no bottlenecks whatsoever. Moreover, with the great Emperor Qiyu overseeing matters, he could confidently venture out to recruit disciples. Chu Xian tossed 2 pieces of spirit pet feed to De Huang. The enticing aroma that could mesmerize countless earthly dogs instantly lit up De Huang's eyes. Woof, woof. Petting De Huang's fur, Chu Xian sighed. How I once was the foremost genius of the eastern wilderness, yet now I must rely on an earthly dog for protection. The man and his dog gradually receded into the distance. On the coast of the East Sea, in Biluo town, the Tang family. Tang Lu, a disciple of the Tang family, had clandestinely learned the family's secret techniques. For this crime, he was to be cast into the death prison. Seated at the head of the family, Tang Qinshan emanated a chilling authority, his demeanor icy. Yet, His gaze remained fixed on the young man's right arm, which was conspicuously larger than his left, creating a rather unsettling sight. The youth named Tang Lu raised his head, puffed out his chest, and showed no fear of Tang Qingshan's imposing presence, sneering, "Heh, what accusations can one not fabricate? Just a few days ago, my father saved over 10 members of the Tang family and lost his life in the process. Now, you seek my life?" Tang Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice cold as ice. "Seize him. Throw him into the death prison." Two members of the Tang family stepped forward to escort Tang Lu away. One of them, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarked, "Lu Zi, your act of learning the family's secret techniques is known to all. The fact that you are not being executed on the spot is a rare display of mercy." The other one, with a teasing expression, added, "Didn't your father leave you a harpoon when he died? I heard it's a spirit-grade weapon. Since you're going to the death prison anyway, why not just hand it over to me?" Tang Lu merely shot them a cold glance, remaining silent. Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Tang Lu's face. "What kind of look is that? Do you believe I won't ruin you?" Tang Qingshan cast a fleeting glance at the two, causing them to wilt under his gaze as they hastily led Tang Lu away. However, just as two members of the Tang family were escorting Tang Lu through the gates of the Tang residence, he suddenly erupted with ferocity. A trident materialized in his hand, and without a hint of mercy, he plunged it into the neck of one of his captors. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was accompanied by a sudden spray of blood. Without hesitation, Tang Lu smashed through the gates of the Tang family. With a resounding crash, he broke through the door and rolled on the ground a few times before swiftly rising to his feet, dashing toward the outskirts of the town. Moments later, a furious roar echoed from within the Tang estate. The rebellious son of the Tang family, Tang Lu, has harmed his kin. Henceforth, he is to be disowned. Any member of the Tang clan may slay him. In the next instant, over a dozen cultivators surged out from the Tang gates, fervently pursuing Tang Lu, who had already burst forth from Biluo town. Let us rewind time a few days prior, when Tang Lu, accompanied by his father, led the Tang family disciples to sea in pursuit of spirit beasts. Unexpectedly, they encountered a formidable sea creature of the spirit spring realm. As the leader, Tang Lu's father resolutely shielded the Tang disciples behind him, sacrificing his own life by igniting his vital blood to confront the spirit spring beast at the 6th level of the meridian opening realm, resulting in a mutual destruction. When the remains of Tang Lu's father and the spirit spring beast were brought back to the Tang residence, it was discovered that the beast had already sustained severe injuries. A spirit-grade weapon embedded within its body, none other than the trident wielded by Tang Lu. Logically, given that Tang Lu's father had valiantly protected the Tang disciples and secured the corpse of a spirit sea realm beast along with a spirit-grade weapon, his merits should have ensured a carefree existence for Tang Lu within the Tang family. Yet, Tang Qingshan, for the dubious reason of Tang Lu allegedly stealing the family's secret techniques, sought to imprison him for life. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Lu had eavesdropped and uncovered the true reason. It lay in his right arm. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and De Huang roamed from town to town and village to village along the eastern coast. Chu Xian's steps appeared somewhat disordered, panting heavily. De Huang, how many villages have we traversed? De Huang barked in response, scratching the ground with his paw again. What? This is already the 11th? And we haven't recruited a single individual? Initially, Chu Xian had hoped to gather some young talents, but after experiencing the harsh realities of society, his only criterion for discipleship had dwindled to, as long as they are human. The reason was simple. The name of Lingxiao sect was unfamiliar to everyone, and they had no idea from where this minor sect had emerged. Moreover, frequent incursions by sea beasts along the eastern coast posed a dire threat to cultivators, who were often their preferred prey. While ordinary individuals faced greater casualties in the beast tide, most merely suffered trampling, as long as they took refuge in underground passages. They typically encountered no significant issues. In contrast, many small families along the eastern coast had developed unique survival strategies to safeguard their kin. Ironically, those sects, particularly the newly established minor ones, often became easy prey for the sea beasts. In the eyes of the populace, Lingxiao sect was regarded as just another small sect. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Chu Xian struggled to recruit even a single disciple. A solitary figure accompanied by a dog traversed the path when a sudden voice pierced through the tranquil air. Esteemed sect master, a young maiden has arrived at the gates, expressing her desire to join our sect. Shall I grant her permission? The voice belonged to Qiyu. Upon hearing of a potential disciple, Chu Xian was filled with elation. Excellent. I wholeheartedly accept. Let her become a direct disciple, with access to the finest resources of our sect. Chu Xian was overwhelmed with joy. After exhausting himself, he had received no one, and now, unexpectedly, a newcomer sought to join. Moreover, according to Qi Yu, she was a female disciple. Such happiness had come upon him so suddenly. As the sun began to set, Chu Xian leaped onto the back of his dog, De Huang, and waved his hand. De Huang, let us return to the sect to greet our new apprentice. Enticed by the promise of dog treats, De Huang barked with excitement. Woof! The duo transformed into a cloud of dust racing towards Lingxiao sect. Chapter 6. The Semi-Emperor Lin Xian enters Lingxiao. Before the gates of Lingxiao sect, a young girl clad in green raised her gaze to the three characters of Lingxiao sect, deep in contemplation. Who would have thought that I, a semi-emperor, would one day experience rebirth? Huh. You despicable man and woman, ensure you survive well. I shall personally reduce you to ashes. The spiritual energy here is profoundly rich. If I meditate and cultivate for 2 decades, I shall emerge invincible. Lin Xian, a semi-emperor from another continent, had been betrayed by her closest friend and partner, only to find herself unexpectedly reborn in the realm of Xianxiao. As Lin Xian pondered, Qi Yu, adorned in crimson, appeared at the mountain gate. Please, come in. Qi Yu's words exuded an extraordinary tranquility, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer. Lin Xian, startled, thought to herself, this person's aura rivals that of my previous life. They are no ordinary being. She could hardly believe such a figure existed in this remote location. Lin Xian outwardly expressed utmost respect. Yes. Qi Yu merely cast a casual glance at Lin Xian before turning to lead the way. The moment Lin Xian crossed the threshold of the mountain gate, a wave of immense spiritual energy surged toward her face. In an instant, she perceived an abundance of cosmic principles manifesting before her eyes, with flickers of elusive light appearing around her. Lin Xian was certain that had she cultivated in this place during her past life, she would have attained the path of an emperor long ago. Was this truly the fabled paradise? The former semi-emperor found herself momentarily dazed. Lin Xian, is this for real? Is this still a lesser continent? A remote area near the Eastern Sea? The sacred ground I established in my previous life pales in comparison to this enchanting environment. Qi Yu's crimson lips parted. Do not linger. Follow this elder. The sect master has decreed that you are granted the status of a direct disciple, with access to all sect resources. Lin Xian, understood. Wait, does this mean I start at the pinnacle? Directly becoming the direct disciple of the sect leader. The cultivation resources are at one's disposal. Is this the extraordinary life after reincarnation? Had I known it would be like this, I would have reincarnated much earlier. Lin Xian followed Qi Yu into the depths of the Lingxiao sect, and as they ventured further, the former half-emperor fully comprehended the sheer absurdity of the sect he now inhabited. The holy-grade fruit trees and sacred herbs could be described as omnipresent. Even more astonishingly, the buildings of various sects were inscribed with delicate runes, which together formed intricate killing formations. Lin Xian felt a deep-seated terror within. Such extensive killing formations would surely annihilate him within a mere incense stick's worth of time, even with his previous life's half-emperor cultivation. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect of the sect. The most alarming part was that, aside from the elder before him, he sensed only the presence of a single cultivator. In such a profound sect, there must surely be countless powerful beings. Yet, why did he only perceive one at the Tongmai realm? It was evident that others had reached levels beyond his perception. For instance, the woman before him appeared to be at least a great sage in Lin Xian's eyes. Although Lin Xian was currently only at the 2nd level of qi condensation, with the experience and insight of a half-emperor from his past life, he could sense any cultivator below the saint level, unless they were deliberately concealing their aura. Elder, I have a question I would like to ask. Lin Xian finally couldn't restrain himself. What question? Having walked for so long, why have I not seen anyone else in the sect? Qi Yu replied nonchalantly. Currently, there are only 4 individuals in Lingxiao sect, including you. Oh, right. And there's also a soil dog. Lin Xian? Such a formidable sect has only 4 members? And that includes me, who just joined. What was I imagining earlier about the multitude of experts? How peculiar. How peculiar. Before long, the 2 women arrived at the main peak. Just in time, Yujian appeared, holding the Grand Celestial Sutra. Yujian, this will be your junior sister from now on. The sect leader has decreed that she be granted the status of a direct disciple, Qi Yu said, as if recalling something, then turned to Lin Xian and asked, by the way, what is your name? Lin Xian grinned internally. Goodness, what kind of sect is this? They assign direct disciples without even knowing the disciple's name? How casual. My name is Lin Xian. Ah, this is your senior brother, Yu Jian. You two must get along well from now on. Yu Jian, please show your junior sister to her quarters. Yu Jian respectfully replied, disciple obeys. Lin Xian followed Yu Jian closely, testing the waters, senior brother. How long have you been in the sect? Yu Jian scratched his head and replied, if we count the time in Lingxiao sect, it's only been half a day. But I have been under Master S guidance for 3 years. Half a day? What does that mean? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Yu Jian explained. This sect was bequeathed to our master by the ancestral founder. Yu Jian then recounted Chu Xian's circumstances to Lin Xian, who finally felt a sense of relief. Lin Xian mused to himself, thank goodness. Our master may be inept, and my senior brother seems utterly oblivious. Only the Grand Elder appears somewhat enigmatic. It seems I can truly thrive in this Lingxiao sect. Subsequently, Lin Xian began to scrutinize his seemingly privileged senior brother. After 3 years of cultivation, Yu Jian had reached the 6th level of the Meridian opening stage, demonstrating a commendable talent, yet in the eyes of Lin Xian, it was evident that he still had much to refine. Ultimately, Lin Xian opted for a residence at the farthest edge of the main peak, ensuring that he would not be disturbed during his cultivation. Once everything was arranged, Lin Xian commenced his practice. However, just as he was about to delve into his training, a sudden aura erupted from the main peak. Has he broken through to the 7th level of the Meridian opening stage? It seemed that Yu Jian had lingered at the 6th level for quite some time. Yet, before Lin Xian could gather his thoughts, another wave of energy surged forth. Oh, the 8th level? It appears my senior brother possesses considerable talent. Nevertheless, in this cultivation environment, it would take Lin Xian merely 10 days to reach the pinnacle of the Meridian opening stage. Little brother, you still have a long way to go. In the next instant, a booming aura emanated from Yu Jian's direction once more. Lin Xian smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The 9th level. Not bad, not bad. If it were me, breaking through 3 levels would not be a significant feat. Before Lin Xian could finish his thought, Yu Jian broke through yet another level. The thunderous sound startled Lin Xian, causing his smile to vanish entirely. Yu Jian had not only advanced 3 minor realms, but had also ascended to a major realm, now reaching the 1st level of the Spirit Spring stage. The intensity of this achievement prompted beads of sweat to form on Lin Xian's forehead. He was stunned. I could accept you breaking through 5 minor realms, but to leap directly into a major realm? Even in my past life, I have never encountered such a prodigy. I've been reborn, but this is simply outrageous. Chapter 7. Never have I seen such an unconventional sect. Chu Xian, riding on his majestic steed, De Huang, galloped towards the Lingxiao sect, when he was suddenly greeted by the system's notification sound. The sect disciple has achieved a breakthrough, awarding 10 lottery chances. The unexpected announcement filled Chu Xian with delight. Truly deserving of the celestial physique, Jianer has broken through again. A lottery. Let's aim for a 10-fold draw. Unbeknownst to him, 4 of these 10 lottery opportunities had been provided by the newly initiated Lin Xian. Lin Xian, having just entered the Lingxiao sect, had ascended from the 2nd level of the Qi condensation stage to the 6th level in just a few hours. 10-fold draw in progress. This 10-fold draw guarantees an Imperial grade reward. Congratulations, host. You have received an Imperial grade reward, an Elder of the Emperor Realm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Sacred level healing pill, 2 Sacred level techniques, 20 Spirit level medicinal herbs, and 100 Sect Disciples tokens. As the system's luminous interface continued to flicker, Chu Xian felt a wave of disappointment wash over him once more. Alas, nothing of use to me. Although a new emperor has emerged, being unable to leave the sect renders any number of rewards pointless. Just as Chu Xian wallowed in his despondence, a sudden splash echoed ahead. What could it be? De Huang, let us investigate. Upon approaching, Chu Xian was taken aback by the sight of a young boy, his entire body resembling a blood-soaked gourd. The youthful visage was smeared with a layer of blood and mud, and his chest bore a significant indentation. The right arm appeared gruesomely mangled, with numerous ruptured veins gushing blood. Drawing a sharp breath, Chu Xian gazed up at the towering cliff before him. Did this boy fall from such a height? Remarkably, he still showed signs of life. An idea sparked in Chu Xian's mind. Ah, could this be the apprentice I was waiting for? Without hesitation, he opened his system backpack and retrieved the Sacred level healing pill, administering it to the boy. As soon as the pill was consumed, the boy's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Within mere breaths, all his injuries had mended. Excellent. The items provided by the system are indeed effective. Noticing the boy had yet to awaken, Chu Xian placed him upon De Huang's back and continued his journey towards Lingxiao sect. Finally, in the dead of night, Chu Xian and De Huang returned to the Lingxiao sect. After ensuring the boy was comfortably settled, Chu Xian finally had the opportunity to summon his two direct disciples. Yu Jian spoke first. Disciple pays respects to master. Meanwhile, Lin Xian gazed intently at Chu Xian, scrutinizing him as he did the same to her. Lin Xian's brows arched like spring hills, her eyes glimmering with autumn's depth, radiating a hint of sharpness. Her hair was simply tied back, with a few strands cascading by her ears. Dressed in a well-tailored green robe, her skirt swayed gracefully with each step, reminiscent of willows in spring. Despite the late hour, the main peak remained brilliantly illuminated. The glow of various crystals reflected off Lin Xian, enhancing her noble demeanor. Yet in her eyes, Chu Xian was defined by a single word: handsome. Aside from being handsome, he seemed lacking in other respects. Yu Jian discreetly nudged Lin Xian, forcing out a whisper through clenched teeth. What's wrong? Are you so mesmerized by Master's handsomeness that you can't speak? Hurry up. Only then did Lin Xian snap back to reality, hastily bowing. Disciple Lin Xian pays respects to Master. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Well done. From now on, you two shall assist each other. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to approach me. Lin Xian secretly scoffed. I am a half-emperor. Do I really need to ask you? Master, perhaps you should go somewhere cooler. By the way, now that everyone is present, allow me to introduce someone to you. As soon as the words fell, a figure abruptly appeared beside Chu Xian. This scene caused Lin Xian's pupils to constrict. The laws of space. Could this person also possess the realm of a great sage? Little did she know, the individual before her, like Qi Yu, was indeed a genuine emperor. In Lin Xian's consciousness, the emperor's realm represented the pinnacle of her imagination, the highest aspiration of her past and present lives. Thus, she would never associate Qi Yu or the individual before her with the term emperor. This is someone I encountered during my outing today, seeking to join my Lingxiao sect for sustenance. From this day forth, he shall serve as the second elder of my Lingxiao sect. Elder Shang, please greet everyone. The middle-aged man beside Chu Xian wore a constant smile and, upon hearing her words, responded amiably, Greetings everyone, my name is Shang Shang. I am honored by the sect master's appreciation, so please feel free to approach me with any needs. After the introduction, Chu Xian retrieved 2 sets of sect robes along with 2 disciple tokens from the system space and handed them to Yu Jian and the others, sending them on their way. She then glanced at the unconscious youth before succumbing to deep slumber. Presently, Chu Xian was but a mortal, and after staying up late, she felt utterly exhausted. The following morning, Chu Xian was jolted awake by a shout. Hey, stop right there. Your arm is swollen like a pig's trotter. Why are you running? At that moment, Yu Jian was wildly pursuing the youth who had fainted the previous day, carrying a wooden basin. In front of Yu Jian, the youth, wielding his arm as thick as a thigh, was running with great effort. Lin Xian was also roused by Yu Jian's shout and shot him an annoyed glance before kicking a stone bench towards the youth. Whoosh! Thud! The stone bench, slicing through the air, crashed directly into the youth's face. The youth, entirely focused on Yu Jian behind him, was oblivious to the stone bench hurtling toward him, resulting in a dizzying blow. Isn't that a solution? What a hassle! Lin Xian muttered before turning back to her room to continue her cultivation. Unbeknownst to everyone, Lin Xian's cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. In just a day and a night since she began her journey, this reborn half-emperor had directly broken through from the second level of qi condensation to its peak. Her cultivation speed could only be described as astonishing. Chu Xian approached, her panda-like eyes narrowing. What is all this noise about? Yu Jian, carrying the youth, replied, Master. I noticed his arm was so swollen that I intended to apply some medicinal liquid to soothe it, but unexpectedly, this rascal slapped me and took off running. Just look at my face. The handprint is still there. Indeed, a large, red handprint graced Yu Jian's less-than-handsome face at that moment. This kid's quite ruthless, Chu Xian remarked with a grin. After instructing Yu Jian to seal the youth's cultivation, the 3 of them proceeded to the main hall. Chu Xian sat atop a high seat and inquired of the young man, My dear boy, having fallen from the precipice, I saved your life. Would you be willing to join my Lingxiao sect? In Chu Xian's heart, nothing was of greater importance than taking on disciples. As for the boy's origins, they were of no concern to him. Regardless of any schemes or plots he might harbor, with 2 mighty emperors guarding the Lingxiao sect, Who could dare to infiltrate? This question left Tang Lu, who had betrayed his family, utterly bewildered. Lingxiao sect. I have never heard of it, he thought. Moreover, your sect accepts disciples without even inquiring about their names, talent, or temperament. I have never encountered such a casual sect. Chapter 8. Tang Lu joins the sect. Creatures of the sea. This young man was none other than Tang Lu, who was being pursued by the Tang family. Upon awakening, he noticed Yu Jian groping about on his right arm and mistakenly thought he was a member of the Tang family, leading to a rather humorous misunderstanding. Now that he recognized the individual before him harbored no ill intent, he relaxed his guard. Hearing that the Lingxiao sect was willing to take him and stirred something within Tang Lu's heart. Given his current predicament, joining the Lingxiao sect seemed to be his only path forward. The entire Tang family had mobilized to hunt him down, forcing him to leap from a cliff just yesterday. Fortunately, fate had spared him, leading him to encounter Chu Xian. Speak, young man. Do you wish to join my Lingxiao sect and become my personal disciple? Yu Jian, growing impatient, had already received an unsolicited slap from Tang Lu and now witnessed the boy's hesitation in responding to his master's inquiry. He could no longer hold back and gave Tang Lu a sharp pat on the back. Tang Lu winced in pain and shot an annoyed glare at Yu Jian. Disciple Tang Lu pays his respects to master. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple. The one beside you is Yu Jian, your senior brother. You also have a senior sister, whose talent is somewhat lacking. She is currently engrossed in her training. Chu Xian did not perceive anything particularly special about Lin Xian and had inquired of Qi Yu, who also noted nothing extraordinary. Merely that Lin Xian's spirit seemed stronger than that of the average person. Thus, Chu Xian categorized Lin Xian as lacking in talent. In the midst of their conversation, Chu Xian produced the sect's attire and token, handing them to Tang Lu. Jianer, please show your junior brother around the sect while I visit the Wanjing Pavilion to procure 2 suitable cultivation techniques for your junior brother and sister. Yes, master. Yu Jian replied respectfully, then turned to Tang Lu with a stern expression, saying fiercely, "Come along, junior brother." He promptly seized Tang Lu and led him out of the hall. Upon exiting, Tang Lu exclaimed, "Ah, senior brother, have mercy." Chu Xian chuckled lightly, choosing to ignore them as he made his way towards the Wanjing Pavilion of the Lingxiao sect. Through systematic introductions, Chu Xian had learned that the sect's foundational structures came equipped with basic resources. For instance, the Pill Pavilion had an initial reserve of 1,000 medicinal pills, and the Wanjing Pavilion also possessed an initial stock of 1,000 martial arts techniques. Upon arriving at the Wanjing Pavilion, Chu Xian headed straight for the top floor. Lin Xian appeared to possess no discernible constitution, yet her initiative to join the sect warranted the bestowal of an imperial-level cultivation technique. As for Tang Lu, his arm bore the semblance of some bloodline power, suggesting that his lineage might have once harbored formidable talents. Although Chu Xian had lost all his cultivation, his past experiences and discerning eye allowed him to ascertain which constitution suited which cultivation method. After meticulous selection, Chu Xian finally identified 2 imperial-level techniques suitable for Lin Xian and Tang Lu. At the peak of Lingxiao sect, Yu Jian had returned to his quarters to cultivate, while Lin Xian stood reluctantly before Chu Xian. Tang Lu, however, wore an expression of excitement, already elated in his heart. This sect was truly remarkable. Merely wandering within the sect had seemingly brought him to the brink of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Chu Xian handed each of them a cultivation technique, saying, "These methods have been personally selected for you by your master. Upon returning, you must devote yourselves to your practice. Many treasures await you here, and rewards will follow once your cultivation advances." He refrained from disclosing the grade of the techniques, merely emphasizing their extraordinary nature. Suppressing her inner fury, Lin Xian took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." She then turned and walked away. Observing Lin Xian's demeanor, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Xianer may not be fond of socializing, but she will warm up in time. In contrast, Tang Lu had completely embraced Chu Xian as a second father. With trembling hands, he held the technique bestowed upon him, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint you." Seeing Tang Lu's enthusiasm filled Chu Xian's heart with joy. Look at Luer. His state is so commendable. Unlike that Xianer, whose disposition is lacking and her talent seems mediocre. It appears I must pay more attention to Xianer. Upon returning to her residence with the technique gifted by Chu Xian, Lin Xian tossed it beneath her bed without even glancing at it. Humph, what a worthless master. Delaying my cultivation for a mere inferior technique. My mind has already memorized hundreds of sacred-level techniques. What can he offer me? An imperial-level technique? Huh. Yu Jian has already reached the spirit spring realm. I must not fall behind. Thus, Lin Xian set aside the imperial-level technique and began her earnest training with her sacred-level method. In Bailuo City, within the Great Hall of the Tang family, the patriarch declared, Tang Lu has fallen off a cliff and is currently unaccounted for. The family members who pursued Tang Lu had returned. Tang Qingshan, seated at the head, cast a sharp gaze, contemplating. Tang Lu's bloodline power has begun to awaken. If left unchecked, it may pose a threat to the Tang family in the future. He then commanded coldly, all family spirit hounds are to be dispatched, alive if possible, dead if necessary. Immediately, the Tang family disciples sprang into action, determined to locate Tang Lu. Tang Qingshan observed that the members of the Tang family had departed and silently retrieved a worn piece of beast hide from his bosom. Little six, he mused. The progenitor once left guidance. Any descendant of the Tang bloodline who awakens their lineage can easily ascend to imperial status by having their flesh consumed and their blood drunk by other clan members. Hence, for the advancement of the Tang family, you must perish. In due time, our lineage shall boast several emperors, and the entirety of the Xianyun continent will bow before the Tang family. You, a single life, exchange for the eternal prosperity of our clan. Do not be ungrateful. As Tang Qingshan pondered these thoughts, a hurried member of the Tang family rushed in, reporting to the family head, people have come from the sea. Upon hearing these words, Tang Qingshan sprang from his seat. More visitors from the sea? They usually come once a year. Why have they returned in just 3 months? Before he could reflect further, a blue silhouette suddenly appeared in the great hall. Family head Tang, it has been a long time. In an instant, Tang Qingshan's complexion turned ashen. He quickly lowered his posture. What brings you, Sea Envoy Crab? The Sea Envoy Crab was enveloped in dark blue scales, with the texture of crab shells faintly visible. Its hands were retracted within its sleeves, occasionally revealing sharp pincers at the fingertips. The bulging eyes on either side of its face quivered slightly, its black pupils darting about. Though humanoid in shape, it retained most of its crab-like attributes. The Sea Envoy Crab's voice was somewhat grating and deliberate. Food has diminished. 10 human cultivators are required. Tang Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of anger. 3 months ago, we already lost 10 members of the Tang family. Now you demand another 10. Do you truly see my Tang family as a mere granary? Chapter 9. Tang Lu's outburst. The power of bloodline. Tang Qingshan's expression darkened. Yet he dared not retaliate against the Sea Envoy Crab. Sea Envoy, recently we have encountered a rebellion within our ranks. Most of our clan members are out capturing traitors, and we genuinely lack individuals to offer to the ocean. Could you kindly grant us a few more days? Once the traitors are apprehended, the Tang family will certainly present you with 10 cultivators. The Sea Envoy Crab's fury escalated instantly. Its pincers shot out and grasped Tang Qingshan by the throat, coldly declaring, unacceptable. The Sea King is in urgent need. Though Tang Qingshan was a formidable presence as a 6th-level spirit spring realm expert, he found himself utterly powerless before the Sea Envoy Crab. Struggling for breath, he frantically beat against the crab's pincers. Sea Envoy, by tomorrow, we shall deliver the clan members to the seaside. Only then did the Sea Envoy Crab relent, releasing Tang Qingshan before transforming into a streak of blue light and departing the Tang family estate. Tang Qingshan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. A pack of beasts dares to trample upon my Tang family. Once I consume Little Six's flesh and drink his blood, I shall capture your Sea King and flay him alive. As he spoke, his hands had unknowingly sunk into the azure stone floor. As Tang Qingshan's distress began to alleviate, a member of the Tang family hurriedly approached him. Head of the family, we have news regarding Tang Lu. Upon hearing this, Tang Qingshan felt a significant portion of his burdens lift. Where is he? The family member replied. The Spirit Hound Squad has followed Tang Lu's scent and tracked it to a place called Lingxiao Sect. It appears to be a newly emerged sect, which is why we have not acted rashly. Tang Qingshan scoffed. Lingxiao Sect? What a shabby sect. They stand in the way of the Tang family's development. I shall annihilate your entire sect. Lead the way. At Lingxiao Sect's main peak, the sect leader was informed, Master, a group has arrived from outside the sect, and we are unaware of their intentions. Chu Xian, who was meditating and contemplating how to attract more disciples to the sect, received a transmission from Jiyu. A group of people? Could they be seeking to join the sect? That would be splendid. The second elder appeared beside Chu Xian, respectfully stating, Master, This group seems to be relatives of the direct disciple Tang Lu. They appear somewhat hostile towards our Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Luer's kin? Before long, Tang Lu stood before Chu Xian. Luer, your relatives have come. They are waiting outside the sect. Would you like to meet them? Upon hearing this, Tang Lu instantly became vigilant. He thought to himself, is my master intending to return me to the Tang family? Chu Xian quickly reassured him. Do not worry. Since you have become my disciple, your matters are my concerns. You must understand. Our Lingxiao sect possesses strength beyond your imagination and will not abandon any disciple. Tang Lu seemed to be swayed by Chu Xian's words, pondering for a moment before slowly responding, as you can see, Master, my right hand. My father claimed it to be the supreme hand by birth. After my father's death, the clan elders sought to sever my arm to transplant it to the most gifted Tang Yi within the clan. Thus, I killed the guards and escaped the Tang family, ultimately being saved by you. Chu Xian nodded, comprehending why Tang Lu had found himself at the bottom of the cliff. However, he refrained from disclosing the true nature of Tang Lu's arm. It was not some fanciful supreme hand, but rather a bloodline awakening. What do you wish to do regarding the Tang family? Exterminate them all, or simply disregard them? Tang Lu's expression grew troubled. After all, he was merely a boy of 14 or 15 and still harbored a tinge of nostalgia for his family. I don't know. Chu Xian sighed and gestured to the second elder. The elder instantly understood and enveloped Tang Lu in a surge of spiritual energy, transporting him out of Lingxiao sect. Tang Lu was immediately filled with dread. Master, what are you doing? I am allowing you to make a decision. In the midst of their conversation, Tang Lu found himself at the entrance of Lingxiao sect. His appearance immediately sharpened the gazes of the Tang family members present. Tang Lu has emerged. Haha, this Lingxiao sect is quite perceptive, recognizing the might of the Tang family, and has obediently returned Tang Lu to us. Tang Lu, why do you not surrender? The younger generation of the Tang family brandished their weapons, charging towards him. However, the Tang Lu of this moment was no longer the same individual who had just betrayed the Tang clan. After 2 days of cultivating an imperial-level technique, the power of his bloodline surged within him, elevating his previously established 9th level of qi condensation to the 2nd level of meridian opening. Although Tang Lu's pace of cultivation appeared significantly slower when compared to Yu Jian and Lin Xian, the awakening of his bloodline would only accelerate his progress further. Among the younger generation, the most formidable was Tang Yi, who had only reached the pinnacle of qi condensation. The difference between qi condensation and meridian opening was like heaven and earth. The expanded meridians of the meridian opening realm released formidable martial prowess, far beyond what a qi condensation expert could withstand. As the two sides clashed, Tang Lu immediately displayed his formidable strength. 3 harpoons manifested in his right hand, his entire arm shimmering with blue inscriptions. He swung forcefully at the 5 approaching members of the Tang family, shouting, "Bind." In the next moment, an abundance of blue seaweed erupted around the 5, seemingly sentient as it ensnared them. With a swift motion, Tang Lu thrust the harpoon downwards with great force towards the foremost assailant. This spectacle left the onlooking Tang family members wide-eyed, unable to fathom the scene before them. It was not merely the act of killing that shocked them, but rather Tang Lu's technique of binding. Is this martial skill the creation of our ancestor? Indeed, it is the renowned technique, green-silver bind. Countless martial skills were crafted by the ancestor, yet most have been lost or destroyed. How could Tang Lu possess such a technique? Humph. Surely, Tang Lu has concealed something from the family. Capturing him and extracting his soul will unveil all. Yes, this child must not be spared. To dare hoard the ancestral technique is a crime deserving of death. This child has already transcended to the meridian opening realm. The younger generation stepped back. Hearing the elder's command, the younger members of the Tang family hurriedly sidestepped, only to witness a tempest brewing at the entrance of the Lingxiao sect. The 6 members of the Tang family in the meridian opening realm unleashed their powers, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy with ferocity. Tears streamed down Tang Lu's cheeks as he gazed upon his kin. This is what you have forced me to do. Closing his eyes, he rapidly circulated his spiritual energy and bloodline power. In his heart, he silently chanted, "Domain." Suddenly, a luminous circle of blue radiance expanded around him, and his aura surged upward. With determination, Tang Lu launched himself, wielding the 3-pronged harpoon towards the 6 members of the meridian opening realm. Chu Xian sat calmly atop the main peak, the unfolding scene outside the sect vividly displayed before him. Lu's move resembled a nascent form of a domain. Such a technique was indeed documented in the ancient texts of the Lingxiao sect. It appears that the esteemed ancestor of the Tang family was indeed remarkable. Chapter 10. A single fist shatters the meridian. The arrival of Tang Qingshan. Tang Lu single-handedly confronts the 6 members of the Tang family in the meridian opening realm without yielding an inch. Endowed with imperial-level martial arts that bestow immense spiritual energy, as well as the formidable might granted by his bloodline, Tang Lu wielded a seemingly unremarkable harpoon, an ethereal weapon bestowed upon him upon his father's demise in battle. These 3 factors imbued Tang Lu with the confidence to confront 6 individuals of the Meridian realm single-handedly. Observing the scene, Chu Xian nodded approvingly at Tang Lu, exclaiming, "Indeed, he embodies the spirit of my younger days." Sensing that Tang Lu had vented his frustrations sufficiently, Chu Xian addressed his companions, Elder Second. "Please inform Jian Heir and Xian Heir to assist their junior brother." "Understood," came the prompt reply. Shortly thereafter, 2 young figures appeared at the entrance of Lingxiao sect. After reaching the spiritual spring realm, Yu Jian's progress had not seen the dramatic leaps of multiple breakthroughs in a single breath. Nevertheless, his cultivation speed remained commendable. Now standing at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring, an adept level along the eastern sea coast. In contrast, Lin Xian, after 2 days of relentless training, had barely attained the peak of qi condensation. Chu Xian cast a glance at him, his mood dampening slightly. Alas, Xian Heir's talent is indeed lacking among the 3. He possesses the lowest cultivation. At the sect's entrance, Yu Jian stood shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xian. Observing Tang Lu's intense skirmish with the 6 adversaries, Yu Jian felt an insatiable urge to join the fray. "Junior brother, take a moment to rest. Allow me to have a go." Upon hearing Yu Jian's call, Tang Lu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The azure aura enveloping Tang Lu had dimmed considerably, and he was certain fatigue would soon set in. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Lu welcomed a brief respite. "All right." With Tang Lu's affirmation, Yu Jian charged into the fray. This marked the first genuine battle for Yu Jian since joining Chu Xian's tutelage, and his excitement was palpable. "Watch me." The fabric of Yu Jian's robes fluttered as he concentrated, summoning a multitude of visible spirals of spiritual energy around him. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? This is an attack generated by someone in the spiritual spring realm?" Mortal-level cultivators could only harness their internal spiritual energy. Only upon ascending to the spiritual realm could they manipulate the surrounding spiritual forces for offense. How could Yu Jian, a mere spiritual spring cultivator, invoke such a transformation of the world's spiritual energy? At that moment, the former semi-emperor found himself utterly bewildered. Ever since arriving at Lingxiao sect, the events surrounding him had grown increasingly absurd. Yu Jian focused all his energy into his fist and unleashed a powerful blow toward one of the Tang clan members. The deafening explosion echoed as the targeted individual vanished entirely, not evaporated, but rather transformed into a torrent of blood, splattering the Tang clan members behind him. The acrid scent of blood invaded the nostrils of all present. Everyone halted their actions, watching Yu Jian in stunned silence. What manner of beast is this? Why is he able to harness the spiritual energy from the air? With a single punch, he reduced a practitioner at the Meridian realm to a mist of blood. Is he even human? Yu Jian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, did I use too much strength? Junior brother, you don't mind if I eliminate your kin, do you?" Tang Lu was completely stunned by Yu Jian's punch, merely shaking his head in a mechanical manner. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, a Tang family member appeared, panic-stricken and trembling, exclaiming, "The spiritual spring realm. Tang Lu's senior brother is at the spiritual spring realm. And his master." At that moment, the Tang family members finally began to entertain thoughts of retreat. 2 of them pleaded, "Tang Lu, for the sake of our shared bloodline, let me go." "Yes, Tang Lu, I have recognized my mistakes. I beg you to show mercy." However, as soon as their words fell, a fierce voice rang out. "Nonsense. How could my Tang family give rise to such cowardly wretches?" From a distance, a figure approached with great speed. The family head is coming." Tang Lu's senior brother was at the 3rd level of the spiritual spring, but the family head has already reached the 9th level. The advantage lies with the Tang family. Alas, let us not forget. The Lingxiao sect has only sent forth these 3 disciples. If an elder were to emerge, we might face total annihilation. Tang Lu gazed at the approaching figure, fury surging from the depths of his heart. His flight from the Tang family was entirely due to Tang Qingshan. As Tang Qingshan drew near, without a word. He swiftly knocked out the two individuals who had intended to escape. Tang Qingshan fixed his gaze on Tang Lu and said in a deep voice, "Bind these useless ones and throw them into the Tang family's dungeon. Make sure they do not escape. Sixth child, why don't you return home with your uncle?" Tang Lu's expression turned cold. "Uncle? Ah, the same uncle who fed Qin to sea beasts? The one who would sever the arms of his own nephews to ensure his son's future?" Upon hearing these words, the Tang family members felt as though they had been struck by lightning. What? Feeding Qin to sea beasts? How is that possible? Tang Lu, do not slander the family head. The family head has devoted himself to the Tang family. Everyone can see that. How dare you speak such slander? Tang Lu did not even glance at the Tang family members, speaking to himself. Uncle, you may believe your actions are flawless, but in this world, there is no wall that does not leak. Your so-called training of Qin by sending them to the Sea King is, in fact, a sacrifice to the sea beasts to secure the Tang family's safety during the beast rampages. Though you think this is all for the preservation of the Tang family, do you still remember the ancestral teachings left by our forebear? Better to break the jade of Kunlun than to bend the iron of Hans Han. The descendants of the Tang shall stand firm, with heads held high and knees unbowed before the enemy. Swords may break in hand, but we shall not yield in court. Blood may spill 3 feet, but we shall not kneel before the 9 heavens. I dare ask my dear uncle, have you violated the ancestral teachings? Tang Qingshan felt a tremor in his heart, his bright eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke slowly. Tang Lu, I have refrained from taking your life out of respect for your father's contributions to the Tang family. However, should you continue to slander me, I shall not hesitate to kill you. Tang Lu sneered. Slander? Ah, Tang Qingshan, you have succumbed to the sea beasts, shamefully offering your kin as sustenance to them. A fact witnessed by both my father and me. 3 months ago, 10 members of the Tang family, including Tang Qi, Tang Chong, and Tang Yang, were swallowed whole by a sea beast of the Xiandan realm. My father and I were hunting lesser sea beasts in that very sea, and even from afar, the aura of the Tang family members is unmistakable. His words ignited a firestorm among the Tang family present. A member of the family, eyes reddened and body trembling, approached Tang Qingshan, exclaiming, "Head of the family, my son truly fell victim to the sea beasts." But before he could finish, Tang Qingshan struck, shattering the man's skull with a single blow. The ensuing scene left the onlookers in horror as Tang Qingshan callously extracted the heart from the corpse and began to chew on it. Chapter 11. I shall ensure you never enter the cycle of reincarnation. After consuming the heart of his kin, Tang Qingshan let out a sinister laugh. Since the truth cannot be concealed any longer, there is no need for pretense. Originally, Tang Lu intended to make him swear an oath with his Dao heart if Tang Qingshan denied the truth, yet he shocked everyone by casting aside all pretense. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within Tang Qingshan surged wildly, and in mere moments, his aura reached the pinnacle of the spirit spring realm, just a step away from the spirit level. Tang Qingshan fixed his deep gaze on Tang Lu's right arm and asked slowly, Tang Lu, do you know how your father's body was treated? Upon hearing this, a wave of rage filled Tang Lu's mind after a brief contemplation. Noticing Tang Lu's reaction, Tang Qingshan continued with a smile. Have you figured it out? Indeed. You were correct. I consumed your father, his heart, his arm, and his thigh. Tang Lu exploded with fury. Tang Qingshan, I'll tear you apart. He charged at Tang Qingshan with a harpoon in hand. Tang Qingshan reveled in the moment, laughing heartily. Ha! Tang Lu, you have finally lost your temper. If you do not charge at me, how can I capture you? How can I feast upon your flesh and drink your blood? How can I ascend to the throne? With a flourish of his robe, Tang Qingshan's aura surged once more, as if on the verge of breaking through to the Xiandan realm. His hand shot forth, reaching for Tang Lu. Lin Xian, sensing the impending danger, acted swiftly, intervening before Yu Jian could. He understood that while Yu Jian possessed formidable combat prowess, he might not be able to match Tang Qingshan's strength, given Yu Jian's lack of battle experience. Lin Xian was not well acquainted with Tang Lu, having only met him once. Yet Tang Lu was, after all, his nominal junior disciple. To neglect one's junior in peril is not characteristic of this semi-emperor. Lin Xian brought his index and middle fingers together, softly intoning a spell. In an instant, a woman's silhouette materialized behind him. She appeared regal, casting a disdainful gaze over the assembly, ultimately fixing her eyes upon Tang Qingshan. In the next moment, Tang Qingshan seemed to be struck by some unseen force, hurtling backward. Spitting blood mid-air, it was evident he had sustained internal injuries. Tang Lu was forcibly dragged back to the entrance of Lingxiao sect by Yu Jian. Conversely, Lin Xian, after unleashing the attack, promptly lost consciousness. The pinnacle of qi condensation had overwhelmed the peak of spirit spring, resulting in internal damage. One must ask, which prodigy can transcend two major realms in combat? Such a feat is utterly astounding. Not only did the spectators erupt in astonishment, but even Chu Xian, observing from the summit of Lingxiao sect, was taken aback. Goodness, wasn't this girl supposed to lack talent? Her combat prowess is indeed extraordinary. Have I misjudged her? Qi Yu and Shan Shan, what are your thoughts? The two emperors pondered for a considerable time, yet both shook their heads. Qi Yu remarked, Sect Master, Lin Xian possesses neither a formidable physique nor bloodline power, yet she can unleash such an attack. It is indeed perplexing. Shang Shang shared a similar sentiment, unable to discern any unique qualities in Lin Xian. However, the vast universe is filled with wonders. It is likely that Lin Xian harbors her own secrets. Chu Xian wholeheartedly agreed with this perspective. Indeed, each individual has their own path to tread, and interference should not be imposed. Enough of this. It is time for you both to take action and resolve the matters concerning the Tang family. I must also step out to recruit disciples for the sect. Qi Yu subtly signaled, and Shang Shang nodded with a smile. Outside the sect, after stabilizing himself, Tang Qingshan's lips twitched in disbelief. He never anticipated that a mere ant in the qi condensation realm could inflict harm upon him, a peak spirit spring cultivator. Although injured, his wounds were relatively minor. Gazing at the unconscious Lin Xian, he muttered to himself, Little girl, you have successfully captured my attention. With a swift motion, he lunged towards a nearby member of the Tang family, whose heart was plucked from his chest before he could react. With a few swift gulps, Tang Qingshan swallowed the heart. At last, with a resounding boom, his aura surged dramatically. Aha! He is formed. I am now invincible. But before he could finish his proclamation, Shang Shang's distant finger pierced through the nascent within Tang Qingshan. No, this cannot be. Realizing that his strength was swiftly dissipating, Tang Qingshan panicked. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Who is responsible? In the next moment, Tang Qingshan, controlling the scant power remaining within him, lunged at the nearest member of the Tang family, yanking their heart from their chest and sending it to his mouth. However, this time, no power was bestowed upon Tang Qingshan. Impossible. How could the ancestor deceive me? Ultimately, Tang Qingshan was devoid of any spiritual energy, evidently reduced to an ordinary human. Voices echoed from within Lingxiao sect. The sect master has decreed. All matters concerning the Tang family are to be handled by Tang Lu, and no one else may interfere. It was only at this moment that the onlookers realized that Tang Qingshan's transformation into a cripple was the result of the intervention of cultivators from Lingxiao sect. Originally, over 20 members of the Tang family had arrived. Now, many lay dead, others were injured, and those unscathed were paralyzed with fear. Tang Lu lamented, We, who were blind to the truth, elevated that beast, Tang Qingshan, to the position of patriarch. Because of him, we cannot fathom the number of transgressions we have committed. Today, whether you wish to kill or maim, we shall harbor no grievances. Gazing at the bodies of his kin strewn upon the ground, Tang Lu's expression darkened. To annihilate them all? His heart ached at the thought. If he were to let them go, given their nature, surely a second Tang Qingshan would emerge. Tang Lu looked skyward and whispered, Father, what would you do in this situation? Chuckling softly, he mused, Father treated others with kindness and sincerity. He would undoubtedly let them go. Very well. Today, I shall grant you your freedom, as a token of gratitude for the cultivation bestowed upon me by the Tang family. From this moment forth, any affairs of the Tang family shall no longer concern me. With that declaration, Tang Lu launched his harpoon, piercing Tang Qingshan's chest with deadly precision. Yet you must perish. Upon my return, I shall have your head displayed atop the walls of Biluo City. I want you to remain eternally outside the cycle of reincarnation. Tang Lu recalled his father's words. A person possesses 3 gates, body, will, and soul. Upon death, all 3 gates open, the body returns to the earth. The will disperses into the void, and the soul ascends to the heavens, thereby allowing entry into reincarnation. The body signifies physical existence, while the head governs all actions. As long as it is not interred in the ground, that person will not be reborn. The flesh merges with the earth, and the spirit, through the soul gate, endures the eternal torment of being trampled by all living beings. The will represents intent. If a person's final moments are filled with an intense desire, that intent lingers in the world, and the spirit traverses the soul gate into the cracks of time and space. The soul represents the essence. A powerful cultivator can close the soul gate, allowing the spirit to remain in the world. Chapter 12, A Modicum of Fame. Possessed by the Shadow Emperor, the matter concerning the Tang family had reached a conclusion. The family members returned to their abode, carrying Tang Qingshan's corpse, and hung his head upon the walls of Biluo City. Chu Xian utilized the lottery chances accumulated over the past 2 days. After discovering no valuable rewards, he led De Huang out of the sect once again. This time, Chu Xian's objective was clear: to recruit disciples in Biluo City. The Tang family held considerable influence in Biluo City, a prominent force along the eastern coast. However, the patriarch of the Tang family had perished at the gates of the newly established Lingxiao sect, serving as an extraordinary advertisement for Lingxiao sect. Upon Chu Xian's arrival at the city gates of Biluo City, Tang Qingshan's head was already prominently displayed. Xiao's heart remains too tender. Initially, the Tang clan sought to eliminate you, yet you chose to spare them all. Allow me to clean up this mess for you. Chu Xian gently patted the head of De Huang and commanded, De Huang, this task is entrusted to you. De Huang responded with a bark. Immersed in the bloodline immortal pool, the dog food obtained through the system's lottery had De Huang flaunting his prowess for 2 consecutive days. Now, having transcended the 3rd realm, he reached the 8th level of the Meridian opening stage. In Biluoqing, De Huang could walk with an air of supremacy. Observing De Huang dash away, Chu Xian strolled through the bustling streets of Biluoqing, reflecting on the Tang clan's governance of the city, which appeared to be quite commendable. Upon reaching the marketplace, Chu Xian finally overheard the news he had been eager to learn. A group of people were engaged in animated discussion. For all the years the Tang clan ruled Biluoqing, their performance had been acceptable, yet they were shocked to learn of the death of the Qingshan patriarch. Ah, you weren't aware? Tang Qingshan truly had it coming. Oh, you know? Pray enlighten us. Haha, absolutely. Allow me to share with everyone. My 3rd uncle's cousin's 13th aunt is sworn brothers with Tang Qingshan, so this news is undoubtedly reliable. As the speaker animatedly recounted the tale, it was as if he had witnessed the events firsthand. It must be said, Tang Qingshan was indeed a rogue, capable of committing the most heinous acts, even cannibalism against his own kin. Indeed, thankfully, a member of the Lingxiao sect intervened. Otherwise, Tang Qingshan might have consumed all his family members. The Lingxiao sect? I've never heard of such a sect before. It may be a new sect, yet it seems formidable at present. Ah, but what does it matter how powerful they are? In the end, they too will fall prey to the sea beasts. True, there have been many formidable sects in the past, and their ultimate fate was extinction. Chu Xian listened intently, yet he sensed that the conversation was taking a peculiar turn. Did this group of individuals harbor no desire to join the Lingxiao sect? He hastily disguised himself as an ordinary person and joined the discussion circle. In my opinion, the Lingxiao sect could undoubtedly quell the chaos caused by the sea beasts. Just the other day, while hunting in the mountains, I inadvertently arrived at the entrance of that very sect. Can you guess what happened next? Instantly, the crowd's curiosity was piqued. As mere mortals, they were filled with boundless intrigue regarding the path of cultivation. Upon hearing that someone had supposedly laid eyes on the so-called sect, their expressions ignited with fervor. Each harbored dreams of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, yet the sea beast's predilection for devouring cultivators deterred them from embarking on the path of cultivation. The individual who had previously shared the tale now seemed captivated and exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, what is the Lingxiao sect like? Please, regale us with your account." In an effort to blend in with the crowd, Chu Xian channeled his inner thespian. I'm just a simple fellow, but I find that sect to be exceptionally extraordinary. The grand entrance of the sect stood wide open, enveloped in swirling clouds, with towering peaks reaching towards the heavens, radiating with ethereal light. I even witnessed individuals soaring through the sky. The onlookers eagerly perked up their ears. What? They can fly? Incredible! Surely, they must be celestial beings. Indeed, I recall my 3rd uncle's cousin's 13th aunt mentioning that upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, one could attain flight. Without a doubt, they are celestial beings. While everyone had encountered cultivators, none had ever seen a flying cultivator. Upon hearing that there were those who could soar within the Lingxiao sect, they promptly concluded they were celestial beings. It seems this sect is quite formidable. Chu Xian continued to boast. Isn't it so? I was so engrossed in the sight that I must have caught the attention of the celestial beings inside. Suddenly, mist enveloped me. When the mist dissipated, guess what happened? You were brought into the sect? What is it like within the Lingxiao sect? Chu Xian chuckled ruefully and shook his head, continuing. How could those celestial beings allow me entry? When the mist cleared, I found myself back in our Biluo city. It took me 2 days to reach the entrance of the Lingxiao sect, yet I was returned in less than a quarter of an hour. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? A journey that originally took 2 days was reduced to mere minutes? Is this the magic of celestial beings? How extraordinary! If I could master such skills, I could traverse to the county city to sell goods and back in less than half a day. Brother, you wish to learn magic just for selling goods? Such a narrow-minded view. If I were to learn magic, I would certainly explore every brothel in the world. Bah, you incorrigible lecher. As the crowd animatedly discussed their aspirations should they learn the arts of celestial beings, Chu Xian merely listened with a smile. At that moment, a thunderous cry reverberated throughout Biluo city. Alas, a grave matter has arisen. The Tang family has been annihilated by a dog. This declaration ignited a frenzy across the city. What? A mere dog has decimated the Tang family? Hurry, let us investigate. Perhaps it is the celestial hound of the Lingxiao sect. People rushed towards the Tang residence. And Chu Xian smiled lightly, joining the throng. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tang family, they beheld a majestic yellow dog sitting imperiously at the door. Exuding an extraordinary aura, Chu Xian seized the moment to exclaim, No way. It truly is the celestial hound of the Lingxiao sect. I saw a yellow dog within the sect that day. Subsequently, the residents of Biluo city became even more frenzied. A single dog has obliterated the entire Tang family? How astonishing. If this were true, I would gladly serve as a dog in the Lingxiao sect. As the residents marveled, the yellow dog leaped down from the entrance and swiftly made its way out of the city. Observing this, Chu Xian quietly slipped away from the crowd. Approaching the city gate, the yellow dog emerged from the shadows, a look of pride upon its face as it approached Chu Xian. With a smile, Chu Xian produced 2 morsels of dog food and tossed them to the yellow dog. As a solitary figure and his canine companion were about to depart from the city, the entirety of Biluoqing suddenly began to tremble violently. What could be the cause? An earthquake? Could the Xianxiao continent even experience such phenomena? Chu Xian pondered. Having traversed over 20 years since his arrival in this world without encountering an earthquake, the large dog bared its teeth, fixating its gaze outside the city and barking furiously. Woof, woof. The residents at the city gates, witnessing the unfolding chaos, sprang into action. Sea beasts are attacking the city. Evacuate swiftly. Chapter 13. The Crisis of Sea Beasts. Chu Xian was bewildered by the unfolding events, yet the inhabitants of Biluoqing were well aware of what was happening. The moment the ground began to quake, the people within the city moved with remarkable speed. Dozens clanged their bronze gongs, running while shouting, Sea beasts are attacking the city. Evacuate quickly. Sea beasts are attacking. Everyone, evacuate swiftly. To the untrained eye, the scene appeared utterly chaotic, but a closer inspection revealed that everyone was following a certain order in their hasty movements. Within the span of a mere tea session, Biluoqing had transformed into a ghost town, its once bustling streets now devoid of life. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. To achieve such an effect, it is evident that Biluoqing has endured countless similar situations. The thought of the sea beasts attacking brought to mind a traumatic event from 3 years prior. 3 years ago, amidst a tide of beasts, I lost my cultivation and my parents. Now, I shall rely on these creatures to elevate the reputation of Lingxiao sect. With a finely crafted jade stone in hand, Chu Xian gazed towards the expanse beyond Biluoqing. In the distance, towering waves, like mountains, surged forth, teeming with scales and shells, rapidly approaching the city. At the forefront, a colossal crab charged ahead, followed closely by a relentless tide of beasts. The ground trembled beneath the stampede of beasts, and the crashing waves echoed ominously, making Biluoqing feel as though it were on the brink of apocalypse. At this moment, the once bold dog had retreated, its tail tucked between its legs and hiding behind Chu Xian. Gently stroking the dog's head with his left hand, Chu Xian clenched the jade stone tightly in his right, causing it to shatter with a resounding crack. Master, what are your commands? The voices of Qi Yu and others resonated in Chu Xian's mind simultaneously. Fortune has not favored us. We have encountered a sea beast attack in Biluoqing. You two handle it, and while you're at it, send Yu Jian over. At your command. In the next moment, a colossal hand slowly materialized in the sky above the city. The heavens darkened as a cerulean golden giant hand tore through the void. Its fingers entwined with the remnants of the starry river. The giant hand caressed the air, summoning a fierce wind. The towering waves were abruptly parted, and the tide of beasts found itself scattered into vast gaps. Then, with a sudden grip, the giant hand seized the leading colossal crab, lifting it into the air with an unseen force. Bang! The crab was crushed instantly, its blood mingling with the sea water and cascading down, momentarily halting the advance of the beast tide. Yet, from the depths of the ocean surged a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy, which swiftly merged into the tumult of the beast tide. The beast tide surged forth once more. A deafening roar echoed, as if the colossal hand in the sky had been provoked. In an instant, it descended with great force, leaving an enormous imprint upon the waves where the beast tide resided. Beneath this gigantic palm, the myriad sea creatures within the waves erupted into a mist of crimson. The towering waves, once lofty, were suddenly stained blood-red. The enormous hand in the sky moved again. With a sweeping motion, the blood-colored waves violently surged back into the ocean, leaving the previously submerged land entirely devoid of seawater. Soon after, the colossal hand appeared above the sea, transforming into a beam of golden light that plunged into the depths. Splashing down, it stirred a torrent of water. Before long, the golden light bore forth a colossal dragon, 1,000 feet in length, leaping from the ocean's surface. This dragon, articulating human speech, struggled to exclaim, "Who dares to slay my subjects and thwart my path to becoming a dragon?" Yet, no response came. The dragon was whisked away like a fledgling chick by the golden hand. In Biluoching, Yujian had already arrived at the city gates. "Master, you called for me." Chu Xian nodded, relaying the situation to Yujian, and instructed, "Go inform the people of Biluoching that my Lingxiao sect has resolved the issue of the sea beasts, and they shall no longer threaten the city. Additionally, convey to them the location of my Lingxiao sect." Thereafter, Chu Xian and De Huang made their way toward the Lingxiao sect. Yujian reached the center of Biluoching, now at the Spirit Spring realm. Channeling his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, he called out loudly, "Hey, everyone! The sea beasts have been vanquished by my Lingxiao sect. You can all come out now. From this day forth, there will be no more sea beast incursions. You need not worry any longer. For those wishing to join the Lingxiao sect, proceed 200 miles to the northwest." With the support of spiritual energy, Yujian's voice rapidly disseminated throughout Biluoching. The residents deep underground heard every word clearly. The sea beasts have been dealt with? It does seem so. The tremors have ceased. Stay hidden for now. I will go out and take a look. The underground was now brightly lit, and although it was crowded, it did not feel congested at all, showcasing the meticulous construction of the passage by the residents of Biluoching. The crowd wore serious expressions, cautioning, "Be careful, Ergo." Soon after, Ergo returned, panting heavily. "The sea beasts are gone. Everyone can come out." Upon receiving this confirmation, the residents of Biluoching began to exit the tunnels in an orderly fashion. When they beheld the city intact and unharmed, their faces lit up with exhilaration. It seems the sea beasts have truly been driven away. They usually wreak havoc, destroying half the houses, yet this time, even the city walls remain unscathed. One person pointed at the walls, exclaiming with delight. Though referred to as walls, they were merely small earthen mounds, barely the height of 2 individuals. Each time the sea beasts attack, they cause significant damage to the city walls. Consequently, some towns along the East Sea have opted to construct their walls from earth. Who was the one that just spoke? They mentioned that Lingxiao sect dealt with the sea beasts? I must urgently find them and express my heartfelt gratitude. The residents of Biluo City are eager to locate Yujian, yet they remain unaware that he has already departed from Biluo City and is currently journeying with Chu Xian and De Huang. After searching extensively, the townspeople encountered not a single trace of him. This prompted a flurry of speculation regarding Lingxiao sect. At this moment, those who had previously conversed with Chu Xian began to take action. Lingxiao sect. How will I know it? This is our newly established sect. Thus, with the fervor of the townsfolk, the name of Lingxiao sect swiftly spread throughout Biluo City. Very well. I must return home and take my son to apprentice at Lingxiao sect. Please, feel free. Hey, brother, shall we travel together? I wish to take my child to have a look as well. That sounds splendid. Let us set off right after lunch. Take me along. Take me along. I wish to go too. Just past noon, a large crowd began to gather outside Biluo City, numbering no less than 10,000. Among them, the majority were youths and middle-aged individuals, primarily accompanied by their parents, with only a few elderly among them. Huh? Who was that hunter from this morning? He has visited Lingxiao sect. He should lead the way. Yet, the fellow has not been seen. Could he have already departed? Well, so be it. Let us set off. Everyone must keep up and not fall behind. Just as the people were joyfully preparing to embark, A green beam of light rushed towards them from afar. Before long, the green light landed before the crowd. The newcomer stood atop a massive leaf, his expression stern and voice commanding. Bold rascals, who permitted such a multitude to leave the town simultaneously, return to the city at once. Otherwise, I will show no mercy. Chapter 14. The Overlord on a Mount. The newcomer, bearing a long sword and standing upon a vast green leaf, exuded an icy aura. Clad in a black robe adorned with a prominent character for Xia on his chest, the residents of Biluo City immediately recognized him as a soldier of the Great Xia Empire, stationed along the East Sea coast. Due to the perennial assaults by sea beasts, the Great Xia royal family dispatched soldiers to oversee this region, preventing the residents from migrating inland and thereby diverting the beasts towards the interior. An elderly man hastily stepped forward to explain, "Sir Soldier, we are not seeking to immigrate. We merely intend to take our children to Lingxiao sect in pursuit of opportunity." The soldier furrowed his brow slightly. Lingxiao sect? Indeed, Lingxiao sect is a newly established sect that helped us of Biluo City repel the beast tide, which is why we wish for our children to try their luck there, not to emigrate. The soldier's brow instantly twisted into a knot. A newly established sect. This indicates that the number of individuals within the sect is not excessively large. Yet, they possess the capability to repel the beast tide. To what formidable extent must the strength of this nascent sect reach? Most importantly, I am solely responsible for this area. When did such a powerful sect emerge? I have not heard a whisper of it. If my superior were to discover this, it would indeed cost me my head. Are you trying to deceive me? Repelling the beast tide is no trivial feat that a mere fledgling sect could accomplish. The elder hurriedly knelt, saying, "My lord, how could I possibly deceive you? If you do not believe me, accompany us, and you shall see for yourself." The guard, though skeptical, did not dare to be dismissive. If this new sect, the Lingxiao sect, truly has the strength to repel the beast tide, he must report to his superior at once. Lead the way. The guard leapt down from the large green leaf, gently sweeping it into his storage ring. The residents of Biluo City, observing that the guard held no immediate intention of reprimanding them, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The few individuals who had initially conversed with Chu Xian hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way, and the throng of people transformed into a long, winding line, slowly advancing towards the Lingxiao sect. Atop the main peak of the Lingxiao sect, Chu Xian and Yu Jian had already returned. Chi Yu was vigorously swinging the dragon from the sea, which had been reduced from 1,000-foot length to merely half a meter. "Ah, please, spare me," the dragon pleaded, having been thoroughly disoriented by Chi Yu's actions. Upon seeing Chu Xian return, Chi Yu approached, still clutching the dragon. "Sect Master, you have returned. What were your findings?" The dragon's pupils constricted in fear. "Sect Master, this woman in red has reached the Emperor realm. Is there someone above her? What might the Sect Master's strength be?" Chu Xian settled into his chair, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. This should attract numerous individuals to join my Lingxiao sect. Chi Yu, consult with the others and devise a trial for joining the sect. You may proceed as such. Chu Xian meticulously conveyed his thoughts to Chi Yu, leaving the specifics of the plan for the two of them to deliberate together. Having given his instructions, Chu Xian finally turned his attention to the small dragon. At that moment, the dragon was utterly terrified. The woman in red was undeniably a true emperor. Inflicting torment upon a being of its caliber was as simple as a mere gesture. Yet, she displayed the utmost deference to this sect master. What could this imply? Had the man before her surpassed the emperor realm? Oh heavens! Senior, I acknowledge my grave transgressions. Please grant me an opportunity for redemption. I am willing to serve the Lingxiao sect like a beast, if only you would spare my life. Chu Xian closed his eyes, not even glancing at the dragon. The journey to Biluo City had been exceedingly taxing. This mortal form was indeed struggling to endure. Yet, in the eyes of the dragon, the nature of this situation is entirely different. Behold, is this the demeanor of a formidable being? One need not even gaze to perceive the worth of others. Are you aware of the depth of your transgressions? Provide me with a reason not to end your life. The dragon, overwhelmed with despair, lamented, "Senior, I am wronged. Though it may appear that I orchestrate the assault of sea beasts upon cities, I assure you, I do not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. In the towns nearby, I specifically target practitioners. The common folk, unless beset by extraordinary misfortune, suffer no casualties. And those practitioners are merely cunning and treacherous individuals. Take, for instance, the Tang family of Biluo City. That old scoundrel, Tang Qingshan, has surreptitiously exploited my subjects to cause harm. Hence, I directed my efforts against the Tang family. Just days ago, I sought to confront them, and while he feigned compliance, he ultimately betrayed me. In my fury, I unleashed the sea beasts upon the city to demand an explanation from the Tang family. Tang Qishan. Humph. Given the chance, I shall surely devour him. Chu Xian, without opening his eyes, spoke calmly. Tang Qishan is dead. The dragon's small eyes spun in surprise, softly inquiring, "Did you kill him?" "Not I, but my disciple, Tang Lu." The dragon immediately rejoiced. "Ha ha ha. Well done. Your disciple is wise to act. If he doesn't slay me, I shall be next." After regaining some strength, Chu Xian finally opened his eyes. "I can grant you a chance at life. I shall not concern myself with whether your past meals were virtuous or vile, nor with your intentions behind preying upon practitioners. For now, I shall take your words at face value. However, should I discern any ill intent, you shall know the consequences. From this moment forth, you shall remain at Lingxiao sect as my steed." The dragon, nodding fervently, was engrossed in the conversation until the notion of becoming a mount struck it with astonishment. To be a steed? Surely, I must have misheard. Who stands before me? This is a being to whom even emperors must submit. To serve as their mount. Has fortune arrived so unexpectedly? "Senior," Chu Xian remarked, "what is this? Are you reluctant?" No. 1,000 times yes. I merely wish to ask, am I worthy?" Chu Xian could not help but find the situation amusing. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us forge a contract. The dragon, not daring to utter another word, joyously crafted a master-servant contract with its spirit and presented it before Chu Xian. "Ah, to be the steed of a being above the emperor. This is indeed a blessing bestowed upon me through countless lifetimes of cultivation. Henceforth, in the realm of steeds, I shall be the most formidable presence." Chu Xian placed his hand upon the shimmering silhouette before him, and in an instant, the light melded into his being. Subsequently, a system notification appeared before Chu Xian. "Congratulations, host, for taming a steed. Reward, 100 units of steed fodder. Gain the title of Dragon Rider. Mounting information, Jiao Long. Transformation progress, 399. Name, Long Aotion cultivation level. Great Sage 5th level." Chu Xian felt a surge of joy. Great Sage 5th level. How splendid. Finally, I will no longer need to walk out to recruit disciples by myself. In stark contrast, Long Aoton was in despair. The sky has fallen. Only Long Ao remains. What on earth? He hasn't even reached the condensation realm? A mouthful of Jiao Long blood was suddenly expelled from Long Aotion's mouth. Chapter 15. The Fortune Wheel? This sect's recruitment of disciples has become increasingly casual. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, over 10,000 people had gathered at the gate of Lingxiao sect. The residents of Bailuo City, after 2 days of travel, finally arrived at the entrance of Lingxiao sect. They promptly reported the situation outside the sect to Chu Xian. Looking at the throng of people outside, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel exhilarated. 3 years. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? At last, I can be free from being a mere bystander. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xian slowly spoke. "Qiyu, how is the preparation for the entrance trial going?" In response to the sect master, "Everything has been completed as per your instructions." "Excellent. Order Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu to oversee the recruitment trial, while Long Aotion is to maintain order. Anyone who dares to cause trouble shall be dealt with decisively." Before long, the 3 direct disciples emerged from their quarters. Yu Jian was brimming with enthusiasm, as if filled with vigor for every task. Lin Xian wore a disdainful expression, muttering under his breath, "Humph. They disturbed my cultivation all day. Stinky master, once I recover my powers, you will be the first to be bound." After the incident with the Tang family, Tang Lu had become noticeably introverted, approaching Chu Xian with a stoic demeanor. After explaining the details of the recruitment trial to the 3, Lingxiao sect was finally ready for its first official recruitment. Outside Lingxiao sect, the people of Bailuo City were anxiously awaiting when 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. "Oh, young Master Tang Lu? What is he doing at Lingxiao sect?" "Ah, I see. Have you all heard about how Tang Qingshan was killed by Lingxiao sect? So that's it." The Tang family pursued Tang Lu. He entered Lingxiao sect, and thus Tang Qingshan was slain. Lingxiao sect truly is formidable. Someone like Tang Qingshan could be killed just like that. "We really made the right choice in coming here." As the crowd buzzed with excitement, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "Silence." Following this, a handsome middle-aged man slowly emerged from Lingxiao sect, clad in a golden robe, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was none other than the human form of Long Aotion. This attire caused a soldier from the Daxia Empire within the crowd to narrow his eyes in disbelief. Such audacity from Ling Xiao sect. How dare someone don the dragon robe? Let me see what kind of strength this Ling Xiao sect possesses. With a grand gesture, Long Ao Tian waved his hand, and dozens of circular plates flew out from his sleeves in a dazzling display. Upon the grand disk's descent, the onlookers finally perceived the object before them. At the center of the disk lay a pointer, surrounded by 5 distinct colors: white for the unqualified, green for the servant disciples, blue for the outer disciples, purple for the inner disciples, and gold for the direct disciples. Notably, the unqualified segment constituted a staggering 90 of the disk, whereas the gold for the direct disciples appeared as but a mere sliver, with its proportion falling short of even 1. As the crowd gazed at the enigmatic wheel, Yu Jian approached it and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, my master is aware of your intentions and has introduced a unique method for recruiting disciples at Ling Xiao sect. This method relies solely on fortune, disregarding talent. Allow me to elaborate. This is our sect's recruitment approach, the lucky wheel. Those participating in the recruitment ceremony need only to step forward and spin the wheel. Wherever the pointer lands shall determine the outcome." In the midst of his words, Yu Jian forcefully spun the wheel. With a hum, the wheel began to whirl at an astonishing speed, and due to its rapidity, the onlookers could only perceive the dominant white color. Externally, the crowd displayed patience as they awaited the wheel's cessation, but internally, they were rife with anticipation. Such a method of recruitment had never been heard of before. Merely relying on luck, without regard for talent? How chaotic. The residents of Biluo City initially sought to have their children join the sect for cultivation. Yet the recruitment process of Ling Xiao sect turned out to be so unconventional. Did this imply that they too might have a chance? One soldier in the throng furrowed his brow in disbelief. What kind of bizarre sect is this? Their method of recruitment is excessively avant-garde. Do they have an overabundance of resources? If they find it excessive, could they share some with me? As the crowd waited with bated breath, the wheel before Yu Jian finally came to a stop. Under the fervent gaze of the assembly, the pointer landed precisely on that slender golden segment. By the heavens! With just a single turn, I've secured the qualification of a direct disciple. This is unbelievable. I must take my turn today. Brothers, charge. Today, we must claim the qualification of direct disciples. The crowd, invigorated and eager, began to prepare for their own spins in hopes of attaining the coveted direct disciple qualification. Esteemed guests, the wheel will record each individual's soul, allowing only one turn in a lifetime. Rest assured, it will only record the soul and will not affect you in any way. Please form an orderly queue, one by one. Thus, the residents of Biluo City surged toward the nearest wheel. Haha, the legendary gold. I am coming for the direct disciple. I'm here. Nonsense. The direct disciple must be mine. Step aside. Those who have never tasted fortune wish to land a direct disciple. Everyone yearns to be the first to spin the wheel, for who knows? They might just summon forth a golden outcome. Observing the chaotic scene, Long Outyin had no choice but to assert his dominance once more. Everyone bowed down. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by an overwhelming aura characteristic of the great sage realm, all the residents of Biluo City were instantly subdued beneath Long Outyin's might. Humph! Let us see who dares to act recklessly now. I shall render them powerless. This tactic, indeed, proved effective. The ensuing events unfolded in a remarkably orderly fashion. However, the last soldier of the Great Xia Empire found himself gritting his teeth in disbelief. The man clad in the dragon robe was truly formidable. He had rendered even a cultivator of the Xiandan realm incapable of the slightest resistance. His strength was simply unfathomable. It was imperative to inform his superior without delay. The power of Ling Xiao sect was indeed formidable, capable of repelling the beast tide. Just as the soldier pondered these thoughts, the results of the first batch of spins finally emerged. White. Unqualified. White. White. As Yu Jian and his companions announced the results one by one, astonishment swept through the crowd. Out of 50 spins, not a single individual had qualified to join the ranks of the servant disciples. In truth, Chu Stian had held back a little. He had instructed Qi Yu and the others to craft the spinning wheels based on talent, rather than mere luck. Chu Xian was far from foolish enough to admit a horde of unworthy individuals into the sect. The notion of relying on luck was merely a clever ruse to attract attention. He wanted more people to believe that Ling Xiao sect accepted disciples based on luck rather than talent, urging them to come forth. This was a strategy to cast a wide net and gather more disciples. With a larger pool of participants, it was only natural that some would meet the entry requirements. After all, within the sect, there existed celestial-level facilities, the bloodline immortal pool. Even a mere dog that soaked in it would emerge as a celestial dog. However, to prevent the bloodline immortal pool from becoming overcrowded, there still needed to be some standards for entry. Chapter 16. 2 more elders added. Enough disciples. Curse it. Is my luck truly this poor? Not even qualifying as a servant? Alas, I feel the same. Just as I was about to land on the position of an inner disciple, I fell just short. After so long spinning, has anyone even qualified for entry? It seems not. Could it be that Lingxiao sect is deceiving us? Just as the residents of Biluo City engaged in their discussions, a sharp cry captured everyone's attention. I did it. Ha ha. Father, I did it. A boy with a runny nose leaped high in the air, shouting excitedly. The pointer of the spinning wheel had landed squarely on the outer disciple position. Excellent. Ha ha. My son possesses the potential of a sage. It was evident that this father and son duo were practitioners as well. The man exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, though the boy appeared disheveled. He radiated a remarkable resilience. As the residents of Biluo City looked on with envy, Yu Jian called out loudly, "Purple. Inner door." At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yu Jian. What? Someone actually qualified for the inner sect. Is this for real? What incredible luck is this? Damn it. Why was it me who drew the inner sect? I am so frustrated. Before Yu Jian stood a ragged little girl, her large, shimmering eyes fixed on the spinning wheel, appearing somewhat bewildered. What? It's Xiao Dai Dai? Oh, this is absolutely outrageous. That dim-witted little beggar actually won the inner sect qualification? Someone in my misery. The girl named Xiao Dai Dai was led aside by Yu Jian to await the next round. Meanwhile, those who had finished spinning the wheel began to harbor ulterior motives. Xiao Dai Dai, would you like some candied hawthorn? Xiao Dai Dai's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Dai Dai wants candied hawthorn. I have 1 piece and a whole string of them. Which would you prefer? Without hesitation, Xiao Dai Dai replied, Dai Dai wants 1 piece. The person handed a piece of candied hawthorn to her, watching as she savored it with delight, secretly cursing, damn. This fool always chooses 1 piece. How can someone so daft possess such luck? I'm not pleased. Xiao Dai Dai, I have a whole string of candied hawthorn. Do you want it? Dai Dai wants it. But Dai Dai doesn't want it. The man was instantly enraged. This fool's stubbornness was rearing its head again. Just as he was about to resort to force to coerce Xiao Dai Dai into relinquishing her qualification, Long Ao Tian could no longer sit idly by. How audacious. Attempting to pull a fast one. In an instant, the man's limbs exploded into a mist of blood. Ah, spare my life, immortal. I shall never dare again. Xiao Dai Dai, witnessing the man's grim fate, sighed. She crouched beside him and softly said, Brother, Dai Dai is not actually foolish. If I had chosen the whole string of candied hawthorn, would you still give me some in the future? The man's eyes widened in shock. Awakening from his stupor, he realized the fool was me all along. Following this revelation, he was consumed by rage and died on the spot. This scene sent chills down the spines of all present. The father and son duo, who had previously plotted to snatch Xiao Dai Dai's inner sect qualification while others were distracted, suddenly retracted their intentions. Everything happening outside the gates of Lingxiao sect was keenly observed by Chu Xian. Witnessing the actions of the girl named Xiao Dai Dai, he couldn't help but nod in appreciation. The sect had begun recruiting disciples, but the elder was notably absent. With only 2 elders present, they were sorely insufficient. Thus, Chu Xian once again directed his gaze towards the system's lottery draws. Currently, Yu Jian was at the 5th level of spiritual spring, Lin Xian at the 7th level of meridian opening, and Tang Lu also at the 7th level of meridian opening. Meanwhile, Chu Xian had amassed 20 lottery draws. System: 10 consecutive draws. Let this sect master have a grand pull. 10 consecutive draws in progress. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have received Elder of the Great Sage Realm. 30 spirit-level elixirs, 20 spirit-level martial techniques, and 100 sect attires. Indeed, the Elder of the Great Sage Realm shall serve as an inter-sect elder. A tenfold draw. Proceed. Tenfold draw in progress. Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired Elder of the Semi-Sage Realm, 5 sacred-level elixirs, 15 sacred-level cultivation methods, 200 pet feed, and 200 mount feed. My dear, I adore you. The sect leader was just contemplating the need for an elder, and you have graciously provided me with 2. Tonight, I shall reluctantly spend the night with you. System: Host, do you possess any manners? Do you think swaying your behind at this system suffices? With the inner and outer sect elders secured, the major concern of Chu Xian has been fundamentally resolved. As for the miscellaneous elder, Chu Xian has already decided to appoint Yu Jian as a temporary replacement. Yu Jian, the sect's senior brother, shall serve in this role for the time being, with a plan for future replacement when suitable candidates arise. As Chu Xian gazed upon the projected screen, two figures ascended to the peak of the main mountain. They were the two newly appointed elders. In unison, they declared, "We pay our respects to the sect leader." Thank you both for your efforts. The great sage will serve as the inner sect elder, while the semi-sage will take the role of outer sect elder. Please proceed to the entrance and welcome the disciples who have qualified for entry. Understood. The two turned to depart, and Chu Xian's excitement began to swell. At this moment, 8 individuals had already qualified for entry. 6 miscellaneous disciples, 1 outer sect disciple, and 1 inner sect disciple, along with Yu Jian, Lin Xian, and Tang Lu. The total number exceeded 10. Collecting 10 disciples shall yield the reward of a pinnacle spirit spring. Although it pales in comparison to the previous cultivation levels, it is certainly better than being utterly useless. Outside the Lingxiao sect, Long Outyin cast a sharp gaze upon the queue of individuals, suddenly sensing 2 formidable presences approaching from behind. Who goes there? Upon turning, he beheld a man and woman, both adorned in the attire of Lingxiao sect elders. Lord Dragon, we are the newly appointed inner sect and outer sect elders, sent by the sect leader to receive disciples into the sect. Utterly loyal to Chu Xian, the two were exceedingly courteous to his mount, though this respect was limited to those below the emperor realm. In the presence of Qi Yu and the higher-ups, Long Outyin would merely be regarded as a small insect. Long Outyin, bewildered, pondered aloud, has 2 sacred-level individuals truly joined the Lingxiao sect within just 2 days of my arrival? Is the reputation of Lingxiao sect so resounding? Despite his confusion, Long Outyin refrained from further comment and nodded. Since it is the sect leader's command, you may proceed. The 2 elders stood at the entrance and proclaimed in a deep voice, "Disciples who have qualified for entry may now enter the sect." Witnessing this scene, Long Outyin could not help but smirk. "Pa, what a performance! Could you not simply approach those children and speak to them instead of shouting from here?" After a brief moment, the 8 individuals had arrived at the entrance of the sect. "Lord Long, you have worked hard. We shall take our leave now," said the 2. Long Outyin cast a disdainful glance at them before disregarding them entirely. Just as the 8 disciples crossed the threshold of Lingxiao sect, Long Outyin felt an inexplicable change in the contract with his mount deep within his soul. What is happening? What is this situation? Chapter 17, Regaining Power. The enemy approaches. The instant the 8 disciples were ushered into the sect, the system's notification sounded abruptly. Main Quest 1. Recruit 10 disciples for the sect completed. Reward. Host cultivation level elevated to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Main Quest 2 acquired. The sect must reach 1,000 disciples, with 10 disciples attaining the spiritual spring realm. Reward. Host cultivation elevated to the peak of the way-seeking realm. In the next moment, a brilliant blue light erupted along Chu Xian's spine. Instantly, he felt an intense heat radiating from his back. The previously clogged meridians were fervently cleansed by the influx of spiritual energy, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Simultaneously, the spiritual spring, dormant for 3 long years, trembled violently, miraculously refilling within mere breaths. Every inch of Chu Xian's flesh greedily absorbed this power. His bones cracking as his spine surged upward like a dragon rising. Boom! A dazzling golden light shot forth from the crown of Chu Xian's head. He shuddered as a long-lost sense of strength coursed through him like a tidal wave, instinctively forming his fingers into a sword, a blade of energy, 3 yards long, held forth, cleaving a distant boulder in 2. As the dust settled, Chu Xian gazed at his hands, a smile finally gracing his lips. "I, Chu Xian, have returned." 500 miles north of Lingxiao sect, Qin Mo hovered in the air, accompanied by several elders from Yunxiao sect. Sensing a sudden surge of spiritual energy from the south, his brow furrowed. This aura feels oddly familiar. One of his companions stepped forward, puzzled. "Holy Lord, this aura. It somewhat resembles Chu Xian." The others voiced their disbelief. Impossible. Chu Xian's cultivation was crippled. Even the powerhouses of the central domain could not restore him. How could a miracle occur in such a desolate place? Indeed, it may only resemble his aura. Can't you tell? This person's cultivation is merely at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Being the foremost sect of the eastern wilderness, it was relatively straightforward for Yunxiao sect to ascertain Chu Xian's whereabouts along the eastern sea coastline. They had been searching for several days, but had yet to discover his hiding place. Qin Mo concentrated his senses, a murderous intent flaring in his gaze. It is indeed Chu Xian. It must be him. Although his cultivation is currently at the peak of the spiritual spring realm, he must have started cultivating anew. Just under 10 days after leaving the Holy Land, he has reclaimed the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Without a doubt, it is Chu Xian. Let us go. Including Qin Mo, there were a total of 6 individuals from Yunxiao sect soaring towards the location of Lingxiao sect, outside the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect. The Grand Lucky will continue to spin, and the crowd beheld 6 figures appearing in the sky. Wow, look, they can fly. Are these the immortals of Lingxiao sect? Indeed, there are truly immortals within Lingxiao sect. The appearance of Qin Mo and his companions ignited a fervor among the onlookers. The soldiers of the Great Xia Empire, positioned at the back of the crowd, clearly understood more. The tumult within their hearts surged like a tempest. What? 6 saint-level powerhouses. That person at the mountain gate must also be of the saint level. Does this mean Lingxiao sect boasts 7 saint-level warriors? Our entire Great Xiao Empire has only 2. On the Xianyao continent, only those of the saint level could soar through the skies using their own cultivation. Those below the saint level had to either practice flight martial arts or, like these soldiers, rely on flying spiritual artifacts or other mystical items. The green giant leaf that this soldier had stowed away was indeed a flying spiritual artifact. This was precisely why he could discern at a glance that the 6 individuals above were all of the saint level. Upon receiving this information, the soldier dared not delay any longer. He must relay this matter to his superiors with utmost urgency. The court of Great Xiao must not offend Lingxiao sect. Otherwise, there would be no place for them to rest in death. With this thought, the soldier abandoned the queue and turned to flee. Long Outyin was puzzled, wondering what had happened to the lad. Had he lost his mind? Why was he running so fast? Of course, the 6 figures in the sky had long been noticed by Long Outyin, who muttered, "The sect master is quite renowned. Another one of saint level. And 5 at the harmonization level. They're just too high up. This dragon isn't fond of it." Long Outyin paid it no mind. If they enjoyed standing up there, so be it. Yu Jian looked up, and although he could not see clearly, he felt that the attire of these individuals seemed somewhat familiar. People from the Holy Land? What brings them here? Just as Yu Jian pondered, the 6 figures in the sky had already spotted him at the forefront of the crowd. One of them exclaimed, "Chu Xian is indeed here. His useless disciple, Yu Jian, is right there." Qin Mo's eyes narrowed, and the hatred within him surged once more as memories of his deceased son resurfaced. He rasped, "Take action. Annihilate all living beings along the East China Sea. If Chu Xian, that scoundrel, is found, ensure he is left for me." "Yes, Holy Master," except for Qin Mo. The other 5 sprang into action simultaneously. In an instant, it seemed as though an invisible force had torn through the heavens and the earth, unleashing a tempest, darkening the skies, and summoning thunderous roars. The 5 members of Yunxiao sect radiated with surging spiritual power, akin to 5 soaring dragons, each unleashing formidable martial techniques. Sweeping down towards the ground, the people of Biluo City were instantly thrown into panic. Why are the immortals of Lingxiao sect attacking us? Help! I do not wish to die. In a flash, people fled in all directions, their cries and screams echoing relentlessly. Long Outyin quickly grasped the situation. Curse! They are not from Lingxiao sect. However, it must be said, you few saint-level warriors are indeed audacious. To dare create chaos at the gates of the imperial sect. Having witnessed the prowess of Qiyu and the others, Long Outyin was well aware of their strength, thus placing Lingxiao sect alongside the imperial sect in terms of power. Long Outyin formed seals with his hands and bellowed, "Great, might heavenly dragon, great Luo spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Padmahon." Suddenly, a colossal golden dragon ascended from Long Outyin's back. Roar! A dragon's roar surged into the sky, colliding instantaneously with the attacks of the 5 from Lingxiao sect. Boom! At the moment of impact, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were ignited in a blazing inferno, the golden dragon's roar intertwining with the colorful spiritual energies, erupting in a deafening cacophony. The golden dragon twisted in the air, its scales shimmering with resplendent light, each collision sending tremors through the atmosphere. The martial techniques of the 5 from Lingxiao sect resembled a tempest, yet were systematically vanquished by the golden dragon, colorful spiritual energy scattering in every direction. The surrounding air seemed to be rent asunder, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds rolled. Despite the fierce battle among the saint-level warriors above, the residents of Biluoqing remained utterly unharmed. At some point, Chu Xian had arrived outside Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, Qiyu and the others stood at the entrance of Lingxiao sect, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 18. A battle among equals. You may be considered among the rubbish. Qin Mo, who was not participating in the battle, observed Long Out Yin. One person battling 5 at the harmonization realm. Which sacred ground is this? Why has this holy master never heard of it? Qin Imo silently weighed in his heart. If he were to face 5 alone, he could also contend, yet it would hardly be as effortless as this fellow before him. Could it be that his cultivation surpasses mine? It is not to say that Qin Imo holds the highest cultivation in the eastern wilderness. There are indeed many great saints in the region. However, those great saints are the ancestral figures of various sacred grounds, long consumed by the passage of time, lying in their coffins to preserve their final breaths. To rouse these ancient ones, 2 conditions must be met. One is that their own faction faces a life and death crisis. The other is the emergence of an opportunity to ascend to imperial status, to live so brazenly under the sun as a great saint. Qin Imo had never heard of such a thing. Aware that the individual before him is a great saint, Qin Imo remains unperturbed. Although the Lingxiao sacred land currently lacks a great saint to oversee it, they possess a unique methodology specifically designed to counter great saints. This is also why Lingxiao sect is hailed as the foremost sect of the eastern wilderness. Qin Mo's gaze shifted downward. Lingxiao sect? Haha. Before Qin Imo could utter another word, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Xian at the entrance. Chu Xian, I shall surely slay you. With that, Qin Imo, seemingly driven mad, plunged down from the sky. His palm gathered spiritual energy furiously. Chu Xian gazed calmly at the approaching Qin Imo, softly murmuring to himself, "Isn't it far more gratifying to exact revenge personally? Merely having Qi Yu and the others eliminate you is insufficient." He turned to Qi Yu and commanded, "Suppress his cultivation to the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm. I shall confront him myself." Chu Xian had meticulously devised his plan. He had no intention of killing Qin Imo this time, for it was Qi Yu who would diminish Qin Mo's strength. If he were to truly engage Qin Imo at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm against a half-saint, it would be an impressive feat if he did not reduce you to mere dust. What he aimed to achieve was to defeat Qin Imo while both were at the same pinnacle, and once his own power was fully restored, he would lead the disciples of Lingxiao sect to the Cloud Sky sacred land. At that moment, it would be the true end for Qin Imo. Upon receiving Chu Xian's order, Qi Yu sent a surge of spiritual energy into Qin Mo's body. Just as Qin Imo rushed close to Chu Xian, he stumbled suddenly. What? How has my cultivation been reduced to the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm? Without allowing Qin Imo much time to ponder, he saw Chu Xian charging towards him with a sword in hand. Just as Qin Imo attempted to raise his hand to eliminate Chu Xian, he suddenly recalled that his powers had been suppressed by an unknown force. Chu Xian's blade was as swift as lightning, the azure light slicing through the air directly toward Qin Mo's throat. Despite his sudden drop in strength, Qin Mo's combat instincts remained sharp. He sidestepped just in time while his right palm summoned a crimson gale aimed at Chu Xian's left flank. Clang! Chu Xian's sword whirled to block, and amidst the sparks that flew, he used the momentum to spin around, his left leg sweeping towards Qin Mo's lower body like an iron whip. Qin Imo leaped into the air, suddenly shooting 3 piercing nails from his sleeve, yet upon touching Chu Xian's robe, they were reduced to dust by the sword's energy. "Is that all you are capable of, old dog Qin?" Chu Xian scoffed, as his sword's momentum transformed into countless afterimages. Qin Mo's pupils constricted. He intertwined his palms to form seals, and the ground erupted with earthen walls, only to be instantaneously pierced by the sword energy. As debris flew, Chu Xian's sword tip found its mark in Qin Mo's shoulder, blood immediately soaking through his purple gold robe. "This strike is for my father," he declared. "You shall pay for attempting to seize my sect." With a twist of his wrist, the blade twisted cruelly within flesh and bone. Qin Imo let out a muffled groan as he was forced back, suddenly grinning maniacally as he reached for his wound, using the blood to draw a strange symbol in the air. The blood curse. Chu Xian recognized Qin Mo's technique at a glance. This was Qin Mo's signature skill, which had once allowed him to slay a saint-level cultivator during his inquiries into the spiritual realm. However, with his cultivation suppressed to the spiritual spring realm, the power of the blood curse had diminished significantly. With a cold snort, Chu Xian charged towards the crimson symbol, and at the moment their energies collided, the entire square was engulfed in blinding white light. Within that brilliance, Chu Xian's figure flickered like a specter, his sword once again aimed directly at Qin Mo's throat. "This strike is for myself." Qin Imo hastily raised his hand, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth in an attempt to resist. However, with his cultivation suppressed, his defenses crumbled under the might of Chu Xian's sword like parchment. In a flash of sword light, blood erupted. With a soft thud, Qin Imo staggered back. a deep wound visible down to the bone across his chest, his complexion as pale as death. He fixed his gaze upon Chu Xian, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. "You," Chu Xian sheathed his sword and coldly remarked, "in the realm of the same level, you are but refuse." Qin Mo struggled to rise, but the spiritual power within him had been thoroughly suppressed. Ultimately, his legs gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Qin Mo comprehended that the former Chu Xian had indeed returned. Looking down at him, Chu Xian spoke icily, "Return to the Yushao sect and cleanse your neck in preparation. Next time, I shall personally take your life." Disregarding Qin Mo further, he cast his eyes upward towards the ongoing battle and instructed, "Do not let Long Outyin gloat. Eliminate those 5 individuals," he added, "and send this esteemed leader back to his sacred ground." Chu Xian strode away, entrusting all matters outside the sect to Qi Yu and the others. The onlookers, still wearing smiles, merely glanced at the 5 members of Lingxiao sect in the sky. It appeared as if those 5 were ensnared by an immobilizing spell, standing rigidly in place. Long Outyin wasted no time, delivering a punch to each head without hesitation. With a series of dull thuds, 5 headless corpses now adorned the sky. Long Outyin gazed at the lifeless bodies before him, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his mouth. He hurriedly transmitted a thought to Chu Xian, "Master, may I consume the corpses of these 5 little saints?" The singular response he received was a curt, "Get lost." "Understood. I shall be on my way." These 5 had once been formidable warriors, accompanying their father in battles across the eastern wilderness. Although they were accomplices of Qin Mo in death, they deserved a modicum of dignity, standing within the Lingxiao sect. The onlookers waved their hands lightly, sending the prostrate Qin Mo and the 5 corpses back to the Yushao sect. The residents of Biluo City were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this truly a battle among immortals? There is a saying, humans cannot fathom that which exceeds their comprehension. The confrontation witnessed today was beyond anything the residents of Biluo City had ever encountered. It was inconceivable, no matter how hard they tried to imagine. Unbeknownst to them, the recent battle had brought them perilously close to the gates of death. Were it not for Qi Yu's protection, they would have been crushed by the residual forces of the skirmish. Moreover, this confrontation solidified the residents' resolve to enter the Lingxiao sect. If they could not gain entry themselves, they would ensure their children did. If their children were barred, then they would see to it that their grandchildren entered. Regardless, they were determined to cling to the immense tree that was the Lingxiao sect. Chapter 19. Lin Xian's excessive introversion. The 3 direct disciples continued their tasks. Yet within Lin Xian's heart, tumultuous waves surged. His master was actually at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm? Was he not a cripple? Judging by today's display of power, he was likely invincible within the spiritual spring realm. The Lingxiao sect has become increasingly enigmatic. Moreover, that Long Outyin, who stands unyielding against the 5 great saint-level warriors, shows no signs of faltering. Although this emperor cannot yet discern his true realm, it is estimated to be no less than the 7th level of the sub-saint. The 1st and 2nd elders are even more inscrutable. The saint-level warrior who battled against the master had their cultivation forcibly suppressed to the peak of the spiritual spring realm. What kind of divine technique could accomplish such a feat? While Lin Xian pondered, he was suddenly reminded by Jian, "Junior sister, what are you thinking? Focus." Lin Xian snapped back to reality, looking towards the spinning wheel, and urgently shouted, "Blue, outer sect." Another individual filled with boundless curiosity is Long Outyin. He has entered into a master-servant contract with Chu Xian, and Chu Xian's cultivation is completely transparent before him. How could someone who was once an ordinary mortal suddenly reach the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm? This left Long Outyin utterly perplexed. Yet, his heart brimmed with joy. No matter what, the stronger the Lingxiao sect becomes, the further his own path will extend. Within the Lingxiao sect, 8 newly initiated disciples were escorted to their respective peaks, while Chu Xian returned to the main peak. Having regained his cultivation, he was determined to train diligently and swiftly reclaim the level he had attained 3 years prior. The main peak of the Lingxiao sect is the area richest in spiritual energy. Chu Xian quietly seated himself in his chair, his consciousness delving into the spiritual spring within his body, attempting to draw the spiritual energy inside. What troubled Chu Xian was that no matter how hard he tried to cultivate, his realm showed no signs of fluctuation. What is going on? Why am I still unable to cultivate? System, please provide me with a reasonable explanation. The system interface slowly materialized. Apologies. The host is fundamentally inept. Do not entertain thoughts of cultivation. Simply manage the sect well, and your cultivation will naturally rise upon completion of the main quest. Chu Xian. So, my ineptitude cannot be altered? The only way to enhance my cultivation is to complete the main quest. Very well, let's play this way then. As the Lingxiao sect fervently recruits disciples, Chu Xian has chosen to recline in ease. After all, cultivation seems futile, so why bother? The training of the new disciples is entirely entrusted to several elders, leaving him to enjoy his leisure. Formerly accustomed to the pressures of competition, Chu Xian now discovers something remarkable. A brief respite is delightful, and a continual repose is even more gratifying. Observing the disciples exerting themselves daily in rigorous training fills Chu Xian with delight. The sect disciples have achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation, increasing lottery chances by 1. The sect disciples have achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation, increasing lottery chances by 2. Watching the daily increase in lottery chances, Chu Xian's mood improved significantly. Although the lottery rewards hold little significance for him, they are invaluable to the disciples of the sect. Pills, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and spiritual artifacts are all in abundance. As the disciples break through, they will be able to complete the main quest. However, the influence of the sect must continue to grow. After several days of recruiting, the residents of Biluoqing have nearly filled their ranks, yet there remains a significant gap of 800 individuals to reach the goal of 1,000 for the main quest. During this time, nearly everyone in Biluoqing has participated in the sect's recruitment lottery, but only a little over 200 have obtained entry qualifications. Moreover, more than 180 of those are merely auxiliary qualifications. On this particular day, Chu Xian reclined on his chair, resting with closed eyes, when Yu Jian approached, carrying a bowl of millennium-old ginseng soup. This has become a daily ritual for Yu Jian. During the years that Chu Xian was rendered incapacitated, Yu Jian took on the role of his cook. Yu Jian even devoted considerable effort to researching various recipes to help restore Chu Xian's health. Although Chu Xian has regained some of his cultivation, Yu Jian continues to prepare nourishing meals for him daily. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrant soup, Chu Xian opened his eyes, took a small spoonful, and could not help but exclaim, "Ah, Yu Jian's culinary skills have improved yet again. If you ever tire of cultivation, opening a restaurant would surely bring you great fortune and glory." With that, he lifted the large bowl and downed its contents in one go. Placing the bowl back on the tray, Chu Xian teased, "Yu Jian, your dishes are so delightful. If you were to marry a partner one day, would I not be deprived of such culinary blessings?" Yu Jian chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, momentarily flustered by Chu Xian's praise. When the topic of marriage was broached, Yu Jian replied with a neutral expression, "Then I shall not marry. I will focus solely on preparing meals for my master." Chu Xian burst into hearty laughter. "Huh? There is truly no need for that. Your master has already regained some cultivation and can manage without constant nourishment. Instead, you should direct your thoughts towards your own training." Unbeknownst to Chu Xian, Yu Jian was quite serious. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xian added, "By the way, take a few of the auxiliary disciples with you in the next few days to visit various towns and promote our Lingxiao sect. Our sect is still in its formative stages and needs to recruit more disciples." Yu Jian responded eagerly, "Understood. Leave this matter to me. I will ensure we bring back several hundred people. Do not act recklessly." Chu Xian cautioned, "Just jesting, master. Do not take it to heart. Off you go." "Yes." Yu Jian departed, and Chu Xian rose to head towards Lin Xian's residence. Lin Xian had been in the sect for quite some time, and unless requested by Chu Xian, he was seldom seen. This child is far too introverted. This will not do. He must be coaxed out for some practice. At this moment, Lin Xian had just completed his breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the meridian opening realm, only a step away from advancing to the spiritual spring realm. Finally, I have reached the peak of the meridian opening realm. I initially thought it would take only 10 days, but it took 12 in the end. All because of that pesky master, insisting I go out to recruit disciples. Observing the soiling caused by the breakthrough, Lin Xian wrinkled her nose. She hastily prepared a bath basin along with some basic medicinal liquid, eager to indulge in a soothing soak. As Lin Xian shed her azure gown, her delicate shoulders, akin to mutton fat, were instantly exposed to the air. From below, her exquisite feet and fair, elongated legs were laid bare, while her cascading hair fell naturally, concealing the graceful curve of her back. The room filled with steam, shrouding the once semi-emperor in an ethereal beauty. Just as Lin Xian stepped into the water, a voice called from outside, "Xianer, your teacher has arrived." Creak. In the next instant, the door swung open, pushed by Chu Xian. Chu Xian. Chapter 20. Chu Xian's teachings outside Lin Xian's abode. Chu Xian sat on a stone bench, yawning as he awaited her emergence. Inside, Lin Xian's face flushed with shame. her mind seething with indignation. You shameless teacher. How dare you spy on me while I bathe? Just wait until my cultivation is restored. I shall make you pay. Wait a moment. What is happening to me? Is the fusion of my spirit and this body still not complete? How could I, a dignified semi-emperor, harbor such girlish thoughts? Lin Xian hurriedly collected her thoughts, donned her attire, and stepped outside. She wondered what had prompted her teacher's sudden visit, silently admonishing, shameless teacher. You had better not act out of line. Otherwise, do not think that just because you are at the pinnacle of the spirit spring realm, I cannot easily suppress you with my peak meridian opening realm. Chu Xian smiled kindly and said, Xianer, you often confine yourself within your room. I fear that prolonged solitude may give rise to inner demons. Today, I took the opportunity to see how your cultivation is progressing. My inner demons? I need your guidance? Lin Xian scoffed inwardly. You merely wish to peep at my progress, you old lecher. Maintaining her composure, Lin Xian replied coolly, reporting to my esteemed teacher. The disciple is dull-witted. Having been within the sect for nearly half a month, I have only reached the peak of the meridian opening realm. I feel quite ashamed. Humph. In less than half a month, I directly ascended from the second level of qi condensation to the peak of meridian opening. Quite a rare feat, even in the Xianxiao continent. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's brow furrowed. Peak of meridian opening? He paused, taken aback. This child's talent seems rather lacking. Indeed, esteemed teacher. This reaction from Chu Xian did not escape Lin Xian's notice. What? Shocked? It is only right to be astonished. In my past life, I attained sainthood in merely 50 years and reached the semi-emperor realm by the age of 100. Teacher, you still have much to practice. You should indeed feel a sense of shame. Your senior brother ascended from the 5th level of qi condensation to the spirit spring realm in just 2 days. Your junior brother, who entered the sect at the 8th level of qi condensation, has now also reached the 2nd level of spirit spring. Even I, your teacher, back in the day, took no more than 8 days to advance from drawing spiritual energy into my body to the spirit spring realm. As Chu Xian observed Lin Xian's somewhat unusual expression, he couldn't help but sigh, considering that this was the first disciple to voluntarily join the Lingxiao sect. Alas, your senior brothers and sisters are indeed exceptionally gifted. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. It is essential to step outside occasionally. Remaining cooped up indoors can be quite stifling. Slowly rising, Chu Xian retrieved a long sword from the system's space and held it firmly in his grasp. Xianer, today I shall prepare a special lesson for you and impart a set of sword techniques. If you can fully comprehend this swordplay, it will benefit you for a lifetime. As he spoke, the sword resonated with his thoughts. The long sword in Chu Xian's hand emitted a sudden, clear sound, its blade unmoving. Yet the surrounding air became suffused with tension. With a flick of his wrist, the sword traced an arc in the air, its tip trembling slightly, feigning profundity. He struck a pose and declared, Xianer, pay close attention. This sword technique is known as the 9 styles of Lingxiao, a secret of our sect. However, to Lin Xian, who once stood as a formidable half-emperor, it was far from impressive. She felt her lips twitch slightly, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Is this all? The sword's momentum was weak and flaccid, the techniques riddled with flaws. He couldn't even master the most fundamental essence of sword energy, yet dared to call it a secret? Little did he know of the true secrets from my previous life as sect. Those could be termed earth-shattering. This is simply far from it. First style. Clouds parting to reveal the moon. Chu Xian bellowed, momentarily staggering as he nearly toppled over from his own sword. The so-called exquisite swordplay appeared to Lin Xian as a series of glaring flaws. Even a novice cultivator could identify numerous fatal weaknesses. Is this it? Lin Xian chuckled inwardly. Recalling how the foundational sword techniques she had casually devised in her past far surpassed this by 100-fold. Observing Chu Xian's solemn demeanor, she nearly burst into laughter. Could this old lecher truly mistake the swordplay of mere mortals for a legendary secret? Yet, Chu Xian became increasingly animated, deliberately slowing his movements. Xianer, you must watch closely. The second style, the starry river hanging down, is particularly exquisite. Lin Xian nodded respectfully on the surface, but internally, she was already convulsed with laughter. Exquisite? This feeble sword momentum couldn't even sever a leaf. It seems this foolish master is not only lecherous but also a complete buffoon. Unable to endure any longer, Lin Xian clasped her hands and proposed, Master, why not allow your disciple to spar with you? It would be beneficial to truly experience the intricacies of this swordplay. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Xianer, your diligence is commendable. We shall keep it light. Lin Xian smirked inwardly, casually snapping off a branch. Please, master, enlighten me. She had resolved to thoroughly instruct this oblivious mentor. Prepare yourself. Lin Xian's figure darted forth like lightning, the branch transforming into a streak of azure light aimed directly at Chu Xian's throat. This seemingly simple move concealed Lin Xian's profound understanding of swordsmanship from her past life as a half-emperor. Even Chu Xian, at the peak of the Spirit Spring realm, would find it nearly impossible to withstand. However, slap! Lin Xian's branch was unexpectedly deflected by a strange force, causing her to stumble forward, while Chu Xian's seemingly clumsy sword had already found its way to Lin Xian's throat. First move, Chu Xian said with a smile. Lin Xian was taken aback and hurriedly changed her technique, her branch creating countless afterimages, a technique she had developed during her time as a minor saint. The Thousand Illusion Sword Technique. Yet, Chu Xian merely swung his sword in a crooked manner, and with a resounding thud, Lin Xian's branch inexplicably flew from her grasp. Her body pushed back by a gentle force, retreating 7 or 8 steps. Second move. The tip of Chu Xian's sword had somehow found its way to Lin Xian's forehead. Impossible! Lin Xian was utterly astonished. Once more, gritting her teeth, she unleashed the strongest sword move from her past life, the Breaking Sky Sword. Her entire being surged with spiritual power. Clink! The tip of Chu Xian's sword lightly tapped her wrist, causing Lin Xian's spiritual energy to freeze, rendering her motionless. Third move. Chu Xian sheathed his sword and kindly said, "Xianer, do you now comprehend the profundity of this sword technique?" Lin Xian was left in a daze, her heart turbulent. What on earth is this sword technique? It clearly has numerous flaws, yet I cannot withstand even a single move. Why? Because this is the imperial-level sword technique from the Wanjing Pavilion of Lingxiao sect, with the minor sword techniques created by Lin Xian in her past life. She could never hope to surpass this imperial sword technique. With her hands on the ground, Lin Xian lamented, "Oh dear, if it weren't for my current low realm." Just as she was lost in thought, Chu Xian had crouched down, gently stroking Lin Xian's head. "It has been many years since I last fought. I momentarily lost control of my strength. That is my fault. I shall teach you this sword technique right away." Chapter 21. The Golden Legend. The Spirit Stone Vein. The Lingxiao sect was gradually getting on track, and thanks to Yu Jian and a number of disciples' promotions, it finally experienced a small surge in new disciples. Today, Lingxiao sect has become the undisputed foremost sect along the eastern seacoast. Indeed, there is no other sect along the eastern seacoast but Lingxiao sect. Consequently, the number of participants in the Lingxiao sect's entrance trials has been steadily increasing. There are a total of 15 cities along the eastern seacoast. And under the enthusiastic promotion from the public, the area outside Lingxiao sect is now teeming with 100,000 people. In desperation, Chu Xian ordered Qi Yu and the others to craft 500 entrance spinning wheels. As for the disciple recruitment trials outside the sect, the participation of the 3 personally taught disciples was no longer necessary. At this moment, the Inner Gate's senior sister, Xiao Daidai, was entirely different from her previous self. It must be said that Xiao Daidai's talent was indeed remarkable. She sensed the existence of spiritual energy in just 3 days. Subsequently, she condensed to the first level of Qi in 3 days. After 5 days, she reached the second level. Within 10 days, she attained the third level. Currently, she stands as the foremost among those personally taught. With such aptitude, if placed within the imperial family of the Great Xia Empire, she would undoubtedly be groomed as a successor. Yet within the Lingxiao sect, one can only aspire to be an inner disciple, though diminutive in stature. Upon donning the sect's attire, the aura of the little one was instantly elevated significantly. With a tilted head, her dark hair, bound by a crimson ribbon, formed 2 playful horn-like braids. After receiving the cleansing energy of the spirit, her skin appeared almost translucent, accentuating the brilliance of her round, amber eyes. Most captivating were her tiger head shoes, adorned with a red pattern on a black background, a quintessential design for children. Esteemed villagers, please form an orderly queue and remain calm. Zhang San, you are in charge of maintaining order on the east side, while San Peng will oversee the west. Wang Teng, return to the sect and summon additional personnel. The little one issued directives methodically, ensuring that the entrance of the Lingxiao sect remained impeccably organized. Outside the sect, a lively atmosphere prevailed, while atop the main peak, Chu Xian closed his eyes to rejuvenate. After the last incident of providing Lin Xian with a private lesson, it seemed that the young lady had been inspired to abandon her cultivation in favor of swordsmanship. For the time being, Chu Xian found himself at a loss for how to guide Lin Xian, opting to let her adjust on her own. With his eyes shut, he hummed a gentle tune and accessed the lottery interface of the system. Sect Grand Lottery. Lottery attempts. 106. Although the sect's population had nearly reached 200, most were disciples with little to no cultivation, thus limiting Chu Xian's lottery attempts. Some disciples had yet to channel spiritual energy into their bodies even after 10 days. Even those who succeeded did so at a sluggish pace, with breaking through a realm in 10 days being considered swift. Alas, not everyone possesses the prodigious talent of Xin'er, and Lu'er. Let us proceed with the lottery. Upon reaching 100 attempts, a 100 consecutive draws button appeared on the lottery interface. This is splendid. Once the sect's disciples number in the hundreds of thousands, each breakthrough would translate to countless lottery attempts, allowing me to draw in batches without further ado. System. Initiate 100 consecutive draws. Understood. 100 consecutive draws in progress. Drawing in progress. Please wait. As he observed the prize pool flashing before him, Chu Xian finally straightened his posture. Well, Golden Legend. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial grade item. A spirit stone vein has manifested within the sect. Spirit stone vein. Every 10 days, it can yield 1 imperial grade spirit stone, 100 holy grade spirit stones, 10,000 spiritual grade spirit stones, and 1 million mortal grade spirit stones. As the number of disciples in the sect increases, the output of the vein will correspondingly rise. Chu Xian couldn't help but inhale sharply. Good heavens! A spirit stone vein. He recalled the past, when the Yushao sect had sacrificed 8 holy-level powerhouses in the pursuit of a single spirit stone vein in the eastern wilderness. That vein had yielded a mere 500 holy-grade spirit stones, 10,000 spiritual-grade spirit stones, and 200,000 mortal-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones serve as the currency of exchange among cultivators in this realm. Beyond their monetary function, spirit stones also replenish a cultivator's spiritual energy and aid in their training. At that time, the Yushao sect ascended to become the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness, owing to the presence of a spirit stone mine. This is because holy-grade spirit stones can rapidly elevate those in the path of inquiry to formidable holy-tier practitioners. Certain specialized professions, such as array masters, alchemists, and blacksmiths, also utilize spirit stones. At this moment, Chu Xian had lost interest in the other prizes and directly addressed Qiyu. Qiyu, quickly take me to the sect's mine. As Qiyu was privy to all occurrences within the sect, she complied without hesitation. At your command. Her delicate hand linked with Chu Xian's arm, and with a graceful lift of her foot, they appeared at the entrance of the newly manifested spirit stone mine. Enter the mine. Suppressing his fervent excitement, Chu Xian was the first to step into the depths of the mine. What greeted his eyes was a vast expanse of emerald light, a pure green. Countless luminous spirit stones were embedded in the rock walls, casting a dreamlike glow throughout the cavern. Instinctively, Chu Xian glanced upwards. We are at the periphery of the mine, where only mortal-grade spirit stones reside. As they ventured deeper, the rock walls transformed into a profound blue. If mortal-grade spirit stones resembled vibrant blades of grass, then spirit-grade stones were akin to the deep ocean. The radiance of spirit-grade stones was more subdued, yet their spiritual essence was 100 times more potent than that of mortal-grade stones. Further ahead, a violet aura began to dominate the space. Holy-grade spirit stones. As the violet glow emerged, the mine gradually constricted in size. Chu Xian fixed his gaze on the far end of the cavern, where a dazzling golden light was emanating. That was the imperial-grade spirit stone. It is said that within an imperial-grade spirit stone lies the essence of an emperor. Just one such stone could enable a half-emperor to ascend to true imperial status. The imperial-grade spirit stone, which had not been seen in the Xianxiao continent for millennia, had appeared within the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian's breath quickened, for the sight before him was truly astonishing. If this news were to spread, the entire Xianxiao continent would tremble in an instant. Countless peak saints would undoubtedly break free from their slumber. Ha ha ha. You know, if one day in the future I were to organize a grand auction open to the entire Xianxiao continent, Chu Xian mused aloud. At that time, every participant must stand throughout the event. Listening to Chu Xian's soliloquy, Qiyu could no longer contain herself. Sect Master, I have a question. Ask. While organizing such an auction is indeed quite easy, why must everyone stand during the event? Chu Xian's eyes widened. Do not question. The answer is simple. There will be no seats. Chapter 22. The Ultimate Imperial Weapon. The Prince of the Great Xia. Chu Xian returned to the summit from the Spirit Stone Vein, his gaze once again drawn to the system interface. The 100 consecutive draws had concluded, with all acquired prizes now in his system backpack. Observing the items within, a satisfied smile crept upon Chu Xian's lips. System backpack, Extremity Emperor Weapon 2, Great Sage Elder 3, Lesser Sage Elder 6, Harmonized Realm Elder 9. Following these were various levels of techniques, martial skills, spiritual herbs, and other cultivation resources. The Extremity Emperor Weapon. An Imperial-grade weapon. Chu Xian's eyes ignited with fervor. An Imperial-grade weapon, as its name suggests, is forged by an Imperial-tier blacksmith. There exists not a single emperor within the entire Xianxiao continent, let alone an Imperial blacksmith. Take it out. As the words left his lips, a quaint little cauldron appeared in his left hand. The cauldron, supported by 3 legs and adorned with 2 ears, was entirely a deep blue-black. Its body intricately engraved with 9 complex patterns. In his right hand, he held a diminutive tower. The tower, an octagonal 9-story structure, had a translucent orb suspended above its pinnacle. The information panels of the 2 Extremity Emperor weapons materialized before Chu Xian's eyes. Jiuyuan Cauldron, born in the primordial era of the 9 extremes. Forged from the essence of 9 ancient emperors, fused with chaotic mother energy and the essence of the stars. The cauldron bears 9 innate Dao inscriptions, representing the 9 fundamental elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Mixed Yuan Tower, an artifact of the Mixed Yuan Infinite Celestial Sovereign, crafted from chaotic stones of the 33 heavens, fused with shards of the River of Time. Indeed, these are remarkable treasures. Just the descriptions alone were astonishing. Qi Yu and Shang Shang, 2 elder emperors, suddenly appeared atop the summit, clasping their hands and speaking in solemn tones. Sect Master. Chu Xian casually tossed the 2 Extremity Emperor weapons toward them. You each take one. Being at the Imperial realm, it would be unseemly not to possess formidable weapons. Initially intending to decline, the moment the 2 elders grasped the Emperor weapons, they felt something amiss. As Qi Yu took hold of the Jiuyuan cauldron, she trembled violently, nearly dropping it. Sect Master, this cauldron is biting me. The 9 patterns on the cauldron glowed, transforming into 9 miniature dragons that playfully licked and nudged her delicate fingers. Chu Xian exclaimed, "This little cauldron is quite the character." Observing this scene, Shang Shang smiled and remarked, "Elder Qi, is everything all right?" However, before Shang Shang could finish his sentence, the Mixed Yuan Tower emitted a low hum and expanded, enveloping him entirely. Within the tower, a series of dull thuds echoed, mingled with Shang Shang's frantic cries, "Let this emperor out. This wretched tower is broadcasting my childhood mishaps. How can I maintain my dignity after this?" Chu Xian stifled his laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely the bonding process of the 2 emperor weapons. After a considerable struggle, the 2 emperors finally extricated themselves, with Qi Yu sporting a small dragon ornament atop her head, while Shang Shang's hair was transformed into a chaotic explosion by the turbulent flow of time. Akabane's hands trembled as he held the cauldron. "Master, if this thing were to be used to strike someone, it could perhaps frighten even their ancestors back to life, right?" Although both were at the emperor level, they had never encountered a weapon of such caliber before. Common emperor weapons were already exceedingly rare, let alone this supreme emperor weapon before them. Chu Xian took a deep breath, offering no explanation, allowing the 2 to explore on their own. For he, too, was utterly unfamiliar with this supreme emperor weapon. Previously, he had merely reached the harmonious realm, still leagues away from the emperor tier. Alas, it seems I must immerse myself and study more diligently in the future. With a sigh, Chu Xian observed the newly summoned individuals and instructed Akabane to arrange their tasks before heading toward the Hall of 10,000 Scriptures. Within the Hall of 10,000 Scriptures, aside from martial techniques and skills, there existed numerous ancient texts covering a myriad of subjects. Moreover, as Chu Xian did not require cultivation, he regarded this as an opportunity to enrich his experiences. The Lingxiao sect was flourishing, and the changes along the eastern sea coast were quietly unfolding. The chaos caused by sea beasts had dissipated, ushering in a fervor for cultivation along the entire eastern sea coast. Meanwhile, cultivators from other regions of the Great Xia Empire had discovered this bountiful land, resulting in countless practitioners flocking to the eastern seacoast, eager to carve out their own domains. Accompanying these cultivators were members of the Great Xia Empire's royal family. "Your Highness, we have been traveling for 10 days. Please do not overexert yourself." On a large green leaf, an elderly eunuch stooped to support a young prince. Xia Jie, the first prince of the Great Xia Empire, appeared visibly excited, yet a flicker of concern lurked in his eyes. "How could I not be anxious? My royal sister's current state has caused our father to grow increasingly worried. If I cannot alleviate his burdens, how shall I face him again?" It was rumored that the Lingxiao sect housed numerous saints, suggesting it might be a mid-level sacred ground, perhaps possessing a means to heal my fifth sister. Hurry. We must hasten. The soldier named Jisai, who had appeared at the Lingxiao sect's entrance days prior, exerted himself even more fervently, channeling his inner spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to him, his mouth was already filled with blood. The elderly eunuch gazed ahead from the massive leaf and remarked, "Your Highness, we should reach the Lingxiao sect in about half a stick of incense. Shall I inform them to prepare for our arrival?" Xia Jie quickly waved his hand. "How many times must I remind you? The Lingxiao sect is unlike any other. We must not offend them. Furthermore, tidy yourself up. Most sects do not favor individuals of your kind. Do not reveal your identity." Yes. Though the eunuch was reluctant, he complied, and after a simple makeover, he no longer bore the delicate demeanor associated with eunuchs. Internally, he grumbled darkly, "Alas, the prince appears to be bewitched. Could a mid-level sacred land suddenly emerge in the Great Xia Kingdom? If such a mid-level sacred land could indeed appear silently, I would willingly sew my lips shut." At long last, the majestic peak of Lingxiao sect came into the view of the three individuals. "Your Highness, the Lingxiao sect has arrived." At that moment, GC, with heavy eyelids, felt a profound release of will within his heart upon witnessing the Lingxiao sect. In the next instant, GC tumbled off the immense green leaf. Xia Jie cast a calm glance at GC and remarked, "Your mission has been fulfilled. You may now rest." With that, Xia Jie stored the colossal green leaf into his spatial ring and descended from the sky alongside the old eunuch. By now, the entrance of the Lingxiao sect was nearly deserted. Those who were meant to enter had already done so, leaving only a few servant disciples tidying up the mountain gate. "Excuse me, my good brother, could you kindly announce my arrival? Just say that Xia Jie, a prince of the great Xia royal family, has come to pay his respects to your esteemed sect master." Upon hearing these words, the servant disciples, previously engrossed in their sweeping, instantly focused their attention on Xia Jie. Royal family? Am I mistaken? Is he truly of royal descent? Could he be the young Emperor Xia? These servant disciples, having once been residents of the eastern sea coast, were unfamiliar with Xia Jie's name but were well aware of the title of the great Xia Emperor. Hearing their discussions, the old eunuch became enraged. "How dare you speak of the royal family and offend its dignity? Such insolence deserves punishment." Xia Jie quickly interjected, stopping the old eunuch and explaining, "My good brother, I am merely a prince of the great Xia. I kindly ask you to relay my message." The servant disciples exchanged glances with the old eunuch but refrained from further comments. Noticing Xia Jie's composed demeanor, one of the servants handed his broom to a companion and turned back towards the sect. At that moment, Chu Stian was immersed in the ocean of knowledge when a voice suddenly interrupted. Reporting to the sect master, 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to be the great Xiao Prince Xia Jie, requesting an audience with you. Chu Stian, engrossed in the pivotal moments of the ancient war, had just seen the birthplace of the primordial cauldron, the 9 extremes, Xianhuang heaven, reduced to nothingness. He barely listened to the elder's announcement and replied dismissively, "If they wish to enter the sect, this should go through the rotation plate. Why seek my counsel for such trivial matters?" With the addition of several new servant elders, the title of the previous elder had been revoked and replaced with one that, while still a servant elder, was nonetheless a formidable being in the harmonization realm. The servant elder remained silent for a moment and then added, "Sect master, it seems he does not wish to join the sect but rather desires to meet with you." "Meet with me? I am currently reading. I have no time." After a brief pause, he continued, "You may meet him and inquire about his intentions." Originally, Chu Xian intended to dismiss the matter outright, but upon reflection, he realized that the Lingxiao sect was established within the Great Xia and would inevitably need to engage with it. Though he regarded the strength of the Great Xia as insignificant, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were predominantly from the Great Xia. Thus, there remained a semblance of belonging to the Great Xia. Outside the Lingxiao sect, Xia Jie waited with palpable anxiety. At last, he espied a middle-aged man approaching the sect's entrance. "You too may enter," the man beckoned. A wave of joy surged within Xia Jie, prompting him to hasten forward with eager strides. However, the elderly eunuch accompanying him seethed with indignation, his mind racing. How audacious! The Lingxiao sect displays such arrogance. Does the prince's arrival not warrant a proper greeting? Is this how they treat their guests? In my eyes, they are nothing but a horde of ignorant brutes. Yet, due to Xia Jie's prior admonitions, the eunuch restrained his ire, bowing his head and following closely behind. As Xia Jie crossed the threshold, he addressed the middle-aged man with utmost respect. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed leader of the Lingxiao sacred land?" In the next instant, he felt the spiritual energy around them coalesce into a palpable force. Astonishingly, the density of this energy was several times richer than that found within the imperial palace. The subterranean chambers of the Great Xia Palace housed the most extensive spiritual veins of the entire Great Xia Empire, yet when compared to the Lingxiao sect, the disparity was staggering. The elderly eunuch's brow furrowed deeply. Lingxiao sect. How audacious. To hoard such a rich vein of spiritual energy. Upon our return to the palace, I shall certainly report this to His Majesty. I will ensure that not a single soul remains within the Lingxiao sect. In his heart, the eunuch believed that anything within the realm of the Great Xia Empire belonged to the imperial family. Thus, upon sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy within the sect, a surge of fury ignited within him. Observing Xia Jie's respectfulness, the middle-aged man hastily clarified, "Your Highness, there has been a misunderstanding. I am merely a menial elder of the Lingxiao sect. The sect leader is currently occupied with reading and cannot attend to you at this time. So I have been tasked with your reception." Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Jie's eyes, though he refrained from voicing his discontent. The elderly eunuch, unable to contain himself, erupted, "What? You are just a menial elder? It seems the Lingxiao sect seeks its own demise." As he spoke, the eunuch unleashed a formidable aura, revealing his formidable cultivation at the divine sea realm. "Old Hong, stand down," Xia Jie commanded urgently. "If you continue in this manner, I shall have you dealt with immediately." The menial elder, Duan Gong, observed the scene with a slight smirk, finding it amusing. He silently mused, "You, a mere castrated dog, are quite adept at posturing. What are you attempting to prove by dressing up as a man? Keep it up, and I shall send you flying." Old Hong's eyes burned with murderous intent, yet he suppressed his aura under Xia Jie's authority. With a sincere demeanor, Xia Jie clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, saying, "Please do not hold it against the elder. My servant lacks discernment. I shall ensure proper discipline upon my return." Duan Gong waved his hand dismissively, "Your Highness, please follow me into the sect." He then turned and led the way toward the menial peak, moving at a measured pace. "Might I inquire what brings your Highness to our humble Lingxiao sect?" Hastily, Xia Jie retrieved a gilded scroll from his robes, inscribed with several lines of text. The words shimmering with an ethereal energy. "I have heard that the Lingxiao sacred land is a newly established sect, and I believe there are certain matters of which your esteemed sect may be unaware. Within the borders of the Great Xia Empire, a spatial rift known as the Wuxiang Lingshu opens every 50 years. This realm is replete with opportunities, accessible to all. Yet each opening imposes a limit on the number of entrants. As the entrance to the Wuxiang Lingshu lies within the Great Xia Empire, the allocation of these coveted spots has historically been the prerogative of the imperial family. With the establishment of the esteemed sect, it is only natural that they are entitled to a share of these allocations. My visit today is to bestow qualifications for entry into the Wuxiang Lingshu." As he spoke, Xia Jie extended a sheet of gold leaf toward Duan Gong. Upon hearing this news, Duan Gong's eyes lit up. "Your Highness is most considerate. I shall promptly inform the sect master." Lost in the ancient texts, Chu Xian was once more interrupted by Duan Gong's transmission. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, he caught wind of the name Wuxiang Lingshu. Wuxiang Lingshu. What a remarkable place. The very name resonates with promise. Given that Jianer, Xiner, and Luer have all slowed in their progression, it is indeed time for them to undergo trials. The Wuxiang Lingshu arrives at an opportune moment. Of course, the inner and outer sect members cannot remain sheltered indefinitely. A flurry of thoughts raced through Chu Xian's mind before he closed the ancient tome. Rising to declare, Duan Gong, escort the two of them to the main peak. "At your command." At the foot of the miscellaneous elder peak, Duan Gong smiled at Xia Jie, saying, "Your Highness, the sect master has concluded his tasks. Allow me to guide you both." With that, Duan Gong released a surge of spiritual energy, enveloping Xia Jie and the elder Hong. Suddenly, they felt their feet lighten, and they soared into the air. This spectacle left them wide-eyed in astonishment. "Wait a moment. You, a mere miscellaneous elder, can fly? Only holy-tier experts possess such abilities. How is it that you, a miscellaneous elder, can do so? Is this right?" The seemingly amiable miscellaneous elder turned out to be a genuine holy-tier powerhouse. "Is this true?" As for the elder Hong behind Xia Jie, he was drenched in cold sweat. "What have I just witnessed? What have I done? Did I really think I could challenge a holy-tier expert? I am truly foolish." Chapter 24. The Awakening Method of the Ancient Huangquan Sacred Body. On the peak of Lingxiao sect, Duan Gong gently lowered the still-dazed Xia Jie and his companion to the ground. Sect Master, the individuals have been brought. Chu Xian waved his hand at Duan Gong, who then turned to depart. You both have traveled far and must be weary. Please, take a seat. Xia Jie, being a prince of the empire, quickly suppressed his astonishment and approached Chu Xian with haste. I am Xia Jie, paying my respects to the Holy Master. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, his thoughts momentarily stilled. Holy Master. It had been a long time since he had heard those words. Our Lingxiao sect is not a holy place. There is no need for you to address me as Holy Master. Xia Jie hastily shook his head. Holy Master, esteemed predecessor. The Lingxiao Holy Land is filled with remarkable sages. How could it not be considered a holy place? Chu Xian chuckled. How do you know that the saints of my Lingxiao sect are as numerous as clouds? Xia Jie replied. Even the elders in charge of menial tasks are formidable saints. It is difficult for a junior like me not to think that your sect is replete with saints. Inwardly, Chu Xian thought, this lad is no simpleton. Not lingering on this topic, Chu Xian glanced at the old man Hong, who was still standing there, and curiously inquired, Is your companion's leg injured? Why does he not come over? Xia Jie turned around, and his cheeks flushed. Reporting to the Holy Master, he indeed has a leg injury. Old Hong, why are you not hastening to greet the Holy Master? Only then did old Hong react, hurriedly bending down and jogging to Chu Xian's side, bowing deeply. I am but a servant, Hong Si. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. Xia Jie exclaimed, What is this, Hong Gong Gong? Wasn't it you who displayed such vigor outside the sect? Have you cowered upon seeing the menial elder? Chu Xian was equally perplexed. He looked at Xia Jie with even more confusion. Did you not say he had trouble with his legs? Yet he runs quite well. Moreover, what sort of habit is this? Bowing to everyone he meets? Is this how those in the cultivation world behave? Xia Jie hastily cleared his throat and explained. Do not take offense, Holy Master. This is a eunuch by my father's side, lacking in experience. He accompanies me outside the palace solely for my protection. Oh, Chu Xian immediately understood. No wonder you said his leg was injured. It turns out it was his third leg. Do not stand on ceremony, please sit. Chu Xian gestured for the two to take their seats and instructed Chi Yu to brew a pot of tea. Raising his cup, Chu Xian took a delicate sip and remarked, Has the palace come to my Lingxiao sect solely to deliver a quota? Gifts without seeking favors? I fear this matter is not as simple as it seems. Chu Xian could not believe that such good fortune would easily fall upon Lingxiao sect. Xia Jie gently rotated his tea cup, nodding earnestly. Indeed, senior, I have come expressly to deliver the quota on behalf of the sacred land. Originally, my father intended to come personally, but my fifth sister has suddenly fallen ill, and he must remain in the palace to prolong her life. Reluctantly, he had to send me, this junior, in his stead. I hope senior does not hold this against me. In that moment, Chu Xian's perception of Xia Jie shifted anew. Look at this. This is the demeanor of royalty. Observe how impeccable his speech is. He mentioned that it was his father who was supposed to come. But due to unforeseen circumstances, he had no choice but to send this younger generation in his place. Although it appears he is flattering Chu Xian, there is one crucial point embedded in his words. Xia Jie's fifth sister is in grave danger. They have come to honor you highly in bearing gifts for Lingxiao sect, yet you do not inquire about the condition of his sister? That would be utterly heartless. Feigning curiosity, Chu Xian asked, Oh, your sister has fallen ill? What sort of affliction does she suffer from? Xia Jie's expression suddenly turned profoundly sorrowful. Alas, my fifth sister's affliction. It would be unwise to trouble the esteemed Saint Lord with such concerns. Chu Xian found amusement in this. This lad truly possesses a remarkable talent for pretense. Considering the favor he bestowed upon me by granting entry into the Lingxiao sect's coveted position, I might extend my assistance this once. Pray tell. Perhaps my Lingxiao sect possesses a remedy for your sister's plight. Chu Xian mused inwardly. Young man, this is your final opportunity. Should you remain silent, you will have squandered it. Indeed, upon hearing Chu Xian's inquiry, Xia Jie began to recount. 20 days prior, my fifth sister was frolicking with the palace maids when she suddenly collapsed, and she has yet to awaken since. Moreover, her entire skeletal structure periodically crystallizes in a frost-like manner, and during these episodes, she writhes in agony as though 1,000 ants are gnawing at her marrow. My father and I could only watch helplessly. Chu Xian lowered his head in contemplation. Are there any other symptoms? Indeed, each day at noon, when the yang energy is at its zenith, my sister's body inexplicably begins to freeze. Yet, come midnight, when the yin energy is strongest, she feels as though she is engulfed in raging flames, to the extent that her garments ignite. Chu Xian nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, Have you observed the color of her pupils? Yes, they have ceased to be the usual black. They have entirely transformed into a grayish-white. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian swiftly began to peruse the ancient tomes before him. Meanwhile, Xia Jie's heart raced with anticipation. It appeared that this venerable Saint Lord might indeed possess knowledge of the matter. My sister, you may yet be saved. At that moment, Hongxi wished fervently to vanish into the earth. The Lingxiao sect was not only a mid-tier sacred land, but also had a substantial probability of curing the fifth princess. What a calamity I have wrought! After a swift search, Chu Xian indeed found the information he sought. Your sister is not ill. Xia Jie felt incredulous. Chu Xian closed the tome and explained, your sister is not afflicted by disease. Rather, she is experiencing a physical awakening. Have you ever heard of the ancient Huangquan sacred body? Xia Jie abruptly stood, his teacup spilling unnoticed. The ancient Huangquan sacred body. Yes, this physique is exceedingly rare. And during its awakening, one undergoes the harrowing trials of bone-chilling agony and chaotic yin-yang. Chu Xian tapped his fingers lightly on the table and continued. The grayish-white pupils signify the deathly aspect of Huangquan. Should this phenomenon be allowed to progress unchecked, your sister will face a certain demise. Hearing this, Hongxi suddenly fell to his knees with a sharp cry. I implore the Saint Lord to save the princess. I am willing to serve as a humble beast of burden. Xia Jie's heart was equally heavy, since the elder has identified this as a physical awakening. There must be a method to resolve it. Chu Xian nodded, then shook his head. A method does indeed exist, but it may not be suitable for your royal family. Upon hearing that a solution was available, Xia Jie's face brightened, and he hastily knelt, beseeching, I implore the elder to enlighten me. Chu Xian opened his mouth, hesitated, then said, if you wish to know, I shall divulge it to you. This method requires the simultaneous fulfillment of 3 conditions. Firstly, 9 petals of the ghost flower are required. Secondly, it is essential to cultivate the 9 transformations of the yellow spring technique. The third point, however, is something your royal family can hardly accept. It necessitates that your sister must engage in union with a person of the Yang constitution during noon, or with one of the Yin constitution at midnight. Simultaneously, the petals of the ghost flower must be refined into her body. Chapter 25. Has Lin Xian's relative arrived? Drink more warm water. What? Must one engage in union? Xia Jie felt his mind erupt in chaos, his previously kneeling posture collapsing to the ground. Senior, are you jesting with your junior? Xia Jie furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Chu Xian growing increasingly frosty. Chu Xian shot Xia Jie an irritated glance, saying, you see, I initially refrained from mentioning this, fearing you wouldn't believe me. Now that I have spoken, you present this demeanor, even without this final condition. Regarding the 9 transformations of the yellow spring technique, does your great Xia royal family possess it? Even if your sister awakens the ancient yellow spring holy body, without the assistance of the 9 transformations of the yellow spring technique, it would be a dead end. The ancient yellow spring holy body requires the absorption of yellow spring energy for cultivation. Without the corresponding technique, the yellow spring energy cannot be refined, and survival would be a miracle. There was one more thing Chu Xian did not say. Your great Xia empire lacks the 9 transformations of the yellow spring technique, but my Lingxiao sect possesses it. The countless techniques in the vast scripture pavilion are far beyond what your great Xia empire is worthy of possessing. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Xia Jie felt his entire body grow limp, as if his soul had departed, murmuring, is my 5th sister truly beyond salvation? Observing Xia Jie's profound sorrow, Chu Xian slowly approached him. Young man, return and inquire with your father, if you wish for your sister to awaken. This is the only method. In my Lingxiao sect, there exists a primordial tower which can protect your sister from the yellow spring energy once she awakens. Without the corresponding technique, even under the protection of this primordial tower, she will age and pass away like an ordinary mortal. The quota you grant me for entering the Wuxiang spiritual ruins shall be considered as my Lingxiao sect's return to your great Xia royal family. Xia Jie could not recall how he left the Lingxiao sect. When he regained his senses, Hongxi was already propelling the enormous green leaf swiftly towards the great Xia imperial city. Honggongong, do you truly believe that method will work? Hongxi trembled, replying, the old servant is unsure. It is best left to his majesty to decide. After Xia Jie departed, Chu Xian busied himself. He first perused the content on the gilded leaf. The gist informed the Lingxiao sect of the location of the Wuxiang spiritual ruins, the time of its opening, and the number of participants allowed from the Lingxiao sect. There were still 10 days until the opening, ample time for preparation. The allotted spots were somewhat limited, allowing only 10 participants. In truth, the quota allocated to the Lingxiao sect by Xia Jie was not insignificant. Each time the Wuxiang spiritual ruins opened, there was a limit on the number of participants. Only 100 could enter at once, and thus, Lingxiao sect received 1/10 of the total allocation. In terms of numbers, Lingxiao sect has now reached parity with the royal family of Daxia. Qiyu summoned 3 of his direct disciples, 3 inner disciples, and the 4 outer disciples with the highest cultivation levels. Soon enough, the 10 of them gathered at the summit. After Chu Xian announced the matter regarding the Wuxiang spiritual abyss to the group, their expressions varied. Yu Jian was the first to clasp his fists. I shall not disappoint my master's earnest efforts. The others echoed his sentiments, their spirits aflame with determination. Having previously been ordinary mortals, they were gradually awakening to the realm of cultivation. Upon hearing of the emergence of a secret realm, excitement coursed through them, some even trembling with anticipation. Yet Lin Xian felt a reluctance within. This emperor merely needed to follow the established path to regain the semi-emperor realm. Why would he need to participate in the Wuxiang spiritual abyss? It would merely be a waste of time. Once the others departed, Lin Xian approached Chu Xian and asked, Master, may I abstain from participation? Chu Xian shot him a glare, exclaiming, No, you must take part. This girl, her talent is already inferior to Yu Jian and Tang Lu, and yet she fails to seize such an opportunity? To his surprise, Lin Xian stood firm. Master, I have not been feeling well lately and prefer to stay in. With that, he left, giving a kick to the large yellow dog basking in the sun, eliciting a yelp from it. Chu Xian was left bewildered. Did Xian'er take the wrong medicine today? Then he recalled that Xian'er had not practiced swordplay in the past few days and returned to his room to cultivate. Could it be that the special days of the month had arrived? But wait, do women, especially those who cultivate, even have such days in this world? As Chu Xian pondered, the large yellow dog, now weeping beneath the table, whimpered, Woof woof, who have I offended to deserve such a kick? After some contemplation, Chu Xian rose once more and headed towards the Wanjing pavilion. After a thorough search, he finally obtained the results he sought. Aha! Indeed, there is. He read aloud. Cold bloom tears, specifically for dispelling cold and blood stagnation. 9 turns phoenix cry vine, which, in ancient times, a female sword immortal used to alleviate her menstrual pain, was rescued by a phoenix that held this vine. With all the materials prepared, Chu Xian called out, Qiyu, lend me the primordial cauldron. Then, Chu Xian poured the spiritual spring water he had collected from the back mountain into the primordial cauldron, tossing in numerous precious herbs. Qiyu, use the endless true flame to brew it. Qiyu's eyes turned red. Master, is this appropriate? After all, I am also a great emperor. And you want me to brew soup for your disciple? Moreover, the primordial cauldron is an imperial weapon of the utmost path. Do you treat it as a mere cooking pot? Sigh, my disciple is unwell. As her master, I must take care of her. The concoction simmered for half a day. Chu Xian eventually carried a small bowl of the medicinal liquid to Lin Xian's dwelling. Xian'er, Lin Xian, who was deep in his cultivation, was abruptly interrupted. Feeling a surge of irritation, with a cold expression, he opened the door. Master, what is it? Chu Xian held a bowl of medicinal liquid and said, Xian'er, I have prepared a bowl of medicine for you. You must drink it quickly. Lin Xian's irritation surged. Why should I take medicine when I am perfectly fine? He retorted. Master, I assure you, I am in excellent health. As he spoke, Lin Xian attempted to shut the door. Seeing this, Chu Xian's conviction only solidified. Xian'er, you must listen. This medicinal concoction will aid your cultivation and is beneficial for your body. Lin Xian glanced at the smiling Chu Xian, his brow furrowed. Realizing that Chu Xian had no intention of leaving, he reluctantly accepted the small bowl and gulped down the medicine. The taste is rather pleasant. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian felt a warm sensation flooding into his abdomen, causing a delightful tingling in his dantian. Hey, this medicine from Master seems to have some genuine effect. Thank you, Master. Upon observing Lin Xian's complexion becoming slightly more vibrant after drinking the medicine, Chu Xian was finally satisfied and took back the empty bowl. Xian'er, be sure to rest well. You must perform admirably in the Wuxiang spirit ruins in a few days. I shall return tomorrow with more medicine. Just as he took a few steps away, Chu Xian seemed to recall something. He turned back to Lin Xian, who was about to close the door, and called out, Disciple, remember to drink more hot water. Lin Xian muttered, What does drinking hot water even mean? Chapter 26, Arrival at the Entrance. An auction? As the opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins approached, the disciples of Lingxiao sect intensified their training. The selected few were making their final preparations. After several days of receiving medicinal liquid from Chu Xian, Lin Xian, overwhelmed by Chu Xian's persistence, finally agreed to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Upon learning this, Chu Xian discreetly noted beneath the stone table at the main peak, "Xianer, expect your monthly cycle on the 13th. Remember to brew medicine." This action left Qi Yu feeling a pang of envy. Only 3 days remained until the Wuxiang spirit ruins opened. On that morning, 10 disciples of Lingxiao sect stood in neat formation atop the main peak. Chu Xian had completed the pre-battle mobilization, and Long Outyin stepped forward. "Children, relax your bodies. There is no need for tension." With a swift motion of his hand, Long Outyin lifted the 10 disciples into the air. "Sect Master, we are ready to depart." Chu Xian waved his hand, and Long Outyin immediately understood. Suddenly, Long Outyin's form expanded dramatically, his garments tearing apart, muscles rippling, and golden light emanating from beneath his skin. With a resounding dragon's roar, a pair of enormous dragon wings sprouted from his back, their span blocking out the sun, with scales shimmering brilliantly in the light. His limbs elongated, and sharp dragon claws glimmered with a chilling radiance. In an instant, Long Outyin had transformed into a majestic golden dragon, soaring above the main peak. He exuded an awe-inspiring presence that commanded respect. The 10 disciples stood firmly upon his back, and then a gentle force lifted Chu Xian, placing him atop the dragon's head. "Let us embark." A fierce roar erupted from Long Outyin, a colossal figure transforming into a brilliant beam of golden light that surged through the clouds, racing towards the horizon. In the Daxia Empire, there lies the Wuxiang County. It is said that Wuxiang County ranks second in military prowess within the Daxia territory. The sects and families within the county, as well as the independent cultivators, are astonishingly formidable. Brothers, we must conduct ourselves with utmost discretion during our visit to Wuxiang County. We must not bring trouble upon our Lingxiao sect. The inhabitants there are not to be trifled with. For outer disciples engaged in animated discussions, evidently having done their homework and acquired a basic understanding of the Wuxiang County situation. Chu Xian sat atop Long Outyin's head, disregarding their chatter, simply smiling and shaking his head. Tang Lu, with a stern expression, approached the group, enveloping them in an aura of chill. "Is there something on your mind, Senior Brother Tang?" they inquired. Tang Lu cast a cold glance at them and replied, "Do not tarnish the reputation of our sect." After uttering these words, he slowly departed, clutching his 3-pronged harpoon. The group was left bewildered, pondering what they had done to incur such a reprimand. What does Senior Brother mean? When have we embarrassed the sect? Senior Brother implies that you should not be timid out of fear of causing trouble for the sect, as that would only bring shame upon it, explained Xiao Daidai, who approached them with her twin braids. Upon realizing this, the group quickly assured her, "He. Senior Brother and Sister, rest assured, we will never disgrace the sect. Indeed, we shall defend the sect's honor to our last breath." Chu Xian waved at Tang Lu, beckoning him closer. "Lua, bestow upon your master a smile." Chu Xian was acutely aware that since the death of Tang Qishan, Tang Lu's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, as if he were an entirely different person. He rarely spoke, immersing himself in cultivation. It was uncertain whether this was due to his bloodline awakening or the impact of Tang Qingshan's demise. With a blank expression, Tang Lu approached Chu Xian. "Master, I cannot." "Then how about shedding a tear?" Chu Xian jested. Tang Lu, cradling his harpoon, turned and walked away. "Hey, you rascal. Why the perpetual frown? Do I owe you something?" The only response was the silhouette of Tang Lu as he departed. Chu Xian sighed inwardly, reflecting, alas, 3 direct disciples, 2 of whom are problematic. At least Yu Jian remained somewhat normal. Just then, he heard Xiao Daidai exclaim, "Master, this is not good. Senior Brother Yu Jian has fallen." Chu Xian countered, "No, it is 3 problematic disciples." Thus, the members of the Lingxiao sect arrived at the entrance of the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Having endured a journey filled with both apprehension and fortune, this place was a desolate expanse, where a white vortex the size of a water vat spun slowly within the barren landscape. "It seems we have arrived too early. The Wuxiang spirit ruins will not open for another 2 days, Chu Xian noted, as they had only just completed a 3-day flight. As soon as they landed, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the surroundings. "My heavens, what is happening with this group? Have they descended from the sky? Did you not see clearly? They arrived riding spirit beasts. The one in the yellow attire, he is a spirit beast transformed into a human." "A spirit beast transformed into a human? Is that not the spirit beast of the Divine Sea Realm? What do you think? Only by cultivating to the Divine Sea Realm can a spirit beast fully transform its form into that of a human." The crowd had not considered Long Outyin to be of the holy grade, In their minds, the Holy Grade only existed within the royal family of the Great Xia. Thus, Chu Xian and others were automatically categorized as members of a reasonably powerful sect. Long Outyin cast a displeased glance at the group, exclaiming, "Divine Sea Realm? Your entire family belongs to the Divine Sea Realm." The crowd responded, "Huh? My entire family belongs to the Divine Sea Realm? That's splendid. Thank you." At that moment, a figure descended from the sky on a flying sword, proclaiming loudly, "Everyone, my Piaomiao sect has set up the auction venue in Piaomiao City and will hold an auction tonight, featuring a high-grade spiritual weapon as the centerpiece. Whoever obtains this spiritual weapon will surely shine brightly in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." After delivering the announcement, the person departed on their sword. The crowd began to chatter once more. The Piaomiao sect, the second most powerful force in the Great Xia. Truly audacious. They're actually auctioning off a high-grade spiritual weapon. The Piaomiao sect, to be frank, is merely relying on the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. Piaomiao City lies just 100 miles west. Each time the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins opens, they host an auction. A high-grade spiritual weapon. This young master will surely claim it. Let's go to Piaomiao City. Amidst the discussions, many individuals began making their way toward Piaomiao City. Although only 100 people can enter the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins each time, entry is restricted. Only those of the mortal grade can enter, regardless of who it is. Even a holy grade expert would find their cultivation instantly suppressed to the peak of the spiritual spring realm upon entry. Thus, those who typically enter are mostly the younger generation from various families and sections. In order to protect this younger generation, the families and sects invest heavily. Besides the accompanying guards, they also bring a substantial number of spirit stones, all to participate in the auction hosted by the Piaomiao sect. "Children, are you interested in attending the auction?" Long Outyin crossed his arms. Chu Xian's mind stirred. Having come this far, it would be worthwhile to take a look and broaden everyone's horizons. The disciples immediately brightened with joy. Yu Jian exclaimed, "Hooray!" Lin Xian remarked, "Boring." Tang Lu added. Chapter 27. The Old Man at the Auction. In Piaomiao City, at the auction venue, Chu Xian and his companions gazed at the long line at the entrance, unable to suppress their surprise. With only 100 individuals allowed into the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, why were there so many people at Piaomiao City? You wouldn't understand. This group lacks the qualifications to enter the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, but qualifies to seize opportunities. Each time the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins closes, chaos ensues in the desert. Listening to the conversations around them, Yu Jian and the other disciples felt a surge of tension. Noticing their expressions, Chu Xian reassured them, "Do not panic. My Lingxiao sect is not a soft target. Let us proceed. I will guide you through the shortcut." The crowd paused in astonishment. Could it be that the sect master had traversed this path before? How else would he know of such a route? Even Long Outyin was left in a state of confusion. Chu Xian led the group to the entrance of the auction venue and discreetly approached a staff member, whispering, "Young man, could you kindly inform your superior that I possess a sacred herb for auction?" Upon hearing the word sacred herb, the staff member's breath hitched in surprise. "Please wait a moment. I shall report this immediately." He then hastily dashed into the auction house. Before long, a slightly rotund middle-aged man appeared before Chu Xian. "You wish to auction a sacred herb?" Chu Xian nodded with a smile. "Please follow me." The middle-aged man promptly escorted Chu Xian and his companions into the auction house, ascending directly to the 5th floor. After ensuring that the members of Lingxiao sect were comfortably settled, he led Chu Xian into a room. Inside sat an elderly man with a full head of white hair, engrossed in an ancient tome. "Master Sai, this individual claims to possess a sacred herb. The sect master instructed me to bring him to you for evaluation, to facilitate the arrangement of the auction order," the middle-aged man explained before slowly exiting the room. The old man, still focused on his book, inquired, "Where is the sacred herb? Let me see it." Chu Xian chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "What sacred herb do I possess?" The old man's head remained bowed, but he glanced up at Chu Xian with a flicker of curiosity. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Xian retrieved a vibrant crimson flower from his system space and tossed it onto the old man's desk. "I may not have a sacred herb, but this should be of greater value." The old man furrowed his brow, his gaze immediately drawn to the red flower. "Why does this flower seem so familiar?" he muttered, perplexed. "Strange. I feel as though I know this flower well, yet I cannot recall its name. How peculiar." However, the item presented was indeed intriguing. "The finale of the auction can be substituted." Chu Xian sighed, his lips curling in resignation. "Old man, could you please focus on the book in your hands?" The old man blinked in surprise. "Book? What? This is..." Suddenly, he realized, his eyes darting between the red flower and the tome. This is the divine phoenix mountain dan, a legendary existence. Although it is merely a spirit-grade herb, its unique effects and unparalleled rarity render it more precious than even holy-grade herbs. How did you come by this? The old man, filled with excitement, leapt from his chair, crossing the table in a single stride to confront Chu Xian face to face, gripping his shoulders tightly. This herb grows within my sect. Is it truly that extraordinary? Chu Xian regarded the old man with caution, fearing that his fervor might provoke a heart attack. Your sect? Which sect? Lingxiao sect? Yinxiao sect? The foremost sect of the eastern wilderness? Chu Xian placed a hand to his forehead, exclaiming, Old man, it is Lingxiao sect. Uncertain if the old man had overheard, he meticulously examined the Shenhui mountain dan while asserting, Youngster, I suggest you sell this herb directly to me. Why bother with the auction process? No. This Shenhui mountain dan will only be auctioned, replied the young man. Old man, make haste to arrange the auction. Also, ensure I have a top-tier luxury private box. The old man retorted, if you sell it to me, consider it a favor owed to you. A favor? In this day and age, how much is a favor worth? Enough with the chatter, get it arranged. The old man gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Do you know who I am? Chu Xian seized the Shenhui mountain dan fiercely, responding, I care not who you are. Will you arrange it or not? The old man, visibly agitated, huffed in frustration. Just wait, young man. He stomped his foot in anger. Yet upon seeing the Shenhui mountain dan in Chu Xian's grasp, he ultimately acquiesced. Fine, I will arrange the auction for you and provide you with the finest Tian-level box. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, tossing the Shenhui mountain dan to the old man. If only you had been this agreeable sooner. Before long, the members of Lingxiao sect were ushered into the most opulent Tian-level private box on the 5th floor. The box was adorned with carpets made from the pelts of spiritual beasts, and the walls were embedded with moonstone that could automatically adjust the lighting. The table overflowed with spiritual fruits and celestial brews, leaving Yu Jian and the others in awe. Long Outjian murmured, Indeed, with so many saint-level powerhouses joining the sect, they now have access to a Tian-level room. The connections of our sect leader are truly formidable. However, before they could settle in, the white-haired old man squeezed in and plopped down beside Chu Xian. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? The old man, unabashed, declared. You are not members of the auction house. Naturally, I must supervise you throughout. Despite his flimsy excuse, the old man's intent was clear as his gaze kept darting towards Chu Xian's sleeve, evidently plotting something else. Though Chu Xian found the old man's excuse unconvincing, he chose not to dwell on it. This occasion was primarily for the disciples to broaden their horizons, and as long as the old man did not interfere, he would allow it. With the ringing of a crisp bell, the auction commenced. An elegantly dressed woman ascended the stage and proclaimed, Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Pyamyo City auction. Today's offerings are all rare treasures. I hope you seize this opportunity. As her words echoed, several maidens presented the first item on a jade platter. The old man's eyes sparkled as he stroked his beard, exclaiming, This item is known as Xianbing Yusue, sourced from the extreme northern abyss. It takes a millennium to condense a single drop and can aid ice element cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. It is invaluable. The disciples of Lingxiao sect listened intently, and Chu Xian smiled subtly, allowing the old man to flaunt his knowledge. The second item presented was a long sword, entirely crimson, with faint dragon patterns swirling along its blade. The old man immediately declared, This sword is named Qishao, forged from the essence of earth core fire. Upon its completion, it summoned heavenly thunder for tempering, wielding astonishing power. Regrettably, the blacksmith himself is rather inept, transforming such exquisite materials into mere ordinary items. He cast a glance at Chu Xian, shaking his head and muttering, Prodigal. His implication was clear. Rather than allowing the divine Phoenix Mountain elixir to fall into the hands of the unappreciative, it would be far better to sell it directly to him. Yu Jian could not contain his curiosity and inquired, Senior, have you ever encountered a high-level blacksmith? The old man smiled with pride, ready to respond, but Chu Xian interjected, Yu Jian, do not pay heed to his boastful words. High-level alchemists and blacksmiths are not easily encountered. Just him? Far from it. The old man, with a twitch of his beard, retorted defiantly, What do you know, lad? I have encountered more alchemists and blacksmiths than you have had meals. To speak plainly, even the esteemed alchemist Zhang Qing of the Yunxiao sect, the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness, must behave with decorum in my presence. Chapter 28. The old man's blood pressure rises. At this proclamation, Yu Jian chuckled. I might believe you on other matters, but to say that the alchemist Zhang Qing of the Yushao sect must show you respect, that is laughable. Who exactly is Master Zhang? He is the premier alchemist in the eastern wilderness. You claim he would be courteous in front of you? My master is right. One should not listen to your exaggerations. However, Yu Jian refrained from exposing the old man's bluster and continued to watch him flaunt. The auction proceeded, showcasing a myriad of rare treasures, with the old man recounting the origins and remarkable uses of each item as if they were family heirlooms. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect listened with rapt attention, their horizons broadened. Chu Xian made no effort to stop the old man's display, after all. He had brought the disciples to enhance their knowledge. Finally, it was time for the last two Paisida assistants to be unveiled. The female host, with a sweet smile, introduced a high-grade spiritual weapon, the giant K. Instantly, the audience's gaze was captivated by the imposing sword, entirely black with a broad blade. Resting quietly on a jade platter, its edge sheathed yet emanating a weighty aura akin to a mountain. Observing this, the old man stroked his beard and remarked, "The giant K, a high-grade spiritual weapon, weighs as much as 1,000 pounds yet retains its sharpness, ideal for sword cultivators who favor a forceful approach." He cast a sideways glance at a wide-eyed outer disciple standing beside Xiao Dai, adding, "However, this sword is not for everyone. It requires a certain affinity." The outer disciple clenched his fists, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. Noticing his disciple's yearning, Chu Xian smiled gently, patting his shoulder. "Do you like it?" The outer disciple, slightly embarrassed, nodded. "Sect master, this sword is very suitable for my cultivation method." With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xian declared, "Very well, let us secure it." Although the Lingxiao sect possessed many weapons, who could deny the desires of its disciples? The bidding commenced with an opening price of 500,000 ordinary spiritual stones. Soon, the price surged to 800,000. Chu Xian lazily pressed the button on the table, announcing 1 million. A hush fell over the crowd, many turning to glance at the number 1 VIP box. The old man paused for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is there anyone who dares to set such a price?" Chu Xian shrugged. "What? Is it unacceptable?" At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the opposite box, 1,100,000. Without even glancing, Chu Xian immediately raised the bid, 1,500,000. A brief silence fell over the other side, before a gritted response came, 1,600,000. Just as Chu Xian was about to press the button again, the old man, quick-witted, hurriedly restrained him. "Young man, I advise you to reconsider. You may not be able to afford the opponent." Chu Xian yawned and pressed the button decisively. 2 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd. This price had already far exceeded the actual value of the giant K sword. Truly, the VIP box number 1 was capable of casually tossing out 2 million spirit stones. Humph. Spending 2 million spirit stones on a spirit-level weapon is sheer folly. What do you know? That is a priceless item, desired by many. The host excitedly struck the wooden hammer. Congratulations to the esteemed guests of box number 1 for successfully acquiring the giant K sword. The outer sect disciple, flushed with excitement, immediately knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, sect master." Chu Xian waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trifling matter. Since it suits you, use it well." The old man, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Humph, a display of nouveau riche." Chu Xian smiled brightly at him. "Old man, why not make a bid yourself?" Infuriated, the old man turned away and ignored him. Soon, the final highlight auction item, the Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill, made its entrance. The starting price was 1 million mortal-level spirit stones. However, none were familiar with this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill. Curiosity spread among the crowd. What on earth is this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill? How can it start at 1 million? Yes, please enlighten us. The female host could only smile wryly. "I apologize, everyone, but this item has no description beyond its name. However, you can rest assured. It has been personally appraised by Master Sai." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? Even Master Sai can be so unreliable? Perhaps Master Sai has become forgetful, neglecting to provide an item description. Well, whatever this is, I shall take my leave. In the box, Chu Xian observed the departing individuals with a furrowed brow. "Old man, was this your intention?" The old man squinted slightly, confidently stroking his beard. "Youngster, what do you mean?" "You intentionally withheld an explanation to make everyone abandon the bidding." The old man leaned slightly forward, grinning. "I have no idea what this Divine Phoenix Mountain Pill does either." As he spoke, the old man's hand discreetly pressed the button on the table. The number 1 VIP box made another bid. 1,100,000 spirit stones. The female host's eyes instantly sparkled. Not only were those outside the box bewildered, but so was Chu Xian. "Old man, what are you doing pressing my button?" The old man replied, "Youngster, I am merely borrowing it. I assure you, the spirit stones will be returned in full." "How dare you?" The old man, the appraiser of the divine Phoenix Mountain Dan, had yet to provide a description of the item. If he were to brazenly participate in the auction, what would others think? Thus, the old man had already devised a plan to use Chu Xian's identity for the bidding. Just as Chu Xian and the old man were embroiled in an argument, the female host on stage exclaimed once more, "Wow! VIP number 96 has bid 2 million spirit stones, an increase of 90,000. Will VIP number 1 continue?" "Huh." Upon hearing the host's voice, the old man abruptly glanced outward. "Damn, young man, how unprincipled. That number 96 clearly came with you." In the venue, Long Outyin had mysteriously departed from the VIP number 1 suite and was now grinning foolishly while holding the number 96 card. Chu Xian shrugged and said, "Old man, you were the one who resorted to trickery first, so don't blame me." The old man pressed on, 3 million. Long Outyin retaliated without hesitation, 5 million. The old man's eyes turned red. He sprang to his feet, shouting, 8 million spirit stones. Instantly, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The host excitedly struck the gavel. "Sold. The divine Phoenix Mountain Dan belongs to VIP number 1. The old man let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, clearly having invested heavily. Seeing this, Chu Xian patted his shoulder and lamented, "Old man, had I known you would be so diligent in introducing the auction items, I would have simply sold you the divine Phoenix Mountain Dan directly." The old man was taken aback. "What do you mean?" With a smile, Chu Xian pulled another divine Phoenix Mountain Dan from his sleeve and waved it in front of him. "As it happens, I have another one. Would you like it? I'll sell it to you for 1 million. You." The old man widened his eyes, nearly gasping in disbelief. One hand clutching his chest while the other pointed at Chu Xian, trembling, "You little rascal, you did this on purpose." Chu Xian feigned innocence. "How could that be? I merely wanted to show you my sincerity." The disciples suppressed their laughter, all astonished to discover that the sect leader possessed a mischievous side. Even Lin Xian and Tang Lu, too, uncharacteristically smiled. Chapter 29. Is the old man the strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland? As everyone basked in the joy of the moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Xian's mind. Detected emotional value generated between the host and the strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland. Congratulations, host, on triggering a hidden mission. Hidden mission. Recruit the strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland into the sect. Hidden mission reward. 100 acres of celestial farmland for the sect. Grade 1 medicinal herb cultivation. Chu Xian's pupils widened at the sudden appearance of the system interface. The strongest alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland? Who could that be? This old man before him. It couldn't be. Wasn't Zhang Qing the most powerful alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland? Before Chu Xian could ponder further, the old man tidied his attire and slowly rose. "Young man, here are 8 million spirit stones." Saying this, he tossed a ring to Chu Xian and turned to leave. Chu Xian took the ring, his eyes glinting as he chuckled. "Old man, I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. I happen to have a few other herbs. Would you care to take a look? If you find something you fancy, I can sell it to you directly." The old man, evidently irritated by Chu Xian, twirled his mustache and waved his hand dismissively without turning around. "Humph. Don't try to pull that on me again. I want to be fooled a second time." Seeing this, Chu Xian quickly rose to block his path. "Old man, don't rush off just yet. I was abrupt earlier. In fact, we have a medicinal field behind the Lingxiao sect, filled with a plethora of peculiar herbs, many of which I cannot even identify." The old man abruptly paused, his ears twitching slightly, yet he feigned calmness. "Huh? What good herbs could these small sects of the eastern wilderness possibly have? What about this?" With a flick of his wrist, Chu Xian revealed a small, translucent blue grass, shimmering with star-like glimmers on its leaves. "Starshine grass." The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he seized Chu Xian's wrist. "How is this possible? Such ancient spirit herbs have long been extinct." Chu Xian smiled mysteriously. "What do you think? Would you like to take a stroll around our Lingxiao sect? We have plenty more herbs like this in the back mountains." And he lowered his voice. "I am currently seeking someone knowledgeable to help manage the medicinal field." The old man's breathing quickened noticeably. Yet he continued to put on a brave face. "Humph. I am quite busy. All the major sects in the eastern wilderness are clamoring for me to lecture, and I have no time." "Oh, you can freely study 3 rare herbs each day," Chu Xian adroitly interjected. "Are they all of the same caliber as the starshine grass?" Chu Xian nodded with a smile. When do we depart? The old man promptly changed his tune but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Let it be clear. I am merely going to take a look. Suppressing a smile, Chu Xian solemnly nodded. Of course. I have no other intentions. By the way, my disciple Yu Jian is quite skilled in culinary arts, especially in medicinal cuisine. He then pulled Yu Jian forward. Enough. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. Once I finish my current affairs, I shall go. In a month's time, remember to send someone to pick me up. Absolutely. Chu Xian readily agreed, internally elated. He was puzzled as to why the system regarded this old man as the strongest alchemist in the eastern wilderness, and why such a figure would appear in this ethereal city. However, since the system had given him a task, everything was negotiable, regardless of who was the strongest. As long as he could reap benefits, he would readily agree if someone claimed De Huang was the greatest alchemist. After the Lingxiao sect collected the spirit stones and paid the auction fee, they swaggered out of the auction house. The Wuxiang spirit ruins were expected to open in 2 days, so they decided to stay in this ethereal city for the time being. Long Outyin, go find us accommodations. At your command, Long Outyin replied before setting off. It was now deep into the night, yet the streets were bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Due to the impending opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, a multitude of cultivators flooded into the ethereal city. This has also resulted in a chaotic atmosphere within the Misty City, making law enforcement increasingly challenging. On either side of the streets, one can casually witness skirmishes between factions. Before long, Long Outyin hurriedly returned. Master, this Misty City is teeming with people, and all the inns are completely booked. Currently, the only available option is the top-level private room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which is somewhat pricey. Despite Long Outyin being a genuine saint-level being, he had seldom ventured into human territories, leaving his pockets rather empty. Chu Xian shot a frustrated glare at Long Outyin. In the future, when we venture out, do not mention that you are my steed. It's embarrassing. He then tossed the ring that the old man had given him to Long Outyin. Reserve the entire top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Long Outyin accepted the ring with a broad grin. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Leading the way, Long Outyin guided Chu Xian and the group of disciples towards the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Moments later, the 9-story golden building came into view. Observing the structure before him, Chu Xian couldn't help but nod in approval. This place is quite impressive. Just as Chu Xian and his entourage stepped into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a sudden commotion erupted from the opposite side of the hall. A group of elegantly dressed cultivators surrounded a young man with a sullen expression who approached. The young man tossed a bag of spirit stones onto the counter and declared, Innkeeper, I, Li Xian, have booked the entire top floor. His face was dark enough to rain, and he turned to those beside him. Damn it! Have you found out who occupies the private room number 1? As his words fell, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Xian and the others who had just entered. Noting their splendid attire, yet with the embroidered characters Lingxiao on their chests, he scoffed, What kind of backwater bumpkins are you? Do you think the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is a place for you? Get lost. Upon hearing this, Long Outyin stepped forward, but was halted by Chu Xian's hand. Meanwhile, Tang Lu had already made his move. Chu Xian conveyed a message to Long Outyin through thought. This is an opportunity for the disciples to gain experience. Unless in an emergency, do not intervene. Long Outyin nodded in understanding, crossing his arms and retreating to the back. What did you say? Tang Lu leisurely removed the harpoon from his back and twirled it in his hand. The young man seemed to see a grand joke unfolding. Haha. You dare to come out with a broken harpoon? You must have eaten too much fish and gone daft, you country bumpkin. Hurry up, and before he could finish, a flash of cold light appeared as the harpoon was suddenly pressed against the young man's throat. Tang Lu tilted his head, revealing a cold expression. Who are you calling that? The entire hall fell into a dead silence. The Li family guards froze in place, unable to comprehend how this young man had made his move. Impudent! Li Xian's face turned ashen. Do you know who I am? My father is the Prime Minister of the Great Xia. My Li family is the second most powerful family in Great Xia. Do you dare to kill me? Are you that formidable? Tang Lu let out a cold laugh, gradually applying pressure to the harpoon in his hand. At that moment, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from the upper floor. Stop. A middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe hurriedly descended the stairs, a golden badge symbolizing the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion pinned to his chest. The proprietor's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon noticing the emblem on the chest of the Lingxiao sect members, his pupils abruptly constricted. when his eyes landed on Chu Xian at the forefront of the throng. They widened in astonishment. "Esteemed guests," he began, "this establishment conducts its business with decorum. Bloodshed is not welcome here. My apologies, young masterly. But the top floor has already been reserved by this distinguished guest. You have arrived too late." Li Xian immediately erupted in disbelief. "What? They entered after me." Tang Lu, still brandishing the harpoon against Li Xian's neck, retorted, "Are you a fool? Did you not hear that it was already booked?" Li Xian forcefully deflected the harpoon in front of him, bellowing at the members of the Li family behind him. "Damn it! How dare you insult me? Slay them all." The Lingxiao sect members were not to be trifled with. Yu Jian and Xiao Daidai promptly positioned themselves beside Tang Lu, ready for action. Lin Xian smirked and muttered, "What a hassle this outing is, hindering my cultivation." He then joined Tang Lu's side. As the scene threatened to spiral into chaos, the proprietor swiftly maneuvered to stand before the Lingxiao sect members. "Young Masterly, have you forgotten who stands behind the drunken immortal pavilion?" His words struck Li Xian like a thunderbolt, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. He scrutinized the proprietor from head to toe, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. "I see you now." He then turned to the Lingxiao sect members and declared, "As for you, we shall meet in the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." Having delivered his ultimatum, Li Xian departed the drunken immortal pavilion with his entourage. The proprietor sighed in relief, reflecting, the Li family. Revitalizing a clan requires the collective effort of 3 generations. Or even more. Yet, a single fool can lead to its decline. The proprietor quickly approached Chu Xian, retrieving a golden card from his pocket and respectfully presenting it to him. "Your Grace, this is our drunken immortal pavilion's gold card. All expenses for the cardholder are complimentary." Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. "You know who I am?" The proprietor, with a face full of contrition, bowed and replied, "Your Grace, it is as instructed from above." Chu Xian accepted the gold card and inquired, "Who is above?" "Your Grace, I am merely a worker. Please do not trouble me further." Chu Xian chuckled. "The great Xiao imperial family, is it?" The proprietor bowed even lower but did not respond. "Very well, lead the way. We are a total of 12. Arrange accommodations for us." "Of course, Your Grace." The proprietor promptly rose and walked ahead of Chu Xian to personally guide him. At the rear, Long Ao Tian's lips curled into a smile. "This is my master. No matter where he goes, he is always the guest of honor. This is true influence. Take note, brothers." Under the guidance of the innkeeper, the disciples of Lingxiao sect ascended directly to the pinnacle of the drunken immortal pavilion. As the intricately carved wooden door swung open, they were all taken aback by the opulence that greeted them. The entire top floor resembled a miniature paradise, with bubbling spiritual springs and swirling ethereal mists. Even the tables and chairs were crafted from millennia-old spiritual wood. "Your Holiness, this is the top level of the drunken immortal pavilion. Should anyone have a request, they need only infuse a thread of spiritual energy into this wooden door," the innkeeper announced before taking his leave. Chu Xian led the members of Lingxiao sect inside, nodding in approval. The royal family of the Great Xia has indeed shown some thoughtfulness. It seems that Jian may soon have a companion on the path. Yu Jian, standing behind Chu Xian, momentarily froze upon hearing this. "Master, what do you mean by saying I might have a companion?" Chu Xian chuckled lightly. "Of course. I mean to find you a wife." Yu Jian was utterly bewildered, assuming that his master was merely jesting. In another inn, Li Xian had just expelled a group of individuals from the establishment alongside several members of the Li clan, finally securing a place to rest. "Young master, Huzi has returned. Summon him." Soon after, a man dressed in the attire of the Li family approached Li Xian. "Young master, I have identified the occupants of the Tianzi No. 1 private room." Li Xian, already seething with anger from his recent humiliation at the drunken immortal pavilion, was further incensed. "Speak. Who is in Tianzi No. 1? Huzi frowned and replied, "Young master, the auction house informed me that those individuals were clad in matching attire, with the characters Lingxiao embroidered on their chests. They must be a newly established sect." "Lingxiao sect? By heavens, it is indeed Lingxiao sect. First, they pilfer my high-tier spiritual weapons, and now they have usurped the top floor of the drunken immortal pavilion. Old grievances and new grudges shall be settled together once we enter the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." Li Xian gritted his teeth in frustration, coldly inquiring, "When will my elder brother arrive?" A companion responded, "The eldest young master should emerge from seclusion tomorrow, and will certainly arrive before the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins open the day after. Then I shall wait one more day." The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Chu Xian was meditating in tranquility, he heard the voice of Long Outyen. Master, the innkeeper has announced that there are visitors. Chu Xian slightly lifted his head. The royal family of the great Xia? Yes, let them enter. Before long, Long Aotian brought 3 individuals to the top level, a middle-aged man clad in a black dragon robe, accompanied by Xia Jie, who had visited Ling Xiao sect a few days prior, and the elderly eunuch Hong Si. Long Aotian had deliberately donned a golden dragon robe today, standing alongside the middle-aged man. And to an unknowing observer, they might have appeared to share an intimate connection. At that moment, Long Aotian silently cursed, "Damn it! What bad luck! We are wearing the same outfit. I am Xia Yanqiu, pleased to meet your holiness." Upon meeting Long Aotian, Xia Yanqiu was taken aback to find he could not see through the individual who donned the same dragon robe as himself. Though he held the esteemed title of Emperor of the Great Xia, he understood that in the face of absolute power, an emperor is merely a nominal title. Thus, he bore no displeasure towards Long Aotian's attire. Upon encountering Chu Xian, his demeanor grew even more humble. Chu Xian sat motionless in his chair as Emperor Xia invited him to sit. "Jianer, serve the tea." Xia Yanqiu clasped his fists and performed a respectful gesture before taking a seat opposite Chu Xian. The sudden visit from the emperor was surely related to the princess. Upon mentioning her, Xia Yanqiu's expression immediately darkened with sorrow. He sighed and nodded. "Ah, the holy master is indeed astute." At that moment, Yu Jian brought in the freshly brewed tea. Chu Xian inquired, "May I ask how the emperor has contemplated the matter? Will you consider the method for awakening the physical constitution?" Xia Yanqiu struggled with his thoughts for a moment before firmly nodding. "If the holy master can truly heal my daughter, the great Xia shall heed your commands henceforth." However, Chu Xian took a sip of tea and replied, "But what is it?" "Only that the holy master speaks of the petals of the other shore flower, the 9 revolutions of the yellow springs, and the yang body. The yin body, my great Xia possesses none of these." Chu Xian secretly chuckled to himself. "Of course, you do not. It would indeed be a marvel for such a remote corner of the great Xia to produce even one." "Oh, that poses quite a challenge. I had assumed that with the resources of the great Xia royal family, you could at least procure the petals of the other shore flower. Yet, you do not." Upon hearing this, Xia Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. "Holy master, if I understand correctly, does that mean you can locate the yang body or the yin body?" Chu Xian lamented, "I can find the yang body, but what use is it to have just the yang body? The petals of the other shore flower are still absent." Xia Jie exclaimed excitedly, There are indeed petals of the other shore flower. They exist within the Wuxiang spirit ruins." Xia Yanqiu's body trembled, and he turned to Xia Jie. "Jie, I was unaware that the petals of the other shore flower were in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. How did you come to know this?" Xia Jie hurried forward. "Father, ever since returning from the Lingxiao Holy Land, I have been perusing ancient texts and discovered indeed that there are records of the petals. 500 years ago, someone brought petals back from the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Hong Si can attest to this." Xia Yanqiu directed his gaze towards Hong Si, who knelt and affirmed, "Your Majesty, what the Crown Prince says is absolutely true. The ancient texts do contain such records." "Excellent. Jie, inform everyone that the Wuxiang spirit ruins will open tomorrow. And it is imperative that our royal family retrieves the petals of the other shore flower." Xia Yanqiu then turned to Chu Xian, "Holy Master, I shall return to the palace at once to fetch my daughter, and I will rely on you then." "Stop. Do not place your reliance on me. Rather, place it on my disciple. Jianer, come here." Yu Jian, bewildered and confused, did not understand how he had suddenly become the focus of his master's attention. "This is my disciple, Yu Jian, a pure young body. You should rely on him." A flicker of shock crossed Xia Yanqiu's eyes, and he bowed slightly to Yu Jian. "Young friend, I entrust everything to you." Yu Jian's face flushed. After all, he was addressing the emperor of an empire, who was bowing to him in such a grand gesture. He hurriedly returned the courtesy. "Emperor Xia, you are too kind. I shall certainly do my utmost." Chu Xian found himself laughing heartily within. "Are you truly making an effort? Do you even comprehend your purpose? You simply put forth effort? Tell the girl's father that you're trying. You truly excel at this." Xia Yanqiu, the sovereign of a nation, exhibited not a flicker of change in expression. Upon noticing Xia Yanqiu's departure, Chu Xian addressed the sword. "Jianer, go and see His Majesty Xia off." "Yes, master." As Yu Jian and the 3 exited, Chu Xian hastily summoned his disciples. "I must inform you all, Jianer is about to take a partner, the princess of Great Xia. Tomorrow, as you enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, make sure to exert yourselves. This is for the sake of rescuing your sister-in-law." Curiosity peaked among the crowd. Xiao Daidai queried, "Master, What of Brother Eugene's partner? Why does it seem so chaotic? Chu Xian realized that none of his disciples were aware of this matter, and today's events had left them befuddled. He then recounted the circumstances surrounding the great Xiao princess and explained the conditions for awakening one's physique. Upon hearing Chu Xian's elucidation, Lin Xian and Xiao Dai, the only two female disciples, wished fervently to vanish into the earth. How utterly embarrassing! Their unreliable master had disclosed such information so brazenly? Truly a lecherous old man. In stark contrast, the male disciples were frenzied with excitement. Master, allow me to bow in reverence. Next time, do consider your disciples for such fortuitous events. Master, I too shall kneel before you. I seek no princess. Even an ordinary woman would suffice. Amidst this commotion, only Tang Lu sat quietly aside, polishing the harpoon in his hands. Chu Xian cast a glance at the kneeling male disciples, grinning widely. Shouldn't future discipleship be more lenient towards female disciples? Perhaps it would alleviate the fervent demands of the male disciples. Before long, Eugene returned, sensing an inexplicable gaze directed at him from the crowd. Before he could inquire of Chu Xian, the latter exclaimed, "Everyone, seize the time to cultivate. The Wuxiang spirit ruins open tomorrow. Strive to seize resources." Reluctantly, the crowd dispersed to their respective quarters to begin their training. The following day marked the eagerly anticipated opening of the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Early in the morning, throngs of people had already gathered in the desert. At that moment, the entrance to the Wuxiang spirit ruins was bustling with activity. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind. Various flying vessels and spirit beasts crowded the sand dunes, and the masses surged like a tide, the cacophony deafening. Suddenly, a melodious call echoed from afar. 18 massive azure birds broke through the clouds. Each giant bird bore 3 armored cultivators, adorned with the azure phoenix emblem upon their chests. What? The Qingluan guards of the Li family. Surrounding cultivators hastily retreated. How could the Qingluan guards appear at the Wuxiang spirit ruins? The army of Great Xia comprised only 2 factions, one directly under the royal family, the Willow Leaf Legion, and the other being the Qingluan guards, commanded by the Prime Minister of Great Xia, Li Long. Both armies possessed the formidable power to sweep through the Great Xia. In the heart of the flock, Li Xian wore a sinister grin, his eyes scanning for something elusive. Beside him, a young man clad in white, holding a folding fan, appeared as graceful as a jade tree. "Brother, have you found our enemies?" As Li Xian searched for the members of Lingxiao's sect, a smile suddenly crept across his lips. "Eldest brother, I have found them. It is them, the rabble of Lingxiao's sect. I have come to seek you out." Li Xian pointed towards Chu Xian and his companions, and an expansive area instantly cleared around the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian, scratching his ear, impatiently remarked, "What is that barking at this early hour? Did we not leave De Huang behind?" The disciples of Lingxiao sect chuckled in response. Li Xian's eyes turned crimson with fury. Qingluan guards. Form ranks. 18 Qingluan guards swiftly arranged themselves into formation, their long spears pointing skyward, as a vast surge of spiritual energy coalesced into towering spear shadows above. "Li Jing, Li Xian, stand down." Just as the Qingluan guards were about to act, Xia Jie rushed in, accompanied by several members of the royal family. The young man in white beside Li Xian hastily turned to bow and said, "I was unaware of your highness's arrival. I am at fault." Xia Jie snorted coldly. "Li Jing, His Majesty has permitted the Li family to possess the Qingluan guards, not to unleash them upon the subjects of Great Xia." The young man beside Li Xian, now even more respectful, replied, "Your Highness speaks rightly. I am in error." Seeing his brother's demeanor, Li Xian could no longer contain himself. "Xia Jie, do not show favoritism. Today, I will see the demise of Lingxiao sect. No one can save them. I mean it." Xia Jie retorted, all right. You are impressive. I shall witness how you meet your end, though it will not be here, but within the Wuxiang spirit ruins." Xia Jie, angered, exclaimed, "You dare to address this prince so casually?" Li Jing, sensing the escalating tension, quickly signaled to Li Xian, gently shaking his head while conveying through thought, "Second brother, do not act impulsively. It is not the time to sever ties with the royal family. We can strike once we enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins." Reluctantly, Li Xian lowered his head in submission. "Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall spare Lingxiao sect." Seeing this, Xia Jie dismissed the Li brothers from his thoughts, convinced that they would soon meet a grim fate within the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Noticing that Xia Jie showed no intent to depart, Li Jing inquired, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Xia Jie candidly replied, "The Wuxiang spirit ruins open once every 50 years, and I wish to witness it for myself." This revelation astonished everyone present. What? The prince wishes to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins? But is he not already at the Xiandan realm? Indeed, the Wuxiang spirit ruins are accessible only to those of mortal rank. Anyone of higher cultivation would find their power suppressed. Why would the prince take such a reckless decision? Chapter 32. Entering the spirit ruins, the crowd buzzed with speculation. According to conventional wisdom, once one's cultivation surpassed the mortal rank, there would be no need to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Entering the Wuxiang spirit ruins entails a suppression of one's cultivation. Should one encounter a prodigy within, the consequences could be dire. Now, to everyone's astonishment, Xia Jie boldly declares his intention to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Li Jing's heart surged with excitement. Xia Jie, you forsake the path to paradise, yet seek out the gates of hell. Should you truly venture into the Wuxiang spirit ruins, I shall not hesitate to bring you down. As the foremost genius of the Li family, Li Jing has spent several years honing his skills at the pinnacle of the spiritual spring realm, all in preparation for this very moment in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. He possesses immense confidence in his capabilities at this stage. He chuckled, offering a hollow smile. May His Highness enjoy himself. The discussions among the onlookers grew increasingly fervent. This time, both the esteemed crown prince and young master Li Jing would be entering the ruins. How thrilling! It is said that the Piamiao sect has also produced a top-tier genius, whose strength rivals that of young master Li. The three great prodigies are gathering? This Wuxiang spirit ruins is truly competitive. I too wish to enter and witness it. Many lacked the opportunity to enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins and had come merely to observe the spectacle. If they could seize an opportunity when the ruins closed, it would be a stroke of fortune. As the crowd awaited, the space vortex in the heart of the desert finally opened. Xia Jie boldly approached the vortex, calling out, "Esteemed guests, please prepare your respective factions' golden leaf tokens and enter in an orderly fashion." First faction, the Great Xiaoli family. Li Jing, casting a brief glance at the Lingxiao sect, led a few disciples of the Li family into the vortex. Second faction, the Piamiao sect. Third faction, the Lingxiao sect. As the last faction to be summoned, they instantly drew the attention of countless onlookers. What is this Lingxiao sect? Why do they possess so many slots? Indeed, many prominent factions only have 1 or 2 slots. How is it that this unfamiliar sect has a full 10 members? As the 10 disciples of the Lingxiao sect stepped into the Wuxiang spirit ruins amidst the puzzled and indignant gazes of the crowd, Xia Jie followed closely with the members of the great Xia royal family. Chu Xian listened to the surrounding chatter, a smile gracing his lips. Long Out Yin, let them witness the truth. After receiving Chu Xian's approval, Long Out Yin felt a pent-up frustration finally ready to be unleashed. Hey, you foolish birds in the sky. Your Lord Dragon has arrived. Previously, he had been restrained by his master, but now, all shall bow before him. With a thunderous roar, Long Out Yin transformed into a colossal dragon. With a resounding dragon's roar, the very ground beneath everyone in the desert trembled. Those of lower cultivation crumpled to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. Is this for real? A dragon? Mother, save me. Is there truly such a formidable beast within the Lingxiao sect? The colossal dragon soared into the heavens, its imposing figure casting a shadow over all who beheld it, eliciting terror in their hearts. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a formidable suction that manifested as a swirling vortex of darkness. The 18 massive Kungluan birds, unable to emit a sound of despair, were swiftly consumed along with their riders. The chilling sound of crunching echoed throughout the realm as blood gushed forth like a torrential downpour from the dragon's jaws. A half-formed figure of a practitioner at the Xiandan stage slipped from between the dragon's teeth, futilely attempting to cast spells. With a satisfied belch, the dragon stained the sandy dunes crimson with the stench of its feast. Golden eyes surveyed the ground, revealing that those once boastful practitioners now lay prostrate, some having soiled themselves in fear. Who could dare defy such power? A casual sweep of the dragon's tail reduced 3 towering dunes to mere flat earth. Suddenly, the garments of a practitioner at the Lingquan stage ignited spontaneously, a testament to the terror that had forced their inner energy into chaos. With a light chuckle, Chu Xian stepped atop the dragon's head, the mighty beast's roar shattering the clouds for miles around as it carried him towards the ethereal city. Even half an hour after their departure, no soul in the desert dared to rise. The timing of Long Aotian's emergence was deliberate, for Chu Xian intended to cultivate the disciples of the Lingxiao sect through this expedition into the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Revealing the sect's true strength too soon would deter other factions from engaging, depriving the disciples of the chance to hone their skills. The isolation of the Wuxiang spirit ruins ensured that even amidst chaos outside, those within remained blissfully unaware. Thus, the disciples could engage in genuine combat without the shadow of Long Ao Tion's intimidation dampening their spirit of challenge. Within the Wuxiang spirit ruins, space twisted and light flickered. Yu Jian suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, and upon opening his eyes again, he stood amidst a desolate ancient battlefield. Under a grim sky, tattered banners were thrust into the scorched earth, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. Looking around, he found no trace of his fellow sect members. It appeared he had been randomly teleported. Clenching his fists, his knuckles cracking, he felt a surge of both anxiety and exhilaration. With virtually no combat experience, having previously lived in the Yuxiao sect with minimal prowess, and having only fought once since joining the Lingxiao sect, this moment presented a perfect opportunity to amass battle knowledge. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and dark mist billowed as a legion of spectral soldiers approached with heavy steps. Clad in rusted armor, their hollow eye sockets flickered with eerie green flames, wielding battered weapons. They arrived swiftly, launching the encounter without delay. Yu Jian's heart raced, his fist clenched tightly. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned the seventh layer of Lingquan's stage energy within him, his fists glowing faintly with spiritual light. With a low growl, the spectral soldiers lunged forward. A rusted spear aimed directly at him. Yu Jian sidestepped to evade, but his movement was a fraction too slow. The spear's tip grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. Hiss. He gritted his teeth against the pain, inwardly chastising himself for his sluggish reaction. The relentless assault of the spectral soldiers continued. A second spear was already upon him. This time, he forced himself to remain calm, waiting for the opportune moment before launching a powerful punch. Bang! His fist struck the spectral soldier's chest, denting the iron armor, causing the soldier to stagger back, yet it quickly regained its footing and lunged once more. Useless. A jolt of realization struck Yu Jian. He understood that his method of exerting force was flawed. The spiritual energy merely coated his fist rather than concentrating at a single point. He swiftly adjusted his breathing, compressing the energy to the tip of his fist, and struck again. Boom. This punch, with the energy concentrated like a spear, penetrated the spectral soldier's chest. Black mist erupted, and the soldier disintegrated. So that is how it is. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in Yu Jian's eyes. The ensuing battle became significantly simpler. Yu Jian grew bolder with each confrontation. Every punch became increasingly precise, and his control over the spiritual energy became more refined. Initially, he would suffer injuries from the spectral soldiers, but gradually, his movements became more agile, and he timed his strikes perfectly. Bang, bang, bang. The wind of his punches howled as the black mist exploded in succession. At last, the final spectral soldier had its skull shattered by Yu Jian, turning to ash. Heaving, Yu Jian gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Where the spectral soldiers had vanished, an ancient jade plate slowly materialized. Upon picking up the plate, he discovered several green dots of light flickering upon its surface, some stationary, others in motion. Chapter 33. Watching you struggle is more laborious than defecating in the meantime. The 100 individuals who entered the Wuxiang spiritual ruins had all acquired a similar jade plate. Of course, there were 1 or 2 unfortunate souls who perished on the spot, not even surviving the first trial. Yu Jian counted the green dots on his plate, discovering 9 in total, alongside 1 white dot. Could the green dots represent my fellow disciples? Is the white one myself? Then I should gather everyone together. It would be safer that way. Gripping the jade plate tightly, Yu Jian's gaze fixed on the nearest green dot. With a swift motion, he darted towards it. As he moved, the white dot on the plate began to shift as well, confirming Yu Jian's hypothesis. Only comrades would be indicated. Caution was essential. However, after rushing several hundred yards, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Boom! Abruptly, Yu Jian noticed that the scenery before him began to twist peculiarly. Distant peaks seemed alive, shifting positions as if they possessed a will of their own. The familiar terrain transformed entirely in the blink of an eye. Yu Jian quickly halted, his eyes wide in disbelief. At that moment, he astonishingly spotted Lin Xian. There was Lin Xian, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged before the entrance of a temple. Strangely, both Lin Xian and the temple were moving at an astonishing speed. Junior sister, Yu Jian shouted loudly. However, Lin Xian seemed completely oblivious to his voice. In the blink of an eye, the two passed each other, and Lin Xian, along with the temple, vanished from Yu Jian's sight. Once the surroundings returned to tranquility, Yu Jian hurriedly examined the jade plate in his hand. To his dismay, he discovered that the positions of his companions were all in disarray. The jade plate displayed 3 green dots clustered together, while he himself had been transported to a more remote location. I am now at the southwestern corner. Eugene muttered to himself, observing the jade plate. Judging from the direction his junior sister had moved, she should be in this vicinity. As he spoke, his finger rested at the center of the jade plate. Alas, they are all so far away. Sighing, Eugene began to move towards the center while searching for opportunities around him. Within the boundless spiritual ruins, Tang Lu stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing the cave shrouded in a pale golden barrier before him. Inside, dazzling rays of light shimmered, suggesting that treasures lay hidden within. Xiao Dui squatted beside him, launching an attack at the barrier with her finger, but the barrier remained unyielding, causing her fingers to tingle painfully. With a yelp, she withdrew her hand and murmured, "Senior brother, it's so tough." A disciple from the outer sect scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't we try working together?" The 3 green dots displayed on the jade plate indeed represented Tang Lu and his companions. Without uttering a word, Tang Lu retrieved a pitch-black harpoon from his ring. At that moment, a raucous laughter echoed from a distance. "Ha ha ha, do you worthless fools dare to covet this treasure cave?" 6 disciples from the Burning Sky Valley strode forward, the leader sporting a haughty expression, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over Tang Lu and his companions. He scoffed, "Lingxiao sect? Ha ha. A nameless little sect like yours has actually been allocated a quota by the royal family? You'd better scram, or don't blame us for being impolite." Xiao Dui's cheeks puffed in indignation, yet Tang Lu slowly raised the harpoon, his eyes as frigid as ice. "Senior brother, don't act rashly." Xiao Dui urgently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Let them try first. After all, they won't be able to break the barrier either." Tang Lu cast her a glance and ultimately lowered the harpoon, though his gaze remained chillingly fierce. Seeing that Tang Lu and his companions had retreated, the 6 members of Burning Sky Valley assumed they were intimidated, becoming even more arrogant. "Let you 3 little trash see what true strength is." The red-robed disciple at the forefront sneered, gathering a blazing fireball in his palm and hurling it violently at the barrier. Boom! The fireball exploded, sparks flying. Yet the barrier remained utterly unperturbed, not even rippling. The red-robed disciple's expression darkened as he stated coldly, "Humph. This barrier is weak. I merely did not exert my full strength. Let me try again." With that, he concentrated his spiritual energy once more, his aura surging dramatically, revealing his 8th-level cultivation in the spiritual spring realm. Boom! The ground beneath them trembled slightly from the impact. Yet, the barrier merely rippled with a slight wave. The disciple clad in red thought to himself, "This barrier is peculiar." He then addressed the few individuals beside him. "This barrier is on the verge of shattering after this strike. You all take turns and ensure that this young master breaks through this barrier." The 5 exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed their spiritual techniques in a fervent onslaught. 3,000 flames in motion. The invincible fire wheel. 9 flames divine art. They continued their relentless assault for a quarter of an hour, during which scorching spiritual energy surged forth wildly. Waves of fire rolled, and hot winds swept through the surroundings, leaving the ground charred and blackened. However, the pale golden barrier remained as steadfast as a mountain, even rebounding with an invisible force that left the 6 from the Burning Sky Valley with numb arms, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. The disciple in red cast a sidelong glance at Tang Lu and the others, deep in thought. "You 3, come here." Tang Lu glanced at the unscathed barrier, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Useless." He uttered the 2 words disdainfully and stepped forward. The Burning Sky Valley disciples glared at him furiously. "Are you seeking death? Quickly attack the barrier. If we can't break through, it's certain death." Tang Lu chuckled coldly, his pitch-black trident twisting slightly in his hand, as spiritual energy surged into the tip like a tidal wave, a faint dark golden bloodline power coursing along the trident. His gaze sharpened, and the trident suddenly thrust forward. Swoosh! The moment the tip touched the barrier, the pale golden light curtain was torn apart like thin paper, cracks spreading at a visible rate until it finally shattered with a resounding bang, dissolving into countless shimmering specks. The 6 from the Burning Sky Valley stood dumbfounded. How is this possible? Tang Lu retracted his trident and stood with an icy demeanor, casting a cold glance at them. Was this thing so difficult to break? You all seemed to struggle more than passing a stool. The disciple in red's expression fluctuated between dark and light, suddenly breaking into a sinister grin as he communicated telepathically with the other 5. "This person possesses formidable strength, but they are only 3. Divide 3 to hold off this one with the trident. The other 2 will engage the remaining 2. I will enter the cave to seize the treasures. Having said that, the disciple in red charged abruptly into the cave. Upon receiving the command, the five erupted into action, unleashing a torrent of martial techniques. Flame Dragon Roar, Red Flame Cage, Scorching Heaven and Earth. Tang Lu's eyes turned icy, sweeping the trident across, unleashing a fierce black energy akin to a crescent moon that instantly shattered three fire-based techniques. However, the Burning Sky Valley had the advantage in numbers. The three quickly ensnared Tang Lu, while the other two targeted Xiao Daidai and that outer disciple. Although Xiao Daidai and the other inner and outer disciples had recently undergone intense training, they remained significantly weaker compared to the three direct disciples. Currently, Xiao Daidai had only reached the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. As for the outer disciple, their cultivation was even lower, merely at the 6th level of Qi condensation. Chapter 34. The Arrival of Li Xian. Sister, be careful. The outer disciple hurriedly swung his sword to defend, only to be struck in the chest by a fiery palm, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying. Little Daidai gasped, her hands forming a seal as a curtain of water barely deflected the attack, though she stumbled back. Her arm scorched by flames, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Upon witnessing this, Tang Lu's murderous intent surged. "You seek death," he exclaimed, unleashing the full power of his bloodline. Now, Tang Lu's bloodline strength was gradually awakening. His right arm had returned to normal, appearing devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, when he activated his bloodline power, dark golden patterns would instantly emerge upon his arm. These dark golden markings spread from his arm to his chest, and then from his chest to his cheek, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Before the disciples of the Burning Heaven Valley could react, Tang Lu had already flashed before one of them, his spear striking like a venomous snake, instantly piercing through their throat. Blood sprayed forth as the individual widened their eyes in shock, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining four were horrified. One of the Burning Heaven Valley disciples roared, "Form a formation. Trap him." The four swiftly formed the four flames locking spirit formation, fire chains coiling towards Tang Lu like a constricting serpent. Tang Lu chuckled coldly. With a flick of his spear, the dark golden spiritual power erupted, shattering the fire chains. His figure flickered again, and like a harbinger of death, another individual was pierced through the heart, dying on the spot. What? Two of them killed instantly. Panic set in among the remaining five. "We must flee," they cried. Their courage shattered as they turned to escape. But Tang Lu would not let them go. He hurled his spear like a bolt of black lightning, nailing one of them to the ground. The last two, terror-stricken, fled desperately, vanishing into the depths of the valley. Tang Lu retrieved his spear, shaking off the blood, and turned to little Daidai. "Brother," she sniffled, extending her hand with tears in her eyes. Tang Lu frowned, tossing her a vial of healing medicine, coldly stating, "Useless. Next time stay back and don't hinder me." Little Daidai was momentarily taken aback. "Brother thinks I'm useless? Fine. As long as brother is here, I shall be a little useless." She broke into a smile. "Got it, brother." Meanwhile, an outer sect disciple struggled to rise, casting a fearful glance at Tang Lu. Afraid to speak further, Tang Lu similarly threw a vial of medicine to the outer sect disciple, then stood quietly, holding his spear, waiting for the red-robed disciple to emerge from the cave. Before long, the red-robed disciple emerged swiftly, cradling a radiant seven-colored light. "We got it. We must withdraw." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he found Tang Lu looking at him coldly, while his five companions had vanished without a trace. Glancing again, he saw three of them lying on the ground, clearly devoid of life. "You." In the next moment, Tang Lu stood before the red-robed disciple. In a chilling tone, he inquired, "Does Lingxiao sect have the qualification to enter the Wuxiang spiritual ruins?" Thud. The red-robed disciple fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed. "Big brother, Lingxiao sect is qualified. Lingxiao sect is undeniably the foremost sect of the Great Xia. The prodigies of Lingxiao sect are undoubtedly the most exceptional talents of this era. What nonsense about Li Jing and Xia Jie in the presence of Lingxiao sect? They are mere refuse." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yobing's icy demeanor finally softened. In his heart, Lingxiao sect eclipses all else. As long as one praises Lingxiao sect, their life remains secure. Although his expression had eased, Tang Lu still spoke coldly. "Hand over the nexus rings, and you may leave." The crimson-robed disciple hurriedly removed the 3 rings from his fingers and presented them to Tang Lu. "Brother, can I leave now?" "Depart at once." The crimson-robed disciple somersaulted to his feet and fled in a frantic dash. "Phew. I shall never return to this Wuxiang Lingxiu. It's too frightening. Mother, I want to go home. Tang Lu tossed the 3 rings to Xiao Dai and the outer sect disciple, while he reached down to grasp the luminous orb on the ground. The moment his fingertips touched the multicolored sphere, it abruptly melted, transforming into a dark golden liquid that surged violently into his body. Coursing through the intricate patterns on his arm. Boom. Tang Lu's body trembled violently as his bloodlines surged like a raging sea, dark golden patterns swiftly enveloping him. Tang Lu quickly seated himself cross-legged, striving to control the power within his bloodline. Before long, a vague silhouette of a war god materialized behind him, wielding a trident of the sea god, exuding an oppressive aura. Senior brother, Xiao Dai gazed up at the apparition, her face pale, her legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Just then, whoosh. A figure clad in azure appeared before the 3, a fierce killing intent instantly locking onto them. Oh, I was wondering who invoked this phenomenon. Turns out it's a few insignificant beings from Lingxiao's sect. Haha, just in time, I was bored and thought I'd entertain myself with you. The newcomer was none other than Li Xian, who yearned to eradicate Lingxiao's sect. Li Xian drew his long sword, advancing step by step toward Tang Lu and the others. Xiao Dai's pupils contracted, instinctively taking a step back, while the outer sect disciple brandished his sword before her, gritting his teeth and commanding, "Sister, step back." Li Xian's gaze swept over the trio, ultimately landing on Tang Lu, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Bloodline awakening? How intriguing. It seems today I can not only seize treasures, but also extract your bloodline. Before his words faded, Li Xian struck suddenly. Boom. The spiritual energy of the 8th level of the spiritual spring realm surged forth like a tempest, slamming down with such force that the outer sect disciple had no chance to react, being hurled dozens of feet away, crashing heavily against a rock wall. Blood gushing from his mouth. Junior brother, Xiao Dai gasped, just as she was about to rush forward, only to see Li Xian's figure flicker and appear before her. Little girl, don't move. Li Xian sneered, his fingers like iron claws, gripping her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Ugh. Xiao Dai's feet left the ground. A sensation of suffocation washing over her as she struggled desperately, but Li Xian's grip remained as unyielding as adamantine. Hee. The young lady possesses some charm. I shall take good care of you. The outer sect disciple, bloodied and battered, struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Xian. Let her go, he shouted. Oh, you can still stand? Li Xian scoffed derisively, exerting a slight pressure with his fingertips, causing Xiao Dao to whimper in agony. Her face flushing crimson. Stop! The outer sect disciple roared, disregarding his grievous injuries as he charged forward with all his might. You seek death. Li Xian snorted disdainfully, waving his sleeve to unleash a sweeping wave of azure sword energy. With a sickening thud, a deep gash that nearly exposed the bone was carved into the disciple's chest, blood gushing forth. Yet, he persevered, staggering onward. Let her go? He screamed, each step leaving a trail of blood in his wake, his gaze growing ever more frenzied. Xiao Dao, nearly faint from the crushing grip, what does she witnessed her bloody junior brother refusing to fall? Don't come any closer, she managed to rasp. But the disciple paid her no heed, relentlessly advancing. A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Xian's eyes. A bothersome insect. He gathered a sharp beam of sword light at his fingertips, aiming it at the disciple's brow, his murderous intent palpable. Since you wish to die so fervently. Then, with a swift motion, the sword light shot forth, hurtling towards the disciple's forehead. Just as it was about to pierce through his skull, a golden streak of light surged through the air, instantly shattering Li Xian's sword energy. Li Xian, you shall die today. A cold voice echoed, causing everyone to look up. A young man clad in golden robes stood aloft, his countenance stern and surrounded by an aura of dragon energy, exuding unparalleled majesty. The newcomer was none other than Prince Xia Jie of the Great Xia. Chapter 35, Xia Jie's Machinations. Tang Lu awakens. Li Xian abruptly turned. A glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes, quickly suppressed beneath a veneer of feigned cordiality. Xia Jie, we have grown up together. So why must you always interfere in my affairs? He took a slight step back, yet his fingers tightened surreptitiously, causing Xiao Dao to gasp for breath. Her face turning red. Xia Jie continued forward, his gaze as frosty as winter. Grown up together? Huh. Your father has persistently opposed my royal family in the court, secretly courting the sections. Even if we were to grow up in the same household, I would still have to eliminate you. Li Xian's smile faltered. Though he often acted the rake, he was not foolish enough to directly acknowledge his family's treasonous intentions. He scoffed derisively, Xia Jie, your words unjustly malign my family. My father has devoted himself to the great Xia, Yet it is your royal family that has repeatedly suppressed loyal subjects, chilling the hearts of many. Devoted subjects? Xia Jie retorted with a cold laugh. Your Li family has colluded with the demonic tribes of the northern borders, secretly stockpiling spiritual stone mines and training assassins. Is this the conduct of loyal subjects? Li Xian's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. To fabricate charges, one need not lack excuses. Your royal family seeks to eliminate the Li family out of fear of my father's influence in the court. Xia Jie's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Prestige? You believe that the influence your father has cultivated through clandestine alliances with the mysterious sect can truly remain concealed? Li Xian felt a heavy weight settle within him. He had not anticipated that the royal family had traced matters this far. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, retorting with sarcasm, Xia Jie, if you were to slay me today, do you not fear that my father would sever all ties? Sever ties? Xia Jie's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. Do you think I entered the boundless spirit ruins merely for a glimpse? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a surge of spiritual power erupted from him. Though constrained by the rules of the secret realm to the pinnacle of the spirit spring realm, the palpable aura of lethal intent left Li Xian feeling as if he were plunged into an icy abyss. Li Xian's complexion shifted dramatically as he instinctively shielded the innocent Xiao Dai behind him. Xia Jie, should you advance another step, I shall take her life first. Xia Jie halted, a flicker of mockery crossing his features. I almost neglected to inform you. The Lingxiao sect possesses formidable saint-level experts. Even my father must tread carefully around them. If you were to truly slay a disciple of the Lingxiao sect, your Li family would find themselves utterly annihilated. Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Lingxiao sect has saint-level experts? However, as realization dawned, he quickly regained his composure. Xia Jie, do you take me for a fool? The Lingxiao sect is but a fledgling sect. How could they possibly possess such power? Who are you trying to deceive? As he spoke, Li Xian tightened his grip on Xiao Dai, inching closer to the meditative Tang Lu. One hand clutching her, and the other brandishing his sword toward Tang Lu. Xia Jie, release me at once, or I will slay them. Xia Jie made no response, merely watching Li Xian with a smile that conveyed the impression of observing a simpleton. Simultaneously, he weighed the consequences of allowing Li Xian to take the life of a Lingxiao sect disciple. Such an act would undoubtedly be a boon for the Daxia royal family, sparking the Lingxiao sect's wrath upon the Li family, which could easily rid the royal family of a persistent thorn in their side. Yet, he pondered whether the Lingxiao sect might hold the royal family accountable for their failure to intervene in time to save their disciple. In that scenario, the royal family would equally suffer the consequences. Just as Xia Jie wrestled with these thoughts, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. 3 figures clad in white robes descended from the clouds, their sleeves adorned with the intricate patterns of the mysterious sect, unmistakably disciples of the mysterious sect. Is that young Master Li Xian? Upon recognizing the newcomers as disciples of the mysterious sect, Li Xian's heart leapt with joy. You have arrived just in time. Quickly, restrain Xia Jie. The 3 disciples exchanged glances, the leader's brow furrowed in concern. Internally, he lamented, cursed fate. How could we possibly encounter both Xia Jie and Li Xian? The sect master explicitly instructed that we must avoid direct confrontation with the royal family at this juncture. Yet, if Li Xian were to perish here, the Li family would undoubtedly direct their fury at the mysterious sect. Li Xian's voice rang out with urgency. Xia Jie is already aware of the alliance between the mysterious sect and my Li family. Should you allow him to depart today? What fate could possibly await the mysterious sect? In this moment, Li Xian harbored a subtle intention. He did not claim that the royal family was aware, but rather that Xia Jie was informed. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Jie promptly proclaimed, Esteemed gentlemen, if you assist me in vanquishing this traitor, I can plead with my father on behalf of the Piamiao sect, ensuring no grievances are held against it. The 3 disciples of the Piamiao sect landed, their gazes shifting between Xia Jie and Li Xian, their expressions grave. The female cultivator on the left whispered urgently, What shall we do, senior brother? Xia Jie is already aware of our ties to the Li family. Should we allow him to escape, the Piamiao sect will be in peril. The burly man on the right gritted his teeth and suggested, Why not take decisive action? Let us exploit the suppression of the secret realm's rules and eliminate Xia Jie together. No one will witness it. Zhao Wuchen's eyes flickered with determination. He finally steeled himself. Let us act. In an instant, the 3 moved, forming a triangular formation to encircle Xia Jie. Li Xian grinned maliciously, dragging the bewildered Xia Jie backward. Yet at that moment, boom, an overwhelming pressure erupted, fissuring the ground and causing the air to tremble violently. Everyone turned in shock to behold Tang Lu, seated in meditation, slowly opening his eyes, which had transformed to a dark golden hue. The intricate patterns on his body writhed as if alive, and the vague silhouette of a war god behind him solidified further. "Those who harm my fellow disciples," Tang Lu's voice rumbled like thunder, each word striking the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer, "must die." Crack. Li Xian barely processed Tang Lu's movement before his sword-bearing arm grotesquely twisted and shattered. His eyes widened in agony, yet before the pain reached his brain, he was sent flying by an immense force, crashing heavily into the rock wall, coughing up blood. Li Xian gazed in terror at the approaching Tang Lu. The three Piao sect disciples felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The white-clad disciple trembled. What manner of creature is this? How can one of the spiritual spring realm exude such a terrifying pressure? We must flee. Otherwise, we are certain to perish. Yet, they had no chance to turn and escape. Tang Lu's right hand grasped the air, and three beams of dark golden light darted forth like lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Three heads soared into the sky. Even in death, their faces remained frozen in disbelief and terror. Those who collude in wickedness shall meet their end. The chilling tone elicited a shiver even from Xia Jie. Xia Jie's pupils contracted sharply, instinctively retreating several steps. Such power was comparable to that of a practitioner at the Xiandan realm. As he beheld the advancing Tang Lu, Li Xian finally sensed the looming threat of death. "Spare me. I am but a victim of misunderstanding. I can make amends." Tang Lu, expressionless, raised his harpoon, dark golden light coalescing at its tip. "Wait. My father." Thud. The harpoon pierced Li Xian's throat, pinning him to the ground. Eyes wide, he uttered a gurgling sound from his throat before swiftly losing his breath. Tang Lu withdrew the harpoon and turned to Xia Jie. Xia Jie immediately clasped his hands in respect. "Brother Tang, your strength is astounding. I am in admiration." Tang Lu was completely unaware of the thoughts that once occupied Xia Jie's mind. Moreover, it was indeed Xia Jie who had procured a measure of time for Tang Lu. Otherwise, the two innocents, Xiao Dai and his companion, would have likely met with dire misfortune. "Thank you," Xia Jie exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Before responding with a smile, "Brother Tang, you need not say such things. I must express my gratitude to your esteemed sect for saving my sister." Tang Lu nodded, refraining from further conversation. He stowed away his harpoon, glanced at the grievously injured outer sect disciple, and produced a golden pill, tossing it to Xiao Dai, instructing, "Administer this to him." In the distance, a crimson figure stealthily retreated, a communication jade slip in hand flickering with a faint light. Chapter 36. How does the Huang compare to Airbai? Not even a dog is worthy. In a certain area of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the communication jade slip in Li Jing's hand shattered with a resounding crack. "Lingxiao sect, dare you slay my brother? I shall not rest until I exact vengeance upon you." Li Jing's eyes burned with murderous intent, while the 5 Li family members beside him trembled in fear, stunned to learn that they had just found their eldest son when news of the second son's demise reached them. "Eldest young master, is the information from the Burning Sky Valley reliable?" Li Jing's gaze was filled with wrath. "Did you not see that a green dot on the jade plate has vanished?" The Li family had 7 members enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, and now only 6 green points remained on the jade plate, indicating the veracity of the information from the Burning Sky Valley. Just as Li Jing seethed with fury, a thunderous roar reverberated from beneath the ground once more. The terrain before them began to shift again. "Hold on to my cloak." The spatial phase within the Wuxiang spirit ruins would refresh at intervals, causing the entire topography to change randomly. Having been passed down for centuries, the Li family's ancestors had indeed ventured into the Wuxiang spirit ruins and had nearly deciphered its rules, thus finding methods to cope with the spatial refresh. Finally, the phase refresh in the Wuxiang spirit ruins ceased, and the surrounding terrain had transformed entirely. Li Jing cast a glance at the jade plate in his hand. The once vast expanse of space had now diminished by nearly half, and the light points representing other cultivators had become increasingly dense. A cruel smile tugged at his lips. The space within the Wuxiang spirit ruins has contracted. "Lingxiao sect, our paths shall cross again." "Eldest young master," one cautiously family member inquired, "what should we do now?" Li Jing's fingers tightened slowly around the jade plate, which creaked under the strain. "Search," he commanded, his voice low and laced with chilling malice. The smaller the space, the less chance they had to escape. Not a single person from the Lingxiao sect shall leave alive. Meanwhile, in another region of the Wuxiang spirit ruins, the ground trembled before settling. Eugene crawled out from a pile of rubble, his face smeared with dirt as he dusted off his robe. What a wretched place. Why does it keep changing? I nearly got buried alive. He grumbled, pulling out the jade plate for a glance. The space has shrunk? Just as he pondered this, a faint whimper emerged from behind the pile of stones. As Eugene's ears perked up, he cleared away the rubble and discovered a wounded white dog curled up in a crevice. Its front paw bore a deep gash, exposing bone, with blood staining its fur. Oh dear, little one, how have you come to such harm? Eugene crouched down, cautiously examining the injury. The white dog shrank back warily, but its excessive blood loss left it too weak to even bare its teeth, only able to gasp faintly. Fear not, for I am a well-known dog lover from Lingxiao sect. Eugene grinned, retrieving a healing elixir from his pocket. Consider yourself fortunate. This is a life-saving pill bestowed by my master, and today it will serve you well. He crushed the elixir, sprinkling the powder over the wound. The dog trembled in pain, but soon, the injury began to heal at a visible rate. Woof! The white dog tentatively moved its paw, realizing the pain had subsided, and immediately wagged its tail, licking Eugene's hand in gratitude. Ah, you are quite sensible. Much better than De Huang. Eugene affectionately patted the dog's head. From now on, your name shall be Airby. Come along with me, and I promise you will dine in splendor. Glancing at the jade plate, he noticed 2 green light spots closest to him. This time, we shall pursue those 2. Eugene led Airby towards the nearest glowing points. After a short while, Airby suddenly halted, pressing its nose to the ground to sniff. It then excitedly barked twice, tugging at Eugene's pant leg towards a rock wall. What is it? Have you found something valuable? Eugene's eyes sparkled as he hurriedly followed. Airby began to dig fervently, and before long, it unearthed a palm-sized piece of earth-vein spirit marrow, the spiritual energy within it so rich it nearly congealed into liquid. Earth-vein spirit marrow. This is an essential treasure for setting up a sacred-level formation. Eugene rejoiced, just as he stored the spirit marrow in his spatial ring. Airby darted off again, emerging from a crevice with a 9-leaf ginseng in its mouth. Goodness! A double delight. Eugene beamed, lifting Airby into his arms. Oh, Airby, you truly are my lucky star. Compared to you, De Huang is unworthy of being called a dog. Airby lifted its head proudly, its tail spinning like a propeller. What woof! It barked, as if to say, what is De Huang compared to me? Thus, the 2 continued their slow journey, with Airby frequently surprising Eugene with delightful finds. Just as he was contentedly tallying their treasures, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. Is there a fight? Eugene squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. As the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. Perhaps I can seize an opportunity. He stealthily approached, hiding behind a massive boulder to observe. 3 cultivators were besieging 2 individuals, who appeared on the verge of collapse. Is that the garb of Lingxiao sect? Eugene's expression shifted abruptly. Wait, it's Brother Wang and Brotherly. His face paled as he realized he and Airby had been so engrossed in treasure hunting that they had neglected to monitor the jade plate. The previously lecherous smile vanished in an instant. How dare you lay hands on anyone from the Lingxiao sect? Airby, stay here. With a mighty leap, he swung his fists, unleashing a powerful gale directed at the most formidable opponent. Who is it? The man hastily attempted to block, staggering back several steps. It's your grandfather. Eugene positioned himself protectively in front of his 2 junior disciples, a cold smirk gracing his lips. 3 against 2, quite impressive, I assent it. Eugene, the senior disciple. The 2 junior disciples exclaimed in surprise and delight. The man's expression darkened. Brat, mind your own business. Mind my own business? What nonsense is that? Eugene nonchalantly cleaned his ears. You strike my junior disciple and expect me to stay out of it? Turning around, he discovered Airby had miraculously arrived beside him. Airby, how did you get here? Quickly, step aside. If you have nothing to do, just bark a few times for support. Woof woof woof. Airby immediately sat down, chest puffed out, barking vigorously at the 3 intruders with great bravado. The 3 men, damn it, lunatic. The trio charged forward, cursing. 10 breaths later. Stop hitting us. We were wrong. The 3, bruised and battered, hurriedly knelt down to plead for mercy, while Eugene nonchalantly stepped on one's back, retracting his fist with flair. Seeing their defeat, Airby swaggered over, using his mouth to snatch the void rings from the 3 and delivered them into Eugene's hands. Airby, well done. I'll treat you to chicken legs. Subsequently, Eugene learned that the 3 were not from the same sect. They were merely the last remnants of their respective sects venturing into the Wuxiang spirit ruins. They had temporarily allied to rob some resources, with no intention of harming the disciples of Lingxiao's sect, since they sought wealth without bloodshed. I shall let you off this time. Yu Jian waved his hand, signaling, "Let us go, junior brothers." Off we go, Erbai joyfully followed, not forgetting to bare his teeth at the three as they departed. Woof. The three. Chapter 37. Xiaojia. I'm completely losing it. Now, the three of us are together, and there are three in that direction as well. This side has three together, yet the one in the middle remains utterly alone. Yu Jian and the other two outer disciples examined the jade plate in their hands, discovering that the 10 disciples of Lingxiao's sect had formed pairs, with only a solitary green dot shining at the center of the plate. Let us proceed to find this lone figure in the middle. We must ensure nothing goes awry. Yu Jian had this thought, and the other two teams shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, in another direction, 2 inner disciples and 1 outer disciple of Lingxiao's sect had gathered, also making their way toward the remaining green dot in the center, where Lin Xin was located. On Tang Lu's side, he remained silent after inspecting the jade plate, simply forging ahead. Xiaojia had no intention of leaving. He accompanied Tang Lu and the others while explaining the rules of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins. In the realm of the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins, a phase refresh occurs every 2 hours, causing the space to reorganize randomly. However, as long as they maintain contact, individuals will not be separated. Xiao Daidai suddenly realized, so that is why you insisted we hold hands. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Your Highness, what other rules exist here?" Xiaojia smiled faintly and continued, "Let me explain the rules of fortune within the Wuxiang Spirit Ruins." Upon hearing the term fortune, Tang Lu and his companions became even more intrigued. Fortune is classified into 4 categories. The first and most common consists of ordinary cultivation resources, such as spirit herbs, spirit stones, and elixirs. The second type pertains to the inheritance of techniques, which requires the defeat of spirit beasts within the ruins, with a very slim chance of dropping. The third type is cave fortune, which necessitates breaking through the barriers surrounding a cave. The fortune obtained will depend on the talent of the individual who shatters the barriers. At this point, Xiaojia sighed, noting the rarity of cave fortunes. None had been claimed in the Great Xia for 200 years. The fourth type, he paused and shook his head, exists only in legends. It is said that someone received it 10,000 years ago, but its true nature remains unknown. Xiao Daidai blinked and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Tang Lu, the 7-colored orb you obtained earlier is cave fortune. How impressive." "What?" Xiaojia turned sharply to Tang Lu, disbelief evident in his eyes. "You acquired cave fortune." Tang Lu remained expressionless, simply responding with a nonchalant Xiaojia gasped in astonishment, his mind swirling with thoughts. What extraordinary luck this individual possesses. Just as Xiaojia was grappling with this shock, a brilliant light suddenly surged forth from ahead. The group looked up to see a cave shimmering with radiant hues slowly materializing on the mountainside, surrounded by a faint golden barrier, with runes subtly flowing around it. "Incredible!" "Another cave fortune?" Xiaojia stammered, rooted in place as if struck by lightning. Tang Lu's eyes glimmered, and he stepped forward. "Wait." Xiaojia abruptly intercepted him, an unusual plea on his face. "Brother Tang, could you allow me to claim this cave fortune?" Tang Lu regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Xiaojia gritted his teeth. "I can exchange it for a royal treasure from the Great Xia, or consider it a personal favor owed to you." Xiao Daidai tugged at Tang Lu's sleeve, whispering, "Brother, why not let him have it?" After a moment of contemplation, recalling that Xiaojia had indeed aided both Xiao Daidai and himself, Tang Lu finally nodded, "All right." Standing before the cave, Xiaojia took a deep breath as his spiritual power surged violently. He gathered his palms to form a dazzling golden seal and struck the barrier with force. Imperial seal. Break. Boom. Following a thunderous explosion, the barrier remained unyielding, and a terrifying rebound force surged back toward him. Xiaojia let out a muffled groan as he was blasted several zhang away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The barrier is surprisingly resilient. He gritted his teeth and rose, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Little Doo-Doo, watching in trepidation, suggested, "Your Highness, perhaps we should reconsider? Let Brother Tang Lu give it a try?" Xiaojia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke solemnly, "Opportunities within the cave are rare and fleeting. If we let this chance slip today, we may never encounter it again." With that, he once more gathered his spiritual energy, this time summoning the Dragon Chi, a secret technique of the Great Xia royal family. As a golden dragon shadow faintly emerged around him, exuding an awe-inspiring power. Once more. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive full-force strikes, Xiaojia's arms were left battered and bloodied, his complexion as pale as paper, while the barrier merely trembled twice before returning to calm. How could this be? Xia Jie knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, clearly having reached his limit. Tang Lu, holding a harpoon, observed impassively, and upon witnessing Xia Jie's distress, furrowed his brow. Can this barrier really harm people? He turned to little Dudu and remarked nonchalantly, wasn't one harpoon enough to resolve this? Xia Jie? Little Dudu blinked innocently, but there was no seat. Brother, you handled it easily last time. Xia Jie felt a surge of frustration, nearly spitting blood again. Is this even logical? Tang Lu, uninterested in further discussion, stepped forward, raising the harpoon, dark golden patterns instantly spreading across his body. Stand back. Xia Jie gritted his teeth and retreated, hastily advising, Brother Tang, I implore you, if you can break the barrier, let me deliver the final blow. Why? Tang Lu asked. Puzzled. Because only the one who breaks the barrier can claim the opportunity within the cave. Tang Lu suddenly understood. No wonder the disciple from the Burning Sky Valley had merely held the light orb without incident, while he had received the opportunity upon contact. So that was the reason. However, in the next moment, Tang Lu's harpoon struck forward effortlessly. Whoosh! The harpoon shot towards the barrier like a bolt of black lightning, striking without flourish. Crack! A clear sound of shattering resonated throughout the area as countless fissures appeared on the barrier, yet it did not completely shatter. Tang Lu had perfectly controlled his strength. Xia Jie stared in shock at the scene, his worldview utterly collapsing. Is this barrier selective? My relentless assault yielded no results, while he merely pierced it with a casual thrust. I don't want to be outdone. Tang Lu gently withdrew the harpoon, offering a casual remark, not bad. A bit sturdier than last time. Now you may strike. Xia Jie, internally exclaiming, are you even human? Despite his explosive frustration, Xia Jie quickly retrieved the healing elixir and consumed it. After a brief recovery, he launched another assault on the barrier. Even though the barrier was riddled with cracks, Xia Jie still exerted tremendous effort to shatter it. Gasping for breath, he staggered into the cave, muttering to himself, damn. Is this opportunity within the cave something mere mortals can attain? After a brief moment, the suffocating pressure within Xia Jie dissipated like mist. A voice filled with exuberance echoed from the cave, the Royal Extreme Sacred Body. Haha, marvelous. My Royal Extreme Spiritual Body has ascended to the Royal Extreme Sacred Body. Xia Jie burst forth from the cave and solemnly clasped his fist towards Tang Lu. Brother Tang, I shall undoubtedly repay today's kindness abundantly. Tang Lu waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in engaging. Little Daodu, curious, inquired, Your Highness, is this physique remarkable? Xia Jie, brimming with excitement, responded, In this world, physiques are categorized into 4 levels, mortal, spiritual, sacred, and emperor. A sacred level physique can attain sanctity in physical form, destined to become a being of the sacred tier. Upon hearing this, Tang Lu finally cast him a glance and uttered 2 words, not bad. Xia Jie, taken aback, thought inwardly, what? Not bad. I can tolerate this. Chapter 38, Yujian. I intend to strike down 7. After Xia Jie acquired the fortune of the cave, Tang Lu and the others pressed onward when suddenly the Wuxiang spirit ruins trembled again, the heavens and earth distorted, and space reconfigured. Xia Jie was momentarily stunned. Why is the phase refresh occurring so frequently? Without further contemplation, the group quickly huddled together. Once everything settled, Tang Lu's gaze fell upon the jade plate. At that moment, several exclamations drew their attention. What? Your Highness? The 4 knelt in reverence. We pay our respects, Your Highness. Xia Jie turned to the newcomers, his heart soaring with joy. They were indeed 4 members of the great Xia royal family. Tang Lu, observing the scene, couldn't help but smirk. Royalty truly knows how to show off. Must they always kneel? After a brief exchange, Xia Jie approached Tang Lu. Brother Tang. After the phase refresh, they were transported nearby. Tang Lu nodded indifferently, his gaze fixating on the center of the jade plate. That solitary green light remained utterly still. Strange, little Daodu tilted his head. Why hasn't this fellow from Lingxiao sect's position changed? Xia Jie also sensed something amiss and frowned. Unless this disciple from Lingxiao sect's position is immune to the phase refresh, that location must be extraordinary. Tang Lu stowed away the jade plate and coldly commanded, Let's go. The group set off again, heading straight for the central area. Meanwhile, Li Jing emerged from a shattered cave, exuding an air of formidable blade intent, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Young master. A member of the Li family hurried over and whispered, We have found the Lingxiao sect members. They are to the southeast. Li Jing let out a sinister laugh as he slowly sheathed his narrow blade. Lead the way. Moments later, The four members of the Li family lay in ambush atop a cliff, surveying below. They beheld three disciples of Lingxiao sect fervently gathering spirit herbs and spirit stones, led by an entirely white dog. Woof, woof. The white dog excitedly dug through the earth, soon unearthing a piece of mysterious iron and presenting it to one of the disciples. Hereby, splendid work. Once we return to the sect, I'll stew De Huang, and you shall be Dabai. Meanwhile, De Huang, lounging atop the main peak, pondered, why do I feel so cold? Yu Jian gently rubbed the head of the white dog, a smile spreading across his face. This scene did not escape Li Jing's notice, and a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. A treasure-hunting spirit dog? It is astonishing that the Lingxiao sect possesses such a mystical beast. Make your move. Li Xian commanded in a low voice, his form darting forward like a bolt of lightning, following closely behind the rear of the white dog. Yu Jian sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind him. Who goes there? Sensing the presence, Yu Jian did not turn around but retaliated with a punch. Li Jing remained silent. With a flicker of his blade, a fierce, intense surge toward Yu Jian's head. Clang! The impact of fist and blade echoed with a metallic resonance. Li Jing's pupils constricted, and he staggered back 2 steps, his hand gripping the knife trembling slightly. Quite interesting. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly languid man before him. Yu Jian turned around, scratching his head. My friend, ambushes are not a good habit. Li Jing sneered, a mere rabble from the Lingxiao sect dares to lecture me? Yu Jian raised an eyebrow. Oh? And who might you be? 2 external disciples whispered. Senior brother, he must be from the Li family. Li Jing's expression darkened, about to speak, when a clear, cold voice interjected. Li Jing, your movements are too slow. Everyone turned to see a young man in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments fluttering gracefully, exuding an ethereal aura. Dressed as a disciple of the Miao Miao sect, this young man was none other than the sect's top prodigy, Yun Feiyong. Behind him trailed 2 other disciples of the Miao Miao sect, their gazes fixed eagerly on the white dog, Bai. Yun Feiyong remarked indifferently, this spirit dog. We of the Miao Miao sect shall claim it. Li Jing scoffed. Yun Feiyong, are you attempting to cut in? Yun Feiyong cast a sidelong glance at him. Let abilities speak for themselves. Tension thickened in the air as both sides stood poised for confrontation. Yu Jian sighed, stretching lazily. I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary person, but all I receive is estrangement. He raised his fist, beckoning Li Jing and Yun Feiyong with a grin. Let us not quarrel, let us face each other together. Pointing at the 4 members of the Li family and the 3 disciples of the Miao Miao sect, Yu Jian chuckled. I intend to take on all 7 of you. Seeking death. Li Jing's blade pivoted, his form surging forward, the long knife trailing a brilliant arc of light. Yu Jian hastily raised his arm to block, and at the moment of impact between fist and blade, his expression shifted. He distinctly felt the knife's force accumulating like waves, numbing his arm. This seemingly simple strike concealed a formidable 7-fold aftershock. He couldn't help but think, this sword technique is intriguing. So this is how spiritual power can be layered? My master was right. Training in seclusion is no match for real combat. Swish. The second strike followed swiftly, and Yu Jian hurriedly sidestepped, the blade grazing past his nose and leaving a trail of blood on his cheek. Li Jing laughed maniacally. Ha! Is that all? I shall claim your life within 3 strikes. However, at the moment the 3rd strike was unleashed, a brilliant glint ignited in Yu Jian's eyes. He suddenly realized that every time Li Jing changed his technique, his right shoulder would involuntarily drop slightly. Bang! Yu Jian unleashed a punch that precisely pierced through the web of blades, striking Li Jing squarely in the chest. Li Jing let out a muffled groan as he staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. A jolt of alarm surged through his heart. What was happening? Had he discerned my initial move? Li Jing, is that all you can do? Yun Feiyong stood with his hands behind his back, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Li Jing's expression darkened. Enough with the nonsense. If you have the ability, step up. Watch me defeat him. Before Yun Feiyong could finish his words, Yu Jian unexpectedly closed his eyes in front of him, his hands gesturing the very path of Li Jing's blade. What the hell? Both Li Jing and Yun Feiyong were taken aback. Li Jing had not anticipated becoming a sharpening stone, while Yun Feiyong did not foresee being underestimated. Without further ado, Yun Feiyong moved like a specter, striking towards Yu Jian with a palm. The ethereal palm descended like a cloud. Yu Jian neither dodged nor evaded. It was only when the gust of the palm wind approached that he abruptly opened his eyes. The first punch. The edge of the fist precisely struck the weakest point of the palm technique, causing Yun Feiyong's momentum to falter. The second punch. Yu Jian's change of technique was astonishingly swift, his fist grazing Yun Feiyong's sleeve as it thundered towards his shoulder. Yun Feiyong hastily pivoted, yet still felt the painful sting of the wind against his cheek. The third punch. This blow carried a hint of the ethereal palm's essence, akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth. Yun Feiyong hastily countered, but was sent reeling backward, his snow-white robe now muddied. Stumbling several steps back, he finally steadied himself. Humph, you are nothing extraordinary. Yun Feiyong paid no heed to Li Jing, instead beckoning the two disciples of the ethereal sect. Let us go. In his heart, Yun Feiyong understood that he could not defeat that individual, rendering his presence here utterly futile. Upon seeing Yun Feiyong preparing to leave, Li Jing sneered. Yun Feiyong, are you truly willing to let your enemies from the ethereal sect go? Yun Feiyong glanced at Li Jing in confusion. Your ethereal sect had 6 individuals enter the Wuxiang spirit ruins, 3 of whom perished, right? It was done by them, the Lingxiao sect. Chapter 39, Insulting My Master? I shall not spare you. The enemy is right before you, and you wish to simply walk away? Hearing Li Jing's words, Yun Feiyong's figure noticeably halted. He cast a cold glance at Li Jing, his voice indifferent. My actions are not for you to dictate. Li Jing's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. Yun Feiyong, have you thought this through? The Lingxiao sect has slain 3 of your fellow disciples. This is the perfect opportunity for revenge. If we join forces, we can surely slay this man. Yun Feiyong's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of derision. To overpower the few with the many? I, Yun Feiyong, would never stoop to such tactics. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a final remark without looking back. If I am to kill, I shall do so with honor. With that, he tossed a few spirit stones towards Yu Jian as a token of defeat and promptly departed. 2 disciples of the Miao Liao sect exchanged glances and promptly followed suit. Yu Jian scratched his head and remarked, Hey, you seem to be quite a decent fellow. He then turned to the sluggish Li Jing and added, Hey, are we still going to fight? If not, I'll take air by to search for treasures. Li Jing's expression fluctuated, and he thought to himself, this person possesses tremendous strength, and I am certainly no match for him. I never anticipated that Lingxiao sect would harbor such a formidable individual. It seems that the vengeance for my second brother must wait until we exit the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Today, consider yourself fortunate. But remember this, the Li family will inevitably annihilate your sect. Yu Jian paid him no heed and turned, waving his hand dismissively. If you wish to annihilate us, then go ahead. My master won't even bother to remove your heads to use as night pots, which speaks volumes about your prowess. Huh, your master? When my Li family's Qingwan guards arrive, your master will either kneel and beg for mercy or flee like a dog with his tail between his legs. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian's gaze turned icy, and he slowly turned back to face him. What did you just say? Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Still processing the situation, when Yu Jian pronounced each word with deliberate intensity, Did you just insult my master? The air abruptly thickened. Li Jing's heart raced, and he instinctively took a half-step back. You're courting death. In a fit of rage, Yu Jian unleashed his spiritual power, propelling himself towards Li Jing like a cannonball. You can insult me? Fine. You can insult Lingxiao sect? That is acceptable. But to insult my master? I will not let you off lightly. Boom. A powerful punch was thrown, and Li Jing hastily raised his sword to block, only to be sent flying dozens of yards, both man and blade. Coughing up blood, Li Jing's face turned ashen. He had never imagined that a single harsh word could provoke this lunatic to such an extent. Flee. Li Jing, devoid of any will to fight, turned to escape. Trying to run, Yu Jian bellowed, chasing after him with reckless abandon. If I don't incapacitate you today, may my name be written backward. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed. The Wuxiang spirit ruins trembled once more, and the spatial dimensions shifted rapidly. Yu Jian could only watch helplessly as Li Jing's figure swiftly receded from view, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Furious, Yu Jian smashed his fist into a nearby boulder. Damn it, don't let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I shall chop you up to feed to De Huang. Before long, the spatial shift concluded. Yu Jian abruptly turned around and discovered that he was now alone. Following the recent dimensional changes, he and the other 2 outer disciples of Lingxiao sect had become separated. Yu Jian retrieved a jade plate to assess his surroundings and realized that he was now quite close to the central light point. The terrain had shifted several times, yet the central point remained unmoved. That is peculiar. In contrast, the light points representing the other 2 outer disciples were not far from here. In that case, I shall first seek out the central light point. What a situation this is. Eugene moved swiftly, this time without the guidance of Airby. And he encountered no treasures of cultivation, allowing him to advance rapidly, fixated on the jade plate in his hand. He was momentarily stunned as he emerged from a misty veil. Before him stood an ancient temple, serene and imposing, and in front of it sat a girl in green. None other than Lin Xian, junior sister. Eugene's eyes widened in disbelief. He recalled the moment he first entered the Wuxiang Lingxiu, where he had seen Lin Xian seated before this very temple. Despite the numerous phase refreshes since, she remained there. Eugene hastened forward, eager to ascertain Lin Xian's condition. However, just as he approached within 10 paces of the temple, a formless barrier suddenly materialized, forcefully repelling him. A barrier? Eugene furrowed his brow, raising his hand to gather spiritual power and striking the barrier with a punch. Bang! The force of his strike exploded upon impact, yet the barrier remained utterly unmoved. Not even a ripple stirred. So resilient? Unwilling to yield, Eugene unleashed a flurry of punches, but to no avail. Junior sister, Lin Xian, he shouted. But the meditating Lin Xian seemed oblivious, her eyes closed, breath steady, as if ensnared in an unknown state. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from within the temple, soaring into the sky. The golden radiance illuminated the heavens, gradually coalescing into the ethereal figure of a young girl. Eugene looked up to see her wielding a sword amidst the snow and wind, meditating under the blazing sun, day after day, year after year. Then the scene shifted, showcasing the girl battling ferocious beasts and contending with formidable foes, her bloodied robe never betraying a hint of retreat. The girl grew stronger, transcending realms step by step, ultimately standing at the pinnacle, gazing down upon all living beings. At that moment, she had transformed into an unparalleled beauty, simultaneously a supreme powerhouse overlooking the world. With a mere gesture, the mountain gate stood firm, the sect established, and countless disciples gathered. The vision abruptly halted, the golden light dissipating, and the sky returned to tranquility. Could this be the memory of the temple's master? Eugene murmured to himself. He glanced back at Lin Xian, noticing a faint golden mark shimmering at her brow, radiating a gentle glow. Has she obtained a legacy? Meanwhile, after the phase refresh, Li Jing had also separated from his family. Now alone, he gazed at the jade plate in his hand, moving towards the direction of the Li family. The individual from Ling Xiao sect possesses immense strength. I must temporarily evade their brilliance. If I cannot find another top-tier opportunity before the Wuxiang Lingxiu closes, I must not confront the people of Ling Xiao sect. With such thoughts, Li Jing felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Then, a voice erupted in his mind. Li Jing clutched his head. The sound akin to the wails of 1,000 vengeful spirits, echoing wildly in his consciousness. Do you harbor hatred? Do you seek revenge? Release your mind, and I shall grant you the power to crush Ling Xiao sect. Who? Li Jing's eyes were bloodshot, and the long blade in his hand trembled violently. He faintly perceived black mist seeping from the ground, entwining around his limbs. Your ancestors of the Li family have an old grievance with me. The demonic sound morphs into viscous black blood, invading through the 7 apertures of Li Jing, transforming this formless spiritual wasteland into the grave of the Ling Xiao sect. Suddenly, Li Jing fell to his knees, howling in agony as sinister demonic patterns surfaced beneath his skin. When he raised his head once more, the whites of his eyes had turned completely black, and his mouth stretched grotesquely to his ears, revealing inhumanly sharp, white fangs. Chapter 40. The Mysterious Erbai. Erbai? Slow down. Woof. Erbai, without looking back, clutched a crystal-clear 9-transmutation spiritual ginseng in its mouth, scampering away on its short legs at a remarkable speed. 2 outer disciples of the Ling Xiao sect were on the verge of tears. Senior brother, how long have we been delayed? Why is Erbai still searching for treasures? They were already burdened with a plethora of rare materials, such as earth vein spiritual essence and Xianyin iron, along with several bottles of unknown elixirs, all discovered by Erbai. Yet, this obstinate creature insisted on carrying the best find itself, refusing to relinquish it no matter how they coaxed. Glancing at the jade plate, one sighed. All right. Although we're lagging behind, we must be drawing closer to senior brother. With no other choice, the two could only follow Erbai as it meandered through the formless spiritual wasteland. However, before they could regroup, the wasteland shook violently once more. The scenery around them transformed completely as they steadied themselves. How many times has it refreshed now? One disciple asked in bewilderment. The other produced the jade plate and suddenly widened his eyes. Wait. Senior brother used light point, should be right in this position. It's very close to us. Erbai perked up its ears, its eyes gleaming, and dashed forward. Hey, Erbai, wait for us. In the mist, the two disciples chased breathlessly after a white silhouette. When they finally reached the temple, they found Yu Jian sitting cross-legged outside the barrier, meditating. Senior brother, they exclaimed in delight. Yu Jian opened his eyes and, upon seeing the treasures they carried, twitched his lips. Which sect did you rob? Senior brother, don't misunderstand. All of this was found by Erbai, they hurriedly explained, also complaining that it insisted on carrying the best find, making them chase it all the way. Yu Jian remarked, I knew it. With your mediocre cultivation. It's a miracle you weren't robbed. Erbai proudly lifted its head and placed the 9 transmutation spiritual ginseng at Yu Jian's feet, its tail spinning like a propeller. Yu Jian chuckled helplessly, ruffling the dog's head. Well done. He then stood, his expression turning serious. Have you noticed? This place seems unaffected by the displacement of the surrounding scenery. The two disciples paused, then quickly realized. Indeed, we were clearly changing positions, yet this place has remained constant. Yu Jian nodded and said, moreover, observe the jade plate. The 3 individuals lowered their heads, discovering that the displayed range of the Wuxiang spirit ruins had diminished to a mere 1/10 of its original size. Yet, the temple remained steadfastly at the center. Sigh. If it is beyond comprehension, let it be. Let us organize these treasures. Subsequently, the trio began to sort through the small mountain of items before them. During this process, they experienced several phase refreshes, yet they only heard sounds. The ground beneath their feet remained utterly undisturbed. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed through the mist. Tang Lu, Xiao Daidai, Xia Jie, and other royal members gradually appeared. Up until this moment, 3 disciples of Lingxiao sect had yet to arrive, and similarly, 3 members of the great Xiao royal family were still unaccounted for. Brother Yu Jian, Xiao Daidai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she hurried over. However, Tang Lu's gaze was fixed directly on Lin Xian within the barrier. Frowning slightly, he inquired, what has happened to her? Yu Jian shook his head, unclear. She seems to have triggered some kind of inheritance. However, I cannot breach this barrier. Xia Jie stepped forward, observing intently, his expression shifting. Strange. I have never encountered any records of a temple within the Wuxiang spirit ruins in the royal archives, nor have I heard of such a situation. Tang Lu gently caressed the barrier, his brow furrowed. It is exceedingly hard. Xia Jie, Xiao Daidai, and the others gasped in astonishment. The words very hard had indeed escaped Tang Lu's lips. Throughout their journey, they had encountered 5 cave dwellings. Yet none of their barriers could withstand even a single thrust from Tang Lu. It was as if those barriers were made of mere paper. The fact that very hard had replaced acceptable here only hinted at the formidable strength of this barrier. Let us strike together, proposed an outer sect disciple. The others nodded, each channeling their spiritual energy. Tang Lu's dark golden spear, Xia Jie's royal dragon aura, and Yu Jian's furious fist technique. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks rained down upon the barrier, producing a deafening cacophony. The ground around them had been battered into massive craters by the violent spiritual energy. Yet the barrier remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing not even a single crack. This barrier is too strong, Xia Jie panted. Yu Jian once again imbued his fists with spiritual energy, stating solemnly, let us try once more. Just as they were about to strike again, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot forth from within the temple, soaring into the heavens. Within the golden radiance, a scene unfolded. A transcendent female sovereign gazed down imperiously upon the world, as all beings knelt before her. She pursued the highest realm, but was ambushed at a critical moment by a man and a woman. Blood stained the sky, and the female sovereign fell, filled with resentment. In an instant, the scene shifted, revealing the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect, where the figure of the Grand Elder, Qi Yu, became distinctly visible. Lingxiao sect? Grand Elder? How could these appear in the vision? Following this, the figure of Chu Xian emerged. Yu Jian, being a devoted disciple of Chu Xian, was the first to exclaim, it is my master. Subsequently, Yu Jian and Tang Lu appeared successively on the scene. What is this? Yu Jian's pupils dilated sharply. Tang Lu furrowed his brow. This is not a legacy. Xia Jie also sensed something amiss. Indeed, it must be her memories. Xiao Daidai covered her mouth in astonishment. Could it be that senior sister Lin Xian is the reincarnation of that female supreme? Upon uttering these words, a wave of shock surged through everyone present. Lin Xian had indeed lived 2 lives, while the crowd remained immersed in the awe inspired by Lin Xian's past memories. Yu Jian's eyes suddenly widened as he pointed towards the barrier, exclaiming, what the heck? Erbai has entered. Everyone abruptly turned their heads. only to see that Airby had somehow crossed the barrier, a piece of pristine white bone clutched in its mouth, scampering joyfully towards Lin Xian. Wasn't this barrier supposed to be impenetrable? Xia Jie looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Dai rubbed her eyes. How did Airby get in? Tang Lu's gaze sharpened. Fixating on the peculiar bone in Airby's mouth, that bone is suspicious. Airby reached Lin Xian's side, carefully placing the bone before her knees, nudging it gently with its nose as if urging her for something. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes. Buzz! The bone suddenly emanated a gentle white light, harmonizing with the golden mark on Lin Xian's forehead. Subsequently, the entire temple transformed into a colossal golden beam that surged towards Lin Xian. Woof! Airby barked excitedly, its tail wagging with even greater fervor. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What is the origin of this dog? Chapter 41. The Path of Lin Xian's Ascension. The harpoon of the sixth brother is severed. Before Lin Xian, a pathway formed slowly, composed of endless runes, radiating an aura that seemed capable of suppressing the ages. This, Xia Jie's pupils contracted, her voice trembling. Could it be the path of the emperor? Has she attained the qualification to become an emperor? Though the crowd was astounded, they were unaware of what the path of the emperor entailed. Xiao Dai inquired, what is the path of the emperor? Xia Jie was momentarily taken aback. How could the disciples of the formidable Ling Shao sect be so naive? Such a widely known concept, yet they appeared oblivious? Xia Jie spoke slowly. The emergence of the path of the emperor signifies that this individual merely needs to cultivate methodically to reach the realm of the emperor, to suppress all foes in the world. At the mention of the title emperor, Xia Jie visibly shuddered. However, based on senior sister Lin Xian's memories, she had already been quite formidable in her previous life, hadn't she? Xia Jie inhaled deeply and continued. Being powerful in a past life does not necessarily equate to being an emperor. If she were truly an emperor, how could she have been so easily ambushed and killed? Below the emperor, all are but ants. In truth, Xia Jie had only heard of the existence of the path of the emperor, which led her to mistakenly believe this was it. Yet, Lin Xian was currently experiencing a far superior pathway, the path of immortality. At this moment, Lin Xian was already embodying the essence of ascension to immortality. The crowd conversed while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained in a meditative state, his eyes closed, as the barrier persisted, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at Xia Jie's waist flickered violently, emitting a frantic cry for help. Your Highness, save us. A massive black mist is pursuing us. The agonizing screams abruptly ceased. Xia Jie's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly checked the jade plate, noticing that the light representing 3 royal members had extinguished simultaneously. This is bad. Eugene abruptly rose, realizing that near the location where the 3 royals had vanished, the remaining 3 disciples of Ling Shao sect were flashing their lights. Tang Lu also noted the situation on the jade plate, and without hesitation, he seized his spear and transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward. Xia Jie's gaze turned icy as he followed closely behind. Yu Jian then solemnly instructed Xiao Dai and the others, protect Lin Xian. Before his words faded, he had already leaped to catch up with Tang Lu and the others. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Wuxiang Lingxiu, 3 disciples of Ling Shao sect were hastily advancing across the plain. Hurry, we're almost there. The leading disciple gasped. The others were equally breathless, panting heavily as they ran. However, in the next moment, a thick mass of viscous black mist surged from their side, its malevolent aura sending chills down their spines. What is that? The black mist twisted like a living entity, instantly lunging towards them. Run! An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed the 3. They disregarded their physical exhaustion and began to sprint frantically. Yet, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the black mist. As the mist drew nearer, the trio oddly felt a sense of relief. Hey, I'm not running anymore. If I'm to die, then so be it. Haha, exactly. I've always been a hunter and farmer. If I can experience a few days as an immortal, I would die without regret. Just as despair descended upon them, the black mist suddenly surged past them, continuing its relentless advance. It's not going to kill us? One disciple collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of bewilderment at having survived. Another suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, ISNT, that senior brother Eugene. At the horizon, Tang Lu. Eugene and Xia Jie were racing towards them, with the black mist clearly targeting Eugene. Sensing an impending threat, Eugene began to gather his strength in silence. Boom. The black mist violently collided with Eugene. He unleashed a powerful punch, his spiritual energy exploding forth. Yet the mist only faltered slightly before extending countless tendrils towards him. With a sharp sound, a tendril slashed across Yu Jian's arm, leaving it torn and bleeding. "Yu Jian," Tang Lu shouted, thrusting his spear, enveloped in dark golden light, towards the black mist, but it vanished as if into the sea. Xia Jia's royal aura was also devoured by the mist, his expression shifting in horror. This vile creature can absorb spiritual power. Within the black mist, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened, and a hoarse voice reverberated. "The Lingxiao sect deserves to perish." The black mist surged forth, crashing towards the three like a colossal wave. With a thunderous roar, Yu Jian gathered all his spiritual power into his fist and struck at the heart of the black fog. Yet, as soon as his fist made contact, it was utterly devoured. "Be careful," Tang Lu warned, sweeping his trident with fervor. The dark golden patterns on his arm flickered wildly as he severed the tentacle that had lunged at Xia Jia. However, the severed tentacle fell to the ground and transformed into black water, swiftly merging back into the mist. Could this monstrous entity be invincible? Cold sweat trickled down Xia Jia's forehead as he unleashed waves of golden dragon energy, but to little avail. Suddenly, Yu Jian's pupils constricted. Look at those tentacles. Each writhing black tendril bore a grotesque face, distorted and familiar. The snarling visage of a member of the Li family, the agonized expressions of disciples from the burning sky valley, and even the fallen faces of 3 royal members, and countless others, faces unknown to the trio. Had it consumed them all? Xia Jia trembled, fearing that fewer than 20 living souls remained in this boundless spirit wasteland. Suddenly, a tentacle pierced through Tang Lu's defenses, tearing open a gash on his shoulder. As the dark golden blood oozed forth, it was ravenously absorbed by the black mist. "Ha ha!" Li Jing's maniacal voice echoed from within the fog. "Do you see this? This is the fate of those who oppose the Li family." "Li Jing," Yu Jian roared in fury, "have you lost your mind?" In response, 3 tentacles erupted, each bearing the oppressive force of a peak spiritual spring realm expert. Xia Jia hastily summoned the royal artifact, the 9-dragon seal. 9 golden dragon phantoms spiraled forth, temporarily repelling the mist. Yet, cracks soon marred the surface of the artifact, signaling its imminent failure. If this continued, death was inevitable. Tang Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The dark golden patterns had spread to his neck. He had to find the core. Though Yu Jian and his companions had yet to uncover Li Jing's weakness, achieving a swift victory would be no easy task for Li Jing either. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the black mist began to churn violently. The faces that had been consumed were now gnashing at one another, emitting heart-wrenching wails. "No, no." Li Jing's voice turned desperate. "Senior, you promised to let me maintain my consciousness." A deeper, hoarse voice responded, "You worthless fool, unable to subdue even 3 younglings." At the center of the black mist, a pulsating black heart gradually emerged. With each beat, the entire space trembled. Now, Tang Lu's eyes gleamed with intensity. The 3 launched their most powerful strike. Yu Jian's fists ignited with crimson flames. Tang Lu's trident transformed into a bolt of dark gold lightning, while Xia Jia bit his tongue, unleashing a spray of vital blood to activate the 9-dragon seal. Boom! The explosive shockwave obliterated the trees in a 100-foot radius. As the dust settled, Tang Lu's trident was unmistakably embedded in the black heart. A piercing scream erupted from the mist as it began to contract violently. Yet, before the trio could catch their breath, they heard a sharp crack. The harpoon belonging to Lu Zi has shattered. Chapter 42. Departure from the spirit ruins. The sharp crack of the broken harpoon resonated in Tang Lu's ears like a thunderclap. He stood in a daze, staring at the weapon bestowed upon him by his father before his demise. Dark golden patterns rapidly spread from his neck to his entire visage, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks. The harpoon was broken. At the moment the final word fell, the ground within a Tinjiang radius around Tang Lu collapsed by 3 feet. A violent surge of blood energy formed a visible dark red wave, reducing the surrounding stones to mere dust. Li Jing had just displayed a mocking smile when, suddenly, a blur crossed his vision. Bang! Tang Lu's fist crashed into his face. Black blood and a few teeth sprang forth. The force of that punch created a sonic boom. The ensuing battle transcended all rationality. Tang Lu wholly relinquished defense, each punch imbued with earth-shattering might. He tore through the encroaching black mist with his bare hands. The contact of dark golden blood with the mist emitting a hissing sound akin to hot iron plunged into water. Boom! An elbow strike sent Li Jing crashing into the rock wall, and Tang Lu followed up with a knee to his abdomen, causing the entire cliff to crumble under the impact. Xia Jia watched in stunned disbelief. Is this still Tang Lu? One must never provoke him. The consequences are dire. Li Jing, too, was inwardly astonished. What is wrong with this kid? The bloodline of a war god has become this formidable. Just as Tang Lu seized Li Jing by the throat, lifting him up, an unforeseen change occurred. A strange smile crept across Li Jing's lips. The black mist suddenly surged into Tang Lu's body through his orifices, instantly tainting the dark golden patterns with ink-like darkness. Tang Lu let out a muffled groan, his movements momentarily stalling. Cackling, Li Jing sneered, "I've got you now." His fingers, like blades, thrust toward Tang Lu's heart. Splat! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Yet it was Yu Jian who was wounded. In a split second, he pushed Tang Lu away, but was himself pierced through the shoulder. "Ants!" Li Jing cackled. Ready to finish off Yu Jian. Suddenly, a golden light shot up from the distance, piercing the clouds. Li Jing's heart trembled. The aura of the Imperial Path. No, this is the Celestial Path. Haha, heaven is on my side. The bloodline of the war god has coincided with the emergence of the Celestial Path. It shall all belong to me. He violently shoved everyone aside, greedily gazing toward the source of the golden light. In that instant, he deemed Tang Lu's bloodline a secondary concern. He could not afford to miss the formation of the Celestial Path. Without hesitation, he abandoned Tang Lu and transformed into a streak of black light, racing toward the golden source. Yu Jian and the others seized the fleeting opportunity to catch their breath. "Senior brother." The three disciples of Ling Shao sect stumbled forward, their hands clutching 9 petals radiating a dreamlike glow. The eldest disciple stammered, "Senior brother." The petals of the other shore. 9 petals. Yu Jian pressed his hand to his shoulder wound and swallowed a healing elixir. Upon encountering the 3 individuals presenting flower petals, I was momentarily taken aback. What is the purpose of these petals at such a time? At that moment, while Chu Stian had issued commands to his disciples, Yu Jianjing was escorting the Summer Emperor away and was thus unaware of the significance of the petals from the other shore. However, Tang Lu's eyes brightened, for he had diligently remembered Chu Xian's instructions. He swiftly collected the petals into his spatial ring and declared, "Let us proceed. Lin Xian is still over there." Summer Jie furrowed his brow but said nothing further, hastening to keep pace with the others. As they fled a short distance, the ground beneath them began to warp unexpectedly. The phase refresh commenced anew, this time with a catastrophic force that caused mountains to crumble and rivers to reverse, as if the entire world was collapsing towards its center. A massive boulder, towering 100 feet, soared past them, vanishing from sight in an instant. "This is bad." Summer Jie's expression changed dramatically. Was the Wuxiang Lingshu about to close so soon? Why was it happening at such an alarming speed? The group sprinted desperately, the earth fracturing behind them with every step. Ahead, golden light and black mist began to collide violently. Amidst the clash of light and shadow, Lin Xian slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had transformed into a faint golden hue, and an ethereal aura surrounded her, drawing the very essence of heaven and earth to her side with every movement. Li Jing, shrouded in black mist, fixed his gaze upon her, his greed almost palpable. "Celestial bones. You possess celestial bones within you. No wonder the path to immortality has emerged. If I merely extract your celestial bones, I shall attain the qualifications for ascension." Lin Xian offered no reply. Instead, she raised her hand, and a golden sword aura materialized from thin air, slicing towards Li Jing. Beside her, Airby excitedly barked woof. The golden sword aura collided thunderously with the black mist. Boom. Both combatants were forced back several steps, revealing an equal match in power. Li Jing let out a sinister laugh, abruptly vanishing from sight, abandoning Lin Xian to lunge at the others behind her, including the dazed Xiao Dai. "Be careful." Lin Xian's expression shifted as she hurriedly moved to intercept. Swish. A blade of black mist grazed her arm, drawing forth a cascade of golden droplets. Though she managed to thwart Li Jing's ambush, Lin Xian sustained a minor injury, her breath momentarily faltering. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Jing's assault intensified. The black mist transformed into countless blades, assailing Lin Xian from all directions. Though she fought valiantly to defend herself, her movements became less fluid, and she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Sister, Xiao Dai, anxious to assist, was thrown back by the violent backlash of spiritual energy. In that critical moment, boom, a figure descended from the heavens. Yu Jian, drenched in blood, unleashed a dragon-like punch that forcefully cleared a path through the black mist. "Junior sister, we have arrived." Tang Lu and Summer Jie followed closely behind, forming a triangular formation to shield Lin Xian at the center. Yet, before they could regroup, the entire realm began to tremble. Countless stars ascended from the ground, as mountains, rivers, and vegetation gradually faded into nothingness. The boundless spirit realm is about to close, Xia Jie exclaimed. Li Jing's face was filled with ecstasy. Ha! 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 At last, I shall leave this wretched place. Little spirits, we shall meet outside. Before his words faded, his body began to dissolve into a cloud of black mist. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as the mist dissipated, devoid of any means to intervene. Xia Jie hurriedly gathered everyone together, preparing for their departure from the boundless spirit realm. The surrounding world gradually transformed into starlight. A blinding white light flashed. And when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves standing in the desert at the entrance of the boundless spirit realm. What greeted Jian and the others was a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. The once bustling entrance of the boundless spirit realm had now turned into a blood-stained purgatory. The yellow sands were soaked in blood, and severed limbs lay scattered about. Numerous corpses, clad in the garments of various sects, appeared as though they had been pierced through by some malevolent force. 300 feet away, that familiar black mist was being ruthlessly battered by a young man. Damn, where are my fellow disciples from Lingxiao sect? How did such a ghastly creature emerge? The disciples of Lingxiao sect exclaimed in shock. Master, sect leader. Chapter 43, The Inquisitive Chu Xian. Boom. Chu Xian smacked the black mist with a resounding clap, sending it rolling for several dozen feet. And a piercing scream emanated from within the mist. Damn, where are my fellow disciples from Lingxiao sect? How did such a ghastly creature emerge? Chu Xian cursed. Delivering another kick, Li Jing, trapped within the mist, was on the verge of tears. After laboriously escaping the boundless spirit realm where he had been imprisoned for a millennium, he had barely begun to feast on a few human hearts before colliding with a formidable sage-level powerhouse. His cultivation was immediately confined by this great sage, while a mere peak spirit spring realm individual held him down and beat him. Was there any justice left in this world? Master, sect leader. The joyous shouts from the Lingxiao sect disciples reached Chu Xian's ears, and upon turning around, he saw his disciples standing not far away, which brought him immense relief. You should have mentioned this sooner. Chu Xian retaliated with another slap against the black mist. You deserve this beating. After inquiring about the situation from his disciples, they began to recount Li Jing's heinous acts within the boundless spirit realm, devouring cultivators, ambushing Lingxiao sect disciples, attempting to seize Tang Lu's bloodline and celestial bones. Upon hearing all this, Chu Xian waved his hand impatiently. Just crush him. Long Out Yin chuckled, and with a swift motion, he obliterated the black mist. Bang! The mist exploded, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Just as the group was discussing the events within the boundless spirit realm, Emperor Xia Yanxiu of the Great Xia Empire descended from the sky. He nodded slightly to Chu Xian, his gaze drifting over to Yu Jian almost imperceptibly. Chu Xian took the little Bai from Yu Jian's arms and remarked, observing Bai's front paws incessantly rubbing its small nose with a smile, all right. Let us return to the Misty City. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. Even Bai is struggling to cope. The group refrained from further discussion and swiftly made their way back to Misty City. As soon as they departed, a figure in a black robe quietly appeared in the desert. He knelt down, his fingers gently brushing against the sandy soil. Moments later, he pinched a barely perceptible wisp of black mist, his expression filled with utmost reverence. Welcome back, ancestor. Immediately, the figure cloaked in black transformed into smoke and dissipated. Atop the drunken immortal tower, the curtains fluttered softly. A breathtakingly beautiful woman lay quietly upon a jade couch. Her skin is white as snow and her features like a painting, yet she appeared as if she had been in slumber for a millennium, devoid of life. This woman was none other than Princess Xia Zhu of the Great Xia. Chu Xian turned to his disciples, asking, Have you found the petals of the other shore flower? Tang Lu promptly produced 9 crystalline petals and explained that they had been discovered by the 3 disciples. Chu Xian's gaze, filled with satisfaction, fell upon the trio, who immediately felt bashful and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Chu Xian declared, Upon returning to the sect, the 3 of you shall soak in the bloodline immortal pool for 10 days. The 3 disciples rejoiced, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, sect master. Thank you, sect master. Subsequently, Chu Xian shooed everyone away, leaving only Yu Jian and Xia Yanxiu. With rare seriousness, Chu Xian pointed to the woman on the jade couch. This is the great Xia princess, Xia Zhu. She is an ancient Huangquan sacred body, and will remain in slumber until awakened. To rouse her, we require the petals of the other shore flower. He paused, adding with significance, and the union with a pure young body. Yu Jian nodded thoughtfully. These conditions are indeed stringent. A pure young body is not easily found. Chu Xian immediately facepalmed. You are commendable in many respects, but your thought process is rather unique. He continued, the one lying there is called Xiaxu from now on. You shall be known as Foolish Spring. Realization dawned upon Yu Jian, and his eyes widened. Wait, master, do you mean? Suddenly, Xia Yinxiu bowed deeply. I beseech you. Young friend, save my daughter. Yu Jian's complexion flushed crimson as he took several steps back, waving his hands. Your Majesty, I cannot comply. Chu Xian exclaimed. What nonsense. Master. This is unacceptable. My disciple is singularly devoted to the path. How could he? Chu Xian glared. How could it be unacceptable? The princess is as beautiful as a flower and possesses an ancient sacred body. Is she unworthy of you? Yu Jian, in a panic, began to sweat profusely. It is not a matter of worthiness. He stammered for a while, then suddenly gritted his teeth. My life was saved by the master. I wish only to serve you and cannot be distracted. Chu Xian was taken aback, and his eyes glistened with emotion. His disciple's pure heart, choosing to refuse such an opportunity solely to care for him, touched him deeply. He recalled a previous jest when Yu Jian had claimed he would not take a partner, and he had thought it was merely to amuse him. Foolish child. Chu Xian gently ruffled Yu Jian's hair, his tone unexpectedly tender. I am not yet so old as to require your care. But listen to me. Chu Xian's expression turned serious. If the ancient Huangquan's sacred body does not awaken in time, Xiaxu will undoubtedly perish within a year. Can you bear to watch a flower-like maiden fade away in vain? Xia Yinxiu hurriedly stepped forward. Young friend, I implore you. I merely wish for Zhu'er to survive. Regardless of the outcome, from this moment forth, the great Xia shall forever remain a vassal of the Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian glanced at Chu Xian, then at the humbled Xia Yinxiu, before finally letting out a long sigh. Very well. Instantly, Chu Xian's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly revealed the details of the awakening method. Remember, after consuming the petals of the other shore flower, you must use your supreme young blood to guide it, then cough. Chu Xian's face flushed crimson as he pulled Xia Yinxiu out of the room in haste. Bang! The moment the door closed, Chu Xian's voice faintly echoed with a reminder, Disciple, be gentle. In the 8th floor hall of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a heated discussion was underway. The proprietor recounted the events that transpired while the group was within the Wuxiang spiritual ruins. It turned out that although they felt as if only a day or two had passed, an entire month had elapsed in the outside world. During the opening of the Wuxiang spiritual ruins, as the Li family's Qingluan guards had been decimated by Long Outyin, the great Xia imperial family swiftly enacted a thunderous retribution, obliterating the Li family and enumerating all their transgressions. Simultaneously, the upper echelons of 10 major sects, including the Miao Miao sect and the Burning Heaven Valley, were all executed by the imperial family. Without the Li family's Qingluan guards to restrain them, the Northern Demon Clan was relentlessly pursued by the Lu Yi Legion, teetering on the brink of annihilation. This cascade of revelations left the members of the Lingxiao sect and the imperial family utterly astounded. At that moment, Chu Xian and Xia Yinxiu descended from the upper floor. The crowd rose to pay their respects. Chu Xian waved his hand. All right, please be seated. How did this expedition go? What encounters did you face within? Thus, the group began to recount their various experiences in the Wuxiang spiritual ruins. Chu Xian listened intently, nodding in agreement. However, it seemed as though everyone had conspired to remain silent about Lin Xian's past memories. Finally, when the discussion turned to Lin Xian's battle with the Black Mist and his subsequent injuries, this former semi-emperor suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming in anger, "How preposterous! If it were me in my past life." At this point, Lin Xian abruptly froze. Oh no, have I revealed something I shouldn't have? How could I have divulged my most significant secret? Chu Xian's eyes widened in confusion as he looked at Lin Xian. Just then, Tang Lu spoke up. Master, she has died before. Instantly, Chu Xian transformed into a curious child. Oh, Luer, do enlighten me, he urged eagerly. In the midst of speaking, he unexpectedly produced a handful of fragrant melon seeds from seemingly nowhere. Chapter 44, Lin Xian's Heart Returns. Zhu awakens. At the top floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the flickering candlelight illuminated Yu Jian standing before the jade couch, his fingertips trembling slightly. Upon the couch lay a maiden, her snow-white skin radiating a faint golden glow, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. He took a deep breath and placed 9 petals of the other shore flower into his mouth, gently leaning down. Before long, the petals transformed into 9 droplets of crystalline liquid, which dripped into Xiaxu's mouth. Suddenly, a golden pattern flickered between the young girl's brows, as if her slumbering body had been awakened by a surge of pure yang energy. although Xia Zhu's eyes remained tightly closed. Her delicate fingers instinctively began to loosen the belt of Yu Jian. On the 8th floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, the lights shone brightly, and the aroma of wine filled the air. After listening to the accounts of Lin Xian's past life, Chu Xian fell into a moment of silence before abruptly slamming his palm on the table, causing the wine cups to clatter. Xianer, Chu Xian strode towards Lin Xian, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. In the past, we were unable to assist you, but in this life, as you have joined my Ling Xiao sect, I vow to help you reclaim your rightful place and avenge the grievances of your past. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. No seats. Little Dai Dai chimed in, still clutching a half-string of candied hawthorns. Sister, who dares to bully you? I, Little Dai Dai, will be the first to object. Count me in. Tang Lu's voice was low yet resolute. The disciples of Ling Xiao sect are not to be trifled with. Following suit, many disciples from both the inner and outer sects expressed their determination to stand by Lin Xian's side, vowing to avenge the past in this lifetime. As Lin Xian gazed upon the sincere faces before her, the icy barrier forged by memories of her previous life began to thaw like spring snow. Although she had reached the semi-emperor realm in her past life, she was now merely a direct disciple of the Ling Xiao sect. It was time to cherish the present. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian suddenly knelt on one knee. Disciple Lin Xian, I thank my revered master and all my fellow disciples. Get up, get up. Chu Xian pulled her to her feet, casually shoving a jar of strong liquor into her arms. My disciple, let us not return until we are drunk tonight. The jars clashed, and fine wine splashed. Amidst the cheers of the gathered disciples, Lin Xian tilted her head back and drank heartily, the fiery liquid sliding down her throat, allowing her to savor the taste of home for the first time. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high, illuminating the golden pattern on her brow, which shone brilliantly. At that moment, this reincarnated semi-emperor finally let down her guard, embracing the warmth of this lively world. Just as everyone was toasting and reveling, a dull thud suddenly resonated above, causing the entire 8th floor table to tremble slightly. Hiss! Little Dai Dai, biting into a candied hawthorn, widened her eyes in surprise. Is Yu Jian dismantling the building? An inner sect disciple, tipsy from the wine, jested. From the sound, it seems more intense than tearing down the building. Ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, exchanging knowing glances. Lin Xian cleared her throat, pretending to focus on her drink, though her ears turned slightly red. Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yu Jian descended, covering half of his flushed face. Faint scratch marks were visible on his neck, and he stumbled slightly. Master, Your Majesty. Yu Jian's voice was clearly unsteady, his gaze wandering. Chu Xian shot him a glare, exasperated. Still calling her Your Majesty? Yu Jian jolted, quickly bowing respectfully to Xia Yanqiu. Your Majesty, rest assured, I, Yu Jian, shall never let Xia Zhu down in this lifetime. Xia Yanqiu nodded in satisfaction. In the future, do visit the palace with Zhuer more often. Father-in-law, Chu Xian chuckled softly and declared, starting today, Xia Zhu shall be the 4th direct disciple of our Ling Xiao sect. Yu Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Why do I have the impression that my master had already intended to accept Xia Zhu as a disciple? Have I been outmaneuvered by my master? Laughter erupted among the crowd, who gathered around Yu Jian to tease him. Brother, why is your face so swollen? Did Airbai scratch you? But that can't be right. Airbai has been asleep, and hasn't he even gone upstairs? TSK, those scratches suggest a fierce battle. Yu Jian, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, waved off the jesting crowd, yet couldn't help but sneak a glance at the staircase leading to the upper floor. In the 8th floor private chamber of the drunken immortal tower, Chu Xian casually flipped through the map of the Great Xia territory presented by Xia Yanqiu, who was reporting to him meticulously. On the first day of each month, the royal family transfers 70% of the mineral vein revenue to the Ling Xiao sacred land. Xia Yanqiu traced several vermilion marks on the map with his fingertip. Chu Xian nodded lightly. During his tenure at the Yun Xiao sect, he had dealt with similar sect-related matters frequently. In exchange, our Ling Xiao sect shall ensure the peace of the Great Xia and its royal family. However, one stipulation remains. The Great Xia royal family must not use our Ling Xiao sect's name for nefarious deeds. Xia Yanqiu's face brightened, as this effectively bound the Great Xia and the Ling Xiao sect together. Rest assured, this will never occur. Chu Xian continued. How are the preparations for accepting disciples coming along? I have drafted the edict, and from today onwards, there will be disciple recruitment points established across the entire Great Xia. Each recruitment point is to enroll at least 100 disciples, who will then be sent to the sacred land by the royal family. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Long Out Yin had already returned to the sect to fetch the disciple recruitment wheel and was expected back in 5 days. Xia Yinqiu involuntarily shivered. It was better not to mention this matter. Bringing it up only made him feel that the spirit stones provided by the royal family were somewhat squandered. Recruiting disciples seemed entirely based on luck. Such an absurd method of accepting disciples had never been seen in his lifetime. The following day, when Xia Zhu finally awoke from her slumber, her once ink-black eyes had transformed into a profound dark golden hue, surrounded by an almost imperceptible aura of the Yellow Springs. "Father," she softly called, her voice still tinged with the rasp of awakening. Xia Yinqiu hurried forward, tightly grasping his daughter's hand, his eyes reddening slightly. "Zhuer, you have finally awakened." However, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Zhu's gaze bypassed Xia Yinqiu and landed directly on Yu Jian at the doorway. The young girl's pale cheeks suddenly flushed with color, her fingers instinctively tightening around the brocade quilt. Xia Yinqiu, oblivious to her distraction, grew even more excited as he held onto Xia Zhu's hand. Cough. Chu Xian cleared his throat emphatically, and Xia Yinqiu promptly regained his composure. "Zhuer, quickly come and greet your master. Your awakening is all thanks to him." Xia Zhu nodded gently, just about to rise to pay her respects when Chu Xian hurriedly interjected. "There is no need for excessive formalities, as you have only just awakened." He then broke into a smile and added, "From this day forth, you shall be a direct disciple of the Ling Shao sect. Here, I possess the 9 transformations of the Yellow Springs. From this day forth, Zhuer shall commence her cultivation." Xia Yinqiu's pupils instantly constricted. "Wait, didn't you say you didn't have it? Didn't you mention needing some sort of tower? How is it that you have it now? Am I being deceived?" Chu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Xia Yinqiu, gently blinking, as if to convey, "What do you think? Am I not generous towards my daughter-in-law and disciple?" Xia Yinqiu's gaze flickered slightly, and she mused inwardly. "Ah, if I have been deceived, so be it. The awakening of my daughter is of paramount importance." Little Dai gleefully ran to Xia Zhu, stuffing her hands full of spiritual fruits. In a hushed tone, she urged, "Senior sister, eat quickly. These were specially picked for you by senior brother." Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Yu Jian's ears turned crimson as he stammered. "I was merely passing by." Xia Zhu lowered her head, biting her lip. "Thank you, senior brother." Subsequently, the others discreetly exited the top floor, granting Yu Jian and Xia Zhu some much-needed privacy. Chapter 45. The Choice of Yun Feiyang in the Tavern Opposite the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Xia Jie unconsciously crushed the jade cup in his hand. The little eunuch beside him quietly reminded, "Your Highness, it is time to return to the palace." Xia Jie abruptly rose, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. Meanwhile, a wisp of black mist stealthily infiltrated. 100 miles north of the mysterious city, within the mysterious sect, Yun Feiyang finally returned from the Wuxiang spirit ruins. During his time in the ruins, after battling with Yu Jian, Yun Feiyang swiftly retreated, only to encounter an assault from spirit beasts, leading 2 disciples of the mysterious sect in a fierce battle. Due to their distance from the central area, they narrowly avoided encountering the demonized Li Jing, thus escaping a calamity. When the Wuxiang spirit ruins eventually closed, the trio emerged to find only a pile of severed limbs in the desert. They paid little heed, as the closure of the ruins often left a river of blood in its wake. However, upon entering the mysterious sect, they sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The entire sect was cloaked in a pall of despair, with disciples hurriedly carrying their belongings. Yun Feiyang seized one individual, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" The disciple, upon recognizing Yun Feiyang, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had returned alive. "Senior brother Yun, so much has transpired while you were in the Wuxiang spirit ruins." The disciple wept, recounting all that had occurred during their absence. Thunderclaps echoed in Yun Feiyang's mind. "Alas, I had advised Master against colluding with the Li family, but he would not heed my warning. Now, the upper echelons of the sect have been executed. The mysterious sect is in grave peril. What path should I take now?" Just as Yun Feiyang was engulfed in confusion, an elderly figure approached him. "Young Yun." Yun Feiyang quickly turned to the newcomer. "Master Sai?" The visitor was none other than Master Sai Chuanqiu, the appraiser from the auction house. The old man gently patted Yun Feiyang's shoulder, his eyes filled with sorrow. "Yun Shizu, my agreement with your esteemed Piao sect has reached its conclusion. Now that the upper echelons of the Piao sect have perished, I must bid you farewell." Yun Feiyang felt a tremor in his heart. Was Master Sai truly departing? The elder nodded gently, sighing. It was previously agreed that I would refine pills for your Piao sect for 3 years, after which the Tongbin Sao would be bestowed upon me. The 3 years have now elapsed. Yun Feiyong had indeed heard of this arrangement and could not insist on retaining him. He clasped his fists and said, I wish Master Sai a safe journey. The elder stroked his beard, yet showed no intention of leaving immediately. With narrowed eyes, he slowly inquired, What are your plans for the future, Yin Xiaozu? After a long silence, Yun Feiyong's gaze grew resolute as he declared, I aim to develop and strengthen the Piao sect. The elder burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Young man, I admire your spirit. Of all in the Piao sect, you are the one I find most agreeable. Would you like me to guide you on your path? Yun Feiyong's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly knelt on one knee, respectfully requesting, I humbly ask for your guidance. I shall follow your instructions without fail. The elder, composed and unperturbed, advised, You may seek refuge with the current influential figures of the Great Xia. Otherwise, the Piao sect shall surely meet its demise within half a month. Yun Feiyong wholeheartedly agreed with the elder's words, recognizing that without prudent decisions, their former enemies would annihilate the Piao sect completely. Is the master suggesting I approach the royal family? The elder chuckled and shook his head. Ling Xiazong. Yun Feiyong, perplexed, responded, Ling Xiazong? Why does that name sound so familiar? The two individuals beside him quickly reminded him, Senior brother, we encountered them in the Wuxiang Lingxiu, where Li Jing mentioned that Ling Xiazong had slain 3 members of the Piao sect. Understanding dawned on Yun Feiyong, they were indeed the ones. The elder continued, Currently, Ling Xiazong is the most formidable sect in the Great Xia. Even the royal family bows before them. 3 options lie before you. First, submit to Ling Xiazong, offering them benefits in exchange for their protection. Second, simply amalgamate the entire Piao sect into Ling Xiazong. Third, you could lead this group of disciples to carve a new path amidst the bloodshed in the Great Xia, though it remains uncertain how many would be willing to follow you. Yun Feiyong surveyed the Piao sect, noting the severe depletion of disciples. Perhaps only 300 to 500 remained. The prospect of surviving in a land rife with enemies seemed insurmountable. The elder continued, To be frank, I am about to visit Ling Xiazong. If you truly intend to seek their allegiance, I can accompany you. After much internal struggle, Yun Feiyong finally nodded in agreement. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Master Sai. Subsequently, Yun Feiyong gathered the remaining disciples of the Piao sect to assess the dwindling resources. To their dismay, they discovered that not a single resource remained. Everything had been absconded by some lower-ranking elders. The entire sect's warehouse contained nothing but 2 grains of mouse droppings. Yun Feiyong seethed with fury, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, These wretches! Should I encounter them again, I shall ensure their complete annihilation. A disciple of the mysterious Cloud sect whispered, Master Sai, we have no resources left at all. Will the Lingxiao sect accept us? The elder sighed helplessly, alas. If that is the case, simply follow me. As Sai Chuanxiu led a group of mysterious Cloud sect disciples out of their sect, they spotted Chu Xian waiting outside with Long Outyin. Old man, I've come to fetch you. The elder shot a glare at Chu Xian, stating, I have one condition for my transfer to your Lingxiao sect. Let these disciples from the mysterious Cloud sect join as well. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback. The sight of over 400 individuals filled him with immense joy. Up until now, the Lingxiao sect had only around 500 members. Adding these disciples would elevate their numbers to 1,000. Moreover, Chu Xian noticed that among these disciples, 6 had already attained the Spirit Spring realm. The young man beside the elder was even at the pinnacle of that realm. Accepting this group would allow him to fulfill his system tasks effortlessly, and he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm. Seeing that Chu Xian had not responded, the elder assumed reluctance on his part and was about to issue a threat when Chu Xian interjected, It's not out of the question, but I have one condition. What condition? Chu Xian retrieved the broken harpoon of his disciple, Tang Lu, from his storage ring and tossed it to the elder. This is my disciple's weapon. It broke in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Did you not claim to have met more alchemists and blacksmiths than I have had meals? Find someone to repair this harpoon. The elder raised an eyebrow, impressed by the young man's care for his disciple. Very well, I shall take care of it. With that, he produced an exquisite communication jade slip. Old buddy, come to the eastern coast, to a nation called Daxia. Before long, a reply echoed back from the jade slip. What the hell? Elder Sai, you're still alive. I'm on my way. Initially, Chu Xian had not paid much attention, but upon hearing the voice from the jade slip, he became alert. You actually know Duan Hong? Chapter 46. Finally returning to Lingxiao. Reward. Pinnacle of Dao Seeking. Upon hearing Chu Xian's question, the elder was taken aback. You know Duan Hong? At this moment, Chu Xian finally comprehended that the elder before him was indeed no ordinary individual. Duan Hong was the most elite blacksmith in the eastern wilderness, and Chu Xian had often frequented Duan Hong's forge. Most weapons wielded by the disciples of the Yunxiao sect originated from Duan Hong's craftsmanship. The fact that Duan Hong spoke to this elder with such familiarity suggested that their relationship was anything but ordinary. The elder squinted his eyes and inquired, "Who are you?" Chu Xian did not respond directly but countered, "And who might you be?" "I am Sai Chuanxiu, my name unaltered, my surname unchanged." Chu Xian replied, I must admit, I have never heard of that name. During a casual conversation with Zhang Qing, I once overheard him mention that he had been a disciple of a Mr. Sai. Could this be the elderly gentleman before me? Young man, are you perhaps a trickster sent by some sacred place to deceive me? Chu Xian's demeanor grew serious. I am Chu Xian, son of Chu Shana. Upon hearing Chu Xian's self-introduction, Sai Chuanxiu's pupils immediately constricted. The son of Chu Shana? The very Chu Xian who once swept away all the talents of the eastern wilderness? With a smile, Chu Xian gently nodded. The old man was even more astonished. I heard from that young rascal Zhang Qing that you had lost all your cultivation and become a waste. How is it that you have now reached the peak of the spiritual spring realm? Chu Xian replied, I have received some fortunate opportunities, merely a stroke of luck. Oh? What opportunities? Sai Chuanxiu's interest was piqued. Years ago, Zhang Qing had described Chu Xian's physical condition to Sai Chuanxiu, who had concluded that Chu Xian would never have the possibility of cultivation again. Thus, he had never visited the Lingxiao sect. To his surprise, this young man had now attained the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Chu Xian responded, Old man, refrain from asking so many questions. Since you were able to summon Duan Hong, I shall accept these individuals into my Lingxiao sect. Let us depart. Sai Chuanxiu, filled with curiosity, followed closely behind Chu Xian, persistently inquiring. Growing impatient with the questions, Chu Xian instructed Long Outyin to take the old man back to Piamiao City first. When Chu Xian led a large group of Piamiao sect disciples to Piamiao City, Xia Yinxiu had already prepared the Dao boat under Long Outyin's guidance. Half a day later, the Dao boat rose from the central square of Piamiao City, heading towards the Lingxiao sect. Thus, the journey to the Wuxiang spirit ruins came to a complete conclusion. In the vast western territories of the Great Xia Empire lay a desolate landscape. On this cracked earth, yellow sands billowed and demonic energy swirled, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic vision. In the distance, black castles loomed. Demonic cultivators, clad in dark robes adorned with bizarre runes, moved stealthily within the shadows. This area was the realm of the demon cultivators, known as the Nine Nether Demonic Soil. The Demon King's Hall was the ruler of this land. At this moment, within the Demon King's Hall, more than 10 powerful figures of the demonic sect had gathered. Master, has the ancestor truly returned? The foremost figure in black robe slowly withdrew a wisp of black mist from his bosom and gently placed it upon the high seat at the forefront of the hall. The ancestor had been suppressed for 10,000 years and had finally escaped from that accursed place. However, this fragment of true soul was too feeble. Send the order down. The ancestor has returned. Let the slaughter commence. As you command. On the coast of the East Sea, within the Lingxiao sect. The Dao boat flew directly into the sect and gradually descended upon the sect's main square. Subsequently, a long staircase extended from the Dao boat, and Chu Xian was the first to step down. Qi Yu and the others had been waiting for quite some time, followed by 20 elders. Most of the Lingxiao sect disciples were engaged in cultivation, so only a few dozen disciples were present in the square. Welcome the sect master back to the sect. Chu Xian waved his hand to the crowd, signaling that no excessive formalities were necessary. Following him, Jin and others disembarked from the Dao boat in an orderly fashion, with the numerous disciples of the Miao Miao sect trailing behind. The moment the disciples emerged from the Dao boat, every individual trembled simultaneously, momentarily freezing on the steps of the vessel. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloped them, threads of profound Dao energy forcefully penetrating their bodies. The laws of heaven and earth flickered constantly before their eyes. Yun Feiyong felt somewhat disoriented, as if his very soul might escape his body. He was enveloped in an ethereal sensation, relishing the experience. Is this truly the Lingxiao sect? The members of the Lingxiao sect had already received word in advance, aware that many would be joining their ranks. Thus, they were not the least surprised by the arrival of so many disciples from the Miao Miao sect. Observing the disciples' hesitation, Chu Xian had no choice but to declare, From this day forth, you shall all be disciples of the Lingxiao sect. For now, you will be classified as miscellaneous disciples. Subsequent evaluations will determine your promotions. The Miao Miao disciples finally regained their composure and responded in unison, yes. Over 400 voices echoed, resounding like thunder. At that moment, a notification from the system resounded in Chu Xian's ears. Mainline Task 2, reach 1,000 sect disciples. With 10 disciples attaining the spiritual spring realm, completed. Reward. Host cultivation reaches the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm. Mainline Task 3 has been accepted. Reach 10,000 sect disciples, with 1,000 disciples attaining the spiritual spring realm, and 100 disciples attaining the profound Dan realm. Reward. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of the sub-holy realm. Instantly, Chu Xian felt a profound Dan materialize above his spiritual spring. Subsequently, under the nourishment of this Dan, his spiritual spring rapidly expanded, transforming in the blink of an eye into an expansive ocean. Then, a multitude of pathways began to emerge before Chu Xian's eyes, the sheer number dazzling him. Why are there so many pathways this time? Chu Xian pondered, recalling that when he ascended to the Tao-seeking realm previously, there seemed to be only 10. Now, there must be thousands. Just as Chu Xian was engulfed in doubt, all the pathways began to merge rapidly. Buzzing, the dense array of paths converged like a flickering light show, ultimately leaving only a singular path. The pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm. I have returned. Chu Xian took a deep breath. His highest previous cultivation had been the harmonious Tao realm, and now he stood just one step away from reclaiming that peak moment. How could Chu Xian not feel exhilarated? Just then, the system's notification pulled his thoughts back to the present. As the disciples of the sect made breakthroughs, the excitement of Chu Xian was palpable. He discovered that the disciples of the Piao Miao sect were all seated in meditation at the sect's plaza, deeply engrossed in their advancements. The spiritual energy within Lingxiao sect was exceedingly abundant, with traces of the Tao manifesting everywhere. The various challenges encountered during their cultivation were effortlessly resolved amidst such a rich tapestry of profound principles. Soon after, Chu Xian observed Sai Chunqiu descending slowly from the Tao boat, gesturing towards the architecture of Lingxiao sect with a mix of awe and admiration. He sighed and then suddenly had a moment of clarity. Concurrently, the system interface reappeared, announcing the completion of a hidden task. The foremost alchemist of the eastern wilderness has entered the sect, and 800 acres of celestial fields have materialized at the sect's medicinal peak. Chapter 47. Peak Master of the Medicinal Peak. Sai Chunqiu. As Sai Chunqiu continued his observations, he ultimately arrived before Chu Xian. Young man, this sect is quite impressive, he began, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, his astonishment palpable. You, when did you reach the pinnacle of the inquiry realm? Chu Xian chuckled, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Is it so difficult to attain the pinnacle of the inquiry realm? I have been there before. Sai Chunqiu, now even more intrigued, pressed on, but Chu Xian, slightly annoyed, interrupted. All right, enough about that. Are you not going to examine my Lingxiao sect's medicinal fields? Enough already. You have quite the temper, Sai Chunqiu retorted, continuing on his path. Chu Xian, however, pulled the elder back, guiding him towards the medicinal peak of Lingxiao sect. Along the way, Sai Chunqiu's eyes widened in amazement. Traversing through layers of mist, they ascended the stone steps leading to the medicinal peak. The moment they set foot on the sacred grounds, Sai Chunqiu halted abruptly, his nostrils flaring, eyes sparkling with astonishment. Is that the aroma of the fire dragon's sacred fruit? He swiftly turned his gaze towards the depths of the medicinal peak. Disbelief etched on his face. Chu Xian, lazily scratching his ear, remarked, Old man, don't be so shocked. You'll have plenty more to be astonished about shortly. But Sai Chunqiu could hardly contain himself. In a flurry, he dashed past Chu Xian, racing towards the heart of the medicinal peak. With each step, his eyes widened further. Flanking the mountain path were precious spiritual herbs aplenty. Millennium-old purple spiritual mushrooms unfurled like canopies, while 7-colored glass flowers swayed gently in the breeze. And a few legendary earth-fire lotuses graced the landscape. How is this possible? Sai Chunqiu's voice trembled. Haven't the earth-fire lotuses long since gone extinct? Where did your Lingxiao sect acquire these? Shrugging nonchalantly, Chu Xian fabricated a casual explanation. Oh, a few days ago, a careless little bug came to provoke us, and Chi squashed it. This was one of the seeds we found in his void ring, so I just planted it here. After all, he couldn't very well disclose that it was a gift from the system, could he? Sai Chunqiu exclaimed, I can't believe a word of this. Chu Xian, reluctant to speak, found no inquiry from Sai Chuanqiu. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet as he ventured deeper into the medicinal peak, his heart raced ever faster. The soil of the entire medicinal peak shimmered with a faint golden hue, subtly infused with the essence of dragons. Each medicinal field was enveloped by a gathering spirit formation, the spiritual energy so dense it was almost liquefied. Even more astonishingly, at the center of the medicinal fields flowed a spring of perpetual vitality, its waters gushing forth, nurturing all the spiritual flora of the peak. Good heavens! A spring of perpetual vitality? Sai Chuanqiu was utterly unsettled. His voice shot up, incredulous. Hasn't this thing long since dried up? How did you manage to find it? Chu Xian cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. It has existed since the establishment of the sect. What of it? Observing the old man's eyes darting eagerly, Chu Xian cautioned, I must tell you, do not covet my spring water. Sai Chuanqiu's face flushed crimson, defiantly retorting, nonsense. I, a dignified saint-level alchemist, would stoop to such despicable acts? Yet, despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the spring, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeve. Chu Xian chose not to expose him, merely stating, this spring water possesses a spirit. Outsiders who touch it will suffer. Sai Chuanqiu scoffed, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Reluctantly, he averted his gaze and continued onward. Soon, the pair arrived at the core medicinal field, situated at the pinnacle of the medicinal peak. This area was shrouded in a semi-transparent barrier, within which spiritual herbs swayed, radiating a mist of ethereal light. Indeed, the celestial field rewarded by the system. Sai Chuanqiu leaned in for a closer look, and instantly, he gasped in astonishment. The 99 Nether Orchid? Is this not a plant that thrives only by the banks of the Yellow Springs? How did you manage to cultivate it? Chu Xian smiled enigmatically. A secret. Sai Chuanqiu, in a frenzy of anxiety, tugged at his hair, but Chu Xian remained tight-lipped. Suddenly, the old man clutched his stomach, exclaiming, oh dear. I urgently need to relieve myself. I shall return shortly. With that, he swiftly darted to the other side of the medicinal field, stealthily approaching the edge of the barrier. Chu Xian sighed, muttering to himself, aren't you afraid of speaking too freely? You are, after all, a sub-saint. How could you confess such urgency to me? You crafty old man. Now at the pinnacle of the Dao inquiry realm, he appeared like a specter behind Sai Chuanqiu, seizing his collar. Old man. Your urgent need is not in the right direction, is it? Sai Chuanqiu chuckled awkwardly. Ha, ha, age has dulled my eyesight. Chu Xian rolled his eyes. Spare me. You think to pilfer from Lingxiao sect? Not a chance. Sai Chuanqiu's face turned a deep shade of red, flustered and indignant. Who would dare steal? I am a respectable saint-level alchemist. Saint-level? What spiritual herb have I not encountered? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh? Then tell me, what grade is that medicinal herb over there? Sai Chuanqiu was taken aback, following his to see a cluster of grapes flickering with blue flames, gently swaying. The old man immediately stuttered. This. He thought to himself, alas, after witnessing so many treasures of the Lingxiao sect, how does it feel like I have lived my life in vain? After exploring for a while longer, Chu Xian led Sai Chuanqiu to sit on the ground atop the medicine peak. What do you think of this medicine peak? Without the slightest hesitation, Sai Chuanqiu replied, there is no other place in the world like it. Young man, it seems you have no intention of letting me leave the Lingxiao sect. Chu Xian smiled. What makes you say that? With so many treasures in your Lingxiao sect, if you were to let me go, would you not fear I might divulge this information? He pointed towards the sect's gate. The exit is over there. Just turn left. Are you not afraid that all the sacred places of the eastern wilderness would come to seize your humble Lingxiao sect? Not at all. Why are you not afraid? What gives you such confidence? Chu Xian remained composed and replied calmly. Not afraid is simply not afraid. Sai Chuanqiu, utterly helpless, pondered for a long while before standing up, cupping his hands in a bow, and softly saying, Sect Master Chu, in my remaining years, I wish to remain in the Lingxiao sect to enjoy my twilight days. I hope the sect master can grant me 2 thatched cottages atop this medicine peak. Seeing the old man's serious demeanor, Chu Xian hurriedly rose to assist Sai Chuanqiu, saying, whether it be 2 cottages or a grand mansion with countless rooms, what is there to refuse? The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Ha ha, young man. You truly have an abundance of treasures here. I have come to the right place. Ha ha. Old man, just enjoy your happiness. There are plenty of people eager to join the Lingxiao sect, and I might not even agree. Chu Xian changed the subject. By the way, old man, Select some disciples from the sect who possess a talent for alchemy, and you shall take on the role of the Medicine Peak's master. In your leisure time, teach the disciples the art of alchemy. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of your extraordinary skills? Sai Chuanxiu laughed heartily. Of course. Chapter 48. Who wishes to endure the sect master's punishment? The following day, the Medicine Peak of the Lingxiao sect was officially established. Disciples, whether from the inner or outer sects, or even the miscellaneous workers, were invited to participate in the selection at the Medicine Peak. The most delighted among them were undoubtedly the numerous miscellaneous disciples. The former disciples of the Miao Miao sect had all become miscellaneous workers. And upon hearing that Master Sai would personally teach the methods of alchemy, they rushed in faster than anyone else. Who would want to spend their days sweeping and mopping the sect? Thus, as soon as the news was announced, the Medicine Peak was filled to capacity. This group of miscellaneous disciples certainly tested Sai Chuanxiu's patience. You little rascals! Watch your step. If anyone dares to trample my medicinal herbs, I shall chop off your third leg. Although Sai Chuanxiu appeared aged, his cultivation was undeniably at the semi-holy realm. His voice instantly silenced the crowd, and everyone lined up obediently to ascend the Medicine Peak. After 3 days of selection, the Medicine Peak ultimately retained only 10 disciples, 9 of whom remained to assist with chores. Only one individual can follow Sai Chuanxiu to learn the art of alchemy. Chu Xian glanced at the information within the jade slip, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Little Dai, despite her mediocre cultivation talent and lackluster combat abilities, had entered the inner sect. It turns out her alchemical prowess is extraordinary. Chi Yu smiled. Does the sect leader doubt my capabilities and those of the elders? Surely not. Elder Chi Yu was merely jesting. Subsequently, Chu Xian directed his gaze towards the system's lottery panel. Grand Sect Lottery. Lottery attempts. 10, 80, single draw. 10 consecutive draws. 100 consecutive draws. 1,000 consecutive draws. As the number of draws reached 1,000, the option for 1,000 consecutive draws became available. 1,000 consecutive draws. Let us go. With a whoosh, the prize pool shimmered wildly. Various colors began to dance before Chu Xian's eyes. Wow! Golden Legend. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial grade item, the Whip of God. Whip of God. The host may administer discipline to sect disciples, aiding them in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing their cultivation talent. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Oh, this functionality is splendid. Punishment and reward in tandem. Those who do not strive in their cultivation shall face the lash. As golden light flashed, a multitude of various cultivation resources appeared. Just when Chu Xian thought the lottery was nearing its conclusion, the golden light shone once more. Wow, Golden Legend. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a celestial grade item, Dreamlike Transformation. Dreamlike Transformation. Upon donning this attire, one's appearance randomly changes, with a cultivation speed increase of 1,000 times during wear. Note: the effects of Dreamlike Transformation and the Whip of God are doubled when used simultaneously. Dreamlike Transformation. The cultivation speed could indeed be enhanced 1,000-fold. What a remarkable treasure. Truly a product of the sect leader. Without further ado, Chu Xian retrieved both celestial grade items. One was a delicate little whip. The other a seemingly ordinary long rope. Who shall I test this on? That brat Jian is busy with Shu they wouldn't be suitable. Xian already possesses divine bones and faces no bottlenecks, rendering this item unnecessary for her. Luzi has been sulking with his broken harpoon. I cannot draw upon him again. Who then? Chu Xian scanned the surroundings and ultimately set his sights on the corner where De Huang and Erbai were sleeping. Erbai had been napping since their return from the Wuxiang spirit ruins and only awoke upon returning to Lingxiao sect. Initially, Chu Xian thought Erbai was a spirit dog, yet upon closer examination, he discerned no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Erbai. He appeared to be an ordinary dog. De Huang, however, was overjoyed at Erbai's arrival, following him around and sniffing incessantly. Though what he was sniffing at remained a mystery. De Huang, Erbai, wake up, come here quickly. Woof? The two dogs looked at Chu Xian with bewildered expressions. Without uttering a word, Chu Xian raised his hand, and the yellow dog soared towards him. Woof, woof, woof. The dog barked indignantly. Unperturbed, Chu Xian draped a long robe over the yellow dog. Let us test this new equipment. You better behave, De Huang. As he spoke, the robe suddenly radiated a brilliant white light. When the light faded, the formerly unremarkable mud had transformed into a majestic hound. Its golden fur blazed like flames. Its paws danced upon clouds, and a crescent-shaped silver mark adorned its forehead. What in the world? Chu Xian nearly dropped the small whip in his hand, astonished. Could a celestial dog possess such beauty? De Huang looked astonishing. Airbai watched with sparkling eyes, barking in admiration, "Woof! My brother Huang is too handsome." It even scampered over to De Huang and rubbed its little head against the hound's front leg. As Chu Xian marveled, De Huang suddenly shook its body. In an instant, the pinnacle of the Meridian realm emanated from it. During the month of Chu Xian's absence, De Huang had truly embraced freedom, eating to its heart's content and indulging in pet food extravagance. Its cultivation had surged to the 9th level of the Meridian realm. Upon his return, Chu Xian hurriedly cut off De Huang's food supply, intending to allow the hound to consolidate its strength. Remarkably, having just done this enchanting transformation, it had already reached the pinnacle of the Meridian realm. The accelerated cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. "Come, De Huang, experience the might of my divine whip." With that, Chu Xian swung the small whip and landed a strike on De Huang's rear. Crack! The dog trembled in response, emitting a resounding howl that echoed throughout the peak of Lingxiao sect. Suddenly, De Huang's eyes brightened, revealing a glimmer of intelligence that had previously been absent. Chu Xian was taken aback. It appeared that De Huang had indeed become more astute. With 3 more strikes, although De Huang yelped in pain, it was clear that a newfound aura radiated from the hound. Boom! A deep sound resonated from within De Huang, the 1st level of the spiritual spring realm. Impressive, De Huang. Chu Xian's face lit up with joy. What a remarkable treasure. Without waiting for De Huang to comprehend the situation, he swiftly tore off the robe and dashed down the main peak, leaving De Huang and Airbai bewildered atop the summit. Who am I? Where am I? How did I break through? Within Lingxiao sect, Chu Xian sprinted towards the inner disciples. "You, who wishes to be whipped by the sect master?" The inner disciples were taken aback. What had gotten into the sect master? Holding a small whip in one hand and a piece of clothing in the other, he questioned who desired a whipping. Seeing no one respond, Chu Xian approached a female disciple. "It's you." As the words were spoken, a long robe was draped over the female disciple. In the next moment, a striking bunny girl dazzled the eyes of numerous male disciples. Following this, Chu Xian brandished a small whip. Crack! The female disciple's face flushed crimson. "Master, disciples, spare the chatter. Focus on channeling the spiritual energy within." Chapter 49. Those wishing to be whipped, line up. One by one. At that moment, Chu Xian's voice resonated like a grand bell in the mind of the female disciple. Although her face turned beet red, she hastily followed Chu Xian's instructions, calming her mind to guide the spiritual energy within. As her consciousness delved inward, the female disciple suddenly discovered a torrent of immense spiritual energy surging into her back from where the master struck. Her entire back tingled, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. Even her 2 bunny ears atop her head trembled slightly. It seemed the master's disciple was on the verge of a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian wasted no time and seized the moment. Crack, crack, crack. With an impassive expression, Chu Xian wielded the small whip against the female disciple. After 3 more strikes, the disciple felt her path to cultivation become crystal clear. Her mind was remarkably lucid. Her comprehension of the cultivation techniques elevated in an instant. The female disciple promptly sat cross-legged, entering a state of sudden enlightenment. Enlightenment is a realm coveted by countless cultivators. According to the cultivation guide of the Xianshao continent, entering enlightenment allows cultivators to break through as effortlessly as drinking water, with progress that can soar to great heights in a single day. However, enlightenment is a fleeting opportunity, rarely encountered. No matter how gifted one may be, without specific circumstances, enlightenment will not arise. Seeing the female disciple had entered this state, Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, quietly standing by and commanding everyone not to disturb her. All eyes were fixated on the bunny girl-like female disciple, eager not only to witness the wonders of enlightenment but also to observe the intriguing attire. Within mere breaths, the female disciple had progressed from the 1st to the 3rd level of the Meridian realm. Moreover, her cultivation continued to surge. This provoked discontent among the other disciples. They all started from similar beginnings, yet the master's sudden intervention propelled this female disciple far ahead. Who could endure such a disparity? Despite the disciple's innate talent being rather modest, her state of enlightenment lasted less than half a minute. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she ascended from the 1st to the 7th level of the Meridian realm. The divine whip and the enchanting transformation worked in terrifying harmony. The instant the female disciple opened her eyes, before she could express her gratitude to Chu Xian, she saw the inner disciples rushing towards him with fervor. "Master, please whip me. Master, I have a better physique. Wearing that attire will surely hasten my breakthrough. Master, you must choose me. Master." The scene descended into utter chaos. As Chu Xian observed the chaotic crowd, he sighed, "I wish you would form an orderly line, one at a time." The inner disciples had no choice but to queue according to their order of entry into the sect. Currently, there were more than 30 inner disciples in Ling Xiao's sect, so it wouldn't take too long to address them individually. Since Chu Xian did not require cultivation at the moment, he simply had a chair brought for him and began to administer discipline one by one. The disciples' residence echoed with sounds of discipline. Crack. "Ah, a bit harder, sect master. I can endure." Crack. Crack. The realm of enlightenment emerged once more. Next, as the day progressed, Chu Xian remained in the disciples' quarters, witnessing significant improvements in their cultivation levels. Satisfied, he took his small whip and long robe, departing with a sense of joy. Upon returning to the main peak, he reclined in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. When he saw Lin Xian approach with enthusiasm, "Master, why did you give the inner disciples the good stuff first and not us, your direct disciples?" Chu Xian was taken aback. "Oh, you were already aware of this news? I thought you all had no need for such things. Since you're here, I shall let you experience the taste of discipline." Lin Xian shot him a cold glance. "That is more like it." Lin Xian had long desired to reach the realm of enlightenment. In a previous life, despite being a semi-emperor, he had never experienced such a moment even once. Had he encountered it, he might have already ascended to imperial status. Enlightenment not only allows cultivators to rapidly elevate their levels in a short time, but also paves a smoother path for their future endeavors. "Xian, are you prepared? Here I come." Lin Xian, with his back to Chu Xian, did not respond, only nodding nervously. His yearning for enlightenment had raised his heart to his throat. After draping a long robe over Lin Xian, a flash of white light enveloped them. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned. The sight of long legs in black stockings and a fitted short skirt, combined with Lin Xian's stunning physique and unparalleled beauty, was simply irresistible to all men. Lin Xian, upon seeing his attire, was equally bewildered. "Master, what does this mean?" Clearly, Lin Xian felt a mix of shyness and annoyance, thinking to himself, "This old master is indeed a lecher. Ah, disciple, I shall begin your discipline now." Crack. With a single strike of the divine whip, Lin Xian had already entered the realm of enlightenment. Indeed, Lin Xian was exceptional. Those inner disciples required at least 3 strikes to achieve enlightenment. Chu Xian nodded slightly, watching Lin Xian's transition, but was surprised to see that Lin Xian's cultivation level had not improved. He remained at the peak of the spiritual spring realm. Strange. After a while, Chu Xian realized that Lin Xian showed no signs of awakening. It appeared that the duration of enlightenment was indeed related to one's innate talent. Lin Xian had already been in a state of comprehension for 2 minutes. Thus, Chu Xian assigned Long Outyin to guard Lin Xian closely, permitting no one to disturb him. He then retreated to the main hall of the Ling Xiao sect to ponder. Alas, it was quite burdensome to constantly push the disciples. "I scarcely have time for myself." Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xian called for the 2 elders, Qi Yu and Shang Shang. "Elders," Chu Xian declared, "I have tasks for you both. Establish a mission hall within the sect to issue tasks to the disciples. Upon completion, they shall earn disciple points, which can be exchanged for various rewards in the mission hall. The ultimate reward for the most diligent will be a day of guidance from me. The specifics of this initiative will be discussed among the elders, and I expect the final proposal to be presented to me." Upon hearing this, Qi Yu and Shang Shang immediately straightened their expressions. "Yes, sect master." With everything arranged, Chu Xian finally contentedly made his way to his lounging chair. Before long, the Ling Xiao sect was once more engulfed in excitement. Qi Yu and Shang Shang took action together, causing a mission hall to rise dramatically beside the sect square. Numerous facilities were swiftly transported into the hall by the 2 sovereigns. Many disciples, drawn by the commotion, hurried over to witness the spectacle. Chapter 50. The mission hall is open. The Ling Xiao sect welcomes a surge of new disciples. As soon as the mission hall appeared, a multitude of disciples had already gathered at the scene. In no time, the construction of the mission hall was completed. Following this, Qi Yu's voice resonated throughout the Ling Xiao sect. "Attention, disciples. A notification will now be broadcast. The mission hall is officially open. It comprises 4 levels, corresponding to the 4 ranks of tasks: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. with heaven-level tasks presenting the highest difficulty and yellow-level tasks the lowest. Tasks of varying ranks require disciples of corresponding cultivation levels to undertake, apart from receiving task rewards. Completing missions within the hall will also yield task points that can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. For details regarding point redemption, please consult the mission hall. The ultimate reward for accumulating points: a day of personalized guidance from the sect master at the peak of the sect. Strive diligently, complete tasks actively, and aim for the sect master's guidance as your goal. Upon the announcement, the Lingxiao sect erupted into a frenzy. The sect master's guidance. My heavens! It is said that the inner disciple's substantial cultivation boosts are attributed to the sect master's direct mentorship. Indeed, I have heard that with a crack of the sect master's whip, one's cultivation skyrockets. Is this true? Excellent. Brothers, charge forth. Enter the hall. Onward, comrades. In an instant, the mission hall was filled to capacity. Akabane and Sh.Ka exchanged a glance, astonished by the unexpected fervor surrounding the mission hall's opening. Clearly, the elders of the mission hall were insufficient in number. Quickly, informed the sect leader. Upon grasping the situation, Chu Stin slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear. I nearly forgot about the other rewards from the 1,000 consecutive draws. Please wait a moment. I shall resolve this promptly. He then turned his gaze back to the system panel. 1,000 consecutive draw rewards have been allocated to the system backpack. 32 elders of the Great Sage Realm. 66 elders of the Semi-Holy Realm. 108 elders of the Harmonization Realm. 136 holy herbs. All elders utilized. 206 elders have been successfully modeled. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura, capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth, surged within the Lingxiao sect. Boom, boom, boom. Over 200 figures soared into the skies above the Lingxiao sect, heading towards the sect's main peak. Atop the medicine peak, Sai Chunqiu was demonstrating to Xiao Dai how to precisely control the heat when suddenly his body trembled. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the alchemical furnace erupted. Master, your control over the fire seems rather lacking. Sai Chunqiu barely registered Xiao Dai's words, his gaze fixated on the more than 200 figures in the sky. The old man muttered, is this truly the edge of the eastern wasteland? Over 200 saint-level powerhouses. Chu Xian, are you aiming to dominate the entire Xianyao continent? Atop the main peak, 206 figures stood in perfect formation. Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. With the individuals before him, if they could step beyond the confines of the Lingxiao sect, it would be akin to effortlessly overpowering the entire Xianyao continent. Yet, despite the system's formidable offerings, limitations still existed. Such formidable beings could only obediently remain within the sect, safeguarding their home. How infuriating! Even if one were to offer me 10,000, it would be of no use. Damn it! A useless system. On the sect's back mountain, Long Outyin opened his dragon eyes, casting a glance towards the main peak before obediently closing them once more. Do you see? This is the extent of the master's connections. All newly appointed elders. Over 200 saint level. Learn from this, my brothers. With the addition of these 200-plus saint-level elders, the elder count of the Lingxiao sect was now more than sufficient. Presently, the number of disciples in the Lingxiao sect slightly exceeded 1,000, and when including the 2 emperors, there were a total of 228 elders. After accounting for the various facilities requiring a fixed number of elders for oversight, the number of elders remained quite ample. On average, one elder could instruct about 5 disciples. In the ensuing period, numerous Dao boats began to arrive at the Lingxiao sect. Each boat carried precisely 100 disciples, talented elites from various prefectures of the Great Xia, the favored children of fortune. In addition to the continuous influx of disciples via the Dao boats, a multitude of cultivators aspiring to join the Lingxiao sect gathered outside its mountain gates, most hailing from the eastern prefectures of the Great Xia. To conserve the spiritual stones consumed by the operation of the ferry, the royal family decided to allow several nearby counties to make their own way to the Lingxiao sect to participate in the entrance trials. Consequently, the name of Lingxiao sect swiftly swept across the entire Great Xiao Empire. On this day, nearly 1 million people had gathered outside the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect. The younger generation from several eastern counties of Great Xia had almost all arrived at the entrance of the sect. This was due to the peculiar nature of the entrance trials, where merely obtaining the qualification would grant one entry into the Lingxiao sect. Upon receiving the report from Chiyu, Chu Xian waved his hand grandly and proclaimed, "Open the sect for disciples." Subsequently, The entire Lingxiao sect began to operate at full capacity. The task hall frantically issued missions, stating, "Assist the sect in recruiting disciples, with a reward of 1 ordinary spiritual stone per day. Task points reward, 10 points." Upon hearing that task points could amount to 10, all disciples were invigorated, akin to wolves on the hunt. This was because task points were notoriously difficult to acquire. Only heavenly tier tasks yielded 5 points, and one needed 100 points to receive a single encouragement from the sect master. Anyone who opted out of this task would be deemed foolish. Thus, all disciples of Lingxiao sect rushed out to receive guests. With over 1,000 disciples emerging, they instantly took control of the scene. Yu Jian, the chief disciple, was the first to step forward, standing proudly at the mountain gate. After explaining the rules of the sect's trials, he leapt down. This spectacle left the female cultivators, who were about to participate in the entrance trials, utterly enchanted. Wow! This is the chief disciple of Lingxiao Holy Land. How handsome! Oh, how wonderful it would be if I could become Yu Jian's partner. Hearing these remarks, many male cultivators were not pleased. You? Don't dream. They scoffed. Yu Jian's partner is a princess of the royal family. Instantly, countless female cultivators clutched their chests, lamenting. The recruitment trials outside the Lingxiao sect were fervently underway, while in the skies above the western border of Great Xia, a figure suddenly appeared. This individual stood in midair, balanced on a long sword, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated the rampant spread of demonic sects in this area. Alas for the countless commoners. The coordinates given to him by old man Sai were not far from here. He must find that old fool first. This individual was none other than Duan Hong, the foremost blacksmith of the eastern wilderness. Duan Hong infused his spiritual energy into the long sword beneath him, ready to launch forward, when suddenly, a figure in black robes soared up from the ground. The newcomer was evidently a saint-level powerhouse, who wasted no time and attacked immediately. Duan Hong was taken aback. "Bold demon cultivator," he shouted, gripping the long sword in his hand. With a swift motion, he slashed. The demon cultivator was instantly cleaved in two by the sword in Duan Hong's hand. Clearly, the long sword was not only a flying artifact, but also a formidable weapon. After dispatching the saint-level demon cultivator with a single strike, Duan Hong then soared eastward atop his sword. In less than the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Duan Hong had arrived outside the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect. Half a stick of incense. Spanning the entirety of the Great Xia territory, even a being at the saint level would require at least 10 days to traverse this distance through flight. Chapter 51. Duan Hong crushes Long Ao Tian. Duan Hong gazed at the throngs of people before the gates of Lingxiao sect, furrowing his brow. How did that old man end up here? He disregards numerous invitations from prestigious sects yet decides to visit this dilapidated little sect in the middle of nowhere? Then, Duan Hong's attention was drawn to the series of disciple recruitment turntables at the forefront of the crowd. Who was the fool that devised this recruitment method? Upon closer inspection, Duan Hong's expression shifted. This turntable is peculiar. It harbors hidden mysteries. True to his status as a top-tier forging master, although initially deceived by the superficial appearance of the turntable, he quickly discerned its unique qualities upon a second glance. Though the craftsmanship was crude, a special force supported the operation of the turntable. Fascinating. To Duan Hong's surprise, he found himself unable to fathom this force. Since he was already here, there was no need to rush. He would first observe what marvels this turntable possessed. Thus, Duan Hong landed some distance away and quietly joined the end of the line. While waiting, Duan Hong began to scrutinize the surrounding young individuals. TSK, such a backwater place, there are hardly any promising talents. His gaze then fell upon the orderly Yu Jian at the front. This lad possesses remarkable bone structure, despite his slender arms and legs. Wielding a heavy hammer for forging seemed effortless. A fine candidate for smithing. He is even more suited for the craft than the young Chu Xian of yore. I must find a way to have this boy become my disciple. After waiting for most of the day, it was finally Duan Hong's turn to spin the turntable. Yu Jian glanced at the handsome middle-aged man before him, only to be taken aback by the glimmer of desire in the man's eyes. Having experienced romantic encounters, Yu Jian was suddenly reminded of a certain possibility. This fellow couldn't he possibly have peculiar inclinations, could he? Thinking this, Yu Jian shivered slightly. It's your turn, Yu Jian said curtly. Unexpectedly, the man leaned in closer. Duan Hong grasped Yu Jian's hand, his eyes sparkling. Young man, do you wish to become an unparalleled powerhouse? Do you desire to wield divine weapons? Would you like countless cultivators to regard you as an esteemed guest? Yu Jian withdrew his hand with a look of disdain. Are you out of your mind? Unfazed, Duan Hong lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Do you know who I am? I am the pinnacle of the forging world. As long as you become my disciple, I guarantee that in 30 years, you will be unmatched across the lands. And in 50 years, you will dominate the eastern wilderness. Yu Jian rolled his eyes. Uncle, it's time for you to take your medication. TSK. Duan Hong was anxious. Stamping his foot. Look here. He hurriedly produced a shimmering golden hammer from his storage ring. Do you recognize this? Behold the legendary celestial hammer. With but a nod. It shall belong to you. The onlookers erupted into laughter. Has this old man lost his mind? Yu Jian turned to leave, but Duan Hong swiftly stepped forward. Wait. Young man, do you truly wish to languish in this minor sect for all eternity? Come with me, and you shall savor the finest delicacies. Should you desire treasures, they shall be yours. If spirit stones are what you seek, they will be provided. Begone. Yu Jian could no longer contain his irritation. Do you intend to continue this farce? Duan Hong, taken aback, muttered under his breath. This lad has quite the temper, but it suits my taste. He then turned back towards the spinning wheel, occasionally casting glances at Yu Jian, murmuring, such a promising blacksmith cannot be overlooked. With a casual flick, he spun the wheel, infusing it with a thread of spiritual energy. Just as Duan Hong's energy intertwined with the arcane force within the wheel, a thunderous explosion erupted. Yu Jian's expression turned icy. How dare you damage the sect's property? He lunged to seize Duan Hong. Duan Hong was taken aback. He never anticipated the wheel would shatter. However, feeling the surge of spiritual energy beside him, Duan Hong immediately unleashed his own power. Boy, do you wish to betray your master? Yu Jian found himself immobilized by Duan Hong's force, unable to move an inch. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from within Lingxiao sect. Who dares to wreak havoc in Lingxiao sect? A golden flood dragon suddenly soared forth from the sect. Its massive form obscured the sun. Its head adorned with a prominent crest, on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. Long Outyen, having been nourished by Chu Xian's feed for his mount, found his long-dormant cultivation unexpectedly surging once more. This delighted Long Outyen, who spent his days either revering Chu Xian or feasting. He had now reached the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm and was faintly brushing against the threshold of the 9th. Upon witnessing the imposing aura, Duan Hong immediately heightened his focus. A dragon, just as I possess a treasure specifically designed to combat dragons. As he spoke, a crimson spear appeared in Duan Hong's hand. This spear is known as the fire-tip spear, specifically crafted to pierce through dragon sinews. He then lightly touched his chest with his finger, and vibrant red patterns began to spread across his body from the point of contact. In no time, Duan Hong was entirely enveloped in intricate red and black designs, which clearly possessed remarkable defensive properties. Long Outyen, casting a glance at the grounded Duan Hong, scoffed. Mere trifles. Watch as I subdue you. With a mighty roar, Long Outyen's dragon cry reverberated through the heavens. His massive tail, charged with prodigious thunder, swept towards Duan Hong. Duan Hong chuckled coldly, as the fire-tip spear in his grip erupted with blinding crimson light, its tip trailing a multitude of binding dragon runes. Break! Like a bolt of lightning, Duan Hong surged forward, directly aiming for the dragon's tail. The clash of gunfire and dragon scales ignited a shower of sparks, and with a resounding roar, the formidable dragon Aotion found his tail's scales viciously torn, a crimson streak marking the injury. The enchanted bullet, as if animated, burrowed into the wound, causing dragon blood to surge forth. With eyes ablaze, dragon Aotion unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Meanwhile, Duan Hong's body was enveloped in vivid red and black patterns, transforming into a fearsome armor that braced against the impact. The ground was gouged into a deep pit of 100 zhong, yet he soared from the billowing dust. The fire-tipped spear aimed directly at the dragon's head. In a critical moment, the spearhead suddenly multiplied into myriad forms, transforming into crimson chains that ensnared the dragon's head. Dragon Aotion felt his demonic power stagnate, and his colossal form was yanked to the ground with a thunderous crash. Duan Hong stood triumphantly on the dragon's head, laughing maniacally. Beast, today I shall extract your dragon tendons. The spearhead aimed down at the sensitive scales with ferocious intent. At that precise instant, a flash of azure light erupted from within the Lingxiao sect. Duan Hong, unable to continue his assault on Dragon Aotion, was forced into passive defense. The azure light collided violently with the fire-tipped spear, blocking Duan Hong's path. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of a cataclysmic explosion, the azure light simply merged into Duan Hong's body. What transpired? In the next moment, Both the fire-tipped spear and the red-black patterns on Duan Hong's body vanished. Clap, clap, clap. Master Duan, it has been quite some time. Why do you come here intending to dismantle my sect? Chu Xian clapped his hands, leading Sai Chuanxiu to stroll leisurely out of the Lingxiao sect's main gate. Duan Hong had no time to marvel at the other's prowess and hastily turned his gaze to the youth, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chu Xian, is it you? Chapter 52. The Blacksmith Peak. Duan Hong was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, so it is you, Chu Xian, the mysterious person that old Sai spoke of. You, after regaining your strength, still wish to maintain an air of mystery? When did you two start cavorting together in this desolate place? Speak. Is there some secret affection between you? Chu Xian replied. Sai Chuanxiu, exasperated, retorted, I can be wherever I please. Does it concern you? Chu Xian, uninterested in their bickering, waved his hand lightly, and the elder's understanding was immediate. The azure light returned from Duan Hong's body, transforming into a fiery red spear and a red-black orb that landed in Chu Xian's grasp. Master Duan, your treasure. Duan Hong raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Chu Xian, what method is this? How could you directly seal my silk armor? Chu Xian smiled faintly. A secret. He then called out to the distant dragon Aotian. Dragon Aotian, come here. At that moment, Dragon Aotian, feeling aggrieved, had tears welling in his eyes. So you two know each other? Was my beating in vain? I feel so wronged. Chu Xian retrieved a vial of elixir from his robe and tossed it to Dragon Aotian. Enough. Master Duan's combat prowess ranks among the best in the Xinyan continent. You have not lost unjustly. This is the 9-pattern dragon pill that Master Sai has just refined, a compensation for you. Upon hearing the name of the 9-pattern dragon pill, Dragon Aotian's wounds felt instantly alleviated. With the 9-pattern dragon pill in my possession, I, the old dragon, am poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Meanwhile, Long Outyin could not help but reflect once more on his master's connections. Alas, the influence of my master. One can effortlessly suppress me, while another can casually forge the 9-pattern dragon pill. What is the 9-pattern dragon pill, you ask? It is a high-grade elixir of the sacred level. The injuries I have sustained are certainly not in vain. Duan Hong quickly waved his hand. Young Chu, do not elevate me. I am merely a blacksmith. Were it not for my fire spear, which is particularly effective against dragons, I might not stand a chance against this one. After exchanging pleasantries, the group made their way toward Lingxiao sect. Yet, Duan Hong's gaze remained fixed upon Yu Jian. Sai Chuanxiu wrapped her arm around Duan Hong's neck and teased, Old friend, have you fallen back into your old habits? Is it that you cannot move on upon seeing a promising talent? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian suddenly became alert. In the past, when he accompanied Chu Shanhe to the blacksmith shop to procure weapons for the disciples, it was there he first met Duan Hong. That fellow had actually grabbed his hand and insisted he forge alongside him, nearly provoking a confrontation with Chu Shanhe. Ultimately, Chu Xian served as an apprentice at the forge for 2 months, during which he deliberately ruined several precious materials, prompting Duan Hong to finally allow him to leave. Duan Hong pushed Sai Chuanxiu's arm away and pointed at Yu Jian, saying to Chu Xian, Young Chu, that child must accompany me to forge. Otherwise, we need to settle the account for the 3 pieces of celestial iron you destroyed and the 2 sacred-grade furnaces that exploded. Upon the utterance of these words, a system light screen materialized instantly, detected that the host has a prior account with the strongest blacksmith in Dongwang. Triggering a hidden quest. Hidden quest 2. Establish a blacksmith peak within the sect. With the strongest blacksmith assuming the position of peak master, special items granted. Celestial Iron Mine 1, temporary item, valid for 6 months. Divine Artifact Furnace 1, temporary item, valid for 6 months. Hidden quest reward. Celestial Iron Mine 1, permanent. Divine Artifact Furnace 1, permanent. Chu Xian's eyes darted as he silently closed the system light screen. Who would have thought that Master Duan would still remember this matter? Duan Hong exclaimed in anger. Do you know how much those items are worth in spirit stones? 200 sacred-grade spirit stones. How could I forget? Chu Xian chuckled. That is merely an old tale now. If you wish for Jian to accompany you to forge, it is not out of the question. However, I have one condition. What condition? You have seen it. Jian possesses a unique constitution and is currently the pillar among the disciples of Lingxiao sect. If I were to let him go, it would greatly deplete the vitality of our sect. Chu Xian pondered for a moment and suggested, how about this? You can lead Jian to forge at Lingxiao sect for 6 months. If he grows fond of the craft, I would naturally not let his heart be disheartened and would permit him to leave. However, if after 6 months he still does not take to forging, you shall return whence you came. Does that sound agreeable? Duan Hong mused. You wouldn't let Yu Jian repeat his past mistakes and damage my furnace again, would you? Chu Xian shook his head and chuckled, saying, Master Duan, you are overly concerned. During my time at the Lingxiao sect, all the furnaces and materials were provided by our sect. Does your little sect even possess a furnace? Of course. I shall take Master Duan to see my blacksmith peak right away. Meanwhile, within the sect, Qi Yu and his companion immediately sprang into action. They selected a Dao peak near the recently discovered celestial iron mine and commenced extensive renovations. First, they connected the Dao peak to the underground, allowing a surge of primordial holy fire to pour into the newly formed divine furnace. Next, they diverted the life-giving spring from the medicine peak to the blacksmith peak for quenching purposes. Following that, rows of houses began to take shape. When Chu Xian and the others arrived at the blacksmith peak, everything was ready. Behold, this is my Lingxiao sect's blacksmith peak, though it has remained vacant due to the lack of a worthy blacksmith. In my opinion, only Master Duan is qualified to utilize this forge. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride welled up in Duan Hong's expression. This young lad knows how to speak. I am delighted to hear it. As soon as they set foot on the blacksmith peak, a fierce, scorching sensation surged up from beneath their feet. Young Chu, this Dao peak is quite remarkable. There is a natural source of fire underground. Chu Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, Master Duan, your keen insight is commendable. The little one, Dai Dai, who was following beside Sai Chuanxiu, was momentarily taken aback. Master, don't we need flames for alchemy? Why is there none on the medicine peak? Sai Chuanxiu gently ruffled Dai Dai's head and replied, with so many herbs on the medicine peak, such intense flames would surely scorch them all. Upon hearing Sai Chuanxiu's explanation, Dai Dai thoughtfully nodded. Duan Hong, surprised, asked, Old Sai, is this your new disciple? Sai Chuanxiu beamed with joy. Indeed, this is my cherished disciple. In terms of alchemical talent, even Zhang Qing pales in comparison. Duan Hong was even more astonished. Not even Zhang Qing? Absolutely. My disciple possesses the potential of an imperial alchemist. Duan Hong's eyes reddened. It seemed that Old Sai had found a satisfactory successor. When would he find one of his own? No, Yu Jian must learn blacksmithing from me. Chu Xian, I have set my sights on Yu Jian. Even the King of Heaven couldn't change my mind. Chu Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. Let's not discuss that. First, let us admire the forging furnace of my Lingxiao sect. The next moment, Duan Hong shouted, What the heck? Chapter 53. Do I still need to plead with you? Spoiling you. Duan Hong gazed at the furnace before him, tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of his mouth. The furnace was a deep golden hue, its body adorned with tortoiseshell-like cracks, through which flowed crimson veins resembling molten lava. At its three-legged base coiled a bronze dragon, its maw exhaling the blood-red fire of the earth. The most astonishing sight lay within the walls of the furnace, where countless spectral weapons swirled and danced. Each flicker of flame seemed to awaken ancient divine armaments, resonating with a low, thrilling hum. At the very bottom of the furnace, a silver hand hammer swayed gently. Duan Hong caressed the furnace's body, his touch reminiscent of a tender caress upon the thigh of a skilled technician adorned in black silk. His admiration was palpable. As the most formidable blacksmith in the eastern wilderness, Duan Hong had encountered more furnaces than an ordinary person had meals. Yet he had never beheld one of such exquisite caliber. Even the holy-grade high-tier furnace he had painstakingly crafted over an entire year paled in comparison to this masterpiece. Reduced to mere refuse. Where did you acquire this, Chu lad? Duan Hong continued to stroke the furnace, not even glancing back. Chu Xian, already anticipating his reaction, replied nonchalantly. I found it. Duan Hong's expression darkened instantly. What a ridiculous excuse. He exclaimed. By the way, old man Sai, you mentioned needing help repairing a weapon. Where is it? Duan Hong's eyes sparkled with eagerness, his hands fidgeting in anticipation of witnessing the furnace's capabilities. Sai Chuanxiu gestured towards Chu Xian, who, with a smile, retrieved Tang Lu's trident from his spatial ring. This is my disciple's spiritual-grade weapon, Master Duan. Please take good care of it. Duan Hong merely cast a cursory glance before nodding. A trivial matter. Call Yu Jian over. I wish for him to witness my forging prowess. Without further ado, Chu Xian sent a mental message to Yu Jian. Shortly thereafter, Yu Jian arrived, requesting additional forging materials from Chu Xian. Taking a deep breath, Duan Hong bellowed. Everyone step aside. I shall commence the forging. With a deft movement of his hand, he executed a seal, channeling spiritual energy into the furnace. Instantly, the intricate patterns on the furnace's surface glowed, and the three-legged dragon seemed to come to life. Its mouth exhaling flames that shifted from a sanguine hue to a pure white. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the furnace as numerous weapon apparitions began to materialize within the hearth. What remarkable sentience! Duan Hong marveled, and he promptly cast the trident into the furnace. To everyone's astonishment, the trident did not plummet to the bottom but instead hovered at the center, encircled by a multitude of spectral weapons. These phantoms, akin to living entities, relentlessly collided and polished the trident's form. Duan Hong then meticulously controlled the fire's temperature, gradually introducing the forging materials he had obtained from Chu Xian. Once the trident and the other components melded together, he waved his hand, and the furnace lid flew open. Grasping the trident, the surrounding temperature surged, causing everyone to feel a searing heat against their faces. Despite the intense warmth, Duan Hong's hand seemed impervious to the heat. He then seized the silver hand hammer suspended beneath the furnace. As he grasped the hammer, a gleam of brilliance ignited in his eyes. A fine hammer. There was no time for astonishment. The hammer began to rain down upon the trident with a symphony of clangs. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of the hammer, the harpoon and the subsequently added forging materials grew increasingly solid. Concurrently, the ethereal silhouette of a divine weapon that had just emerged from the furnace manifested once more. Clang, clang, clang. Duan Hong's hammering technique accelerated, to the point where one could only perceive a flurry of hammer shadows filling the air. Meanwhile, the apparitions of divine weapons were gradually merging into the harpoon. Chu Xian and the others watched in wide-eyed amazement, unable to contain their admiration for Duan Hong's forging skills. As the final sound of the hammer echoed, the silhouettes of divine weapons completely melded into the harpoon. The previously rough harpoon now radiated a ghostly blue light, and with a gentle tremor, it unleashed waves of spiritual energy akin to the tumult of the ocean. It had reached the initial stage of holy rank, endowed with the ability to stir the seas. Duan Hong wiped the sweat from his brow and proudly raised the harpoon. With a single thrust, he could summon towering waves. Yu Jian gazed in astonishment, instinctively reaching out to touch it, only to be repelled several steps back by the spiritual energy that the harpoon autonomously released. Duan Hong laughed heartily. Youngster, do you now comprehend the prowess of forging? Chu Xian timely offered a flask of spiritual wine. Master Duan, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. This furnace truly realizes its potential in your capable hands. Duan Hong tenderly caressed the dragon-patterned furnace and suddenly sighed, were it not for this furnace and this hammer, this harpoon would merely be a mid-tier spiritual weapon. He recognized his own limitations. The material of the harpoon itself was not particularly high-grade, and no amount of additional forging materials could significantly enhance it. The harpoon's ascension to a holy weapon was primarily attributable to the furnace's remarkable capabilities. In his heart, Duan Hong mused, with this furnace, I am certain I can forge an imperial weapon. However, that rascal Chu Xian will not permit me to utilize it freely, unless, like old Master Sai, I join the Lingxiao sect. Contemplating this, Duan Hong devised a plan. Chu boy, I shall claim this furnace. Name your conditions. Chu Xian inquired with a smile. Name my conditions? Certainly. I propose that Master Duan become a peak master in my Lingxiao sect and teach the disciples the art of forging. Duan Hong chuckled inwardly. Youngster, this is precisely what I awaited. This furnace would be utterly wasted on anyone else, only I can maximize its potential. Yet, Duan Hong feigned hesitation. You wish to bind me to the Lingxiao sect? Chu Xian quickly shook his head. No, just as a peak master. To teach the disciples the art of forging during your free time. The rest is entirely up to you, just like Master Sai. Duan Hong glanced at the nearby Sai Chuanqiu, then at Xiao Dai, and finally his gaze settled on Yu Jian. That could work. But Yu Jian must learn the craft of blacksmithing from me. Otherwise, I shall never agree. Chu Xian chuckled, thinking to himself, damn, this old fellow truly has no shame. When offered a hand, he refuses to take it and demands more. Instead of rushing to respond, Chu Xian cast a beaming smile towards Yu Jian. Yu Jian stepped forward and approached Duan Hong. Senior, I apologize. I do not wish to become your disciple. I already have a master, and in this lifetime, I shall only recognize this one master. Yu Jian's response was entirely within Chu Xian's expectations. In Yu Jian's eyes, no one could replace Chu Xian's position. Even though he had begun to develop an interest in the art of forging, it was utterly impossible for him to become Duan Hong's apprentice. His words were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, which left Duan Hong's heart utterly despondent. Alas, it seems I shall never find a satisfactory heir in this lifetime. Chu Xian had long sensed that Duan Hong harbored intentions of remaining at Lingxiao sect. Internally, he mused, "You old coot, you truly know how to put on a show. Do you expect me to beg you? Such a habitual nuisance. Master Duan, since my Jianer does not wish to learn the art of blacksmithing from you, please feel free to do as you wish." With that, Chu Xian led Yu Jian away from the blacksmith peak. Chapter 54, The Holy Land of Zixia. Half of the 9 nether demon earth is weighed down. Duan Hong watched as Chu Xian and Yu Jian departed, utterly stunned. What? They're really leaving? He had initially intended to persuade Yu Jian, but now, he had inadvertently trapped himself. What kind of calamity have I brought upon myself? Seeing this situation, Sai Chunxiu could not help but chuckle. Duan Hong quickly cast a pleading glance at Sai Chunxiu, sending a mental message, "Old brother, please help me. If this succeeds, I shall craft an imperial-grade alchemy furnace for you." Sai Chunxiu shot him a sharp look. "Little brother, you often refer to me as an old man. What about your own capabilities?" "Ah, old brother, just help me this once." "Humph. Very well, seeing as you have come such a long way to visit me, I shall assist you this time." Sai Chunxiu approached Chu Xian. "Sect master, I suggest this. Allow old Duan to remain within the sect. We have always been recruiting disciples. Surely, there will be one who is even more suited for forging than Yu Jian. In due time, old Duan will find a satisfactory disciple." Chu Xian slowly turned around. "Oh, that is indeed a viable approach. What do you think, Master Duan?" At that moment, Duan Hong dared not flaunt his pride any further. Any arrogance could render this furnace useless. Old brother Sai's suggestion is splendid, truly splendid. Originally intending to call Sai Chunxiu an old man, Duan Hong quickly rephrased. "From now on, I shall serve as the peak master at Lingxiao sect." Simultaneously, the system interface suddenly appeared. Hidden task. The strongest blacksmith has agreed to join the sect. Rewards have been distributed. The usage time for Xiantai Mine and Divine Artifact Forging Furnace has been changed to permanent. Seeing that Duan Hong had already consented, Chu Xian smiled and said, "Welcome, Master Duan, to our sect. On behalf of Lingxiao sect, I present you with a token of initiation." Duan Hong stroked the furnace beside him and replied, "No need. Nothing at all. This furnace suffices." "Master Duan, are you certain?" "Well, let's take a look then." Suddenly, Duan Hong realized that upon this reunion with Chu Xian, he was either being manipulated by him or was on the path to being so. What opportunities does this young man possess? Not only has he regained his cultivation, but he has also established such a formidable sect. Although it is still in its infancy, the foundation of this sect should not be underestimated. Subsequently, under Chu Xian's guidance, they proceeded directly to the celestial iron mine. Standing before the mine, Duan Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. "This is impossible." Trembling, he extended his hand, and the moment his fingertips grazed the vein, the entire mine shimmered with a starlit glow. Those seemingly ordinary black or pieces harbored liquid galactic whirlpools within. Each stone breathed independently, drawing in and expelling celestial energy, forming miniature storms. A tempest surged in Duan Hong's mind. This is no mere celestial iron mine. It is clearly the legendary star essence mother ore, a top-tier divine material that had vanished since ancient times, essential for forging imperial-grade artifacts. A mere speck the size of a fingernail could incite a bloody battle in sacred grounds, yet before him lay an entire vein. "Chu, the young sect master." Duan Hong's voice was hoarse. "You call this an initiation gift?" He suddenly felt that being admitted to Lingxiao sect was akin to striking a monumental fortune. At that moment, concepts of swords and freedom became trivial. Even if Chu Xian asked him to wash the disciples' undergarments, he would embrace this mine and exclaim how incredibly precious it is. Chu Xian waved his hand and calmly replied, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg for Lingxiao sect, a mere fraction of what we possess. Old Duan, work hard, and this sect master shall not treat you poorly." After witnessing the star essence mother ore, the group returned to the Forge Peak. Chu Xian immediately instructed the elders to lead disciples to the Forge Peak for selection. As long as Duan Hong found someone suitable, they could remain at the Forge Peak. This would also be the second Dao Peak established by Lingxiao sect after the Medicine Peak. After 3 days of selection, Duan Hong indeed found a satisfactory disciple. This disciple, named Otai, was once a member of the Piao Miao sect and was now a miscellaneous disciple of Lingxiao sect. Otai, much like the simple-minded Xiao Dai Dai, possessed little talent in cultivation but exhibited a remarkable aptitude for forging. In Duan Hong's words, "My precious disciple is a natural-born forging saint." Even Yu Jin pales in comparison to him in this regard. During these 3 days, Emperor Xia Yanqiu arrived uninvited and brought 2 pieces of news. The first was that a significant number of demonic cultivators had appeared in the western border of the Great Xia. Concurrently, Duan Hong recounted his encounter with a saint-level demonic cultivator on his way to Lingxiao sect. The second piece of news was that a new holy land named Zixia sect had emerged in the southern territories of the Great Xia Empire, boasting formidable strength. Demanding that Great Xia become a vassal of Zixia sect, providing monthly tributes in exchange for assistance in dealing with the demonic cultivators. At Lingxiao sect's main peak, Sect Master, I have conveyed the situation to the Purple Cloud Sacred Land with utmost honesty. Our Great Xia is under the protection of the Lingxiao Sacred Land and requires no interference from the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, the representatives of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land departed, merely stating they would return in a month to seek counsel at the Lingxiao Sacred Land. A smile crept across Chu Xian's face. Did the Purple Cloud Sacred Land intend to provoke us? If they wish to come, let them come. As for the matter of the demonic cultivators, I have my own solutions, and the Xia Emperor need not worry. Seeing Chu Xian exude such confidence, Xia Yanqiu felt an immediate sense of reassurance. In light of this, I shall take my leave and await the good news from the sovereign. After Xia Yanqiu's departure, Long Outyen approached. Master, please give your orders. Our Lingxiao sect possesses countless sacred-level experts. These mere demonic cultivators are insignificant. Chu Xian cast a sidelong glance at Long Outyen and replied nonchalantly, is it necessary to involve the sacred level? Stay at home and be prudent. Suddenly, the second elder appeared atop the main peak. Sovereign, please allow us to deal with the demonic cultivators in the western territories of Great Xia. Very well, the sovereign replied. The emperor's divine consciousness was instantaneously projected outward. In mere moments, they had locked onto the demonic cultivators several thousand miles away. Standing atop the main peak, they spread their palms downward and gently pressed. Above the western territories of Great Xia, the previously overcast sky warped dramatically. A colossal golden hand, obscuring the sun, materialized from thin air. Boom! Before the giant hand even descended, the overwhelming pressure shattered mountains and rivers. The demonic cultivators, who were in the midst of slaughtering mortals, suddenly froze, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed skyward. What is this? One demonic cultivator began to speak, only to be crushed into a blood mist by the gust of the descending hand. The colossal hand came crashing down. Thunderous roars echoed as the ground plummeted 100 feet. The earth cracked open, and magma erupted forth. Countless demonic cultivators had no chance to resist and were reduced to ashes. Above the Demon King's palace, the clouds trembled, and a figure in a black robe shook violently. The territory of the 9 Nether Demon Land, spanning millions of miles, had been crushed down by half. The ancestor has just revived. Is heaven conspiring to annihilate our demon sect? A wave of despair emanated from beneath the black robe. Atop the main peak of the Lingxiao sect, the elders were evidently affected by a significant backlash and were now seated in meditation to recover from their injuries. Chapter 55. Reform of the Lingxiao sect. The competition with the Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Due to system limitations, the elders are unable to leave the sect. The emperor-level elders can strike from thousands of miles away, but such actions incur certain costs, and their attack power is also limited. Otherwise, a single strike from an emperor could easily obliterate the entire Xianyun continent. Despite the Lingxiao sect's vast array of powerful cultivators, they are relegated to defense of their home, which leaves Chu Xian in a state of profound frustration. The invasion of demonic cultivators into Great Xia is immense, and relying solely on Long Outyen and Duan Hong is evidently insufficient against them. Observing the meditating elders, Chu Xian could not help but furrow his brow. This is precisely why I urged you to take action. If the system claims it is inadequate, it can still provide you with emperor-level strength. To declare the prowess of this system is to acknowledge its numerous constraints. Chu Xian had no choice but to utilize the sacred grade elixirs bestowed by the system for healing purposes. In the ensuing period, Lingxiao sect experienced a profound tranquility. The demonic cultivators had temporarily quelled their upheavals, and the recruitment of disciples was nearing completion. The current disciple count of Lingxiao sect was approaching the remarkable threshold of 5,000. However, with the burgeoning numbers, Chu Xian distinctly sensed a touch of chaos within the sect. The auxiliary disciples had multiplied excessively, leading to the establishment of 3 auxiliary peaks. Thus, after discussions with several esteemed elders, a decision was made to reorganize the peaks of Lingxiao sect. On this day, Grand Elder Chi Yu stood aloft in the sect square, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "Attention, all disciples of Lingxiao sect. By decree of the sect leader, from this day forth, Lingxiao sect shall be divided into 9 principal peaks. The first peak, the main peak, will be primarily occupied by the sect leader and his direct disciples. The second peak shall be the medicinal peak, where disciples with a penchant for alchemy will cultivate and reside. The third peak will be the artisan peak, designated for those disciples who delight in forging. The fourth peak will be the sword peak, where sword cultivators may practice and dwell. The fifth peak will be the talisman peak, for disciples enamored with talisman crafting. The sixth peak will be the formation peak, dedicated to those disciples who study formations. The seventh peak, the 100 Flowers peak, is exclusively for female disciples, allowing any female disciple to cultivate and reside there. The eighth peak will be the Beastmaster peak, where disciples who nurture spirit beasts or have formed contracts with them may cultivate and live. At this juncture, Chi Yu paused momentarily, emphasizing to those selecting the Beastmaster peak to ensure their spirit companions do not relieve themselves indiscriminately. The ninth peak will be the Mountain and River peak, where disciples not fitting into the aforementioned 8 peaks shall uniformly reside. With the announcement concluded, all disciples were urged to hasten towards their chosen peaks for selection. In an instant, the disciples of Lingxiao sect were taken aback, unprepared for such a monumental transformation within their sect. This reform indeed promised to effectively unearth the potential of the disciples. Over the course of 10 continuous days, Lingxiao sect underwent a comprehensive rejuvenation. Each disciple had arrived at their selected peak to commence their cultivation. The medicinal peak is presided over by Master Sai Chuanqiu, and the artisan peak by Master Duan Hong. Apart from these 2 peaks, the remaining 6 shall temporarily be led by elders in the role of peak masters. With the reformation of Lingxiao sect now complete, Chu Xian reclined in a chair, perusing ancient texts within the Hall of 10,000 Scriptures, when Duan Hong approached, joyfully bearing a large new wheel. Sect leader, I have succeeded. Upon hearing Duan Hong's exclamation, Chu Xian set aside the ancient texts, his curiosity piqued. Sect leader, the disciple recruitment wheel has been completely upgraded. Chu Xian cast a glance at the brand new wheel before him, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Although it retained the form of a wheel, its contents had undergone significant changes. The original wheel, once adorned with 5 colors, has now been transformed into numbers ranging from 1 to 9, representing the 9 majestic peaks of the Lingxiao sect. Notably, the predominant sections of the wheel remain blank, merely shifting the previous distinction between inner and outer disciples to the present 9 great peaks. Oh, it appears that this wheel is now capable of directly assessing the specific talents of the disciples? Duan Hong exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, with the assistance of Elder Chi Yu, this wheel is now far more sophisticated than its predecessor. Previously, it could only differentiate the talent levels of disciples, necessitating a second round of selection after joining the sect. Now this new apparatus, as long as a disciple's talent meets the entry requirements, it can directly identify the abilities they possess. Those with alchemical talent will be directed to the medicine peak, while those with forging talent will be guided to the artisan peak. We may still claim it is purely a matter of luck. After Duan Hong's explanation, Chu Xian's eyes instantly sparkled. Truly, the strongest blacksmith of Dongwang. This wheel surpasses anything produced by Chi Yu and the others by 100-fold. Promotion. A nationwide campaign across the Great Xia. Thus, the new generation of disciple selection will immediately supplant the old one. The Lingxiao sect is undergoing daily transformations, and finally, after a month, the people from the Zixia Holy Land arrived at the gates of the Lingxiao sect. On this day, 9 golden-winged rock birds hovered before the mountain gate, pulling a jade carriage that radiated resplendent light, accompanied by ethereal music. An elder clad in purple robes descended through the air, his voice booming like thunder. Elder Mo Tianji of the Zixia Holy Land, here to pay respects to the sect master of Lingxiao. Chu Xian reclined languidly on a chaise lounge atop the main peak, nibbling on spirit fruits freshly picked by Yu Jian, and remarked, "Have you brought gifts? If not, you shall not be allowed entry." Mo Tianji's eyelid twitched, brimming with arrogance. Furious, he flicked his sleeve and tossed forth a jade slip. "No gifts. This is a challenge letter. In 1 month's time, the disciples of our 2 sects will compete at the borders of the 3 domains, with the victor obtaining the vassal rights of Great Xia. Does your Lingxiao sect dare to accept this challenge?" Chu Xian remained seated atop the main peak, murmuring, "A competition among disciples? It seems the Zixia Holy Land wishes to avoid a holy war, which is why they propose a contest for the disciples. The holy war referred to by Chu Xian signifies a large-scale conflict between the two great holy lands, involving only those of the saint level. The actions of saint-level experts can result in catastrophic devastation, potentially causing permanent damage to the entire battlefield. Thus, there exists an unwritten rule among the numerous holy lands that a holy war should not be initiated unless absolutely necessary. How will the competition be conducted? Pray tell. Mo Tianji infused the jade slip before him with spiritual energy, and it promptly emitted a radiant screen. The screen displayed a vibrant and colorful map, clearly delineating a vast area in the southern border of Great Xia, encompassing forests, plains, valleys, and more. The competition will take place within this area, half within Great Xia and half within the territory of the Zixia Holy Land. The competition adopts a point system, with both sides dispatching 100 disciples to participate, and the time limit set at 10 days. After this period, the side with the greater points shall be declared the victor. The competition area is divided into 3 tiers. The outermost tier restricts participation to 50 disciples at the pulse connecting stage, who can only earn points by hunting spirit beasts. The second tier, devoid of spirit beasts, allows 30 disciples at the spirit spring stage to compete, each entering with initial points and primarily focused on seizing the opponent's point jade tokens. The innermost area features a platform, where 20 disciples at the mystic dance stage can partake, and the successful defender at the end of the 10 days will receive 100-fold in points. Upon hearing the introduction, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The rules are rather unique. However, your Zixia sacred land is rather shameless. Long out Yin. First, give him a beating." Chapter 56. The demon ancestor's heavy tower becomes a personal disciple. The elder in purple robes was immediately infuriated, his beard bristling with rage. "You, by what right do you strike at me?" Chu Xian retorted angrily. "The Great Xia is but a subsidiary of my Lingxiao sect. If you win, Great Xia belongs to you, but if you lose, do you expect to simply walk away? Truly, such shamelessness is astounding. Long out Yin. Strike him." Long out Yin, having consumed the 9-pattern dragon pill, had now reached the pinnacle of the great sage's 9th level. This elder in purple robes was about to face dire consequences. Standing at the mountain gate, Long out Yin grinned, his fist cracking as he said, "Old Ding, can you withstand a punch fueled by 20 years of my power?" The elder in purple, feigning calmness as Long out Yin approached, stroked his beard and sneered, "Humph. A mere Lingxiao sect dares to act brazenly before me? I have traversed the eastern wilderness for 300 years. What storms have I not weathered? Today, let me show you." Before he could finish, Long out Yin had already struck him with a resounding slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the arena, and the elder's face instantly swelled like a pig's head. His 2 front teeth flying through the air in a graceful arc covering his face in shock and anger, the elder exclaimed, "You dare to sneak attack? This is a breach of martial ethics." Long out Yin smirked, "Enough of your chatter, let us continue." With that, he delivered a flying knee strike to the elder's abdomen, causing him to double over like a cooked shrimp, tears streaming down his face. "Wait, I wasn't ready. Let us start over." "Start over?" Chu Xian, munching on seeds atop the main peak, observed the unfolding scene leisurely. "Go ahead, Long out Yin, give him a chance." Just as the elder sighed in relief, Long out Yin grinned menacingly while cracking his knuckles. "All right, this time I'll let you strike first." The elder, overjoyed, immediately assumed a stance, gathering his energy and shouting, "Behold my ultimate technique." The purple chi emerges from the east palm. He thrust his palm forward with great force, only to find that Long out Yin, too lazy to evade, took the blow head-on, remaining utterly unfazed, even scratching his chest. "Is that all?" The elder's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. "No, it's impossible. My strike can cleave mountains and split seas." "Cleave mountains and split seas?" Long out Yin scoffed. "Let me show you what it truly means to cleave mountains and split seas." Boom. With a single punch, the old man was sent crashing into the ground, leaving only his head exposed, bruised and battered. Subsequently, Long out Yin's fists rained down upon the old man with relentless fury. "How dare you flaunt your bravado? How dare you act so arrogantly?" The old man, utterly defenseless, cried out, "Stop! Spare me, young hero. I was wrong. I shall never act so arrogantly again." Unbeknownst to them, Chu Xian had arrived at the mountain gate from the main peak. Crouching down with a sly smile, he inquired, "Weren't you quite boastful just now? Didn't you want us to witness your prowess?" The old man, in tears and snot, lamented, "I have witnessed it. I have witnessed it. Young hero, you are formidable. I concede. Long Out Yin, flexing his fists, asked with lingering enthusiasm, Master, shall we continue? Upon hearing this, the old man's spirit nearly fled in terror as he frantically waved his hands. No, no, no. I will compensate. I will pay. I will give you spirit stones. I will offer treasures. Chu Xian stroked his chin, deep in thought. Compensate? This old man's attire is quite fine. Let us strip it away. The old man. Before long, the old man was left with naught but his undergarments. Chu Xian furrowed his brow. Long Out Yin. Do you not find the material of these undergarments to be of good quality? Long Out Yin replied, I understand. Ultimately, the old man stood naked, weeping and wailing as he ran through the skies. Return to your Zixia Holy Land and inform them that if they wish to compete fairly, they must show some sincerity. Should they dare to flaunt their bravado at my Lingxiao sect again, I shall make your Zixia Holy Land sore. After the old man departed, Chu Xian returned to the sect and began gathering the peak masters for a discussion. Esteemed colleagues, you have all witnessed the recent events. The Zixia Holy Land has issued a challenge. There are 100 slots available. My main peak will send 4 direct disciples, and the remaining slots can be divided among you. However, one thing must be clear. Everyone must exert themselves to the utmost and drive the Zixia Holy Land's disciples out with disdain. How dare they provoke me at Lingxiao sect? I have yet to seek them out, yet they come here to flaunt their superiority. The Lingxiao sect's rapid development would inevitably lead to competition with the Zixia Holy Land. And thus, Chu Xian's goal was to subdue the Zixia Holy Land directly. Outside the Lingxiao sect, there were but a few cultivators remaining to participate in the sect's entrance trials. Just as the Lingxiao sect disciples were about to close up for the day, a frail young boy staggered into view. One of the Lingxiao sect disciples spotted the boy and called out, Young lad, are you here to participate in our entrance trials? Upon hearing the name of Lingxiao sect, the boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lingxiao sect? Is this not the sect of those young prodigies? I never imagined I would be reborn here. Excellent. I shall devote myself to cultivation here, and within 3 years, I shall be invincible on the Xianxiao continent. At that time, the bloodline of the war god and the bones of the immortal will all belong to me. And that scoundrel from the spirit spring realm who dared to strike me shall face my wrath 1,000-fold. Not long ago, the abyssal demonic land to the west of the Great Xia experienced a significant subsidence, and coincidentally, the recently resurrected ancestor of the Demon King's palace found himself within that very area, promptly reduced to ashes. Thus, the ancestor of the Demon King's palace was reborn. The demon ancestor, Chong Lu, hastily gestured to several disciples of the Lingxiao sect, declaring, Indeed, I am here to partake in the sect's entrance examination. The disciples of Lingxiao, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to rearrange the spinning wheel. Come forth. Spin the wheel, and wherever it lands, you shall belong to that peak. Subsequently, they elaborated on the various peaks represented by the numbers. Chong Lu's brow furrowed in surprise. Such a method of accepting disciples exists? He mused. I can only exclaim, what an eccentricity. Yet, in a way, this facilitates my entry into the Lingxiao sect. The young man gently spun the wheel, his gaze fixed on the number 9. He thought to himself, as long as I can join the sect, it matters not if it is the lowest peak. That way, I can devote myself to cultivation. However, to everyone else's astonishment, the wheel came to a steady halt at position 1. What? Qualification for a direct disciple? Surely not. Am I the first since the sect's establishment to land on this position? He exclaimed inwardly. What extraordinary luck is this? It's utterly unfair. We ought to share in this fortune. The disciples of Lingxiao erupted in excitement, completely disregarding Chong Lu. Chong Lu exclaimed, Huh? A direct disciple of the sect leader? Does this mean I might be at risk of exposure? Perhaps I should flee. Should my identity be revealed, my demise is assured. Just as Chong Lu contemplated escape, the Lingxiao disciples hoisted him up and sprinted towards the sect. Ha ha ha. The sect leader once proclaimed that whoever encounters the qualification for a direct disciple during their watch shall receive a reward. Brothers, this is our chance to fortune. Chong Lu was engulfed in darkness. Having just been reborn, his new body possessed no cultivation. How could he possibly contend with these individuals? Esteemed colleagues, I wish to join the sect, but I did not express a desire to become a direct disciple. Allow me a moment to think before he could finish. One disciple interjected, What is there to think about? As a direct disciple, we all must address you as senior brother. There is no need for contemplation. Another added, Do you have any idea how rare the qualification for a direct disciple is? Since our sect's inception, you were the first to achieve this status. In a matter of moments, with the assistance of the disciples, Chong-Lu found himself atop the main peak. At this time, Chu Xian had completed his meeting with the peak masters and was perusing ancient texts in the Hall of 10,000 Classics. The disciples carried Chong-Lu before Chu Xian, reporting to the sect leader. This esteemed senior brother has obtained the qualification for a direct disciple. They proclaimed in unison, instantly informing all disciples of the Lingxiao sect. They were indeed boasting to the entire sect, for soon, the few of them would be subject to the sect leader's reprimand. Congratulate us. Chu Xian gently lifted his gaze towards the young man being carried by the crowd. As their eyes met, Zhang Lo felt as if struck by lightning. This young man was none other than the master of Lingxiao sect. The very same individual who had once ruthlessly hammered him during his Spirit Spring Realm days now sought to become his mentor? Well, so be it. I shall endure this humiliation, and, once I seize the bloodline of the war god and the celestial bones, I shall transform you into a magical corpse that I can command daily. As Zhonglo pondered this, Chu Xian had already set aside the ancient tome in his hands and approached him. Indeed, having attained the qualification of a direct disciple from this day forth, you shall be my cherished apprentice. Young man, bow to your master. Before Zhonglo could respond, several disciples of Lingxiao sect had stepped forward, grinning as they pressed him down to the ground in reverence. He, brother, even the sect master can hardly wait. We shall assist you. They were so eager as if fearing Zhonglo would flee. Given the circumstances, Zhonglo reluctantly accepted his fate. Disciple pays respects to master. At that moment, for direct disciples arrived in unison. The previous disciples had shouted so loudly that the entire sect was now aware of the new direct disciple. And these four wished to meet their newly initiated junior brother. Master, we pay our respects. The four greeted one after another. Zhonglo couldn't help but direct his gaze towards them, his heart suddenly brimming with joy, even momentarily disregarding Chu Xian before him. Excellent. The bloodline of the war god and the celestial bones are present. Oh, I've never seen that young lady before. Wait a moment. She seems to possess a dual cultivation constitution. As Zhonglo assessed the situation, Chu Xian remarked, You four have arrived just in time. Come over and meet your junior brother. By the way, disciple, what is your name? Zhonglo replied, Is this how one takes on disciples? My name is Zhonglo. Ah, a fine name indeed. Since your senior brothers and sisters are here, let them show you around the sect. Yujian and the others gathered around Zhonglo, with Yujian, the eldest brother, feeling quite pleased. Junior brother, let us go. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly but said nothing further. Tang Lu nodded slightly at Zhonglo. Xiaxu, linking arms with Yujian, flashed a sweet smile at Zhonglo. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhonglo greeted each of them in turn. Upon reaching Xiaxu, Zhonglo's heart skipped a beat. He thought, I couldn't see clearly from afar, but now that I am closer, she is actually the ancient Huangquan's sacred body, the most supreme dual cultivation constitution in the world. Immediately, Zhonglo turned his gaze towards Yujian. What a fortunate fellow. Once I restore my cultivation smack. Before Zhonglo could continue his thoughts, Lin Xian delivered a light slap to the back of his head. Let us go, Lin Xian said with a somewhat cold tone. Following that, the four led Zhonglo towards the base of the main peak. Chu Xian watched the five retreating figures, chuckling as he shook his head. In his past life, Xian was a formidable half-emperor, and in this lifetime, he has acquired celestial bones, promising an immeasurable future. Jin'er and Zhu'er complement each other in their physiques, ensuring that they will not fall short of Lin Xian. Lu'er bears the power of her bloodline, descended from a lineage of great beings. Should her bloodline awaken completely, she may indeed surpass all others. As for the enigmatic Chong-Lu, Chu Xian could not discern his true nature at this moment. Just then, Chi-Yu approached slowly. Master, the newly arrived direct disciple carries a trace of demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian, who had just lifted an ancient tome, placed it back down. Oh, is that truly the case? Chi-Yu affirmed, absolutely. Master, shall I discreetly eliminate him? Chu Xian pondered for a moment in silence before replying, there is no need. As long as he does not engage in any outrageous behavior, we shall ignore him. Understood, master. Chu Xian cast a glance at the increasingly distant figure of Chong-Lu and silently resumed his perusal of the ancient text. Notify the heads of each peak. We shall increase the quota of direct disciples competing against the Xixia sacred land by 1. As a modern individual who had traversed time for many years, experiencing countless conflicts, Chu Xian gradually grasped a profound truth. This world resembles the underworld of his past life, merely with extended lifespans and an amplified manner of combat. In essence, It is akin to a society of superpowered beings. The mightiest, whose fists are strongest, become the architects of the rules. The distinction between demonic cultivators and righteous sects lies solely in their methods of cultivation. The righteous sects are more numerous, rendering demonic cultivators as outcasts, often despised and hunted. Yet, at times, the deeds of the so-called righteous are far more brutal than those of the demonic practitioners. Thus, Chu Xian held no peculiar views regarding Chonglu. Having entered the Lingxiao sect, he was now one of its disciples. I must devise a plan, Chu Xian murmured to himself while continuing to examine the ancient tome. 5 direct disciples were idly wandering within the sect when 2 figures, one white and one yellow, suddenly darted towards them. It was the exuberant Da Huang and Erbai, joyfully chasing each other within the Lingxiao sect. Erbai dashed straight to Chonglu's side, its little nose twitching rapidly as it circled around, sniffing. In contrast, upon seeing Erbai, Chonglu's entire body stiffened in fear. How could that dog still be alive? He had been suppressed for millennia by the Wuxiang Lingxiu. All thanks to this very white dog. Hadn't it burned its essence back then? How could it now be so lively? Chonglu stared at the white dog, baring his teeth in alarm, while Yi Jian hastily pulled Erbai aside. Erbai, this is our new junior brother. Do not frighten him. Xia Zhu covered her mouth in amusement. I did not expect our junior brother to be afraid of dogs. Although Erbai was tugged aside, its bright, expressive eyes remained fixated on Chonglu, sending shivers down his spine. Could it have recognized me? Surely not. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the crowd guided Chonglu through the entirety of Lingxiao sect, swiftly elevating him to the coveted ranks of the sect's popularity. After this brief tour, everyone in the sect had become acquainted with the newly initiated direct disciple. In chapter 58, Chonglu was flushed with indignation. Qiyu, be fiercer, he urged. Master, I am already doing my utmost. Oh dear, this simply will not do. As several direct disciples returned to the main peak, Chu Xian was diligently brewing soup with Qiyu's Hunyuan Ding. The flames were insufficiently intense to satisfy him, prompting continual exhortations for Qiyu to increase the heat. The direct disciples were perplexed. Master, what are you doing? Without turning his head, Chu Xian remained fixated on the cauldron's contents. Little Chonglu has just arrived. I'm preparing to enhance your meals. Confused, the disciples could only await developments. After a considerable time, Chu Xian finally nodded in satisfaction, ladling out 5 bowls of golden broth to the 5 direct disciples. Each of you take a bowl. This soup required a great deal of effort to prepare, he stated, his demeanor calm and composed, while Qiyu, beside him, was drenched in perspiration, panting heavily. The group of disciples exchanged glances, stifling laughter as they accepted the bowls from Chu Xian. Yu Jian raised his bowl and drank the golden soup in a single gulp. Instantly, a warm current surged from his dantian to his limbs, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling the spiritual energy within his meridians surge like a mighty river, erasing all the fatigue brought on by his daily dual cultivation with Xia Zhu. This soup, before he could finish, a radiant golden light erupted from Yu Jian, and he unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. He reached the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. Upon returning from the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Yu Jian and his companions had all advanced to the Xiandan realm, and with the dual cultivation shared between Yu Jian and Xia Zhu, their progress was astonishingly rapid. Seeing this, Xia Zhu hurriedly drank as well, her face flushing crimson. Ah, master, this soup is so hot. No, it's so invigorating. The power of Huang Quan surged within her, propelling her towards the pinnacle of the Ling Quan realm. Xia Zhu, having already possessed some cultivation, had been misled by the awakening of the ancient Huang Quan sacred body. Now that her physique had awakened, her cultivation began to soar. After consuming Chu Xian's broth, she was on the verge of breaking through to the Xiandan realm. Tang Lu and Lin Xian exchanged glances, both raising their bowls. After drinking, Tang Lu felt his bones crackle and pop, and a faint, shadowy figure of a battle god began to materialize behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's hand trembled slightly as she held her bowl. Her insight from her past life as a semi-emperor allowed her to discern that this soup contained at least 9 types of millennia-old spiritual herbs, infused with currents of profound essence. Master, your generosity is astounding, Lin Xian thought in astonishment. Even in her previous life, she had never encountered such a concoction. Thus, she quickly drank with reverence. In an instant, the celestial bones within Lin Xian radiated a brilliant golden light. Finally, it was Chonglu's turn. The young man hesitated as he held the bowl, but upon witnessing the enjoyment of his senior brothers and sisters, he steeled his resolve and downed the broth in one go. It's truly delicious. Thank you, master. In the present moment, Zhang Lu remains an ordinary mortal. Having traversed the expanse of Lingxiao sect, and is now famished to the point of desperation, upon consuming the bowl of soup, he instantly feels a significant restoration of his vitality. In his heart, he muses, perhaps my master is not as dreadful as he seems. Once my cultivation is restored, I shall spare you from death. However, the onlookers stared in disbelief, as no changes were evident in Zhong Lu's physique. Chu Xian, with a smile, observed the remarkable phenomena surrounding his 4 disciples, yet Zhong Lu remained utterly unchanged. Turning to the feeble Qi Yu, he remarked, "See, I told you the timing was still lacking." Qi Yu's red lips parted, rendered speechless. Chu Xian, noticing Zhong Lu's rather unfortunate state, chuckled, "Little Zhong Lu, fret not. I shall bestow upon you another cultivation method. This technique requires your diligent practice, and in due time, you shall become a formidable figure." With that, he retrieved a book titled Self-Cultivation of the Righteous from his robe and tossed it to Zhong Lu. Upon receiving the text, Zhong Lu could not help but grimace internally. "Great. That fleeting positive impression has vanished. My esteemed master, you shall pay for this." However, outwardly, Zhong Lu hastily bowed, saying, "Thank you, master. I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently and not disappoint your earnest efforts." Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Excellent. In that case, you may return for now. In a few days, the competition with the Zixia sacred ground will take place, and you must perform admirably." "Yes, master." The 5 direct disciples each returned to their respective quarters, with Zhong Lu clutching the book's Self-Cultivation of the Righteous as he made his way to the dwelling he had chosen earlier. Once inside, Zhong Lu, in a fit of rage, cast the cultivation text aside and exclaimed, "Why should I practice your worthless technique? There are myriad demonic methods, and my approach to cultivation surpasses yours by countless magnitudes. Humph. Although I have been reborn, the demonic runes I once cultivated have been intricately engraved upon my spine. By adhering to a systematic practice, I can reclaim my former pinnacle." As he spoke, Zhong Lu began to immerse his consciousness within, intent on harnessing the spiritual energy of the environment through the demonic runes inscribed upon his spine. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. His entire spine was pristine and unblemished. Where are my demonic runes? What in the world has happened to them? Zhong Lu was bewildered. Where have the runes gone? Without them, it is as if I must commence my demonic cultivation anew, re-engraving the runes. All the foundations of my past life have dissipated into mere illusions. Suddenly, Zhong Lu recalled the bowl of soup he had consumed earlier. The warm sensation of power flooding through him made him flush with anger. Zhong Lu raised his voice in a lament. "No, no, no." At that precise moment, Xia Zhu happened to pass by Zhong Lu's residence, perplexed. "Is this not the abode of junior brother Zhong Lu? Junior brother Zhong Lu, what troubles you?" Zhong Lu's face flushed crimson as his mind raced. This matter must remain a secret from everyone. With a voice choked with tears, he lamented, "I cannot comprehend the technique bestowed by my master. It is incomprehensible, so exceedingly difficult." Seeing the new junior brother weep so sorrowfully, Xiaju felt a pang of sympathy for him. "Junior brother, once we return, I shall inquire with senior brother Yujian to see if he can impart his knowledge to you." With tears streaming down his face, Zhong Lu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." After Xiaju departed, Zhong Lu sat on the ground, silently vowing, "Cunning master, you have ruined my cultivation of millennia. I, Zhong Lu, shall not let this transgression go unpunished." After weeping for a while, his gaze fell upon the neglected tome, the Self-Cultivation of the Righteous. "Humph. With my innate gifts, I shall surely master this in no time. When that day comes, I will make my deceitful master rue his actions." After pondering for a long while, Zhong Lu mused, "At this juncture, since I have been reborn, I might as well explore an entirely new path. After all, this body is still youthful. The dual cultivation of immortals and demons is not out of the question. Once I seize the bloodline of the war god and the bones of the immortal, I shall undoubtedly become the pinnacle of this realm." With this thought, Zhong Lu's heart was enlightened. He seized the Self-Cultivation of the Righteous and began to fervently peruse its pages. As time slipped away, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from his quarters. "Ah, I truly cannot comprehend this wretched technique. No, no, no." Chapter 59. Zhong Lu, the Self-Sufficient Man. Zhong Lu, clutching the technique with tear-filled eyes, murmured, "Could there be an issue with this technique? With my extraordinary talent, I reached the semi-emperor realm in merely 50 years. How could I fail to grasp this technique?" Sighing, he resolved to seek answers. Rising, he clutched the tome and made his way toward the main hall of Lingxiao sect. He decided to confront his cunning master directly. If I cannot quickly comprehend this technique, then those little brats will never figure it out. At the summit, Chu Stin was engrossed in ancient texts when he noticed Chong Lu hastily running towards him. Little Chong Lu, you. Before he could finish, Chong Lu, engrossed in the technique and blinded by its complexity, stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Chu Xian smacked his forehead in exasperation, unable to bear the sight. Disciple, there is no need for such formality upon seeing your master. Our Lingxiao sect has no such rigid customs. As he helped Chong Lu up and brushed off the dirt, he inquired, what brings you here in such a flurry? With utmost seriousness, Chong Lu replied, Master, this technique is exceedingly difficult. He then presented the self-cultivation of the righteous to Chu Xian. Difficult? Chu Stin took the tome and inwardly scoffed. Isn't this merely an introductory technique? Even a mutt could cultivate it, yet you claim it is difficult? Was this fellow perhaps a great demon in his past life, used by the righteous as mere fodder? Such qualifications are perhaps inferior even to those of a mere servant disciple, though these thoughts flitted through his mind. A benevolent smile graced his face. Do not be anxious, my disciple. I shall elucidate this for you. He turned to the first page and pointed at the foundational diagram of circulating energy, saying, observe this diagram of the circulation. Master, Chong Lu suddenly interjected. These lines are so convoluted, I truly cannot comprehend them. Chu Xian felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. This was, after all, a universally recognized diagram of spiritual veins in the realm of cultivation. Even a 3-year-old child would recognize it. Do demon cultivators not use spiritual veins? In truth, the methods of demon cultivation in the Xianxiao continent diverge significantly from those of orthodox practitioners. Although the names of the realms may be identical, demon cultivators carve demonic patterns onto their bones using demonic techniques, which convert spiritual energy into demonic essence that circulates throughout their skeletal structure. In simpler terms, the bones of a demon cultivator serve as their spiritual veins. Some demon cultivators, upon reaching the pinnacle of their practice, are left with naught but their bones, as all flesh and blood have vanished. Consequently, nearly all demonic techniques are operated through the bones to channel demonic energy. To delineate between orthodox cultivators and demon practitioners, the Xianxiao continent primarily examines whether an individual utilizes spiritual veins to transport spiritual energy. Let us proceed. Chu Xian pondered for a moment before retrieving a booklet from his sleeve. Here's the introduction to cultivation illustrated. You may begin with this. Before Chu Xian could finish, Chong Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, he exclaimed, this disciple can understand. The first page of the booklet prominently displayed the 3-character phrase for cultivation, accompanied by simple illustrations, a small figure seated in meditation with a dialogue box above its head, drawing in spiritual energy. Beside it was a large yellow dog, tongue out, holding a wooden sign that read, I can do this too. Observing Chong Lu's elation, Chu Stin could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. At that moment, a system interface suddenly appeared. Hidden task activated. Cultivate the leader of the righteous path. Goal, the 5th direct disciple. Chong Lu. Hidden task reward. All disciples of the sect will be immune to the disturbances of inner demons. Staring at the system interface before him, Chu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. This task seems to pose quite a challenge. After bidding farewell to Chong Lu, Chu Xian contentedly resumed his perusal of the ancient texts. Returning to his quarters, Chong Lu was enraptured as he examined the illustrated booklet, and subtle changes began to manifest within him. Seated cross-legged upon his bed, he endeavored to draw energy into his body. Following the illustrations of the small figure from the introduction to cultivation illustrated, mere orthodox techniques, I shall see what mysteries they hold. As he began to circulate the heart method, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation within. The previously obstructed meridians began to quiver slightly, and threads of spiritual energy gradually seeped in, coursing through his limbs and bones. Oh, Chong Lu exclaimed in surprise. This rudimentary technique actually works? He attentively sensed the changes within, discovering that spiritual energy was indeed traversing his meridians, albeit slowly. It was gradually clearing his constitution. My crafty master truly possesses remarkable skills. Chong Lu narrowed his eyes with a sense of satisfaction, already envisioning a splendid future. Once the old man regains his cultivation, his master will fetch his shoes, Yu Jian will wash his feet, and Xia Zhu will warm his bed. He would even extract Lin Xian's celestial bones to have her serve him tea and water, and draw upon Tang Lu's divine bloodline to have him roast fish. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Determined to seize the moment, Zhonglu resolved to immediately channel his previous demonic powers, preparing to reinscribe demonic runes upon his bones. Mere orthodox techniques were but auxiliary means. His true trump card lay within his demonic arts. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and summoned the spiritual energy he had recently absorbed, beginning to outline the runes along his spine according to the paths etched in his memory. However, with a sudden crack, the newly formed runes shattered into fragments. What? Zhonglu was taken aback and quickly inspected his internal state, only to discover that the spiritual energy circulating through his meridians had autonomously purified the remnants of demonic energy from his bones. No, my demonic arts. No, no, no. Zhonglu's face turned ashen as he finally realized something. He was genuinely on the verge of becoming an upright cultivator. The old man would not accept this. If that bunch of demonic brats saw him transformed into a righteous figure, what would become of him? Thus, Zhonglu began to frantically experiment. On that day, as the disciples of Ling Xiao sect prepared for the competition at Xixia's sacred ground, a deep voice resonated throughout the skies above Ling Xiao sect. Ling Xiao sect, come forth and discuss this with me. A group of 5 stood outside the mountain gate of Ling Xiao sect, their imposing presence marked by purple robes. Chu Xian peered through the light barrier at the visitors and chuckled. The people from Xixia's sacred ground have come again? Still the same question? Did you bring gifts? No gifts, no entry. The leader in the purple robe coldly replied, Ling Xiao sect, listen well. Xixia's sacred ground does not wish to see the lives of the great Xia suffer, which is why we propose the competition among disciples. However, your sect has insulted our elder. We demand an explanation. Chu Xian, seated atop the main peak, casually cleaned his ears, showing no concern. What kind of explanation? The purple-robed man stated, increase the stakes of the competition. If Ling Xiao sect loses, the great Xia will belong to Xixia's sacred ground. And you must compensate us with 10,000 sacred spirit stones. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xian thought, isn't this merely a land-grabbing and indemnity scheme in the cultivation world? Damn it, I will annihilate you. Chapter 60, The Formation of Demonic Runes. The day of the competition arrives. Unfazed, Chu Xian inquired, and what if Xixia's sacred ground loses? The purple-robed leader's expression hardened. If we lose, we shall cede half of the northern territory of Xixia Prefecture to Ling Xiao sect. Xixia Prefecture encompasses the entirety of Xixia sacred ground, its vast expanse being twice that of the great Xia. This time, Xixia sacred ground had indeed shown a degree of sincerity. At least they were no longer attempting to swindle without offering something in return. With a grand gesture, Chu Xian produced a golden scroll that soared through the air. This is the contract of Ling Xiao sect. A month later, disciples of the Ling Xiao sect journeyed to the designated competition venue. The figure clad in purple robes received the scroll and promptly retrieved a violet scroll from within his sleeve, casting it toward Long Outyin at the gate of the Ling Xiao sect. Long Outyin chuckled, seizing the violet scroll, and after a sweep of his consciousness, nodded towards the main peak. This contract would not impose any substantial harm on either party. However, should one breach the agreement, a luminous specter would manifest above the transgressor's head, emblazoned with the words untrustworthy. The Ling Xiao sect had once flourished rapidly, and Chu Xian had often been the one to sign such contracts on its behalf. The figure in purple also scanned with his consciousness and stowed away the golden scroll. Humph, we shall meet in a month. He cast a scornful glance at Long Outyin, who stood there with a cold smile, and swiftly retreated with his companions. Meanwhile, several others in purple quietly rejoiced, for the Holy Land required recuperation after the last sacred battle, allowing disciples to engage in this competition. If a direct holy war had been initiated, it was uncertain whether they could have triumphed over the Ling Xiao sect. Just the individual standing at the entrance exuded a sacred aura. Within the Ling Xiao sect, although protected by a defensive formation, several formidable presences could still be sensed. While the group's relief was somewhat justified, it was not entirely accurate. The Ling Xiao sect was guarded by several hundred sacred-level experts. The Great Xia Empire could establish itself with merely 2 sacred-level warriors, and a typical Holy Land with 10 sacred-level would already be considered of moderate strength. Even the most powerful sect in the Eastern Wilderness, the Ling Xiao sect, boasted no more than 100 sacred-level masters. Should the Purple Mist Holy Land truly dispatch a large force, it would undoubtedly be a one-sided massacre. Once the figures of the Purple Mist Holy Land departed, all disciples of the Ling Xiao sect erupted in excitement. The task hall had issued a mission. Those who made significant contributions in this competition would be rewarded with a full day of the sect master's discipline. A whole day? How exhilarating that would be. Yet, the list of participants was to be decided by each peak's master, leaving the disciples to eagerly await the outcome. At last, the next day, the list of participants was unveiled. With the contestants confirmed, the Lingxiao sect sprang into action. Chu Xian's small whip was already smoking atop the main peak. Crack, crack. Watching as each disciple entered a state of enlightenment, Chu Xian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Another bustling facility within the Lingxiao sect was the Bloodline Immortal Pool. Since its opening, it had become one of the sect's most sought-after amenities. The reason was simple. It could enhance a practitioner's abilities. At that moment, all participants who had not yet endured Chu Xian's discipline were soaking their bodies in this pool. Zhonglu, being the youngest disciple of the sect master S-Peak, was naturally among them. Immersed in the Bloodline Immortal Pool, he felt the rich spiritual energy flooding into his body. Astonishingly, this energy was directly assimilating into his very bones. Zhonglu mused to himself, "It is said that this immortal pool can transform a practitioner's body. It appears to be true." He quietly began to channel the demonic arts from his past life, attempting to inscribe demonic runes upon his bones. Humph. The wretched Master S immortal pool has indeed proven beneficial for me. Zhonglu had been attempting for several days to inscribe magical runes upon his bones, yet had met with no success. This time, he approached the task with a mere sense of experimentation. However, to his astonishment, within the Bloodline Immortal Pool, the runes began to slowly take shape upon his skeletal structure. His heart raced with excitement. Had he truly succeeded? Indeed, it appeared so. The spiritual energy of this immortal pool managed to bypass the purification of the meridians and directly nourish his bones. In this lifetime, he vowed to dominate the heavens. In this lifetime, he would surely elevate the dark arts to new heights. Stealing a glance at his fellow disciples, who were absorbed in their meditative practices, he noticed they remained utterly oblivious, which only fueled his pride further. Once his magical runes reached perfection, they would be the first to face his wrath. Yet, just as he reveled in his secret triumph, he suddenly discerned that the newly etched runes were, astonishingly, golden in hue. Zhonglu. Were these even magical runes? He stared at the golden runes shimmering upon his bones, his expression a tempest of confusion. What was this? Righteous magical runes? Gritting his teeth, he attempted to summon his dark energy, only to find that the once chilling essence had transformed into a balanced and serene force, even infused with a hint of majestic celestial might. No, his dark arts could not be allowed to manifest in such a manner. Thus, Zhonglu fervently channeled his magical energy, striving to taint the golden runes with darkness. As the dark energy continued to erode, the golden light gradually dimmed, ultimately morphing into a peculiar pattern of intertwining black and gold. It retained the chill and dominance of dark energy while integrating the grandeur of righteousness. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhonglu suddenly broke into a sinister grin. The black gold runes seemed to possess even greater strength than before. He gazed toward the main peak, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Wait for me, you wretched master." At that moment, a crisp sound echoed throughout the Bloodline Immortal Pool. Lin Xian, already harboring an inexplicable irritation towards Zhonglu, found his temper flaring upon witnessing Zhonglu's expression. Without hesitation, he delivered a forceful slap that sent Zhonglu flying. "You, focus on your cultivation. If I catch you making such a face again, I shall skin you alive." Stung by Lin Xian's slap, Zhonglu's fury ignited instantly. However, upon recognizing the vast disparity between their strengths, he immediately deflated, feeling a surge of impotent rage. "Ah, that detestable senior sister. Once my dark arts are perfected, I shall excavate your immortal bones and seal you for 10,000 years. Unbeknownst to Zhonglu, the knowledge of Lin Xian's past life was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few who had participated in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. This was a directive that Chu Xian had specifically issued, forbidding any dissemination of such information. Were Zhonglu to learn of Lin Xian's previous existence, one could only imagine his expression. Having been slapped, Zhonglu sulkily retreated to his abode, determined to inscribe more magical runes upon his spine. And indeed, as he anticipated, he found it remarkably easy to etch runes upon his bones. As the intricate carvings of the heavy tower unfolded, an unexpected surge of dark energy manifested within the confines of the room. Alarmed, Zhonglu was taken aback, swiftly channeling his spiritual power to conceal the ominous presence. Fortunately, the malevolent energy was not overwhelming. Had it been exposed, it would have spelled disaster. It became clear that he must first elevate his spiritual prowess before attempting any further engravings of the magical runes. lest the leakage of dark energy betray his presence. Thus, he once again seized the initiation of cultivation, a sequential illustrated guide, and plunged into fervent training. Meanwhile, Chu Stian was preoccupied with disciplining his disciples. Completely oblivious to the unfolding events, days passed, and at last, the day of the competition with the Zixia sacred land arrived. Chapter 61. Has the demon sect arrived? The stakes are absurd. On this day, before the gates of Lingxiao sect, a colossal Taoist vessel hovered majestically, resplendent in its luminescence, its hull adorned with cryptic runes. Chu Xian stood at the bow, flanked by Long Outyin and Duan Hong, with the participating disciples behind them, each exuding vitality and strength. Let us embark. With Chu Xian's command, the Taoist vessel soared into the skies, leaving a long, shimmering trail in its wake. At the borders of the Daxiao Empire, the representatives of the Zixia sacred land had long awaited their arrival. Upon witnessing the descent of the Lingxiao sect's vessel, the sect leader, Zidonglai, let out a cold snort. Lingxiao sect certainly carries an air of arrogance, making us wait for so long. With a slight smile, Chu Xian replied, the journey was lengthy, causing a slight delay. Just as Zidonglai was about to retort, a sudden rumble resonated through the air. The sky darkened ominously, and an intensely chilling wave of dark energy swept forth. How could such a lively competition be complete without my presence from the 9 nether demonic soil? A sinister laugh echoed, and in an instant, over 100 shadowy figures descended from the heavens. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his features grim and menacing, with dark energy swirling around him, exuding a terrifying aura. The Lord of the Demonic King Hall. Zidonglai's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. Chu Xian furrowed his brow, inwardly musing, people from the 9 nether demonic soil? Have they not learned from their past encounters? The Lord of the Demonic King Hall grinned wickedly, revealing a set of bone-white teeth. I have heard that the Zixia sacred land and the Lingxiao sect are competing for the northern territories of Zixiao prefecture. In that case, why not add my name to the mix? As his words fell, the demonic cultivators behind him erupted into malicious laughter, their dark energy surging skyward, clearly indicating their hostile intentions. The disciples of the Zixia sacred land turned pale, and Zidonglai thundered, you vile demons dare to meddle in the affairs of the righteous? Begone! Righteous? The Lord of the Demonic King Hall scoffed. In my eyes, you are nothing but a band of hypocrites. This land shall belong to the 9 nether demonic soil today. With that proclamation, he waved his hand, and the demonic cultivators fanned out, encircling the members of the Lingxiao sect and the Zixia sacred land. The aura emanating from the dozen or so demonic cultivators behind the Lord surged forth, unmistakably the presence of saint-level powerhouses. The atmosphere became palpably tense, charged with impending conflict. It is not that the Demon King's palace seeks trouble for no reason. Rather, the 9 nether demon soil has been largely submerged by a mysterious force, causing the land to shrink dramatically. The vast number of demon cultivators can hardly survive, compelling the higher-ups of the Demon King's palace to turn their gaze towards the nearby Zixia sacred land. We, as demon cultivators, do not bully others. This time, I bring only those at the Meridian Opening, Spirit Spring, and Profound Pill realms. You two sects may join forces, and I will still claim the 9 nether demon soil. If your combined efforts result in defeat, I shall not demand much, merely half of Zixiao prefecture and half of Daxia. Upon hearing this, Zidonglai hesitated, and the disciples of Zixia sacred land also felt their morale plummet. Standing among the Lingxiao sect's ranks, Chonglu was fuming. He silently roared in fury. Damn it! You bunch of demon brats! Have you forgotten the grandeur of my past? We demon cultivators pride ourselves on being tyrannical and unrestrained. How audacious! If it weren't for my current low cultivation, I would definitely give you a few flying kicks. Seeing Zidonglai's silence, the leader of the Demon King's palace sneered. Humph. What is this? Has the righteous faction lost the courage to confront my demon sect head-on? The demon cultivators behind him erupted in boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. The righteous faction is nothing but this. If you're scared, just hurry back and obediently cede the land. Ha ha ha. With such cowards, even if we compete, they would be doomed to a fate of disembowelment. At that moment, Chu Xian curled his lip and said nonchalantly, another one who dreams of taking advantage without effort? All eyes immediately turned towards Chu Xian. The leader of the Demon King's palace squinted his eyes and coldly inquired, what do you mean by that? Chu Xian replied, what if you lose? The leader of the Demon King's palace seemed to hear the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. My demon cultivators lose? Ha ha ha. If we lose, you may do as you please. Chu Xian nodded. You're more forthright than that old man in purple. Zizonglai? Are you calling me an old man? Before Zizonglai could retort, Chu Xian continued. If your demon sect loses suddenly. A playful smile appeared on his face. If you demon cultivators are defeated. I want every member of the Demon King's palace to don pink skirts and dance like little rabbits in the 9 nether demon soil for an entire month. The entire venue fell into silence. Little rabbits dancing? What is that? Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Chu Xian had to use his spiritual energy to illustrate the scene of dancing. The leader of the Demon King's palace's face turned from black to green. Then from green to purple. What did you say? Have us perform such a thing? Chu Xian, with utmost seriousness, added, 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. I will send a recording stone to document the entire process, which will be looped in the major cities of the eastern wilderness. Disciples from Zixia Sacred Land could no longer contain their laughter. The demonic cultivators of the Demon King's Hall were collectively petrified, with several young practitioners already envisioning themselves clad in pink frilly skirts, their faces turning ashen in an instant. You seek death, the master of the Demon King's Hall roared, his aura of malevolence surging ominously. What? Are you afraid to wager? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, recalling how they had just asserted that he could do as he pleased. It appeared that the esteemed Demon King's Hall was merely a congregation of cowardly blusterers. You, the master of the Demon King's Hall, trembled with rage. But upon observing the eager gazes of the righteous cultivators around him, he gritted his teeth and declared, Fine, I shall concede. But should you lose? A sinister smile crept upon his face. I shall not claim your great Xia's lands. Instead, I demand every member of the Lingxiao sect shave their heads and tattoo I am a cute little demon cultivator on their foreheads, and it shall last for an entire month. Agreed. Chu Xian's prompt confirmation momentarily stunned the master of the Demon King's Hall. Zhang Lu was nearly driven to madness within the ranks of the Lingxiao sect, his mind raging. What kind of absurd wager is this? I, the reincarnation of a grand demon lord, would have to dance in a skirt if I lose. Master Dog, you are truly risking my life. Wait, hold on. I am now a disciple of the Lingxiao sect. Damn, you little demon. You want me to shave my head and get a tattoo saying cute little demon? Truly defying the heavens. Zidonglai, watching from the sidelines, was left speechless. Suddenly grateful that he had not been ensnared in this ludicrous wager, Chu Xian turned to the disciples of the Lingxiao sect with a smile. Did you all hear that? To prevent anyone from becoming cute little demon cultivators, you know what must be done, right? In unison, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect shouted, Make them wear skirts. Dance the bunny dance. Subsequently, the 3 parties reached a consensus. Should the Demon King's Hall emerge victorious, half of Zixia Prefecture would belong to them, and the Lingxiao sect would shave their heads. If the Lingxiao sect triumphed, half of Zixia Prefecture would be theirs, and the Demon King's Hall would perform the bunny dance. Should the Zixia Sacred Land prevail, Great Xia would fall to them, and the majority of the 9 nether demonic lands would be ceded to the Zixia Sacred Land. Unbeknownst to Zidonglai, much of the 9 nether demonic lands had already been lost. With a wave of their hands, the representatives of the 3 factions promptly transported the cultivators to the competition arena. Chapter 62. The competition begins. The 3 factions enter the arena. With the inclusion of the Demon King's Hall, some modifications were made to the rules. The outermost disciples, besides hunting demonic beasts for points, were also allowed to engage in mutual combat to seize points from one another. The disciples from the 3 factions were dispersed randomly, with the outer disciples being the first to enter. After 3 days, the first round of the competition concluded, and the points were tallied. Zhang Lu found himself among these participants. As a dual cultivator of both celestial and demonic arts, his progress was considerably slower. Having entered the Lingxiao sect for over a month, his cultivation level stood at the 5th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. However, both aspects of his dual cultivation were at the 5th stage of the Meridian Opening Realm. This was undoubtedly the result of Chu Xian's relentless prodding. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain if Zhong Lu could even reach the Meridian Opening Realm. Within the trial arena, as Zhong Lu descended from the heavens, he immediately sensed a formidable aura beside him. A cold smirk curled upon his lips, suggesting fortune was on his side. Before him, nestled within the thicket, lay a slumbering purple-striped demon tiger at the pinnacle of the Pulse Realm, blissfully unaware of its surroundings. Upon catching wind of Zhong Lu's presence, the tiger abruptly lifted its head, its crimson gaze fixated upon him. Clearly, the beast had not anticipated the intrusion of a human cultivator into its territory. With a thunderous roar, the tiger lunged forward, its claws slicing through the air with a menacing swiftness. Yet, Zhong Lu remained unfazed, taking a moment to attune himself to the situation. Realizing he was not under the scrutiny of Chu Xian and others, he exhaled in relief. Subsequently, he formed a hand seal and declared coldly, "You mere beast dare to act brazenly before me?" In an instant, the black-gold demonic runes along his spine ignited, and a peculiar black-gold flame coalesced in the palm of his right hand. As the tiger pounced towards him, Chonglu struck with a decisive blow. The resounding impact echoed as the black-gold flame pierced through the tiger's skull, causing its massive form to collapse lifelessly to the ground. A feeble opponent indeed. Immediately, a surge of white light enveloped the jade tablet at Chonglu's waist, which then transformed as the number 10 slowly materialized. Oh, a demon beast at the pinnacle of the pulse realm yields 10 points? Without further ado, Chonglu dismissed the points tablet, disdainfully kicking the tiger's carcass before retrieving a large black bowl from his storage ring. With deft precision, he sliced open the tiger's chest, channeling demonic energy through his fingertips to extract the beast's essence, which pooled into a dark crimson spring within the bowl. With a hearty gulp, Chonglu consumed the essence, remnants of blood staining the corners of his mouth. Wiping his lips in satisfaction, he mused, "Indeed, the essence of demon beasts is the most nourishing." No sooner had he absorbed the essence than he felt the runes along his spine warm slightly, his cultivation at the 5th level of the pulse realm advancing imperceptibly. How intriguing! Excitement flickered in Chonglu's eyes. It seemed this trial was a splendid opportunity for him to regain his strength. At that moment, rustling emerged from the nearby thicket. Narrowing his eyes, Chonglu scoffed, "Since you've arrived, do not hide." 3 figures clad in purple robes emerged, the leader sneering, "You little whelp from Lingxiao sect, hand over your points, and we may spare your life." Upon noticing the purple misty tokens hanging at their waists, Chonglu's expression morphed into a peculiar grin. "Perfect. I too wish to savor the taste of human blood." Just as he prepared to act, an unsettling ripple of consciousness brushed above him. Is that the treacherous master of dogs spying on me? He promptly concealed his demonic aura. Outside the trial grounds, within the Lingxiao sect's camp, Chonglu's figure had already been projected before the collective gaze of the crowd. As they beheld the slain tiger beside him and the digits on his points tablet, gasps of astonishment erupted. "Wow, brother Chonglu is incredible. He just entered the arena and, with his 5th level cultivation, has slain a demon beast at the pinnacle of the pulse realm. What a swift kill. Absolutely a swift kill." The nearby Purple Cloud Sacred Land also took notice of the encounter between Zhonglu and the disciple from their sect, instantly sparking a discussion. "It's Junior Brotherly. He has reached the 9th level of the Meridian Realm. It seems that lad from Lingxiao sect is doomed." Indeed. Although that boy at the 5th level managed to slay a peak-level demonic beast, look at him, he's covered in blood. He must be injured. With this remark, everyone turned their attention to the blood on Zhonglu. The disciples of Lingxiao sect could not help but feel concerned for him. The scene had just shifted to Zhonglu's perspective, and thus, they were unaware that the blood was a result of him consuming the blood of a demonic tiger. Meanwhile, the elders of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land merely glanced at the scene, with one sneering, "Ha! A 5th level Meridian Realm fighting against a 9th level? If he doesn't leave you in utter disgrace, consider yourself fortunate. Fighting above one's level is an endeavor reserved for the most exceptional talents. And this lad from Lingxiao sect hardly resembles one. He appears nothing more than a lecherous little youth." The elder continued, "Furthermore, although my disciple is merely at the 9th level, he is more than capable of handling a typical peak-level opponent." Implicit in his words was a proclamation to Lingxiao sect, asserting that his disciple is also a minor genius. "You think you can defeat my disciple? Dream on." Chu Stin remained silent, for he too was unaware of Zhonglu's true combat prowess, only recognizing that the youth's talent was somewhat lacking. The sword technique he practiced was merely a fundamental one. On the other side, within the Demon King Hall's faction, the Lord of the Demon King Hall furrowed his brow upon hearing the discussions from both sides. "Zhonglu? That boy shares the same name as the ancestor? He must be eliminated." He then issued a command through the unique mental communication of the Demon King Hall, instructing the demon cultivators present to assassinate Zhonglu. The competition venue had been ensnared by prohibitions from the 3 factions, rendering spiritual communication and messaging talismans ineffective. However, the Demon King Hall possessed a distinctive means of communication. Thus, Lingxiao sect and Purple Cloud Sacred Land remained oblivious to the machinations of the Demon King Hall. Little did the Lord of the Demon King Hall know that the youth in the scene was his very own ancestor. As the scene shifted once more, Zhonglu was on the verge of clashing with the disciple namely from Purple Cloud Sacred Land. Inwardly, Zhonglu chuckled. Heh. Such righteousness. They disdain to use numbers against me, insisting on a one-on-one duel. How considerate. With a slight grimace, he regarded the disciple from Purple Cloud's sacred land with discontent. The disciple named Li grinned wickedly, his long sword shimmering with a violet radiance. Remember, it is Li who will slay you. Such tiresome chatter. Zhonglu suddenly erupted. Due to the external scrutiny, he could only rely solely on his spiritual power for his assault. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a torrential river, rushing through his meridians. Third stance of the basic sword technique. A long sword, entirely composed of condensed spiritual energy, materialized out of thin air. Though it was merely the most rudimentary sword technique, it unleashed astonishing might in Zhonglu's hands. What? The disciple of the Li clan hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The spiritual energy sword collided with the Zixia sword, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. The Li disciple felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his palms to split apart, and the sword slipped from his grasp. This is impossible. He stared in terror, his eyes wide, unable to comprehend how such a basic sword technique could possess such power. Zhonglu let out a cold chuckle, his form gliding like a specter as he struck a palm blade towards the opponent's chest, declaring, "Because the one wielding it is me." Puff. The Li disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Outside the arena, everyone was stunned. An elder from the Zixia Holy Land suddenly stood up. Basic sword technique? How can this be? My closed-door disciple was defeated by a basic sword technique? The faces of many Zixia disciples turned pale. Their cultivation levels far surpassed his, yet they were vanquished by a single move of a basic sword technique? They couldn't afford such disgrace. The disciples of Lingxiao sect exchanged bewildered glances. Has Brother Zhonglu truly honed the basic sword technique to this extent? Yu Jian rubbed his eyes. Even the junior disciple is quite impressive. Chu Xian observed the astonished expressions around him and leisurely sipped his tea. There's no need for such astonishment. Mastering the basic sword technique to its zenith can indeed cleave the heavens and shatter the earth. This is merely a basic requirement for us disciples of Lingxiao sect. He turned to Long Aoyan and instructed, have all disciples practice the basic sword technique another 100 times. Long Aoyan stifled a laugh. Yes, sect master. Why did Zhonglu practice the basic sword technique? Because Chu Xian feared Zhonglu might struggle to comprehend advanced sword techniques. This disciple's talent was exceedingly lacking. The cultivation methods he practiced resembled comic strips. Even De Huang surpassed him. Chapter 63, The Demon King's Palace Turns Against Them. Everyone was left in disbelief. After defeating the disciple of Zixia Holy Land, Zhonglu did not deliver a fatal blow, for he sensed someone watching him from outside. He could not feast on their blood. Moreover, the Zixia individuals had no points on their jade plates. Killing them would be futile. It was better to let them leave and wait until he accumulated enough points before striking. Humph. Zixia Holy Land? They ought to take a good look at themselves. Do they have the capability to compete with my Lingxiao sect? I will count to 3. You better scram. Otherwise, I'll have you all chopped up. 1. As Zhonglu began counting, the remaining 2 Zixia disciples hurriedly assisted the Li disciple and fled in a panic. Glancing at the retreating figures, Zhonglu lifted his head slightly, revealing a sunlit smile towards the sky. Outside the arena, the disciples of Lingxiao sect, witnessing Zhonglu's smile, were nearly in tears. Brother, please, stop smiling. Your grin is even more unsightly than crying. The Zixia Holy Land members, seeing Zhonglu so triumphant, were itching to rush in and pummel him. Humph, what are you so pleased about? My Zixia Holy Land still has a trump card. Indeed, if Brotherly fails, there is still Brother Xiao. Disciple Xiao has already attained the pinnacle of the Meridian Realm, easily defeating those of us at the 3rd level of the Spirit Spring Realm in combat. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingxiao sect couldn't help but grow increasingly concerned about Zhonglu. Only Chu Xian, upon hearing Zhonglu's words, revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. This young man possesses a remarkable talent for showmanship. It seems your cultivation aptitude may be lacking, but your flair for theatrics is indeed commendable. No wonder you have been accepted as an inner disciple. With the matters concerning Zhonglu resolved, the focus of Lingxiao sect and Zixia Holy Land shifted once more to the other disciples. Zhonglu, sensing that the mental fluctuations above him had dissipated, secretly let out a sigh of relief. He then ventured deeper into the dense forest. As the day swiftly passed, Zhonglu embarked on a relentless spree of destruction. Not a single beast he encountered was able to withstand even a single round of combat. Either they fell victim to his heart extraction or were drained of their blood. And the numbers on Zhonglu's score token soared exponentially. This was primarily due to the low cultivation levels of the beasts, whose minds were still unawakened. They possessed brute strength, but lacked the precision to wield it effectively. After successfully slaying a massive python, the number on his token finally surpassed 200. Throughout his journey, Zhong had hunted no fewer than 25 magical beasts. All the essence of their blood had been consumed by him, and the demonic patterns on his body faintly hinted at a breakthrough. Just as he absorbed the python's gallbladder, 3 robed figures appeared before him. "Oh, my demonic offspring?" Without uttering a word, the 3 demonic practitioners summoned their dark artifacts and launched an assault on Zhong. The pitch-black demonic energy transformed into sinister claws, aimed directly at Zhong's throat. Seeking death, a cold glimmer flashed in Zhong's eyes. After confirming that no one was watching, the black-gold demonic patterns on his spine erupted with intensity. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy surged from within Zhong, instantly engulfing the 3 practitioners. The oncoming artifacts disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the black-gold demonic aura, as if melting away like snow in the sun. What is this? The 3 demonic practitioners were filled with dread, attempting to flee but finding themselves immobilized. With a sinister grin, Zhong spread his fingers. "Little demonic offspring, offer your essence to your ancestor." The black-gold demonic energy, animated as if alive, coiled around the 3 bodies, devouring them in an instant, leaving behind only 3 tokens that clinked as they fell to the ground. Meanwhile, within the Demon King's hall, the hall master felt a surge of sweetness in his chest, blood rushing into his mouth. However, to avoid drawing attention, he swallowed it back down. His eyes were filled with horror. The images transmitted through the mental link with the 3 demonic practitioners caused him to tremble. The purity of this demonic energy, how could he possess such a level of power? Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated in his mind. "Little brat, dare you send someone to kill me, your ancestor?" The hall master of the Demon King's hall stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. This voice, this pressure, there could be no mistake. "Ancestor." He trembled as he responded inwardly. "How could you? Be silent. Time is of the essence. Listen to me. By an unexpected twist of fate, I have become a direct disciple of the Lingxiao sect. Yet I must remain here for a considerable time. When the moment is ripe, I shall naturally return to the Juyo demon land." As if struck by a sudden thought, Zhong's voice brimmed with fury. "You should know how to conduct yourself in this contest. Furthermore, ensure that no one discovers my identity." Yes. The Lord of the Demon King Hall was instantly drenched in cold sweat, noticing that Zhong's voice had fallen silent. He hastily conveyed orders through secret methods. "In this contest, ensure everyone performs admirably. Accumulate points for the Lingxiao sect. Anyone who dares to defy this shall face my wrath without mercy." Additionally, inform the hall to prepare the rabbit costumes. The expressions of the elder demon cultivators nearby turned ashen. "My lord, what are you implying?" The Lord of the Demon King Hall narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Meanwhile, in the arena, Zhong was blissfully absorbing the essence blood of 3 demon cultivators, the demonic patterns on his spine becoming increasingly vivid. He had just conveyed his words to the Lord of the Demon King Hall through the souls of these 3 demon cultivators as they approached the threshold of the soul gate in their dying moments. After that instant, he could no longer contact the Lord. After absorbing the essence blood of the 3 demon cultivators, Zhong suddenly felt the dark radiance of the demonic patterns within him surge. Following that, a thunderous roar erupted from within. Boom! The path of the demonic realm had reached the 6th level of the meridians. Not bad. These 3 demon wretches did not die in vain. Just as Zhong reveled in his triumph, everyone outside the arena was left in a state of disbelief. The Zixia Sanctum was the first to lose composure. "What on earth is happening in your Demon King Hall? How could a peak meridian practitioner be defeated by a mere 1st-level meridian cultivator from the Lingxiao sect? Are you demon cultivators fools?" The Lingxiao sect's camp was equally bewildered. Just moments ago, the disciple of the Lingxiao sect had casually swung a blade, directly sending the peak meridian demon cultivator flying and vomiting blood. What terrifying power was this? Erguzi had never been this fierce before. Joking with Erguzi in the future would require caution, as his strength was formidable. Meanwhile, the young disciple of the Lingxiao sect in the arena widened his eyes, gazing at his own hands, his expression gradually turning frenzied. Subsequently, he set his sights on a peak meridian practitioner from the Zixia Sanctum. Coincidentally, this individual was none other than the disciple known as Xiaojin, as mentioned by the others in the Zixia Sanctum. Chapter 64. Zhang Lu and Xiaojun merely cast a casual glance at Erguzi before his spear shot forth. Thud. Erguzi barely had time to evade before it pierced through his shoulder. Immediately, all the points Erguzi had accumulated transferred to Xiaojun's jade token. Watching the scene unfold, Chu Xian felt his face flush with embarrassment. He turned to Duan Hong and transmitted, "Old Duan, upon returning to the sect, add another criterion to the disciple selection process. We must not accept such imbeciles again. It is truly disgraceful." Simultaneously, Chu Xian pondered in secret why demon cultivators would bestow points upon the disciples of the Lingxiao sect. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards the direction of the Demon King's Hall, where the Hall Master was currently seething with rage. Damn it, a waste of space. How could I possibly lose to a mere first-level practitioner? He fumed. You're not even worthy of being called a waste. To label you as such would be a compliment. Just wait until that brat emerges tomorrow. I shall light the sky lanterns. While the Demon King's Hall Master appeared to vent his frustrations vocally, internally he was elated. Ancestor, are you witnessing this? These young demons are extraordinarily talented. They dare to lose even when at the peak of their abilities against someone at the first level. What audacity! After observing for some time, Chu Xian could discern no hidden schemes and was left with no choice but to let the matter rest. Old demon, you must provide an explanation for this. Ji Donglai roared as he approached the Demon King's Hall faction in a fit of rage. Upon realizing that it was Ji Donglai, the Hall Master instantly transformed into a master of theatrics, erupting. How would I know? This entire group of young demons deserves to be punished. With that, he grabbed the collar of an elder beside him and demanded, Speak. Is it you lot of elders who conspired with Lingxiao sect in secret? The elder, nearly suffocating, could only roll his eyes and plead, Hall Master, please see reason. I am being wronged. The Hall Master, dismissing him, then seized another old man, exclaiming, Then it must be you. How could I dare? The scene was so outrageous that Ji Donglai could tell the Hall Master was genuinely distraught, prompting him to retreat with a grim expression back to the Zixia Sacred Lands faction. The following day was complete chaos at the trial venue. The demon cultivators were like rabid dogs, relentlessly pursuing the Zixia disciples. However, upon encountering the Lingxiao disciples, they immediately turned into timid creatures. One demon cultivator even volunteered to assist a Lingxiao disciple with their injuries, kindly offering up his own point token. With a sycophantic grin, he said, Senior brother, this is all I possess. Please take it. The Zixia disciples were left in tears, lamenting, Is this truly a demon cultivator? They are more righteous than the righteous themselves when it comes to Lingxiao sect. Are they intent on beating us senseless? As the final day of the 3-day deadline arrived, a stir erupted in the viewing area. Look, it's Xiao Zhen and Chong Lu. The scene revealed Xiao Zhen, the top talent of Zixia Sacred Land, blocking Chong Lu's path. Armed with a purple spear and radiating overwhelming spiritual energy, he was evidently at the threshold of the Spirit Spring realm. Xiao Zhen sneered, Lingxiao sect scum. Resorting to underhanded tactics, Chong Lu narrowed his eyes, feeling the probing consciousness overhead once again, cursing silently. Who is being underhanded? If we are to fight, let us do so without the endless chatter. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Zhen's eyes, seeking death. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The entire arena held its breath. The Zixia disciples, desperate to protect their points from being seized, had entrusted all their points to Xiao Zhen. Meanwhile, Chong Lu, having spent the past 2 days focusing solely on enhancing his cultivation rather than seizing others' points, had now reached the 7th level of both spirit and demonic cultivation. Although he had not plundered, the young demons were relentless in their offerings. Thus, it is still Chong Lu who holds the highest score in Lingxiao sect. The duel between Chong Lu and Xiao Zhen will ultimately determine the victor of the first contest. A mere 7th level of Meridian Passage dares to compete with me. A half-step into the spiritual spring? With a flick of his long spear, Xiao Zhen unleashed a blinding purple radiance. The members of the Purple Haze Sacred Land erupted in laughter. This boy from Lingxiao sect is surely doomed. Brother Xiao is a genius capable of challenging those beyond his level. The Lord of the Demon King Hall thought quickly. Realizing this was an excellent opportunity to distance himself from any suspicion of collusion with Lingxiao sect. He thus proclaimed, Chong Lu is bound to fail. Yet, internally he fervently shouted, Great Ancestor, be mighty. Eliminate this boy from Purple Haze. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Lingxiao sect turned ashen. If even the powerful saint-level expert said this, it seemed Brother Chong Lu was in grave danger. However, within the arena, Chong Lu maintained an air of tranquility. He formed hand seals, channeling spiritual energy around him, manifesting the most fundamental protective technique. Seeking death, Xiaojun bellowed, thrusting his spear like a dragon. Clang! Chong Lu parried with a basic sword technique, the collision of their spiritual energies stirring up clouds of dust. As the haze dissipated, the spectators were astonished to find Chong Lu standing unscathed. What? Xiaojun's pupils constricted sharply. This was impossible. Chong Lu's lips curled into a slight smile, his figure flickering as he employed the most rudimentary movement technique, swiftly closing the distance to Xiaojun and launching a basic palm strike. Bang! Xiaojun, caught off guard, was forced back 3 steps. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The elders of Purple Haze were left agape. Is this all truly the most basic martial skills? The Lord of the Demon King Hall feigned shock, yet inside, he reveled. Great Ancestor is formidable, using the most basic techniques to overpower the genius of Purple Haze. Xiaojun's face turned ashen, roaring, I will see you dead. The purple spear erupted with overwhelming violet flames, clearly signaling the use of a killing move. Yet, Chong Lu remained remarkably composed. The recent skirmish had revealed his opponent's strength, and it seemed that victory could not be attained without revealing his trump card. Then, with a calm demeanor, he inquired, Do you know what I excel at? This statement momentarily stunned Xiaojun. He then beheld a magnificent golden halberd materializing from Chong Lu's spiritual energy before him. What I excel at is halberd technique. Chong Lu grasped the halberd's handle, laughing maniacally as he charged toward Xiaojun. Upon wielding the halberd, Chong Lu's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The black-gold demonic patterns danced along his spine. Though he had yet to unleash demonic energy, the imposing presence he exuded left everyone breathless. Clang! The halberd collided fiercely with the violet flame spear, sparks flying in all directions. Xiaojun felt a numbing sensation in his grip, astonished. How can this power be possible? Chong Lu laughed wildly, wielding the halberd with sweeping motions that concealed profound intricacies. Each strike precisely targeted the weakest points of Xiaojun's spear technique, forcing him to retreat continuously. Delightful. Chong Lu swept the halberd, driving Xiaojun back several paces, finally resembling a true contest. In the realm of the Demon King's hall, the master trembled with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. The ancestor has truly returned. This spear technique is indeed the authentic 9-nether demon spear. The members of the Zixia Holy Land turned pale. Zai Zonglai stared intently at the battlefield. This young man from Lingxiao sect possesses remarkable skills. Meanwhile, the disciples of Lingxiao sect erupted in fervor. Brother Chong Lu is magnificent. It turns out his greatest strength lies in the spear technique. This spear art appears far superior to the sword techniques. I wish to learn the spear technique as well. Chu Stin narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. This young man. In the arena, Xiaojun found himself cornered. With a roar of fury, he suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto his spear. Purple fire burning heaven. The spear transformed into a violet fire dragon, exuding a sense of annihilation as it lunged toward Chong Lu. Unflinching, Chong Lu spun his grand spear, forming a golden barrier before him. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, Chong Lu knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fire of battle burned brighter in his eyes. Haha! This feels exhilarating. Chong Lu leaped into the air, the grand spear slicing through the air toward Xiaojun's throat. A resplendent golden light traced the spear's path, and Xiaojun hastily raised his spear to block, only to hear a crack. His violet flame spear shattered upon impact. Puff! The spear tip grazed Xiaojun's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. He staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with reluctance. You have won. With Xiaojun's arduous concession, Chong Lu also succumbed to exhaustion, kneeling and gasping for breath. The arena fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous cheers. Chapter 65, The Second Match? A crushing victory. Following Xiaojun's defeat, the points on the Jade Tablet transferred to Chong Lu's. It was evident that the first match resulted in a resounding victory for the Lingxiao sect. That evening, all participating disciples withdrew to tally their scores. Ultimately, the results of the first match were as follows. Lingxiao sect claimed first place with over 30,000 points. The Demon King South Hall secured second place with over 5,000 points, while the Zixia Holy Land languished at the bottom with merely over 1,000 points. Due to Xiaojun's defeat, the originally amassed points of the Zixia Holy Land dwindled to nothing, a result of their disciples' desperate efforts in hunting spirit beasts. Upon reviewing the compiled data, Zai Zonglai wept. This is utterly outrageous. A lead of 30,000 points. The disciples in the second and third matches will have to contend with the weight of the world. Upon returning, Chong Lu proudly approached Chu Xian, exclaiming, Master, we did it. Chu Xian merely smiled, offering no further comment. Instead, the disciples of Ling Shao sect exalted Chong-Lu as a war god. Brother Chong-Lu. Well done. Brother Chong-Lu. I wish to learn the spear technique from you, to wield the spear and slay my enemies. Can you teach me? Brother Chong-Lu, look at me. Let me be your partner. My physique is ample, and I can bear you sons. Such absurd declarations erupted from the mouths of various disciples, darkening Chu Xian's expression. What audacious words are these? How will the nearby Zixia sacred land perceive this? Clearly, the standards for joining the sect require a significant elevation. Before the members of Ling Shao sect could utter more, the second round of the contest officially commenced. Subsequently, disciples from the three factions entered the arena. At that moment, Chong-Lu discreetly transmitted a message to the Lord of the Demon King Hall. The previous round saw these demonic brats conspicuously gifting points. In the upcoming 2 rounds, let them unleash their full potential and demonstrate the prowess of our demonic cultivators to the righteous sects. The Lord of the Demon King Hall smirked wickedly. Yes, ancestor. As the second round officially began, disciples from the 3 factions unified their entrance. With a total of 90 disciples at the Spirit Spring realm stepping into the trial arena simultaneously. Each wore a jade token at their waist, gleaming with the number 1000, symbolizing their initial points. Upon entering, the audience outside erupted into gasps of astonishment. The 30 disciples from Ling Shao sect uniformly wielded high-tier mundane weapons, their swords and spears glinting ominously under the sunlight. This is impossible. An elder from Zixia sacred land abruptly stood, his voice altering in pitch. High-tier mundane weapons? Everyone has one? It is known that even within Zixia sacred land, only elite inner disciples are equipped with graded weapons. Ordinary disciples merely utilize the most rudimentary iron tools. Yet the weapons held by the Ling Shao sect disciples are evidently exquisite masterpieces crafted by masters. The Lord of the Demon King Hall's eyes twitched, inwardly lamenting. The sect of the ancestor is exceedingly affluent. Chu Xian leisurely sipped his tea, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Hong standing behind him. He chuckled. Sect leader, are you satisfied with this batch of weapons? Duan Hong grinned mischievously. I have specially added a small gathering array to the sword hilts. The disciples find them exceedingly convenient to wield. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. Old Duan. Once we return to the sect, go to the Spirit Stone Mine and reward the Artisan Peak with 500 spirit-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Duan Hong's hands rubbed together excitedly. Hee. Thank you, sect leader. On the projected screen, the disciples of Ling Shao sect had already launched a frenzied assault. Attack. The 30 disciples of Ling Shao sect charged forth like tigers descending the mountains, instantly dividing into 3 teams to engage fiercely. Their spiritual energy surged powerfully and astonishingly. All were at least at the 5th level of the Spirit Spring realm. Good heavens! Is there any fairness in this? Is Ling Shao sect truly this formidable? I almost want to switch to Ling Shao sect. Who would think so? Not only do they each wield high-tier mundane weapons, but their cultivation levels are also so robust. Should we join Ling Shao sect right now? Fortunately, the disciples of Zixia sacred land communicated through sound transmission. Otherwise, it would surely infuriate Zidong. Chu Xian leisurely savored his tea, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Over the past month, he had somewhat dulled the once resplendent divine whip. Could this group of disciples be lacking in ferocity? In the heart of the battlefield, the disciples of Ling Shao sect displayed astonishing combat prowess. Ling Shao sword formation. Arise. 10 disciples stood in formation, and amidst the swirling sword energy, 5 disciples from Zixia sect were instantly vanquished. On another front, a disciple from Ling Shao sect radiated powerful blood energy, effortlessly tearing apart the defensive artifacts of the demon cultivators. The Lord of the Demon King's Hall felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, frantically apologizing to the ancestral figure. I beg your pardon, esteemed ancestor. Your fellow disciples are simply too formidable, and these little demons are utterly ill-equipped to contend with them. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn. Within merely half an hour, Zixia sacred land had suffered the loss of 12 members, while the Demon King's Hall incurred the loss of 8 demon cultivators. This was untenable. The leading disciple of Zixia sacred land gritted his teeth and declared, "We must join forces." He turned abruptly to the nearest group of demon cultivators. Let us first deal with Ling Shao sect. Without hesitation, the demon cultivators nodded in agreement. Very well. The remaining 40 members from the 2 factions swiftly formed a temporary alliance, encircling the disciples of Ling Shao sect. Do they think this will lead them to victory? Scoffed the leading disciple of Ling Shao sect, who suddenly produced a vial of medicinal pills from his robe. Brothers, take the pills. In unison, 30 disciples swallowed the crimson pills, and their auras surged dramatically. It was the explosive spirit pill. Zazonglai slammed his palm on the ground, exclaiming, "Yilingshao sect are cheating." Chu Xian leisurely pulled out the contract. Where does it state that the use of pills is prohibited? Zhonglai was rendered speechless, realizing that the contract contained no such stipulation against the consumption of pills. On the battlefield, the disciples of Lingshao sect, invigorated by the pills, became a force to be reckoned with. Boom. One disciple charged directly into the enemy ranks, sending 3 demon cultivators careening backward, bloodied from the impact. Form a defensive formation. A Zixia sacred land disciple cried in alarm, only to see a flash of sword light, shattering his jade token. Before the defense could be established, the coalition's formation was utterly breached. The disciples of Lingshao sect then commenced a final sweep. Bang! Crack! The sounds of shattered jade tokens echoed, as the disciples of Zixia sacred land and the Demon King's hall were on the verge of tears. How can we possibly fight this? Their ranks are armed with divine weapons, and they occasionally consume pills. This is no longer a competition, but a one-sided massacre. In the end, only 3 demon cultivators remained, while 5 disciples from Zixia sacred land stood. These 8 individuals knelt in surrender, crying out for mercy. In stark contrast, the 30 disciples of Lingshao sect stood in perfect formation, each with scores on their jade tokens exceeding 2,000. Chu Xian gazed at the disciples on the battlefield, who were wreaking havoc, and sighed, "Alas, I do not wish for this, but what can we do when we possess the strongest alchemist and blacksmith in Dong Wang?" Duan Hong stood behind, chuckling. Chu Xian looked at the victorious disciples and nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Tonight we feast." The statistics for the points have been finalized. Lingshao sect, 82,000 points. Demon King Hall, 3,000 points. Zixia Holy Land, 5,000 points. Including the points from the first competition, the totals are as follows. Lingshao sect, 115,600 points. Demon King Hall, 8,600 points. Zixia Holy Land, 6,400 points. Zidong sat slumped in his chair, murmuring to himself, "It's all over, utterly finished." Chapter 66, Zixia Holy Land, Xian. The third competition will be a battle on the arena, with the rules already announced. Each side will send forth 20 disciples at the Xiandan realm. Disciples occupying the arena for half an hour will earn 2,000 points. The duration of the competition spans 3 days, totaling 36 hours. Each battle is limited to half an hour, and if no victor emerges within that time, the defending side is declared the winner. The defeated cannot challenge again. A half-hour rest is required after each battle before one can challenge again. Both the battle and rest times will be recorded for occupancy duration. Within the Zixia Holy Land camp, Ziyuan, a girl in a purple dress, gazed at her father's despondent state, her heart trembling. She thought to herself, "If I ascend to the arena first, I can begin timing for Zixia Holy Land. If I can delay for half an hour during the fight, victory is assured, followed by another half hour of rest. In this manner, by the end of 3 days, Zixia Holy Land could accumulate nearly 150,000 points. Thus, we could turn the tide." Ziyuan slowly rose, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, revealing a pair of eyes, clear as autumn waters yet tinged with a pallid hue. She delicately adjusted her dress, her voice soft yet resolute. "Father, I am willing to fight for the Holy Land." Zidong turned to his daughter, yet before he could speak, the Grand Elder exclaimed urgently, "No, Yan, your illness." "Grand Elder," Ziyuan replied with a faint smile, tinged with melancholy, "for 8 years, my mind has never been as clear as it is today." She raised her wrist, revealing 7 purple marks entwined upon it. "For years, I have battled my inner demons, and I can now control 80% of them." The second elder looked at the child he had watched grow with great concern. "But Yan, what if you—" "There is no what if," Ziyuan interrupted, her smile vanishing, a haunting purple light flashing in her eyes. "Zixia Holy Land has nurtured me for 18 years. Now, with the Holy Land shamed, how can I stand idly by?" The senior members of Zixia Holy Land fell into a profound silence. As the Holy Maiden, Ziyuan had reached the pinnacle of the Pulse Realm by the age of 10. She was destined for greatness, capable of leading Zixia Holy Land to the heights of glory. Yet, it was in that very year that she fell ill with a strange affliction, often losing her sanity and attacking anyone in sight. Thus, since her 10th year, she had been sealed away by Zixia Holy Land. However, to everyone's astonishment, even while in a sealed state, Xian's cultivation was surging uncontrollably. At the age of 18, she had already reached the pinnacle of the profound pill realm. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a complex array of emotions. They felt anxious about the current predicament of the sacred land of Zixia, yet were filled with pity for this unfortunate girl. Zidonglai took a deep breath and approached his daughter, placing his hands on her frail shoulders. Yenner, do you remember when you lost control at the age of 10? I know. Xian calmly interrupted her father's words. I killed 17 attendants and severely injured 3 elders. Her voice trembled slightly. Over the years, she had vividly remembered the faces of every person who had perished by her hand. A flicker of determination crossed Xian's eyes as she resolutely stated, Father, I have discovered a method to suppress the inner demons. She produced a purple crystal, proclaiming, This is the tranquil heart jade, which can temporarily quell my inner turmoil. Zidonglai received the crystal, feeling the peculiar energy it contained, and a flash of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Where did this come from? It was extracted from within me. After each episode of losing control, such crystals would form within me. Recently, I discovered that these crystals can suppress my inner demons. Zidonglai's expression darkened as he replied sternly, No. The final contest will be at the Profound Pill Realm. It is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to take that risk. Rest assured, Father. I know my limits. As she spoke, Xian suddenly unsealed a mark on her wrist. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of purple spiritual power erupted from her being. Her aura was astonishingly more formidable than that of a Sea of Gods practitioner. Zidonglai gazed at his daughter in shock. Xian swiftly resealed herself. Her complexion pale, yet her eyes glimmering with an even brighter purple. Did you see that, Father? This is my trump card. If controlled properly, it can not only suppress my inner demons but also transform them into strength. The elders of the sacred land of Xixia exchanged glances, and finally, the Grand Elder sighed deeply. Holy Master, perhaps this is our only opportunity. Zidonglai, looking into his daughter's steadfast eyes, slowly nodded. Very well. But you must promise me. If you feel anything amiss, withdraw from the contest immediately. Xian nodded earnestly, but internally she wore a sorrowful smile. I am sorry, Father. I have deceived you. It is merely a rather peculiar stone imbued with some spirituality. For the sake of the sacred land of Xixia, I had no choice. As the third contest officially commenced, before the disciples could react, Xian was the first to leap onto the arena. The 7 seals on her wrist glimmered slightly, and purple energy swirled around her. A 4th-tier demonic cultivator from the Demon King Hall followed closely behind. Brothers, I shall gauge the strength of this girl. Xian stood at the center of the arena, her purple gown billowing without wind. She regarded the demonic cultivator who had leapt onto the stage, a glint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Dear maiden, allow your elder brother to cherish you. The demonic cultivator grinned wickedly as he summoned a blood-red, curved blade, with a slight smirk at the corner of her lips. Xian formed intricate hand gestures, and a violet barrier materialized around her. Rather than opting for an aggressive approach, she chose a defensive strategy. Clang! The curved blade struck the barrier, sending ripples across its surface. Xian gracefully retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the demon. Why are you hiding? The demon growled in frustration, relentlessly slashing, yet failing to breach Xian's defenses. Observing from the sidelines, Zidong's brow furrowed. Is Yanzi stalling for time? The Grand Elder suddenly understood. Yanzi was cleverly manipulating the rules. Indeed, Xian only counterattacked occasionally, spending most of her time evading and defending. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Chu Xian, acting as the referee, announced loudly, Time's up. The defending faction, the Xixia Sacred Land, has triumphed. Instantly, 2,000 points were added to the Xixia Sacred Land score. Despicable! The demon shouted in resentment, only to be forcibly teleported off the stage. A half-hour intermission ensued. Xian sat cross-legged at the center of the arena, her eyes closed in meditation. The seal on her wrist flickered faintly, as if suppressing something. As the break concluded, the Xixia Sacred Land score increased by 2,000. Next, it was the turn of the disciples from Lingxiao sect to challenge. They sent forth an ordinary disciple at the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. Xixia Sanctus. I seek your guidance, the disciple said, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture. Xian opened her eyes, a flash of violet light passing through her gaze. Please. This time, she adopted a new strategy. With a graceful flourish, she conjured countless purple petals that coalesced into an illusionary maze upon the arena. The Lingxiao disciple found himself ensnared within, unable to land a hit on Xian, no matter how he attacked. Is this an illusionary formation? Chu Xian squinted, intrigued. Half an hour later, the Lord of the Demon King's Hall officiated the match and declared, Time's up. The Xixia Sacred Land has gained another 2,000 points. The Xixia Sacred Land score surged to 6,000, while Xian's aura remained steady. A subtle smile played upon her lips. The plan is proceeding smoothly. With that, she quickly sat cross-legged to meditate once more. Chu Xian glanced at the woman in the purple dress on stage before turning to Jian Dao. Jinner, prepare yourself. You shall be next. Chapter 67. The appearance of Yu Jian. The seal shattered. As the meditation period concluded, the Zixia Sacred Land's score increased by another 2,000. It was now the turn of the cultivators from the Demon King's Hall to take the stage. This time, they dispatched a peak-level demonic cultivator of the Xiandan realm, whose entire being was enveloped in dark demonic energy, with eyes as red as blood. My dear, your tricks end here. The demon sneered as he brandished a bone sword, its blade entwined with ghastly aura. Xian's expression grew grave as she swiftly formed seals with her hands. The purple petals clashed violently with the black demonic energy on the arena, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. Boom. After an intense clash, Xian began to sense a hint of pressure, no longer as carefree as before. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an even more vibrant purple hue. Her figure darting across the arena like a phantom, always avoiding direct confrontation with her opponent. Coward, face me head on. The demon cultivator roared incessantly, yet could never truly harm Xian. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Chu Xian announced, time is up. The Purple Mist Holy Land has garnered an additional 2,000 points. With this, the Purple Mist Holy Land's score reached 10,000 points in the third contest. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands of the Purple Mist Holy Land. The Saintess is magnificent. At this momentum, we can truly turn the tide. Heaven aids us, Purple Mist. The Grand Elder trembled with excitement, his beard quivering. This child, Xian, has truly managed to conquer her inner demons. The future of our holy land is infinitely bright. Hope also flickered in the eyes of Zidonglai as he murmured, Xian, keep going. On the other side, the Lord of the Demon King Hall fixed his gaze upon the meditating Xian, his brow furrowed. He vaguely sensed that beneath the violet seal lay something perilously dangerous. After half an hour, it was the turn of the Lingxiao sect to challenge, and Yu Jian stepped onto the stage with deliberate strides, armed only with his bare hands, clad in a simple white outfit. He stood in stark contrast to Xian's purple gown. Yu Jian of the Lingxiao sect, I implore you to grant me your guidance. Yu Jian clasped his fists in salute, his gaze sharp as a blade. Xian slowly opened her eyes, please. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yu Jian launched a straight punch towards Xian. This punch, unadorned yet imbued with the might to shatter mountains, struck with ferocity. Bang! The protective aura Xian had gathered was shattered by the force of a single blow. She staggered back several steps, her eyes flashing with intense purple light. Such formidable strength. Xian was taken aback, realizing that Yu Jian's prowess far exceeded that of her previous opponents. Thus, the battle between the two commenced in earnest. Observing the seeming stalemate, the disciples of the Purple Mist Holy Land shouted in unison from the stands, Saintess, go for it. Wear him down. Hold on. As long as we can last half an hour, victory is ours. The Lingxiao sect also refused to be outdone. Yu Jian, show her what you're made of. Let her witness the might of our Lingxiao sect. On the arena, Yu Jian's gaze remained focused, though lacking extensive combat experience. His natural talent for battle was nothing short of prodigious. With each exchange, he rapidly learned Xian's combat style. After a quarter of an hour, Yu Jian suddenly whispered. Immediately, he shifted his stance, his fist's momentum altering dramatically. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive punches, each struck precisely at the weakest points of Xian's defense. Xian fell back step by step, her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? Yu Jian declared solemnly, it's over. Channeling all his spiritual power into his right fist, he unleashed a direct blow aimed at Xian's chest. Boom. Xian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, perilously close to being thrown off the stage. Victory! The disciples of the Lingxiao sect erupted into jubilant cheers. Ollie give! Yu Jian, the invincible! At this critical moment, a series of sharp cracks echoed. Suddenly, the 4 seals binding Xian's arms shattered simultaneously. A surge of violet energy erupted in her eyes, and her spirit power became wildly turbulent. With a thunderous sound, Xian stepped into the void, creating a resounding impact in midair. She twirled her form, descending back to the center of the arena like a bolt of purple lightning. The audience erupted in astonishment. What an overwhelming display of explosive power. Goodness, did she just step from one foot to the other? In the Purple Mist Sacred Lands camp, Zidonglai sprang to his feet, his face paling as he realized that Yan Yan had simultaneously broken all 4 seals. On the arena, Xian's long hair danced wildly, enveloped in swirling violet energy. Glancing at the remaining 3 seals on her arm, she whispered softly, "Fortunately." Jian furrowed his brows, his expression growing grave. Xian suddenly raised her hand, and countless violet petals coalesced into a long sword. "Now, it is my turn." In the observation area, Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. Something feels amiss. The Lord of the Demon King Hall fixed his gaze on the seals on Xian's arm, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Why does that seal seem more malevolent than I am? No one noticed the strange black mist slowly spreading from the depths of Xian's eyes. The Lord of the Demon King Hall discreetly took out a communication jade talisman, silently commanding, "All disciples below the Xian Dan realm in the Demon King Hall, retreat immediately." Although the demon cultivators were unaware of the reasons behind it, the command of their lord was absolute, and they began to withdraw in haste. On the battlefield, Jian was already in a precarious situation. He crossed his arms to block, yet Xian's sword strike sent him staggering back over 10 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth, determined to hold on, but victory seemed distant. Just as Jian was deep in thought, suddenly, another seal on Xian's arm shattered without warning. With a crack, in that instant, the 5th seal broke, unleashing an even more ferocious wave of violet spirit power that soared into the sky. The entire arena trembled violently. In the observation area of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, Ji Donglai's expression changed drastically. "Not good." "Yin, stop." The Grand Elder immediately summoned a treasure. "Sect Master, we must seal Yin at once." "Father, elders." Xian's voice turned eerily ethereal as she gazed at the 2 remaining seals on her arm, her eyes swirling with violet light and black mist. "For the sake of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, I am willing to embrace darkness." "Stop." Ji Donglai soared into the air, rushing towards Xian. However, as soon as he moved, crack, crack, the last 2 seals shattered simultaneously. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color. A torrent of black and purple energy erupted around Xian, her long hair transforming into an otherworldly hue of dark purple. She let out a howl towards the sky, her voice seemingly mingling with the wails of countless vengeful spirits. The Grand Elder of the Purple Mist Sacred Land collapsed onto the ground, all 7 seals shattered. A decade ago, she had merely reached the peak of the Meridian stage, but was capable of severely injuring an elder at the Dao Inquiry stage. Now, she had ascended to the pinnacle of the Profound Pill stage. In the Lingxiao Sect's camp, Chonglu sensed this aura, causing his body to tremble. What kind of aura is this? Even my demonic energy pales in comparison to her malevolence. On the arena, Jian was violently hurled away by the ferocious waves of energy, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, but found that his bones felt as if they had shattered. Meanwhile, Zi Donglai rushed towards his daughter without hesitation. "Yenner, no." Chapter 68, The Might of the 9 Yuan Cauldron. At Chu Xian's signal, Long Outyin acted swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he had brought Jian back to the Lingxiao sect's camp. Chu Xian quickly examined Jian's injuries, discovering that although they appeared severe, they had not compromised his foundations. He retrieved a blue pill and placed it in Jian's mouth, instructing, "Take this pill, and you shall recover in half an hour." The pill dissolved instantly upon entering Jian's mouth, and his pale complexion soon regained color as his fractured bones began to heal. "Thank you, Master," Jian said weakly. Chu Xian nodded, his gaze turning towards the arena. He beheld Zi Donglai tightly embracing Ziyan. The father and daughter frozen in a moment of stillness. "Yenner, awaken." Zi Donglai's voice trembled. Suddenly, thwack. A pale hand pierced through Zi Donglai's chest. "Father." Ziyan tilted her head, a strange smile playing at her lips. "Thank you." She abruptly withdrew her arm, causing Zi Donglai to stagger back, blood gushing from his chest. Ziyan laughed maniacally, her body enveloped in swirling black and purple demonic energy. "It has finally emerged." Her head gently turned, surveying her surroundings before sneering. In the next moment, she transformed into a shadow, dashing towards the nearest camp of the Purple Mist Sacred Land. "Protect the disciples." The 9 elders of the Purple Mist Sacred Land, caught off guard, hurriedly took action, unleashing their sacred rank pressure with a thunderous eruption. Boom. The collision of demonic energy and spiritual power caused the entire spectator area to collapse instantly. Zi Donglai lay in a pool of blood, his breath faint. "Yenner, don't." Suspended in midair, Ziyan's hair danced wildly, her eyes devoid of any humanity. "Ha! Everyone shall die?" The Lord of the Demon King Hall, witnessing this turn of events, changed countenance dramatically. He immediately crushed a blood-red jade talisman, commanding, All disciples of the Demon King Hall retreat immediately. Then, in a flash, disregarding Chonglu's counsel, he surged towards the Lingxiao sect's camp. Chonglu instantly noticed the Demon King Hall's leader's actions, his eyes flashing with black golden light as he transmitted, "Fool, I have my own plans. You must leave at once with your people." Seeing the fierce gaze of Chonglu, the Lord of the Demon King Hall gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Alas, he sighed, reluctantly leading the demonic cultivators into a retreat, transforming into black mist. Chu Xian's attention remained solely focused on Ziyan, oblivious to the commotion occurring nearby. He observed that the 9 elders of the Purple Mist Sacred Land had formed a grand formation, encircling Ziyan completely. The Grand Elder, while gesturing with his hands, called out to Chu Xian, "Master Chu, this is a mistake of our Zixia Sacred Land. Please evacuate your disciples swiftly. We will do our utmost to hold Yen'er back and buy you time for your retreat." Tears welled in the Grand Elder's old eyes as he pleaded. "We only asked to save our unworthy disciples." Before he could finish his words, with a ghostly swiftness, Xiang appeared beside him, her fingers sharp as blades, piercing through his abdomen. "Grand Elder." The remaining 8 elders' eyes widened in horror. The Grand Elder's figure trembled in the air, blood mixing with his intestines pouring from the wound. He desperately clutched Xiang's leg, urging, "Hurry, go." Xiang tilted her head, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Old fool, seeking death." With a resounding thud, she struck down, shattering the Grand Elder's skull. Observing this scene, Chu Xian did not turn around but spoke in a deep voice, "Long Outyin, Old Duan, lead all disciples to retreat at once." Long Outyin was momentarily taken aback. "Master, what about you?" He could clearly sense that Chu Xian's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the inquiry realm, given that even the likes of Zhi Donglai and the Grand Elder, who were in the sub-saint realm, could be easily dispatched by that girl. What use would Chu Xian be if he stayed behind? Chu Xian slowly rose, stretching lazily, and replied, "This master has his own methods." As he spoke, his aura began to surge wildly. His originally peak inquiry realm cultivation instantly soared. Boom. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens, forcefully repelling Xiang back over 10 paces. Chu Xian held an ancient and quaint little cauldron, the Jiuyuan Ding, the supreme imperial weapon gifted to Qiyu. Hovering in midair, Chu Xian commanded, "Everyone, evacuate to 100 miles away at once." Witnessing Chu Xian's formidable presence, the remaining 8 elders of the Zixia Sacred Land could not help but wipe their cold sweat. In the distance, Xiang slowly rose, her neck twisting ominously. Another one seeking death, her demonic aura surged, and a pair of purple-black wings formed behind her. Chu Xian's expression grew grave as the Jiuyuan Ding in his hand radiated 9 dazzling beams of light. "Girl, it's time to wake up." A bloody fissure appeared on Xiang's forehead as a bizarre purple vertical eye slowly opened. With a wicked grin, she spread her arms wide, her wings casting a shadow over the land. "Insect, let me show you true power." The Jiuyuan Ding in Chu Xian's hand suddenly expanded, its body lit with 9 innate runes. 5 colors of divine light enveloped the cauldron, while the powers of wind, thunder, light, and darkness gathered at its mouth. Boom. The 9-colored divine light collided with the purple-black demonic energy in midair, shaking the very heavens and earth. The shockwave scattered the clouds within 1,000 miles. The cultivators who were retreating on the ground were knocked to the ground, some disciples at the Pulse Realm even spitting out blood. "This is the Jiuyuan Ding." A flicker of fear flashed in Xiang's vertical eye. "Impossible. How could this be in your hands? At this very moment?" Qiyu's urgent voice transmission echoed in Chu Xian's ears. "Sect Master, the consumption of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon is too great. The Emperor's power will last only a quarter of an hour." It turned out that Chu Xian's formidable strength came from a wisp of Emperor's power borrowed from Qiyu, who was thousands of miles away. Chu Xian's eyes turned sharp as the 9 origin cauldron suddenly split into 9 ethereal shadows, each containing a primordial force. 9 extremes demon suppression. The 9 cauldrons emerged simultaneously, forming an inescapable net that trapped Ziyin at the center. The sharpness of metal severed her wings. The vitality of wood dissipated her demonic aura, and the flexibility of water bound her movements. "No." Ziyin let out a piercing scream as the demonic energy around her began to collapse. Just as Chu Xian prepared to deliver the final blow, a plume of dark purple mist suddenly burst from Ziyan's crown and fled. The girl's body fell like a broken kite. "Trying to escape?" Chu Xian sneered. The 9 cauldrons merged into one, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit. Seeing no escape, the demonic mist let out a shrill shriek. "If I must die, then we shall perish together." Boom. The shockwave from the demonic mist's self-destruction sent the nine-origin cauldron reverberating violently. Chu Xian hastily summoned the great cauldron for protection. Even with its defense, his head still rang from the impact. Had he been at the epicenter of the explosion, even his quasi-emperor cultivation would not have saved him. Yet at the heart of the explosion, a fine crack had split open in space. This is Chu Xian's pupils constricted sharply. Within the fissure, a bloody realm was faintly visible, teeming with countless ferocious demonic shadows frantically assaulting the rift. The nine-origin cauldron suddenly trembled of its own accord, releasing 9 primordial Dao runes that formed a seal, forcibly mending the spatial tear. Once the dust settled, Chu Xian retrieved the cauldron, his expression grave. It seems matters are not so simple after all. He soared to catch the falling Ziyan. The girl's face was as pale as paper, but the vertical eye on her forehead had vanished, and her breathing gradually steadied. In the distance, Chonglu and Lin Xian observed the scene, both frowning simultaneously. Chonglu murmured, "That demonic mist. Could it be?" Lin Xian added, "I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before." Chapter 69. A Dying Entrustment. The celestial demonic clan. What was meant to be a fair competition had devolved into this tragic spectacle. Lying in a pool of blood, Zidonglai was barely clinging to life. Seeing his daughter restored to her original state, the corners of his lips curled faintly. Chu's skin descended slowly, cradling the unconscious Ziyan. Reflecting on the entire ordeal, he sighed. The Purple Dawn sacred ground was indeed a sect of unyielding spirit. With measured steps, he approached Zidonglai, whose chest had been pierced through, staining the earth beneath him crimson. "Saint Master Z," Chu Xian called softly, gently placing Ziyan beside him. Zidonglai's trembling hand rose to caress his daughter's cheek. Feeling the faint breath, a flicker of relief passed through the murky eyes. He was still alive. He struggled to turn his gaze toward Chu Xian. "Thank you, Sect Master Chu. Do not speak." Chu Xian retrieved a pill, urging him to take the medicine. Zidonglai hastily interrupted Chu Xian, shaking his head slightly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "It is futile." As a saint-level powerhouse, Zidonglai was acutely aware of his condition. His heart was shattered. Were it not for his profound cultivation and his ability to forcibly seal his bloodline, he would have long since perished. Gazing at the approaching members of the Jixia sacred land in the distance, and then at the young girl beside him, Zidonglai's thoughts raced. Although they had only recently interacted with Ling Xiao sect, from their conduct, they could certainly be deemed a righteous and prestigious faction. Trembling, Zidonglai pulled out a purple jade seal from his bosom. "This is the Jixia sacred seal. My Jixia sacred land, with 8,000 disciples and a territory spanning 100,000 miles, shall henceforth look to Ling Xiao sect as our leader." Chu Xian did not exhibit any signs of joy. If the subjugation of Jixia sacred land had resulted from a formal contest, he would indeed have been elated. However, at this moment, it felt somewhat opportunistic. "Sect Master, there is no need for such formality. I implore you." Zidonglai suddenly grasped Chu Xian's wrist with an astonishing force. "One day, Jixia sacred land may merge with Ling Xiao sect. I have but one request. Take good care of Yenner." As soon as the words left his lips, Zidonglai's hand fell limply, the last spark of life in his eyes extinguished. After a moment of silence, Chu Xian comprehended Zidonglai's intent. Over the years, the Jixia sacred land must have offended many. Now, with Zidonglai's death and the upper echelons of Jixia sacred land suffering severe blows, without formidable strength to serve as a bulwark, the Jixia sacred land would swiftly vanish into oblivion. With a sigh, he solemnly accepted the Jixia sacred seal. "I promise you." The surviving elders of Jixia, witnessing this, knelt before him. "We pay our respects to the sect master." With Zidonglai's final words, the elders of Jixia would naturally not defy him, and their address to Chu Xian would inevitably change. There is no need for such formalities. Chu Xian waved his hand, interrupting. "Jixia sacred land remains independent. Do not call me sect master. As for the various details to follow, they could be discussed once Yenner recovered." He turned to look at the unconscious girl, his brow furrowing. The true origins of the 9-yuan cauldron, the self-detonation of the demonic soul, that blood-colored realm, these matters lingered in Chu Xian's mind. "Let us tidy up and return to the sect." With a command from Chu Xian, the disciples of Ling Xiao sect sprang into action. The severely injured disciples of Jixia were assisted onto the vessel by Ling Xiao's disciples. The remaining elders of Jixia lifted Zidonglai and Yenner, placing them aboard the Jixia vessel. The second elder of Jixia looked to Chu Xian, tossing a piece of jade. "Sect Master, this is the coordinates of Jixia sacred land. Please keep it safe." Chu Xian nodded as he accepted the task. watching the Tao boat of the Purple Cloud Sacred Land depart. Noticing that the disciples of Ling Shao sect had boarded the vessel and were no longer lingering, he set off on the journey back to the sect. Outside the mountain gate of Ling Shao sect, the remaining disciples eagerly awaited their return. When the Tao boat appeared on the horizon, the entire mountain gate erupted with excitement. "Welcome back, senior brothers and sisters. The sect master is magnificent. Well, look at senior brother Tang Lu. His cold demeanor is so handsome." The cheers reverberated through the skies as the disciples waved the Ling Shao sect flags, creating an extraordinarily vibrant scene. Standing at the front of the Tao boat, Chu Xian gazed upon the jubilant spectacle, a slight smile gracing his lips. Upon arriving at the mountain gate of Ling Shao sect, he raised his hand to signal for silence. In this competition, all participating disciples performed exceptionally well. Each contestant will receive a spirit-level spirit stone, while non-participating disciples will each receive 20 mortal-level spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Ling Shao sect erupted with joy. During his time at Yin Shao sect, which was the largest sect in the eastern wilderness, disciples received only 5 mortal-level spirit stones each month. However, due to Ling Shao sect's possession of spirit stone mines, the output would increase with the sect's growing strength. Therefore, Chu Xian was notably generous, granting each disciple 10 mortal-level spirit stones monthly, which was double the amount from his days at Yu Shao sect. This time upon his return, he directly rewarded each individual with 20 mortal-level spirit stones. With over 5,000 disciples in Ling Shao sect, this resulted in the distribution of more than 100,000 spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Long live the sect master. The sect master is simply magnificent. The disciples, numbering over 5,000, raised their voices in unison, their cheers shaking the heavens. Although the competition concluded unexpectedly, Chu Xian's generosity had remarkably enhanced the cohesion of the entire sect. Detected increase in sect cohesion, all disciples rewarded with 1 level of cultivation. A system prompt suddenly appeared, leaving Chu Xian momentarily stunned. What? Such a delightful surprise? Almost immediately, he heard the disciples of Ling Shao sect exclaiming in astonishment. "I'm about to break through? What? Me too. Haha. I can finally reach the pinnacle of the meridian stage." In an instant, the spiritual energy above Ling Shao sect surged violently, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. The spiritual essence from the entire eastern sea coastal region rapidly converged towards Ling Shao sect. Simultaneously, the bodies of over 5,000 disciples were illuminated with the glow of breakthroughs, creating a spectacular scene. Excitement filled the air with cries of astonishment echoing in waves. The sound of breakthroughs resonated like a drumbeat, one after another. As for Chu Xian, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of draw chances 1, draw chances 2, draw chances 3. What a remarkable occurrence! For half a day, the entire Ling Shao sect remained in a state of breakthrough. Once the disciples dispersed in the main hall of the central peak, Qi Yu and the others approached Chu Xian with grave expressions. "Greetings, sect master." As the two approached, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. "Shangxia, how is your recovery from the backlash?" Shangxia's face was still somewhat pale, but he smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern, sect master. I am nearly recovered, just a few more days of rest, and I shall be fully healed." Chu Xian nodded, then shifted the topic. "Your arrival is timely. Both of you are at the Emperor Realm. Do you know what that thing inside Ziyin is? And what of that crimson void?" Qi Yu and Shangxia exchanged a glance before answering in unison. "The celestial fiends and the demon abyss." Shangxia added, "This particular fiend appears to be a lesser one." Chu Xian frowned. "Celestial fiends?" "Indeed," Qi Yu affirmed. "Their purpose is to conquer the human continent. Every time they descend, they bring storms of blood and slaughter." At these words, Chu Xian suddenly recalled something. "Wait, my former master in the central region once led cultivators to repel foreign invaders. Could it have been these celestial fiends? If I ever meet that old woman again, I must question her thoroughly." Chapter 70. An immortal formation as a water purifier? Cooking meat for the disciples. After conversing a while longer with the two elders, Chu Xian gained little useful information due to the seals on their memories. Once they departed, he opened the system's lottery panel. Sect Grand Wheel. Draw count. 13, 567, single draw, 10x draw, 100x draw, 1000x draw, 10,000x draw. Note: first 10,000x draw guarantees an immortal tier item. Recently, the Ling Shao sect had entered a fervor of cultivation, with disciples breaking through in rapid succession. Today, upon returning, Every disciple had advanced simultaneously, accumulating over 10,000 draw attempts. But the prizes held little value for Chu Xian himself. The recent competition had proven that Ling Xiao's sect's disciples were undoubtedly the wealthiest in the entire profound heaven continent. Each wielded graded weapons, consumed elixirs without hesitation truly. They existed as if blessed by the heavens. And behind this boundless extravagance lay the inexhaustible rewards from the lottery. 10,000x draw, let it rain. As he spoke, the wheel spun wildly before flashing. Wow. Golden legend. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an immortal tier item. 8 desolates, 6 harmonies world-cleansing glazed formation. This formation purges all demonic filth from the world. It has already manifested within the sect. The system screen continued to scroll endlessly with rewards. Congratulations, host. Obtained 872 spirit tier weapons, 564 spirit tier elixirs, 192 spirit tier techniques, 230 spirit tier herbs. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xian sent all the resources flying to various facilities across the sect. Not a single elder this time? He muttered before shrugging. Well, it's not like they can leave the sect anyway. As long as we have enough, it's fine. Strolling towards the rear mountains, one beholds a magnificent crystalline array suspended in midair, exuding an aura of profound sanctity. At the heart of the formation, 8 luminous pillars of diverse hues ascend skyward, subtly forming a bagua pattern. Is this the legendary celestial level array? As Chu Xian reached out to touch the intricate patterns, he was immediately enveloped by a purifying force that cleansed all impurities from the world. Yet, what could I purify? The inner demons of my disciples? Once the heavy tower ascends to the pinnacle of righteousness, the disciples will naturally be immune to such inner turmoil. Purifying the extraterrestrial demonic tribes? It seems rather premature. The sect's strength remains insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chu Xian. Chiyu, he called softly, and Chiyu instantly materialized beside him. What is your command, sect master? Chiyu inquired respectfully. Chu Xian gestured towards the grand array. Divert a tributary from the everlasting spring of Yaofeng and channel it into this formation. I wish to use the purified spring water for tea. Chu Xian stated nonchalantly. Sect master, may I ask what kind of array this is? Chu Xian replied casually. It should be a celestial level array, known as the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies purification glazed array. Chi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the celestial level formation before him. Is this truly a celestial level array, sect master? Yes, what of it? What is a celestial level array used for? Purifying water. Chi Yu's voice shifted in pitch. What is wrong with purifying water? Chi Yu was momentarily taken aback. Sect master, do you comprehend the immense energy required to operate a celestial level array? Are you aware of its rarity? Do you know? Chu Xian hastily waved his hand, interrupting Chi Yu. Do not concern yourself with those details. I simply desire to use it as a water purifier. Just tell me if it can be done. Chi Yu's lips twitched as he internally roared. This is a celestial array. In the upper realms, it is a coveted treasure fiercely contested by various sects. The sect master intends to use it as a water purifier. Unprecedented. Moreover, the everlasting spring is the purest spiritual spring in existence. Why would one need to purify it? This is unheard of. With a resigned sigh, Chi Yu acquiesced. I shall attend to it immediately. As Chi Yu commenced the process of integrating the spiritual spring into the celestial array, Chu Xian wandered to the abode of Long Out Yin. Old dragon. Chu Xian rapped on the stone door. Fetch a saint-grade great demon. I plan to reward my direct disciples tonight. With a thunderous crash, the stone door swung open, revealing Long Out Yin's head. A saint-grade great demon? Indeed, one with tender flesh. Any variety will suffice. If it proves difficult to capture, at this juncture, Chu Xian's gaze roamed Long Out Yin from head to toe. Dragon flesh will do. Long Out Yin immediately shivered all over. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. Please wait a moment, master. I shall return shortly. In less than half an hour, Long Out Yin returned, carrying a gasping great pink bird from the harmonious path realm. Master, isn't this fellow quite plump? Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. Meanwhile, Chi Yu had completed the transfer of the spiritual spring. A crystalline spring now sparkled atop the main peak, shimmering with a spectrum of colors under the sun. Master. Chi Yu wiped the sweat from her brow. The spring water is ready. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Long Out Yin plucking feathers from the great pong, rendering her speechless. What are you all up to? Tonight, we feast. Iron pot stew of great pong. Chu Xian smiled broadly as he scooped a ladle of purified spring water. Elder Chiyu, heat the oil. Chiyu couldn't help but grin, suddenly realizing that as an emperor in Lingxiao sect, she might just be a mere errand runner. Every day was spent either stoking the fire, cooking meals, or concocting medicines. Soon, atop the main peak of Lingxiao sect, Long Out Yin was tasked with preparing the ingredients. Chiyu controlled the flame's temperature, while Chu Xian personally handled the cooking in the massive Jiyuan cauldron. Moments later, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. The rich scent of meat lured the 5 direct disciples out of their quarters. "It smells so good," Xiaozhu exclaimed, rushing over. "What delicious dish is Master preparing this time?" Lin Xian's eyes lit up, secretly thinking, the last bowl of soup allowed me to break through 2 realms. Meanwhile, Zhonglu stood at the back, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The last soup washed away my demonic mark. What might happen this time? Chu Xian glanced at his direct disciples with a smile. "You all have keen noses. Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." Before long, he lifted the lid of the pot, and a surge of spiritual energy accompanied by the aroma of meat burst forth. "Come, everyone, take your seats." Chu Xian beckoned. Along with the direct disciples, Chiyu, Long Out Yin, and the others also took their places. Soon, bowls brimming with great pung meat were placed before everyone. However, when it came to the 5 direct disciples, they were met with a bewildering sight. "What is this?" Yu Jian stared at the solitary strip of meat in his bowl. Dumbfounded, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. "Is this what you call a reward?" Chu Xian replied with a solemn expression. "Your cultivation is still shallow. The energy contained in this great ping meat is too potent. Consuming too much could lead to your demise." He gestured towards Chiyu and the others. "When your cultivation reaches their level, you may eat as you wish." Zhonglu gazed at the meager strip of meat in his bowl, a cold smile creeping onto his face. "I, Zhonglu, would rather starve. I'd jump off this peak than partake of another morsel from Master." Yu Jian looked at Chu Xian with pitiful eyes. "Master, considering I used to cook for you daily, could you spare me a bit more?" Chu Xian maintained a stern facade. "This is for your own good." Yet, he slyly slipped another piece of ping wing into his own bowl. Seeing this, Zhonglu quietly pushed his bowl towards Lin Xian. "Sister, you can have mine." If Lin Xian from his past life were present, he would have scoffed at the great ping meat. However, now, Lin Xian longed to snatch everyone's bowls. Lin Xian gently nodded at Zhonglu, who he usually held in disdain. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the kindness shown to him by this young disciple. "Thank you, junior brother. If there is anything you do not understand in the future, feel free to ask your senior sister," he offered. Zhonglu hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "Senior sister, you flatter me. It is only right to admire you." Yet, in his heart, he was grumbling, "Humph. Senior sister, there's no need for any repayment. Just bestow upon me your celestial bone." Chapter 71. A Visit from the Demon Lord? The Death of the Summer Emperor. Gulps echoed as the 4 of them tilted their heads back, draining the meat broth in an instant. And a surge of spiritual power erupted within them like a volcanic explosion. Boom. Each of them sensed an imminent breakthrough. They hurriedly returned to their respective abodes to prepare for the advancement. Zhonglu watched as his senior brothers and sisters departed one by one, clenching the stone bench tightly, his knuckles turning white. Very well, very well. So this is how it is? My master still wishes to trick me into drinking soup. Tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. Long Ao Tian observed Zhonglu's woeful expression and took out a leftover wing bone from the bottom of his bowl, placing it before Zhonglu. "Here. This is the wing bone of a holy ranked beast. Just savor the broth." At that moment, a voice transmission entered Chu Xian's ear, reporting to the sect master. "A demon cultivator has arrived outside the mountain gate, claiming to be the lord of the Demon King Hall. Should we drive him away?" Upon hearing the elder's voice transmission, Chu Xian paused his meal. "Let him in," he replied. Meanwhile, Zhonglu glared at the thoroughly gnawed wing bone before him, cursing inwardly. How dare that old dragon humiliate me so? Yet, the lingering aroma from the bone made him swallow hard, unable to resist. "Humph, I shall just taste its flavor." He seized the bone and cautiously took a bite. Instantly, a surge of pure spiritual power exploded on his tongue. Wow! Zhonglu's eyes widened in astonishment, the black gold demonic patterns on his spine glowing uncontrollably. He quickly turned his back, pretending to act nonchalant as he continued gnawing on the bone. Just then, the voice of the demon lord echoed from the mountain path. "Chu Zhongzhu, I take the liberty of visiting." As he rounded the corner, he caught sight of his own ancestor relishing the bone with great delight. "Ancestor!" The lord's heart leapt in surprise, nearly stumbling down the steps. Zhonglu froze, the bone slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Their eyes met, and the air instantly thickened. Coughing, the Lord suppressed his heartache, feigning ignorance of Zhonglu as he turned to Chu Xian and bowed respectfully. Chu Zhongju, I have come with urgent matters to discuss. Chu Xian wiped the grease from his hands, intrigued. Oh, what is it? The Lord took a deep breath. Are you aware that the 9 nether demonic soil has been submerged by a mysterious force? Chu Xian nodded. Yes, I have heard some whispers. The demon lord continued. Upon my return from Zhixiao Prefecture, I discovered an ancient relic emerging at the center of the submerged territory. Yet the seal is exceedingly formidable. Stealing a glance at the heavy tower discreetly collecting bones, a twitch appeared at the corner of his eye. My lord of the Demon Palace is willing to ally with the Lingxiao sect to break the array. The opportunities within the ruins shall be earned by merit. The mention of ancient ruins piqued Chu Xian's interest. The palace master produced a shard of recording stone, and an image materialized. Before them floated a bronze ancient palace above an abyss, its door adorned with runes radiating a disquieting aura. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. It appeared promising. Seizing the moment, the heavy tower approached, feigning curiosity as he scrutinized the image, while subtly transmitting to the master of the Demon Palace. Fool, who permitted your presence? The palace master maintained an impassive facade, secretly retorting, the elder suffers. I have come to deliver opportunities to you, to assist you in reclaiming your former glory. After receiving an affirmative nod from Qi Yu and his 2 companions, Chu Xian decisively declared, excellent. In half a month, I shall personally lead a contingent. The master of the Demon Palace wasted no time in taking his leave following Chu Xian's response. Chu Xian waved his hand, instructing, Heavy Tower, see them out. Surprised that Chu Xian addressed him by name, he tossed aside the tasteless bone in his grasp and ambled over to guide the master of the Demon Palace. In a secluded spot, he seized the collar of the palace master. Emojio, what mischief are you up to? The palace master knelt in submission. Elder, discern the truth. There must be treasures within those ruins to restore your cultivation. He lowered his voice. I suspect that the master of the ancient palace is one of our demon cultivators. Heavy Tower's pupils contracted. Oh, are you certain? Absolutely. The ruins are shrouded in strands of demonic energy, which only we demon cultivators can perceive. Thus, I am leveraging the Lingxiao sect's assistance to access the ruins for our demon palace. After pondering for a moment, Heavy Tower delivered a swift kick to the palace master. Get lost. If you dare act independently again, I shall flay your skin. The palace master scrambled away. Yet his heart brimmed with joy. The elder's strength in kicking has evidently increased. It seems the cuisine at the Lingxiao sect is quite satisfactory. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect had just completed the triad competition, only to prepare once more for the ancient ruins. It could be said that the Lingxiao sect had fully ignited a competitive spirit among its disciples. Those who could not participate in the triad competition were fervently training, striving to shine brightly in the upcoming expedition to the ruins. Just as the Lingxiao sect fervently prepared for their journey, a piece of news spread swiftly throughout the entire Daxia Empire. The emperor of Xia Yanqiu has perished. The cause of death was that during an inspection of the northern territories, the northern demonic clan, previously repelled by the Willow Leaf Legion, suddenly appeared in the northern region of Daxia. 2 saint-level demons besieged Xia Yanqiu, and he fell in battle. On this day, within the main hall of the summit, Xiazhu knelt before Chu Xian, already reduced to tears, while Yu Jian knelt beside her, offering gentle comfort. The disciples of the master wished to return to the royal city to bid farewell to their father for the final time. Chu Xian sighed softly, alas. Go forth. You all should accompany Zhu'er to the imperial city. It would be prudent to have each other's support along the way. Lin Xian and the others stood nearby, responding promptly. Disciples obey. Chu Xian nodded and discreetly communicated with Duan Hong. Old Duan, send over a flying artifact. Shortly thereafter, Duan Hong arrived in haste, presenting a purple gold wine gourd. Master, this is the drunken immortal gourd I crafted. It can traverse thousands of miles effortlessly. Chu Xian accepted the gourd and retrieved a holy-level spirit stone from his sleeve. Zhu'er, keep the spirit stone safe. This is to serve as a tribute, a token of mourning to the Daxia royal family. Master, Summer Bamboo's voice trembled with emotion. This is far too precious. A single holy-level spirit stone could allow a cultivator at the Inquiry Realm to swiftly ascend to the holy tier. It was as if Chu Xian was bestowing upon the Daxia royal family a formidable holy tier warrior. It is of no consequence, Chu Xian insisted, placing the spirit stone into her hands. He then instructed Duan Hong to teach the others how to use the drunken immortal gourd. Standing atop the main peak, Lin Xian softly recited an incantation. The gourd instantly expanded, lifting them skyward. Lin Xian stood at the forefront of the gourd, her garments billowing. Hold on tight. I am about to accelerate. Whoosh. The gourd transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chu Xian gazed at their receding figures, his brow furrowing slightly. The sudden death of the Summer Emperor raises suspicions. He then addressed Long Outyan from a distance. Long Outyan, provide covert protection. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my Lingxiao sect disciples, they shall be dealt with mercilessly. Understood. Long Outyan clasped his fists in acknowledgement and immediately transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the void. Chapter 72. Divided Paths. Was the throne not given to Xia Jie? The 5 personal disciples soared through the skies for half a day. Suddenly, Lin Xian halted, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The death of the Summer Emperor is rather suspicious. I have an idea. We should split into 2 groups. I will investigate the northern frontier. Having been a semi-emperor in her past life, Lin Xian possessed a wealth of experience, and throughout their journey, she pondered the entirety of the situation. As a holy tier warrior, the Summer Emperor would have found it challenging to face 2 holy tier great demons. Yet if he genuinely wished to escape, it should not have been insurmountable. It was unlikely he would lose his life. Moreover, the royal family had the Willow Leaf Legion, which had previously driven the Northern Demon Clan back 1,000 miles. Why would the Summer Emperor venture out without the Willow Leaf Legion accompanying him? In summary, the Summer Emperor's demise harbored deeper secrets. Lin Xian's intuition suggested that this matter might be somewhat connected to the Lingxiao sect. Casting a glance at Summer Bamboo, she continued. After I finish my investigation in the northern frontier, I shall rendezvous with you at the Imperial City. Tang Lu contemplated briefly before standing beside her. I will accompany you. Upon hearing this, Yu Jian also sensed something amiss and nodded. All right, proceed with caution. We 3 will head to the Imperial City first. The gourd descended from the heavens, and Lin Xian and Tang Lu parted ways with the other 3. Watching the gourd swiftly depart, Tang Lu furrowed his brow. Are you planning to walk to the northern frontier? Lin Xian offered a faint smile and suddenly called into the void, Lord Long. I would appreciate it if you could send a message to my master, dispatching a capable fighter to accompany us to the northern frontier. A cold snort echoed from the void. Little girl, are you commanding me? Nevertheless, a beam of golden light soared towards the direction of Lingxiao sect. Long Outyan manifested, glaring at Lin Xian and warning, you 2, be cautious. With that, he vanished into the void, pursuing Yu Jian and his companions. Tang Lu immediately understood, remarking lazily, having faced death once certainly changes a person. Even Lord Long cannot conceal himself before you. Lin Xian retorted, if you have nothing to say, then please remain silent. After a full day of flight, Yu Jian and his companions finally arrived at the Dachao Imperial City the following morning. The entire city was shrouded in solemn white banners. The streets, sparsely populated, permeated with a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. 5th sister. At the entrance of the Imperial City, the eldest prince, Xia Jie, clad in plain attire, had long awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Xia Zhu and the others, a glimmer of joy broke through his weary expression as he hurried forward, eager to assist Xia Zhu down from the wine gourd. Yu Jian furrowed his brow, swiftly leaping down from the wine gourd and gently cradling Xia Zhu, saying, be careful. Junior sister. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Jie's eyes, but he quickly donned a warm smile. Brother Yu Jian, it has been a long time. Yu Jian nodded in greeting. It has indeed been a while, Your Highness. Xia Jie then turned to Chong Lu, his smile momentarily stiffening. This is Chong Lu, the 5th direct disciple of our master. Chong Lu replied coolly, inwardly reflecting. So it is this lad. We encountered one another in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Xia Jie appeared taken aback, not expecting Lingxiao sect to have gained another direct disciple. Oh, brothers, you have traveled far. It must have been arduous. Before pleasantries could be exchanged, Xia Zhu, with red-rimmed eyes, urged, brother, I wish to see father. Xia Jie slapped his forehead and quickly responded, follow me. Navigating through numerous palace gates, they arrived at the spirit hall. The moment Xia Zhu laid eyes on the coffin, tears streamed down her cheeks. Father. Yu Jian gently retrieved a holy level spirit stone from his Nasu ring and presented it to Xia Jie, saying, Your Highness, this is a token of our Lingxiao sect's sincerity. Without even glancing at the holy level spirit stone, Xia Jie hastily waved his hand. Brother Yu, I appreciate the sentiment from the sect, but I cannot accept this. The heir to the throne is the 3rd brother. If it is to be given, it should be to him. At this declaration, Yu Jian and his companions were left bewildered. The emperor had not bestowed the throne upon Xia Jie. Instead, it was given to a 3rd prince they had never even heard of. Xia Jie's expression dimmed. Continuing, father set forth a decree on his deathbed, appointing the third prince, Xiao Wu, as the heir to the Daxia throne. This I heard with my own ears. Having once fought alongside Lingxiao sect in the Wuxiang spirit ruins, Yu Jian felt reluctant to say much in light of Xia Jie's demeanor, merely letting out a gentle sigh. Meanwhile, Xia Zhu had scarcely heard the exchange, remaining kneeling before the spirit. After a prolonged silence, a voice quivered, "Elder brother, I wish to spend more time with father. You may return now." At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the morning hall. "Aha! Is this the esteemed disciple of Lingxiao sect? They appear rather unimpressive." A young man clad in opulent attire strode forward, flanked by a retinue of guards. A look of disdain etched upon his face. "Third brother." Xia Jie's expression shifted. "Do not be disrespectful." Xia Wu cast a dismissive glance at Xia Jie, retorting, "Elder brother, I am now the crown prince. You would do well to recognize your position." He turned towards Yu Jian and the others, sneering. "Go back and inform your sect leader that the great Xia now has new support and no longer requires the insincere charity of Lingxiao sect." With that, he brutally knocked the sacred spirit stone from Yu Jian's hand. "You bastard!" Yu Jian erupted in fury, about to retaliate. Slap. A sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed through the morning hall. Xiao Wu was sent sprawling, crashing heavily against a pillar, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Xia Zhu slowly withdrew her hand, a glint of cold light in her eyes. "Xiao Wu, though you are my third brother, I hope you can show some respect towards Lingxiao sect." She advanced step by step towards Xiao Wu, an aura of deadly power swirling around her. "Father's body is scarcely cold, and you are eager to pledge allegiance to a new master?" Terrified, Xiao Wu recoiled. "You dare strike me? I am slap." Another resounding blow sent Xiao Wu tumbling out of the morning hall. "Get out." Xia Zhu coldly commanded. "If I see you again, I shall break your legs." With a swollen face, Xiao Wu, aided by the guards, fled in panic, exclaiming, "Xia Zhu, just you wait." After Xiao Wu departed, silence enveloped the morning hall. Xia Zhu returned to kneel before the spirit tablet, her demeanor solemn. The flickering candle flames danced in the hall. Having settled Yu Jian and his companion, Xia Jie returned. Gently pushing open the hall door, he observed Xia Zhu still kneeling, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly still in tears. Fifth sister, Xia Jie, approached with concern, arms outstretched for an embrace. However, Xia Zhu swiftly evaded him. "Elder brother, I wish to be alone." Awkwardly retracting his arms, Xia Jie remained silent for a moment before whispering, "I understand your thoughts. Father's death is indeed suspicious." "Oh." Xia Zhu suddenly lifted her head, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. "What do you know, elder brother?" Xia Jie glanced around, ensuring their privacy, and lowered his voice further. "Those two sacred tier monsters conspired with third brother to lure father to the northern region under the pretense of inspection, and then they murdered him." "What?" Xia Zhu trembled, an overwhelming force surging within her. Her hair danced wildly without wind, nails digging deeply into her palms. Chapter 73, a setup. Xia Zhu, however, did not succumb to rage. She suppressed the tumultuous power within, her voice cold. "Elder brother, do you have any evidence?" Xia Jie retrieved a shadow stone from his breast pocket. "I have placed a spy beside third brother. This is the image of their conspiracy," yet he appeared troubled. "The most crucial part resides on another stone tablet, which I have concealed in the chambers. Hurry and retrieve it," urged Xia Zhu. Xia Jie nodded. "Sister, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Meanwhile, in the guest quarters, Yu Jian was polishing his sword when Zhong Lu suddenly whispered, "Senior brother, someone approaches." The sound of knocking echoed. "Is young master you present?" "I, the humble servant Hong Si, seek an audience." Yu Jian opened the door and, upon recognizing the elderly eunuch who had previously accompanied Xia Jie to visit Lingxiao sect, his expression softened. "Ah, it is you, Master Hong. It has been a while. May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" Hong Si bowed respectfully. "The Empress summons young Master Yu, stating there are important matters to discuss." "The Empress?" Yu Jian was taken aback. "Is she not the mother of Sister Xia Zhu?" "Indeed." Hong Si lowered his voice. "Her Highness mentioned it concerns the safety of the fifth princess." Yu Jian's demeanor stiffened. "Lead the way," just as Zhong Lu intended to follow. Hong Si stopped him. "Her Highness specifically requested only young Master Yu." Watching Yu Jian depart with Hong Si, Zhong Lu narrowed his eyes. How mysterious. He then quietly gathered a thread of dark golden demonic energy at his fingertips, silently trailing behind. Navigating through the palace's numerous walls, Yu Jian was led to a secluded side hall. Behind the beaded curtain, a regal woman's silhouette could be discerned. Junior Yujian pays his respects to Her Majesty the Empress. The curtain rustled, revealing the Empress's cheerful voice. Is it truly my dear Jinner who has arrived? Yujian hesitated. He had never met the Empress before, yet she addressed him so affectionately, calling him Jinner. At that moment, Zhonglu, seated cross-legged in the guest room, heightened his vigilance and exclaimed, "What? This person exudes demonic energy?" From behind the curtains, the Empress's voice rang out again. "Jinner, come closer so I may see you." Yujian furrowed his brow but took 2 steps forward. "What is your command, Your Majesty?" Suddenly, the Empress pulled aside the curtain, revealing a captivating visage adorned with a semi-transparent gauzy dress, her curves subtly concealed. "Jinner, you are truly handsome," the Empress cooed, caressing her chest. "For some reason, my heart races upon seeing you." Alarm bells rang in Yujian's mind. Such behavior was unbecoming of a sovereign. Moreover, she was the mother of Sister Xiaozhu. "Your Majesty, please maintain decorum." He quickly stepped back, fist clenched tightly. Observing this, the Empress approached with a beaming smile. "Jinner, do you not favor your mother?" When she was merely 3 steps away, she suddenly lunged at Yujian, her expression shifting. "Guards. The disciple of Lingxiao sect, Yujian, is attempting to violate me." In the next instant, the palace doors burst open, and dozens of guards rushed in. Panic surged through Yujian as he realized he had fallen into a trap. With a swift punch, he repelled the Empress, yet refrained from delivering a lethal blow. The consequences of assassinating the Empress of the Great Xia in plain sight would be unimaginable. With a sudden surge of determination, he broke through the formation of the Imperial Guards. At that moment, Xia Jia was passing by the side hall, holding a crystal stone for capturing images. When he heard the Empress's cries, and was instantly taken aback. "What? Brother you, He turned and dashed towards the morning hall, exclaiming, "Fifth sister. Something has happened." Inside the morning hall, upon hearing Xia Jia's account, Xiaozhu's expression changed drastically. "Impossible. Brother is not that kind of person." The two hurried towards the side hall. At the entrance of the side hall, Xiao Wu had already arrived. What kind of scoundrels are the Lingxiao sect? As the son-in-law of the great Xia, how dare he invade the palace at night with such vile intentions towards the Empress? Is this how that old dog Chu Xian teaches his disciples? What a sham of a holy master. I see Chu Xian is nothing but a worthless cur. Upon hearing this, Yujian was instantly consumed by fury. Chu Xian was Yujian's Achilles heel. The last person to insult Chu Xian had been relentlessly pursued by Yujian until they were utterly humiliated. Boom. A furious aura erupted violently from Yujian's body. He charged, barehanded, towards the retreating Xiao Wu, declaring, "Dare to insult my master? You seek death." His fists, like dragons, carried the force of thunder with each strike. Bang. One Imperial guard was sent flying, crashing into the palace wall. Crack. Another punch shattered the heart-protecting mirror of the head guard. Xiao Wu, hiding behind his attendants, shouted, "Kill him." More Imperial guards surged from all directions. Yujian fought with increasing fervor, his fists now stained with blood. When Xiaozhu and Xia Jie arrived, they witnessed Yujian mercilessly slaughtering the palace guards. Meanwhile, the Empress of the Great Xia sat helplessly at the entrance of the side hall, her face a mask of tears. Upon seeing Xiaozhu and Xia Jie approach, she hurried to Xiaozhu's side, grasping her hand tightly and weeping, "Jure, your mother only wished to see your partner, to glimpse the one who will share your future. Who could have foreseen that this beast?" She trembled. Pointing at Yujian, "He dared to harbor lustful intentions towards me. When I refused, he sought to silence me." Xiaozhu gazed at the bloodied Yujian, then at the scattered bodies of the Imperial guards around them. Tears streamed down her face. "Fifth sister." Xia Jie gently embraced her, asking, "What shall we do now?" Xiaozhu trembled all over, memories flooding her mind of the moment spent in the Lingxiao sect, as Yujian brewed medicine for her, taught her swordsmanship, and accompanied her in practice. "No, it can't be," she murmured. Finally, she broke free from Xia Jie's embrace and stepped forward slowly. "Brother you." Her voice was soft, yet it brought Yujian, in a blood frenzy, to an abrupt halt. "Sister?" Yujian gasped, turning around, his face still marked by lingering rage. "Enough of this." Xiaozhu suddenly raised her voice, tears blurring her vision. "Why must you do this?" Yujian felt as if struck by lightning. "Sister, let me explain. It was the Empress, she's silence." Xiaowu suddenly emerged, presenting irrefutable evidence yet still daring to argue. "Fifth sister, such a beastly creature." Slap. Xiaozhu retaliated with a resounding slap across Xiaowu's face. "You have no place to speak here. I warned you. Should I see you again, I will break your legs." Witnessing the unwavering determination in Xiaozhu's eyes, Xiaowu quickly conceded, "Fifth sister, please do not be angry. Since you are here, does third brother really have to leave? With that, he scurried away in disgrace. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Eugene. Her gaze filled with anguish. Senior brother, you should leave. For the sake of our shared bond, I will not obstruct you today. Eugene's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, the light in his eyes dimming. At that moment, Xiaoju's voice resonated within his mind. Senior brother, I trust you would never commit such an act. There must be some hidden truth. However, you must leave now. I assure you, I will be fine, do not worry. But senior brother, there is no time to explain. You must go. Eugene wished to say more, but then he received a message from Chong Lu. Senior brother, he'd seen your sister's advice. Return for now. Given the circumstances. Eugene reluctantly acquiesced to their counsel. Very well, I shall depart. As he turned, he cast one last glance at the queen, who was concealed behind Xia Jie. A smirk of triumph playing upon her lips. Junior sister, Eugene's voice was hoarse. Be careful. Chapter 74, The Mastermind. Upon returning to his guest room, Chong Lu promptly secured the door and erected a soundproof barrier. Senior brother, the queen is imbued with demonic energy. Chong Lu whispered urgently. What? Eugene was taken aback. The queen appeared devoid of any cultivation. How could she possess such energy? Chong Lu shook his head. I suspect she is under the control of a demon cultivator. As for the mastermind, it must be Xiao Wu. He's the one who has framed me. Eugene ground his teeth in anger. Huh. It certainly is not him. Chong Lu scoffed. With that fool's demeanor, does he possess the intellect to devise such schemes? Eugene, being a mere novice, could not possibly match Chong Lu's cunning. With this revelation, Eugene furrowed his brow. If it was not Xiao Wu, then who could it be? Just then, a cacophony of footsteps and the clanging of armor echoed from outside. Thieves of Lingxiao sect. Get out of the imperial city. Xiao Wu's arrogant voice rang out. Chong Lu sighed, alas. Such a fool. Eugene sprang to his feet in anger. I shall confront him. What could you possibly argue? Chong Lu seized him. Going out now will only worsen the situation. Quickly gathering their belongings, he began to stow items into the spatial ring. We must retreat. We will settle the score once the truth is revealed. The two leaped from the back window, stealthily departing under the cover of night. Before long, Xiao Wu's taunts echoed behind them, running so swiftly. Tell that old dog Chu Xian, from this day forth, the great Xia shall have no ties with Lingxiao sect. Meanwhile, after calming the queen, Xiaoju returned alone to the memorial hall, quietly kneeling before the spirit tablet. Xiaoju's countenance remained serene, as if the earlier conflict had never transpired. Xia Jie entered quietly and took a seat beside her, addressing her softly. Fifth sister. Xiaoju offered no response. Her gaze fixated on the spirit tablet of Xia Yanqiu, lost in thought. A wisp of black mist seeped silently from Xia Jie's sleeve, slithering like a serpent towards the nape of Xiaoju's neck. As time pressed on, Xia Jie abruptly stood, suggesting, Fifth sister, perhaps you should rest early. Xiaoju remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger looming close at hand. A peculiar smile crept across Xia Jie's lips as he turned to leave, the black mist having seamlessly infiltrated the collar of Xiaoju's garment. Under the flickering candlelight, a faint glimmer of darkness within Xiaoju's pupils quietly dissipated. Once she confirmed Xia Jie had distanced himself, Xiaoju discreetly rose and approached the coffin. Taking a deep breath, she murmured, Father, I am sorry. Gently, she lifted the coffin lid, preparing to conduct an inspection when a voice called out from behind, Senior sister, do not move. The voice of Chong Lu startled Xiaoju, causing her to tremble. She turned to see Eugene and Chong Lu emerging from the shadows, her eyes wide with astonishment. You haven't left? Eugene hurried forward, recounting the recent events in detail. Senior sister. Before he could finish, Xiaoju suddenly threw herself into Eugene's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. I know. Brother would never do such a thing. Chong Lu cleared his throat, interrupting them. Senior sister, the Empress is imbued with demonic energy. She has likely been manipulated. Moreover, he gestured towards the coffin. The body of Emperor Xia bears the same aura. What? Eugene exclaimed in shock. Why can I sense nothing? Xiaoju furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Chong Lu chuckled. I possess certain unique methods to perceive demonic energy, so there is no need for surprise. Xiaoju wiped her tears, her expression solemn. You must leave immediately. The Lu Yi Legion is formidable. We are no match for them, and should a confrontation arise, defeat is inevitable. But, senior sister, I am fine. Xiaoju forced a smile. As a member of the royal family, they will not harm me unless absolutely necessary. Just as the trio prepared to part ways, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the spirit hall. Quickly, Go, Xiaozhu urged. Yu Jian cast a lingering glance at her before he and Chong Lu vanished into the shadows. Moments later, Xia Jia entered, carrying a bowl of fragrant broth. Fifth sister. I specifically had someone. His words abruptly halted as his gaze fell upon the slightly displaced coffin lid. Xiaozhu feigned calmness, speaking softly. Brother. I merely wished to see father once more. Xia Jia's eyes flickered before he donned a gentle smile. Silly girl. Father has already. He tenderly stroked Xiaozhu's hair, offering her the bowl. This is a calming broth I had specially prepared. It greatly aids the spirit. Drink it while it's warm. Do not grieve too much for father. Xiaozhu took the soup bowl, inhaling a peculiar sweet fragrance. She pretended to bow her head and sip, while secretly enveloping the broth with the power of the yellow springs, not allowing a single drop to pass her lips. Have you finished? Xia Jia asked with satisfaction as he accepted the empty bowl. Rest well. We have much to do tomorrow. Suddenly, Xia Jia frowned and pressed his hand against his temple. Ugh, my head hurts. What's wrong, brother? Xiaozhu feigned concern. It's nothing. Xia Jia waved dismissively, staggering away, possibly fatigued from recent events. Once his footsteps faded, Xiaozhu abruptly poured the concealed broth from her sleeve onto the ground. The moment the liquid touched the azure bricks, wisps of black smoke erupted. Indeed, there was something amiss. The power of the yellow springs within her surged violently, forcibly expelling the previously infiltrating black mist from her body. Xiaozhu's gaze turned as cold as steel. So it was you, brother? At that moment, applause resonated through the hall. Xia Jia had returned, leaning against the doorframe, his eyes glimmering with an eerie black-purple light. My dearest sister, you are more astute than I had imagined. Xiaozhu's expression hardened. Just as she intended to channel the power of the yellow springs to confront him, she realized the sudden shift in Xia Jia's aura. The oppressive force of the Dao Inquiry realm bore down upon her like a mountain. When did you? Xiaozhu gasped in disbelief, her eyes widening. Once merely at the profound pill realm, Xia Jia had now ascended to the Dao Inquiry realm. With a malicious grin, Xia Jia raised his hand, a streak of black light striking directly at Xiaozhu's brow. Sleep now, my dear sister. In that instant, as Xiaozhu succumbed, Xia Jia embraced her, his fingers caressing her cheek. Originally, I intended for you to become my demonic servant, and we would hold a grand wedding. But you are too clever for that. So I must resort to force. With that, he leaned down to kiss her lips. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted. Beast. Long Aotion emerged from the void, striking with a golden dragon claw aimed at Xia Jia's crown. Saint level. Xia Jia retreated in panic, while Long Aotion seized the unconscious Xiaozhu. Just as Long Aotion prepared to deliver a finishing blow, a tear appeared in the void. A pale hand casually dispersed Long Aotion's attack. Interesting. A hoarse voice echoed from the void. A mere little dragon dares to be arrogant? Long Aotion's pupils constricted. This presence was at least at the pinnacle of the saint level, comparable to his own power. Retreat. He acted decisively, transforming into golden light and fleeing with the unconscious Xiaozhu. Chapter 75. The personal transmission converges, the burial of the Xia Emperor. 10 miles outside the imperial city, Long Aotion's golden light suddenly descended. Yu Jian and Chong Lu, sensing the aura, rushed forward. Lord Long. Upon seeing Xiaozhu in Long Aotion's arms, Yu Jian's expression changed dramatically. What happened to junior sister? He quickly took Xiaozhu, carefully examining her condition. Long Aoyan spoke solemnly. Sword lad. Your uncle is truly a beast. He then recounted everything that had transpired in the morning hall, including Xia Jia's violent tensions towards his own sister. What? Yu Jian's eyes turned crimson, his fist clenching tightly. Xia Jia. I will kill you. Zhang Lu pondered thoughtfully. It seems that the true mastermind behind Xia Jia is that saint-level figure. But what could be their grand objective in so ostentatiously attempting to eliminate the Summer Emperor? Just as Zhang Lu and the others were lost in contemplation, a sound of slicing air echoed from afar. The target, of course, was our few direct disciples. As the words fell, Yu Jian and Zhang Lu's eyes brightened instantly. Lin Xian? Luzi? Senior sister and brother? The arrivals were indeed Lin Xian and Tang Lu, who had hurriedly made their way from the northern border of the Great Xia. Accompanying them was Duan Hong. As the three landed, Lin Xian spoke first. The sole purpose of killing the Summer Emperor is to lure us direct disciples to the imperial city and capture us. Zhang Lu suddenly understood. Their ultimate goal was the Lingxiao sect, or perhaps their master. Lin Xian immediately cast an appreciative glance, surprised that the junior brother had grasped this layer of the situation. At that moment, Xiaozhu's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Senior brother? Senior sister? Her gaze then shifted to Long Outyin and Duan Hong beside her. Just as she was about to speak, it seemed she remembered something, and she abruptly sat up. The death of my royal brother and father. Yu Jian embraced Xia Zhu, gently comforting her. Junior sister, everyone knows. Do not fear, we are all here. Lin Xin glanced at Yu Jian and Xia Zhu, speaking gravely. The current situation is more complex than we anticipated. The adversary has at least one peak saint-level powerhouse stationed. Coupled with the combat prowess of the Willow Leaf Legion, Zhang Lu nodded, calmly analyzing. Currently, we have two top-tier saint-level forces with Long and Duan. The enemy visibly possesses one saint level, but there may be hidden reinforcements. Moreover, the Willow Leaf Legion was capable of driving the northern demon race 1,000 miles away. Their combat strength is evident. If we could secure a few more saint-level allies, we might stand a fighting chance. Lin Xian's lips curled upwards as he looked towards Duan Hong. Duan Hong and Long Outyin observed the few direct disciples, inadvertently revealing expressions of approval. Chu Xian had previously instructed that they needed only to ensure the safety of the 5 direct disciples, while the course of action would be decided collectively by them. Unexpectedly, these youngsters had included their combat power in the calculations. Seeing Lin Xian gaze at him, Duan Hong tossed 3 golden orbs, stating casually, within these are 3 saint-level great demons, along with Old Dragon and the 2 of us. Our saint-level combat strength is sufficient. Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. 3 saint-level demons? Lin Xian cradled the 3 golden orbs in his palm, explaining, these 3 were captured in the northern border of the Great Xia. 2 fingers pointed at the culprits. These 2 are the assassins of Emperor Xia. However, her brow furrowed in concern. According to their account, there was more to the story. They claimed they had merely received a warning from their kin, stating that the emperor was to inspect the northern border. Their initial intent was to intimidate the emperor, to vent their grievances against the Great Xia. Yet, in the midst of the confrontation, the emperor did not flinch or evade. He boldly met their assault head-on. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Suddenly, Zhang Lu shuddered. And connecting the residual demonic energy on the emperor's corpse, he solemnly remarked, it is highly probable that the emperor was also under the control of demonic forces. If the saint-level emperor could be subdued, then the Lu Yi Legion surely could not escape such a fate. The reason the crowd fell under the control of demonic cultivators lies with Xia Jie, the very link in this chain of events. The entire sequence of events had been unraveled, and all eyes turned to Xia Zhu, held within Yu Jian's embrace. Xia Zhu broke free from Yu Jian's grasp, her eyes ablaze with the power of the Yellow Springs. Tomorrow, as my father is laid to rest, all royal family members and citizens will be present. She wiped away her tears, her voice chillingly resolute. At that moment, I shall expose Xia Jie as conspiracy before all, avenging my father. The crowd exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Then it shall be a battle tomorrow. Duan Hong caressed the 3 golden spheres with a grin, just in time for these 3 beasts to atone for their sins. Long Outyin. They are indeed beasts. Never mind. I am a beast myself. Thereafter, Duan Hong instructed everyone to conserve their energy, preparing for the impending battle. On the following morning, the imperial city lay shrouded beneath a veil of ominous clouds. The funeral procession stretched for miles. Citizens spontaneously lined the streets, bidding farewell to their diligent and benevolent ruler. As the officiant called out in a commanding voice, over 100 strongmen lifted the emperor's coffin and began the solemn march toward the royal tomb. Xiao Wu, as the heir designated by the will, donned mourning attire and walked at the forefront, his expression filled with sorrow. The empress and Xia Jie led numerous royal family members in their wake. The various burial rites unfolded in sequence, with many royal members and citizens alike weeping to the point of evoking the heavens. Xiao Wu surveyed his surroundings and transmitted to Xia Jie, brother, will the 5th sister truly come? Xia Jie, eyes closed in contemplation, responded calmly, just focus on what you must do. Rest assured, I have laid a comprehensive trap. The Lu Yi Legion has gathered in full. Indeed, Xia Jie responded with a nonchalant affirmation, falling silent once more. Just as the coffin was about to be placed into the tomb, a clear, cold voice pierced the air. Clad in white, Xia Zhu descended from the heavens, accompanied by her fellow disciples from Lingxiao sect. 5th sister? Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy. Xia Zhu paid no mind to the puppet that was Xiao Wu. Her gaze fixed intently upon Xia Jie. Xia Jie, Xia Zhu exclaimed sharply, you conspired with demonic cultivators to murder our father. Today, before the citizens of the entire city, I shall unveil your true nature. The crowd erupted in uproar. For a moment, Summer Bamboo's words left him utterly bewildered. Summer Jie stood quietly at the forefront of the group, his heart transforming the last remnants of affection for Summer Bamboo into a chilling desire for retribution upon witnessing her eyes brimming with murderous intent. To expose me before the entire city? What difference does it make? My dear sister, I have extended several opportunities for you to return to my side, yet you have not cherished them. Thus, do not blame me for what follows. Summer Jie murmured, "My lord, they have arrived." Immediately, a pale hand emerged from the void. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect were now within my grasp. Following this, over 100 cultivators stepping upon massive leaves appeared in the sky above the tomb. The Liuya Legion of the Great Xia had also made its entrance. Chapter 76. The Sword Saint Yishi. The battle commences. As that pale hand fully manifested from the void, Yu Jian's pupils constricted in astonishment. Yi, the Sword Saint. Yu Jian gazed incredulously at the familiar visage. Confusion etched across his features. This individual was none other than Chu Xian's uncle, once the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness, the foremost swordsman of the region, Yi Shi. Impossible. Yu Jian's voice trembled. You are not. A sinister smile crept across Yi Shi's lips, his eyes flashing with purple light. Yu Jian, my boy? It has been quite some time. Though Yi Shi wore a smile, it sent chills down Yu Jian's spine. Yi Shi had once been the Sword Saint of the Eastern Wilderness, fighting alongside Chu Xian's parents during the Beast Tide 3 years prior, while Chu Xian's parents perished. This uncle survived, albeit gravely injured, and had since been living in seclusion at the Yuxiao sect. Eventually, Yi Shi's presence faded from the sect, leading many to believe he had quietly passed away, only to unexpectedly encounter him here. What Yu Jian remained unaware of was that after Chu Xian and he departed from the Yuxiao sect, this former sword god of the Eastern Wilderness had stood at the entrance of the Yuxiao sect's main hall, vehemently berating Qin Mo. Yet, he was subsequently imprisoned in the sect's cloud prison by the elders. A terrifying thought surged within Yu Jian's mind, plunging him into an icy dread. Was Sword Saint Yi also under the control of demonic cultivators? If Master were to learn that Sword Saint Yi had been manipulated by them, before Yu Jian could contemplate further, Summer Jie had already wickedly gestured, Liuya Legion. Attack. The 108 spirit-level cultivators, standing upon colossal green leaves, swiftly formed a formation, and countless willow leaves transformed into razor-sharp blades, whistling through the air. Lin Xian observed this, and with a wave of her delicate hand commanded, "Go." 3 saint-level great demons roared forth. Yet, the trio faltered before the formidable willow leaf formation. The Liuya Legion was inherently powerful, having once driven the northern beast clans back for miles, rendering these 3 great demons quite insufficient in comparison. Hidden within the void, Long Outyin was compelled to intervene, exclaiming, "A swarm of ants." Instantly, he transformed into a colossal dragon, 1,000 feet long, and struck down towards the military formation. The terrifying pressure of the saint-level being twisted the very fabric of space, as the dragon claw was about to strike the formation of the Willow Leaf Legion. Yu Shi made his move. "Beast, your adversary is me." With a casual flourish of his sword, a violet beam of light dissipated the dragon claw's assault. 2 powerful auras of the pinnacle of the sacred realm clashed fiercely in the air, causing the entire imperial tomb to tremble. Haha, today, none of these children shall escape. Long Ao Tian engaged in battle with Yi Shi. After exchanging dozens of blows, they were initially evenly matched. However, as Yi Shi's sword momentum began to rise, the once feared sword techniques of the Eastern Wilderness gradually revealed their brilliance. Swoosh! A violet flash sliced through the dragon claw. Long Ao Tian let out a painful roar as scales flew, and golden dragon blood rained down from the sky. The old dragon was faltering. Zhonglu furrowed his brow, observing the scene below with clarity. At that moment, Duan Hong suddenly stepped out from the void. His body was covered in dark red patterns, and this time he wielded a long sword that radiated a dazzling cold light. "Brother Yi, how have you been?" Yi Shi's sword momentum paused, and the violet light in his eyes flickered. "Brother Duan? I didn't expect you to become a guest of my grandnephew." Yi Shi thought to himself, "Indeed, there is more than one protector." Duan Hong pointed his sword at Yi Shi. "Brother Yi, you have been tainted by demonic energy. Wake up." "Ha ha ha." Yi Shi suddenly burst into laughter. "Demonic energy? This is true power." He pivoted his sword, aiming directly at Duan Hong's throat. "What? Brother Duan, do you wish to compete in swordsmanship?" Seizing the opportunity, Long Ao Tian withdrew, feeling a sense of relief. "Phew. Fortunately, old Duan is here. Otherwise, I truly could not contend with that sword cultivator. The master's background is astonishing. Such a formidable sword cultivator is actually his uncle, the old dragon. Am honored to be the master's steed. After a brief contemplation, Long Aotion turned and charged towards the Willow Leaf Legion. Boom. With a single claw strike, 18 cultivators of the Willow Leaf Legion were instantly reduced to a mist of blood, just as Long Aotion intended to continue his assault on the Willow Leaf Legion. Another aura emerged from the void. Beast, do not be arrogant. The void split open once more, and a black-robed demon cultivator stepped forth, exuding the overwhelming pressure of the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Long Aotion's gaze turned icy. Damn it. Ever since I, the old dragon, embarked on my journey, every time I encountered someone of the great sage realm, I was thoroughly beaten. Are there truly so many experts on the Xinyun continent? Looking at the person before him, who was also of the great sage realm, Long Aotion felt a surge of defiance. Damn it. In the blink of an eye, Long Aotion was already engaged in battle with the newly appeared black-robed figure. Boom. Long Aotion's colossal dragon body spiraled, golden scales erupting with blinding radiance. As he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, the searing golden flames distorted and shattered the space, cascading towards the black-robed demon cultivator like a celestial river. A trivial skill. The black-robed demon cultivator sneered as he formed seals with his hands, summoning a towering demonic shadow behind him. That demonic figure, with 6 arms outstretched, forcefully tore apart the dragon breath. Amidst the blazing flames cascading towards the imperial mausoleum, the vast mountains and rivers were reduced to charred earth. Long Aotion roared with an earth-shattering fury, his dragon tail sweeping with the might of collapsing mountains, while the figure in the black robe dissipated into a cloud of darkness. In that moment, the two were evenly matched. Yu Jian, on the ground, gazed intently at the shadowy figure, his brow furrowing once more, for this silhouette felt hauntingly familiar. At last, Long Aotion's fist struck the figure's face, peeling back a corner of the black robe. Yu Jian finally discerned the person's visage and gasped. The 9th elder of Yunshao sect, corrupted by demonic energy. Upon hearing Yu Jian's words, Lin Xian murmured, "Could it be that the entire Yunshao sect has succumbed to demonic transformation?" Without hesitation, Yu Jian retrieved a communication jade slip to relay the situation to Chu Xian, reporting the events unfolding here. The silence on the other end lingered for a considerable time before Chu Xian's voice finally resonated. "I shall come at once." Subsequently, the inner disciples began to survey the entire battlefield. Duan Hong and Yishi were locked in fierce combat, with Duan Hong clad in resplendent armor, engaging Yishi in a stalemate of extraordinary intensity. Sword energy cleaved through the heavens and shattered the earth, the sword intent in the sky in tumultuous disarray. On another front, Long Aotion and the 9th elder of Yunshao sect were also evenly matched, with no clear victor emerging. After Long Aotion had slain over 10 members of the Liuya Legion, 3 holy-tier great demons had gained considerable fighting capability. Now, only the lower-tier combatants had yet to engage. Everyone turned their eyes towards Xia Jie, who happened to be looking in their direction as well. Yu Jian stepped forward, his voice solemn. "Xia Jie, the feng shui of the emperor's mausoleum is splendid. It is insufficient to bury the emperor alone. You shall join him." No sooner had he spoken than he sprang forth, fist like lightning, charging towards the royal forces. "Kill!" Xiazhu cried out, her jade hand waving, as the crowd transformed into fleeting shadows that surged into the enemy ranks. The formidable members of the great Xia royal family, now all tainted by demonic energy, roared in response, and in an instant, spiritual light erupted. With sword energy coursing through the air, Xia Jie's gaze was sharp, fixated solely on Xiazhu, as he coldly declared, "Fifth sister, your elder brother has come for you." Chapter 77, Yu Jian's defeat. Chu Xian's rampage. Xia Jie had now attained the Dao Inquiry realm, while the inner disciples, aside from Chong Lu, who was at the spiritual spring realm, were all at the profound pill realm, with Yu Jian and Lin Xian at the pinnacle of that tier. Facing the other members of the royal family was manageable, but against Xia Jie, who had reached the Dao Inquiry realm, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The first to confront Xia Jie was Yu Jian, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against Chu Xian, now compounded by his protectiveness over Xiazhu. Xia Jie's obsession with Xiazhu had ignited an insatiable desire for vengeance within Yu Jian. Likewise, Xia Jie's pathological love for Xiazhu rendered Yu Jian a prime target for his wrath. As the two clashed, they unleashed their most formidable attacks. Xia Jie wielded a black dagger, while Yu Jian fought barehanded, both engaged in close combat. Despite the gap between the profound pill realm and the Dao Inquiry realm, Yu Jian, relying on his supreme celestial body and supreme celestial art, possessed the strength to contend. With a powerful punch, Yu Jian unleashed a golden fist radiance that coalesced into a magnificent golden lion, ripping through the air with ferocity. Xia Jie, grinning wickedly, swung his dark dagger, conjuring a surge of demonic energy as a shadowy blade cleaved through the punch, striking towards Yu Jian's chest with undiminished force. A splatter of crimson ensued, as a gruesome wound was torn across Yu Jian's torso, yet he did not retreat an inch. Instead, he surged forward, delivering a fierce knee strike to Xia Jie's abdomen. Coughing violently, Xia Jie spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes ablaze with demonic fury. You seek death. The two figures danced wildly in the air above the imperial tomb, their fists and blades clashing, sending forth blinding sparks. Yu Jian's celestial body radiated a resplendent golden light, each strike sending tremors through the void, while Xia Jie was enveloped in swirling demonic energy. Each swing of his dagger accompanied by a chilling wail. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 successive confrontations, Yu Jian's hands were shattered, yet he continued to roar, channeling every ounce of spiritual power. Heavenly immortal shatters mountains. His already twisted fists aimed directly at Xia Jie's face. Taken by surprise, Xia Jie felt his nose collapse under the impact. In a fit of rage, his demonic energy exploded forth. Kneel before me. The black dagger morphed into a massive demonic serpent, sinking its fangs into Yu Jian's right shoulder. With a sickening sound of flesh tearing, Yu Jian's entire arm was violently ripped away. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall as Yu Jian stumbled to his knees. Yet he propped himself up with his remaining left hand, his unwavering gaze unyielding. Xia Jie placed a foot upon his back, the demonic blade pressing against his heart, sneering. Brother Yu, with such meager skills, do you think you deserve to compete with me for a woman? Spitting blood, Yu Jian's lips curled into a defiant smirk. You shall never be worthy of her. Now perish. As Xia Jie plunged his demonic blade downward, a chilling sword light descended from the heavens. Dare to harm a disciple of Lingxiao sect? Have you sought my permission? A figure holding a long sword gracefully descended from the sky. With a swift motion, the golden sword energy surged towards Xia Jie. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xia Jie exclaimed in shock, Chu Xian. As the sword energy approached, he hastily raised his dagger to defend. Clang! Xia Jie was sent flying, and his black dagger, under the weight of that single strike, developed intricate fissures. Then came the crack. The dagger shattered completely. A jolt of panic surged through Xia Jie's heart. This was a high-tier spiritual weapon gifted by the Demon Lord, renowned for its toughness. Yet, it was obliterated by merely a sword energy from Chu Xian. Chu Xian advanced steadily, sword in hand, towards Xia Jie. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yu Jian, Sichuan Xiu had arrived, repositioning Yu Jian's severed arm and producing a porcelain vial to apply a viscous ointment to the wound. In a hurried manner, he swiftly placed a pill adorned with 9 intricate patterns into the sword's mouth, finally exhaling in relief as he exclaimed, Master. The sword is now unharmed. Upon hearing Sai Chunkyu's call, the weight of anxiety that had burdened Chu Xian's heart finally lifted. With the sword now safe, you may proceed to ascend. Casually tossing out this remark, Chu Xian once again wielded his long sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For arcs of sword energy surged forth, targeting Xia Jie. In the next moment, Xia Jie felt his vision gradually descending, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping him, just as he attempted to regain his balance. He realized that his limbs had inexplicably separated from his body. You severed one of my sword's arms. I shall take your limbs in return. Quite fair. Wouldn't you agree? Thud. Xia Jie's body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes filled solely with terror. Chu Xian's sword was far too swift, so rapid that Xia Jie could not react in time. Looking at Chu Xian, he had already begun to walk toward the other disciples, scarcely glancing at Xia Jie. The reason he refrained from decapitating Xia Jie was to reserve that fate for Xia Zhu and Yu Jian. On the battlefield, Chu Xian, at the pinnacle of the Tao-seeking realm, moved as if traversing an uninhabited expanse. A sword energy sliced through the air from several meters away, sending royal members sprawling, some spitting blood while others were cleaved in two. With Chu Xian's participation, the pressure on the disciples was significantly alleviated. Before long, the clash between the disciples and the royal members had concluded. Chu Xian addressed Xia Zhu, saying, Zhu'er, Xia Jie is over there. Handle it as you see fit. With that, Chu Xian unexpectedly hurled his longsword. The sword's trajectory aimed directly at a member of the Willow Leaf Legion hovering in the sky. Subsequently, Chu Xian exerted force with his legs, causing the ground beneath him to concave instantly. Chu Xian propelled himself directly toward the massive leaf above, relying solely on the strength of his legs. Thunk! The long sword pierced through the soldier's chest, and just as Chu Xian landed upon the great leaf, the soldier's eyes widened as he plummeted from it. Chu Xian swiftly withdrew his sword, as he had yet to reach the saint rank. He could not fly freely in the air. Thus, he urged the giant leaf beneath him to strike at another nearby member of the Willow Leaf Legion. At last, the world bore witness to the extraordinary combat prowess of this once celebrated prodigy from the eastern wilderness. Standing atop the giant leaf, clad in white, with his long sword glinting ominously, he resembled a deity of death descending upon the earth. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light swept across, and before the three members of the Willow Leaf Legion could react, their heads soared skyward. Blood rained down, staining the sky with crimson. The commander of the Willow Leaf Legion, who was orchestrating the battle against three saint-level behemoths, suddenly recognized the threat, bellowing, "There are enemies here as well. Quickly, form a formation." However, Chu Xian moved like a specter, each strike precisely piercing the throats of the cultivators. As he leaped upon the willow leaves, severed limbs and shattered bodies flew in his wake. Boom! Suddenly, Chu Xian altered his sword's momentum, cleaving through the heart of the military formation with 100-foot-long sword energy. 18 monks were instantaneously reduced to a crimson mist. The military formation, formidable enough to rival a saint-tier powerhouse, crumbled before Chu Xian like mere paper. The Liuya Legion was thrown into disarray. Flee, flee. The remnants of the Liuya Legion disintegrated utterly. Yet would Chu Xian show them mercy? Those who dare to touch my Lingxiao sect shall face merciless slaughter. With a cold chuckle, the final sword was swung, staining the entire sky with the blood of the fallen leaves. After dispatching the Liuya Legion, Chu Xian cast a glance towards the battlefield of Long Aotian, then turned his gaze to the elderly figure in black robes engaged in combat with Duan Hong. Uncle. Chapter 78, The Shadow of the Emperor. The all-encompassing glazed formation of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. The utterance of Uncle caused Yishi, who was locked in battle with Duan Hong, to tremble. The long sword in his hand faltered momentarily. He forced Duan Hong back with a strike, his eyes now fixed upon his nephew not far away. Xianer. In that instant, a flicker of clarity emerged in Yishi's gaze. Due to Duan Hong's overwhelming strength, Yishi dared not let his focus waver, only now noticing Chu Xian. Xianer, your cultivation. At that moment, the demonic energy surrounding Yishi surged violently. Kill Chu Xian. The clarity in Yishi's eyes was instantly engulfed by a swirling mass of purple-black demonic aura. His countenance contorted into a visage of malevolence. The demonic flames erupted around him, transforming the surrounding space into a pitch-black void. Boom! Yishi morphed into a shadow of malevolence, tearing through the sky towards Chu Xian. Before the sword's edge could reach him, the terrifying pressure of a saint-tier presence shattered the ground beneath. Be careful, sect master. Duan Hong roared, his body radiating a blinding crimson-black pattern. Swiftly positioning himself before Chu Xian. Clang! At the moment of collision between the two swords, the entire imperial mausoleum trembled violently. Uncle. Chu Xian's eyes turned crimson as his heart became a clear mirror. He knew he was no match for Yishi and wished to protect both Yishi and Duan Hong. Without hesitation, he crushed the imperial-grade spirit stone in his grasp. Crack! A resplendent golden beam shot skyward, the overwhelming imperial might rippling like a tidal wave. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated throughout the heavens. Not far away, the 9th elder of the Yunxiao sect, engaged in battle with Long Aotian, was obliterated by this oppressive force. A teardrop of blood, mingled with demonic energy, fell from the corner of Yishi's eye, splattering onto Chu Xian's robe. Uncle, I shall ensure your restoration. With that, Chu Xian shattered the imperial-grade spirit stone completely. Chi Yu, for uncle, you shall endure a certain backlash once more. Instantly, a fiery red, ethereal figure began to materialize in the sky. As the fiery phantom appeared, the entire realm fell into a profound silence. Boom! The unseen imperial might pressed down as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, causing the ground to sink 3 feet. On the ground, aside from Sai Chuanxiu, who barely managed to stand, all present were compelled to kneel, their foreheads pressed to the earth, struggling to breathe. Standing majestically in the sky, the formidable dragon trembled violently, its immense form quaking as its head hung uncontrollably. Beside it, Duan Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet he dared not gaze directly at the ethereal figure. The swirling black and crimson patterns upon its body flickered wildly. Yet they could not quell the tremors emanating from the very depths of the soul. The fiery apparition stood with its hands clasped behind its back, and merely its presence began to warp and shatter the surrounding fabric of time and space. This was the true pressure of an emperor, commanding reverence from myriad paths. Elder Chiyu alone, gazing upon that silhouette, felt a tumult of emotions flicker in his eyes. The phantom inclined its head slightly, raising a hand and gesturing with a delicate finger. In an instant, Yushi's tumultuous demonic energy solidified. His grimace was forever frozen upon his visage, as if he were an insect encased in amber, unable to move even his eyes. The imperial laws suppressed the boiling demonic seed within him. With a resounding thud, as the apparition withdrew its finger, Yushi plummeted from the heights like a ragged cloth, crashing heavily into the ruins of the imperial tomb. Amidst the swirling dust, the demonic energy on his body visibly surged inward. The ethereal figure of Chiyu turned to gaze at Chu Xian, though no words were exchanged. Chu Xian distinctly felt a divine thought penetrate his mind. Master, the demonic seed within him has been temporarily suppressed. He can be taken back to the sect for further treatment. Subsequently, the apparition of Chiyu began to dissipate slowly, as the terrifying pressure from the heavens faded. The shock within the hearts of the onlookers lingered, refusing to subside. Yu Jian knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed by an unprecedented astonishment. What realm is this? He had never encountered such fearsome power. Merely a projection had sent his very soul trembling, reminiscent of an ant gazing up at the heavens. Imperial realm. Lin Xian's voice quivered. This has been the lifelong pursuit of my past and present. Zhang Lu was equally astounded, realizing that this was indeed his own lifelong aspiration. Simultaneously, he mused, no wonder Master is so extraordinary. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Lu, and he screamed internally, "Ah, you treacherous Master! The majority of the 9 nether demon earth was submerged by a mysterious force, and I perished at that time. It must have been your orders to Elder Chiyu. Alas, you treacherous Master! I shall not rest until I confront you." Sai Chunxiu and Duan Hong were engulfed in tumultuous waves of realization. As the leaders of one of Lingxiao's sect's peaks, they had been utterly oblivious to the presence of an emperor among them. Beyond their shock, they felt immense gratitude for being able to join Lingxiao's sect, while their respect for Chu Xian escalated to new heights. Only Long Outyan raised his head high, his golden dragon eyes gleaming with pride, a group of naive simpletons who have never seen the world. He chuckled to himself, for I, the ancient dragon, have known that Elder Chiyu is an emperor all along. Moreover, there is not just one emperor within the sect. The elders above are as well. I have even been kicked by these 2 venerable old men. Upon this thought, he instinctively caressed his dragon's rear with his claw. Chu Xian observed the reactions of the crowd and lightly cleared his throat. All right, stop dawdling. Let us tidy up the battlefield. Old Duan, please escort me, old Sai, and my uncle back to the sect. Long Outyan, take good care of Jinner and the others. Everyone sprang into action, while the 3 holy tier great demons were promptly retracted into a golden orb by Duan Hong, who then tossed his sword aside and led Chu Xian and the others onto the flying sword, transforming into a streak of light as they shot towards Lingxiao sect. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they had already arrived at the main peak of Lingxiao sect. To the back mountain, Chu Xian declared without hesitation, carrying Yishi straight towards the rear mountain of Lingxiao sect. The demonic energy still lingered within Yishi, and even Chiyu could not completely purge it in a short time. Thus, Chu Xian thought of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies cleansing glaze formation located at the back mountain. In the forbidden area of the back mountain, 8 towering jade pillars stood erect. Chu Xian stepped into the formation's core while holding Yishi, and instantly, a dazzling glimmer of glazed divine light surged into the sky. A hum resonated as the pure cleansing power surged into Yishi's body like a tidal wave, causing thick black mist to rise around him. The black mist twisted and struggled, transforming into a grotesque, ghastly face that howled, "No, this is," wherever the glazed divine light passed. The demonic energy melted away like ice and snow. Yishi writhed in agony, black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Chu Xian held onto his uncle tightly, watching as the last trace of demonic energy was forced to his forehead, morphing into a pitch-black seed. Chu Xian's heart tightened in response. Boom. The formation's divine light surged explosively, and the demonic seed emitted a piercing shriek before shattering into pieces. Sai Chunxiu immediately advanced and placed a pill radiating with 9-colored brilliance into Yishi's mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, and Yishi's pale complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Sai Chunxiu reached out towards Yishi, took a moment to sense, and then joyfully exclaimed, "Sect Master." After consuming this high-tier holy-grade pill, his shattered meridians have already begun to reform. Upon hearing this, the heavy stone weighing down Chu Xian's heart finally lifted. Chapter 79. The Great Xia is dead. The Lingxiao shall stand. In the imperial city of Great Xia, the battlefield had been cleared. The remaining members of the Great Xia royal family were all subdued by Long Outyin. Not far away lay the broken body of Xia Jie, riddled with holes. Observing that many royal family members had been demonized, Xia Zhu felt as though her heart was being torn apart. She suddenly dashed into Yu Jian's embrace. Trembling as she sobbed, "Brother, what should I do?" Yu Jian surveyed the remaining royal family members, noting that Xia Wu and the queen were among them. They were Xia Zhu's only two remaining relatives. Holding Xia Zhu tightly, Yu Jian softly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, junior sister. Master will surely have a way." Yu Jian retrieved a communication jade slip and hurriedly sent a message to Chu Xian, "Master, these demonized royal family members," before Yu Jian could finish. A voice from the other end of the communication jade slip shouted, "Bring them all to the sect. I have a way to restore them." Upon hearing Chu Xian's response, Xia Zhu was overwhelmed with tears, tightly grasping Yu Jian's arm. "Senior brother, mother has been saved." She hurriedly wiped away her tears and promptly ordered the assembly of the Dao boats, entrusting Yu Jian to personally escort the enchanted royal family members to Lingxiao sect. Yu Jian was momentarily taken aback. "Junior sister, are you not returning to the sect?" Xia Zhu smiled and shook her head, explaining, "Senior brother, father has yet to be laid to rest, and this chaotic situation within the royal family must also be addressed. I cannot leave just yet." Taking a deep breath, Yu Jian gently caressed Xia Zhu's cheek. "Junior sister, the queen, and I will await your return at the sect." That night, before the dilapidated royal mausoleum, Xia Yanqiu's coffin was slowly lowered into the tomb. Dressed in plain garments, Xia Zhu bowed deeply amidst the fluttering paper money. Behind her, the few remaining unenchanted royal elders knelt in sorrow, mourning the once glorious Xia dynasty, now reduced to utter desolation. As the final seal of the tomb descended, the life of Xia Yanqiu, the emperor of Xia, came to a definitive close. Upon returning to the imperial city, Xia Zhu sat alone in the empty hall throughout the night, with no one daring to disturb her. At dawn the following day, she resolutely ascended the court. And in the astonished gaze of the ministers, she slowly proclaimed, "From this day forth, the Xia Empire shall abolish the imperial system. The territory shall be renamed Lingxiao Province, forever honoring Lingxiao sect as supreme." This decree struck like thunder. An elderly minister fainted on the spot. And the 1,000-year legacy of the Xia dynasty was irrevocably severed today. Many ministers knelt and cried out, "We shall faithfully obey the fifth princess's edict." The current royal family of Xia had become but an empty shell. Abolishing the imperial system seemed the wisest choice. Long Outyin perched atop the golden pillars of the hall, his dragon whiskers proudly lifted. This bamboo girl possesses quite the audacity. Xia Zhu's decree swept across the entire Xia territory like a tempest. In town squares, the image stones repeatedly broadcasted that heart-stirring announcement. As countless citizens looked up in awe, buzzing with conversation, "The royal family is gone? From now on, we shall be governed by Lingxiao sect. How wonderful! No longer will we suffer under the oppression of those royal relatives." The reactions varied, but the majority brimmed with anticipation for the future. 3 days later, Lingxiao sect officially responded. A brilliant golden decree from the sect leader rose from Lingxiao Peak, transforming into a radiant barrier that enveloped the sky. From this day forth, Lingxiao Province shall implement new regulations, abolishing noble privileges, ensuring equality among all cultivators. Branch halls of Lingxiao were established in every city, responsible for local governance in addition to recruiting disciples. News began to spread from Lingxiao sect, cascading throughout the entire Lingxiao province. A multitude of Lingxiao disciples surged forth from the sect, heading to various towns to establish their branches. Upon the announcement, the entire Lingxiao province erupted with excitement. Those cultivators who once held official titles but could not join Lingxiao sect, now that the royal family was no more, flocked to the trial points. Long queues formed outside the Lingxiao branch halls in major cities, creating a magnificent scene. An elderly monk, his hair as white as snow, had just completed his turn of the wheel, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "I never expected to join the Lingxiao sect in my lifetime. The heavens have not forsaken me." What was even more delightful was the exceptional quality of the new disciples. Most possessed a foundational cultivation and were selected from the royal family of the Great Xia, resulting in an astonishing 70% chance of qualifying for entry into the sect. Atop the peak of Lingxiao, Chu Xian observed the arrival of the monks in batches via the Dao vessel, nodding in satisfaction. "The Great Xia has perished. Lingyao shall rise." Just then, the excited voice of Sai Chunqiu echoed in Chu Xian's ear. "Sect Master, The sword Saint Yi has awakened. In a flash, Chu Xian darted towards the summit of the medicine peak. Pushing open the door to the quiet chamber, he beheld Yi Shi reclining on a jade couch. His face still somewhat pale, yet his eyes had regained clarity. "Uncle." Chu Xian's voice trembled. Yi Shi looked up, a flicker of joy crossing his features. "Xianer." He struggled to rise, but was firmly pressed down by Chu Xian. "Do not move." Grasping his uncle's hand, Chu Xian was struck by the chilling touch of what was once an invincible hand wielding a sword. Yi Shi let out a bitter laugh. "I never thought I would see you alive." Suddenly, Yi Shi's expression turned grave. "Xianer, something grave has transpired in the Yuxiao sect." As Yi Shi recounted the events, Chu Xian's countenance grew increasingly grim. It turned out that after Qin Imo had been defeated by Chu Xian in the Spirit Spring realm and returned to the Yuxiao sect, he began to succumb to demonic transformation. Now, the entire Yuxiao sect, from top to bottom, including the lowest-ranking disciples, had been tainted by demonic seeds. Moreover, Qin Mo's demonic energy was entirely different from that of typical demonic cultivators. It was purer and far more potent. All 12 elders of the Yuxiao sect had now ascended to the pinnacle of great sage. Yi Shi's voice was hoarse, and as for that beast, Qin Mo, he had already reached the half-emperor realm. The Yuxiao sect had now subjugated a considerable portion of the eastern wasteland. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's fist clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. The legacy left by his father, Chu Shanha, had been desecrated into a den of demons. The reason for Qin Mo's transformation was likely connected to the extraterrestrial demonic tribe he had recently learned about. "They sent us to the Great Xia to capture your direct disciples." Yi Shi painfully closed his eyes. Qin Imo had gained control over the Eastern Wasteland's heavenly mechanism pavilion, where the elder had predicted the existence of 5 innate Tao bodies along the eastern sea coast. These 5 innate Tao bodies could aid Qin Imo in breaking through to the true emperor realm. Boom! A terrifying sword aura erupted from Chu Xian's entire being, causing the medicine peak to tremble slightly. What audacity! Qin Imo dares to target my disciples. The killing intent in Chu Xian's eyes surged. Suddenly, he chuckled, disdain evident in his tone. "Qin Imo, do you think that becoming a half-emperor will enable you to triumph over me?" Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Yi Shi recalled the events that transpired before his unconsciousness. "Xianer, tell me the truth. Does the Lingxiao sect harbor a true emperor?" Chu Xian offered a faint smile to Yi Shi, gently nodding his head. Boom! A thunderclap reverberated in Yi Shi's mind. "The emperor. Xianer is actually working under the emperor. Sister, brother-in-law, did you see that? Not only has Xianer restored his cultivation, but he has also ingratiated himself with the emperor. The Yuxiao sect is saved." In the secret chamber of the medicine peak, Chu Xian sat by Yi Shi's side and inquired, "Uncle, to what extent has the Yuxiao sect expanded?" Yi Shi, mustering his strength, replied solemnly, "Among the 21 states of the eastern wilderness, 11 have already submitted to the Yuxiao sect. Aside from the 10 states in the east, the rest are under the control of the Yuxiao sect." Upon hearing this, a profound smile crept onto Chu Xian's lips. 11 states? Qin Imo has indeed saved me considerable effort. Chu Xian contemplated in his heart, it is perfect to unify the eastern wilderness through Qin Mo's hand. When the timing is ripe, I shall simply behead Qin Imo and utilize the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies pure world glazed array to rescue all the corrupted cultivators. Thus, the vast eastern wilderness shall belong entirely to the Lingxiao sect. At that point, the Lingxiao sect will become the foremost sect in the eastern wilderness. Having over 100,000 disciples will be no issue. What I must do now is swiftly complete the main quest of the system and elevate my cultivation to the highest possible level. With this thought, Chu Xian reassured Yi Shi, "Uncle, focus on your recovery." He gently patted Yi Shi's shoulder, his eyes glimmering with determination. "Once Qin Mo clears the obstacles for us, this grand gift will certainly be accepted by your nephew." Yi Shi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Gazing at his nephew before him, he seemed to see the shadow of Chu Shanha from years ago. "Ha ha!" Yi Shi erupted into laughter, which caused his wounds to ache, leading to a fit of violent coughing. Good, good. That foolish Qin Mo will likely never realize that all his efforts will become Xianer's wedding dress. As Chu Xian returned to the main peak, he gazed toward the direction of the Yuxiao sect and murmured to himself, "When the time comes, I must personally express my gratitude to Brother Qin. By seniority, Qin Mo is a disciple of Chu Shanha, so Chu Xian must indeed address him as brother." Then, Chu Xian opened the system's task panel. Main Quest 3. Achieve 10,000 sect disciples, with 1,000 disciples reaching the Spirit Spring realm, and 100 disciples attaining the Profound Pill realm. Reward: Elevation of host cultivation to the peak of the sub-holy realm. Task progress. Sect disciples. 759, 310, 000. Spirit Spring Realm disciples. 853, 1000. Profound Pill Realm disciples. 66, 100. Alas, even if I were to extract the last remnants of heat from the Great Xia, I still could not reach the number of 10,000. Chu Xian shook his head, recalling that the territory of the Zixia state is twice that of the Lingxiao state, and the disciples of the Zixia sacred land only barely number 8,000. Clearly, relying solely on the Lingxiao state to complete this main quest will require some time. In that case, I shall have to merge the Zixia sacred land with the Lingxiao sect. The Yuxiao sect is rapidly expanding and may very well be en route to Zixia prefecture at this moment. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Xian noted that the regions currently unoccupied by the Yunxiao sect include the Juyo demon land to the west of Lingxiao prefecture, Zixia prefecture to the south, and Yaozhou to the north. Although there are a few other territories within this vicinity, they are too distant from the Lingxiao sect. The Juyo demon land is inhabited solely by demonic cultivators, and thus can be disregarded. Yaozhou, populated by various beasts, is also not a consideration. Therefore, if he wishes to swiftly complete the system task, only the Zixia Holy Land remains. After all, if he does not take it, it will be seized by Qin Mo. So it is better to complete the system task first. Without further ado, Chu Xian summoned Duan Hong and Long Out Yin. And after communicating through the messaging jade slip with the Zixia Holy Land, the three of them set forth. It must be said that the flying artifact forged by Duan Hong is indeed remarkable, despite being tens of thousands of miles away from the Zixia Holy Land. Within merely half an hour, the trio arrived above the sacred grounds. They beheld the radiant entrance of the Holy Land, where hundreds of disciples were arrayed to welcome them. The senior elders of Zixia bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We welcome the Holy Master." Chu Xian nodded slightly, and under the throng's escort, he made his way to the main hall. Once seated, he promptly inquired, "How is the Saintess Ziyuan faring at present?" The second elder of the Zixia Holy Land sighed. Though the Saintess has awakened, she has locked herself in the Cold Moon Pavilion, remaining silent and withdrawn. A flicker of concern crossed Chu Xian's eyes as he pondered. Ziyuan has been possessed by the foreign demonic race and has committed patricide. She must be plagued by inner demons, and her Tao heart is undoubtedly compromised. "Take me to see her," he commanded. At the Cold Moon Pavilion, Chu Xian waved away the crowd. As he pushed open the door, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. There sat Ziyuan, curled up on an icy platform, her once lustrous hair now streaked with white. "Ziyuan," Chu Xian called softly. The woman slowly lifted her gaze, her once vibrant eyes now void of life. "Is the Holy Master here to mock me?" Chu Xian remained silent, merely observing Ziyuan's condition. Her spirit bore black markings, indicating that inner demons had indeed taken root. It appeared that the 8 Desolation and 6 Harmonies purification glazed array would be necessary for her cleansing. Without delay, Chu Xian grasped Ziyuan's wrist and proclaimed loudly, "Old Duan, Old Long, you two convene with the elders first. I will take the Saintess Ziyuan back to the sect to purify her inner demons." Duan Hong hastily retrieved a long sword and handed it to Chu Xian. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian directed the sword towards the Lingxiao sect. Upon arriving at the Lingxiao sect, he did not pause, dragging Ziyuan to the grand array at the back mountain. At that moment, only a few remaining members of the royal family were engaged in purifying the demonic seed within the array. Chu Xian led Ziyuan into the grand formation. Boom! The light and shadows of the 8 Desolation and 6 Harmonies purification glazed array grew more solid, and pure glazed divine light surged into Ziyuan's brow. She trembled violently as the magical energy born from her inner demons intermingled with waves of regret. With a piercing scream, those blood-colored memories began to dissipate like melting ice and snow. As the last vestige of obsession dissipated, Ziyin collapsed to the ground, tears streaming like rain. "Father, your daughter has failed you." Chu Xian sheathed his aura and clasped his hands behind his back. "Patricide was never your true desire. Since repentance has taken root in your heart, honor your father's final wish by tending to your well-being and safeguarding the violet mist sacred ground." Drawing a deep breath, Ziyin performed a solemn ceremonial bow. "Saint Lord Chu's grace of rebirth shall be etched in my memory for eternity. Henceforth, the violet mist sacred ground pledges fealty to the celestial zenith sect." Chu Xian acknowledged with dignified composure, accepting her obeisance as his due. Subsequently, Chu Xian personally guided Ziyin through an exhaustive tour of Celestial Zenith's facilities, eliciting repeated gasps of astonishment from the visiting saintess. One dawn later, within the Grand Hall of Violet Mist Sacred Ground, upon hearing her elder's report of the Eastern Waste political landscape, Ziyin struck the armrest and rose decisively, effective immediately. Violet Mist shall merge with Celestial Zenith. Turning to kneel on one knee before Chu Xian, she entreated, "We implore the Saint Lord's benediction." Liberated from her inner demons and having witnessed Celestial Zenith's magnificence, Ziyan's spirits had markedly improved during her sojourn. Even Violet Mist's sacred aura had paled in comparison. The cultivation environment, sect heritage, and sheer opulence existed on entirely different planes. No wonder their disciples had been thoroughly outmatched during the second competition. The current Eastern Waste situation presented the perfect juncture for integration. Though the Violet Mist name would fade into history, its legacy would endure through assimilation. Divining her thoughts, Chu Xian proclaimed, "Violet Mist shall be established as Celestial Zenith's 10th sacred peak, the Amethyst Summit. All disciples may continue cultivation within its hallowed grounds." Ziyan's eyes kindled with luminous gratitude. "Our eternal gratitude, Saint Lord." News of the merger ignited fervor across Violet Mist's territories. Chapter 81. Mission accomplished. Reascension to sainthood. Under Ziyan's decree, the entire sect mobilized, from venerable elders to lowly acolytes. Disciples worked through the night dismantling core mountain protection arrays while elders cataloged millennia of accumulated spiritual herbs and ancient tomes. Concurrently, Chu Xian dispatched missives to Celestial Zenith, summoning 50 newly forged Dao vessels from the Artificer Peak. Their silhouettes soon darkened Violet Mist skies like migratory phoenixes. Among them, a golden flagship adorned with flowing sigils dominated the firmament. This, Chu Xian announced to the assembled dignitaries, is Peak Lord Duan Hong's quasi-imperial class Dao vessel forged by his own hand. The revelation struck the elders like heavenly tribulation lightning. Quasi-imperial grade? A transport vessel? Such words defied mortal comprehension. When had the Eastern Wastes last witnessed imperial tier armaments, let alone floating palaces? Between stunned silence and awed murmurs, profound admiration blossomed for Ziyan's foresight. The merger decision shone with the brilliance of divine wisdom. With a command from Ziyan, everyone began to bustle with activity. Ziyan personally supervised the relocation, sealing the inheritance jade slips of the Zixia Sacred Land's ancestral hall one by one. As she removed the final plaque inscribed with the characters Zixia, her fingertips trembled slightly. "Ancestors above, today we merge with the Lingxiao sect to preserve our lineage." At last, every resource from the Zixia Sacred Land was packed onto the Dao ships, leaving not a trace behind. Set sail. With a decree from Chu Xian, 100 Dao ships from both Zixia Sacred Land and Lingxiao sect illuminated with intricate formations simultaneously. 8,000 disciples and countless resources transformed into flowing light. Majestically sailing towards the Lingxiao sect, Ziyan stood at the stern, gazing at her distant homeland, softly uttering, "Father, your daughter has found a new home for everyone." 3 days later, when the 100 Dao ships arrived at Lingxiao sect, thousands of disciples were already lined up to welcome them. "Welcome, fellow disciples of Zixia, into our sect." Amidst the thunderous cheers, the previous barriers with Zixia Sacred Land dissolved into nothingness. The disciples of Lingxiao sect eagerly assisted their new comrades in transporting the resources, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Qiyu had already transformed Zixia Peak, and due to the overwhelming number of Zixia disciples, which surpassed the combined total of the other 9 peaks, the entire Lingxiao sect's area was expanded by a full double. This allowed for the completion of the renovations at Zixia Peak. For an average emperor-level expert, enlarging a sect is a trivial matter. However, due to system restrictions and having given Chu Xian an imperial-level spirit stone with the image of an emperor, Qiyu found the task quite laborious. As Qiyu remarked, "Sect Master, I need to rest for a few days." The disciples of Zixia gazed at the training grounds, now twice the size of the original Sacred Land. Filled with spiritual energy and breathtaking scenery, their eyes wide with astonishment. A young disciple from Zixia Peak murmured, "This is not mere integration, it is clearly an ascension." The surrounding disciples nodded vigorously as if pecking at grains. Chu Xian stood atop the main peak, observing the swift amalgamation of the two sects with satisfaction. The system interface timely popped up. Sect disciples. 1, 575, 310, Spiritual Spring Realm disciples. 1, 132, 100, Profound Pill Realm disciples. 104. 100. Main Quest 3. Reach 10,000 sect disciples, 1,000 disciples in the spiritual spring realm, and 100 disciples in the profound pill realm. Completed. Reward. Host cultivation level elevated to the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. Main quest 4. Reach 50,000 sect disciples, 1,000 disciples in the profound pill realm, and 100 disciples in the divine sea realm. Reward. Host cultivation level elevated to the pinnacle of the great saint realm. In the next moment, boom, the heavens and earth suddenly shifted. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chu Xian entirely. His aura began to surge wildly, the spiritual energy within him roiling like a tempestuous sea. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking resonated continuously as Chu Xian's corporeal form underwent a profound transformation. Each inch of his skin emanated a lustrous, jade-like radiance, and a faint golden glow began to flow through his blood. This was the hallmark of ascending to the sacred realm. The sacred realm, I have returned. Chu Xian clenched his fists, feeling the surging divine power within him. With every movement, it seemed as though he could effortlessly rend the fabric of space. His consciousness expanded tenfold, allowing him to discern the intricate patterns of a falling leaf even 100 miles away. Most astonishing was the change within his dantian. The pathway that had originally split from the sea of consciousness had transformed into a staircase leading towards the heavens. At the pinnacle of that staircase stood a resplendent hall of gold and jade. Beneath Chu Xian's feet, the staircase continuously emanated the oppressive aura of the sacred realm. The disciples of Ling Xiao sect felt the mounting pressure from the main peak, and their hearts quaked with trepidation. Someone uttered, "The sect master has broken through." Immediately, countless disciples knelt in fervent homage. On the back mountain of the sect, Long Ao Tian stroked his chin in deep contemplation. What manner of breakthrough is this for the master? It's utterly extraordinary. I've only been in the sect for half a year, and the sect master has leaped from an unremarkable mortal to the pinnacle of the sub-sacred realm. The most ludicrous part? Each time a multitude of disciples joins the sect, the master breaks through. Moreover, he surpasses more than one realm. The master's cultivation method is indeed peculiar. Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with the brilliance of celestial stars. The days in Ling Xiao sect returned to tranquility. The expanded sect radiated vitality, and the newly admitted Zixia disciples swiftly acclimated to their surroundings, diligently practicing under the guidance of the elders of Zixia Peak. Beyond perusing ancient texts and honing his combat prowess, Chu Xian quietly observed the unfolding situation in the eastern wilderness. As for the affairs of the sect, they had long been entrusted entirely to Qi Yu and the two others. Chu Xian remained vigilant of every move made by the Yuxiao sect, for their rate of expansion was indeed astonishing, having devoured 2 states in just half a month. At this moment, 13 states were now under the shadow of Yunxiao sect's demonic might. Yet, Chu Xian felt no urgency. With Qi Yu and the 2 emperors stationed at Ling Xiao sect, they wielded the ultimate imperial weapons. Even if Qin Mo truly became an emperor, he would merely be weaving garments for Ling Xiao sect. Days passed, and the Demon King's hall finally sent envoys once more. The month-long deadline set with the Demon King had quietly arrived. Chu Xian immediately commanded Qi Yu to convene a summit of the Peak Masters. The 10 Peak Masters gathered in unison, and the former Master of Sword Peak, an elder, had now been replaced by Yushi. After undergoing the adjustments from Sai Chunxiu, coupled with Chu Xian's generous bestowal of heavenly materials and treasures, her old injuries from the beast tide had fully healed, and her cultivation had progressed further. Subtly, Yushi had 1 foot poised at the threshold of the half-emperor realm. However, there remained a considerable distance to the true pinnacle of the half-emperor. As for the master of Zixia Peak, she is none other than the former saintess of the Zixia sacred land, Xian. Chapter 82. Departure. Destination, the Bronze Ancient Palace. In the Grand Hall of Lingxiao. During the summit of the peak leaders, Chu Xian gently tapped the armrest with his fingertips and spoke softly. In our forthcoming expedition to the ancient palace, we remain uncertain about any potential limitations on the number of participants, and we are equally oblivious to the circumstances that await us within. Therefore, our Lingxiao sect shall dispatch only 500 disciples. Ideally, there should be no restrictions on numbers. However, should there be any, we will need to select from these 500. Given the limited slots available, each peak must exercise utmost discernment in their selections. The main peak shall reserve 5 slots for its direct disciples, while the remaining positions will be allocated at the discretion of the other 9 peaks. As soon as Chu Xian finished speaking, Duan Hong immediately rose to his feet. Sect Master, The artisan peak can provide 10 sets of sacred-grade armor and 100 sets of spirit-grade armor. Sai Chuanxiu was momentarily taken aback. In my heart, I silently scolded, "Old Duan, you are quite cunning. Are you trying to ingratiate yourself before the sect leader?" He hurriedly said, "Master, Yao Feng has also prepared 3,000 healing elixirs and 1,000 explosive spirit pills." Duan Hong cast a sidelong glance at Sai Chuanxiu, irritably turning his head away. It seemed that Jiao Feng and Yao Feng had unknowingly entered a rivalry, subtly competing for the esteemed position of the second peak of Lingxiao sect. Upon hearing the report from the two individuals, Chu Xian couldn't help but nod in approval. Having these two stationed at the sect truly brings a sense of comfort. Their primary focus is on the overwhelming dominance of equipment and elixirs. It appears that the selection process for the remaining masters of the Lu Feng and Jin Feng must be expedited. When the disciples of Lingxiao sect emerge from their mountain abode, it will undoubtedly result in a comprehensive and overwhelming dominance. Within less than half a day, the list of 500 disciples was finalized, comprising the most elite members from each peak. However, what truly captured attention was not merely the array of disciples, but rather the formidable escorting formation accompanying them. Chu Xian personally led the team, accompanied by the formidable prowess of Yi Shi and Duan Hong, bolstered further by the presence of the holy ranked dragon, Long Ao Tian. Although Xian is merely at the pinnacle of the profound Pill realm, she, as the most numerous leader of Zixia Peak, is also part of the accompanying entourage. Additionally, Zixia Peak has dispatched 5 elders of the saint level to accompany her on this journey. As the golden vessel soared into the sky, the entire Lingxiao sect trembled in response. The golden vessel, adorned with 99 sacred spirit stones, simultaneously radiated a brilliant light, carving a resplendent trail through the sea of clouds. This lineup consists of 3 peak Great Sage realms and 1 peak Subsage realm. The demon cultivator at the Harmony realm from the Demon King's Hall stands beside Chu Xian and the others, their heart racing to the point of nearly choking them. It seems capable of sweeping across half of the eastern wilderness, does it not? As the members of Lingxiao sect journey towards the 9 nether demon lands, the Dian Sword sect in the central region of Xianxiao continent is engulfed in a tempest of fury. On the Xianxiao continent, in the central domain, at the summit of the Wanjian peak of the Dian Sword sect, a mesmerizingly beautiful woman clad in white sits cross-legged upon a lotus platform formed by the convergence of myriad sword energies. Surrounding her are 9 distinct manifestations of sword intent, each embodying the formidable power to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. This woman is none other than the current leader of the Dian Sword sect, a formidable semi-emperor, Luo Qingxuang, the sect master. The Grand Elder knelt in midair, his voice trembling as he reported the emergence of overwhelming demonic energy in the eastern wilderness, which upon investigation seemed to share a source with the extraterrestrial demon clan. Luo Qingxuang's eyes suddenly widened. The entire sword sect's million spiritual swords quivered in unison. The clouds within 1,000 miles were torn asunder by an invisible sword intent. "Clarify," she commanded, her tone as cold as ice. "It is the Yuxiao sect." The Grand Elder's forehead glistened with sweat. 13 states had already succumbed to the demonic energy. The Yuxiao sect. Luo Qingxuang abruptly rose, 9 strands of sword intent shooting skyward. She suddenly recalled the recently expelled genius disciple of the eastern wilderness, who was none other than the leader of the Yunxiao sect. "Good. Very good." Luo Qingxuang laughed in anger, her jade-like hand raised, and the protective formation of the entire sword sect roared to life. "Convey my imperial decree. The head of the first sword pavilion, accompanied by 9 grand sword practitioners, shall immediately proceed to the eastern wilderness. Upon encountering any members of the Yuxiao sect," she pointed her fingers like a sword, and a mountain 1,000 miles away was instantly reduced to dust. "Spare none. As for that sect leader, Chu Xian, bring him to me. I shall personally execute him." A golden vessel traversed the sea of clouds, and suddenly, the communication jade slip in Chu Xian's arms began to tremble violently. "Report. A great battle has erupted in the western part of the eastern wilderness." Chu Xian took out the jade slip, and a beam of light projected a scene before him. In the image, 10 radiant sword lights fell like meteors, and wherever they passed, cultivators of varying attire collapsed in droves. The leading white-robed swordsman struck out with a single sword, causing the 100-mile mountain range to collapse entirely, as those countless cultivators were turned into a mist of blood beneath at one strike. Such formidable sword intent! Yushi's pupils constricted, and she silently calculated. After a long moment, she slowly shook her head. "I am no match for him." Chu Xian's brow also furrowed. The image was too blurred to discern the attire of those 10 sword practitioners, and he had no knowledge of their origin. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. Heaven and earth changed color. Rolling black mist surged from the horizon, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The sounds of clashing metal resonated within the black fog, and faint glimpses of 10 sword lights could be seen darting through the darkness. Then, the black mist swelled violently, and the entire scene was plunged into darkness. After a long while, the mist dispersed, revealing an empty landscape. The 10 sword practitioners and the cultivators had vanished without a trace. Chinemo has made his move, Yi Shi remarked gravely, slowly revealing the true nature of the black mist. Chu Xian stowed the jade slip, his brow tightly knit. His concern was not for Chinmo's strength, but rather the enigmatic origins of those 10 sword practitioners. For none but the Lingxiao sect could contend with the Yunxiao sect in such a manner. A thought struck Chu Xian. Could they be from other realms? Just as he pondered this, Long Outyan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Sect leader, the 9 nether demon soil has arrived. Below, the ground sank into the earth. And from a bird's eye view, the subsiding territory took on the shape of a hand. Ziyuan covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The majority of the 9 nether demon soil territory was, in fact, a colossal handprint, plunging 1,000 fathoms deep. The outlines of 5 fingers were distinctly visible, with traces of solidified lava at the edges. Duan Hong's voice trembled, pondering the extraordinary realm that this indicated. He humbly recognized that he could never attain such a level. Yushi fixed his gaze on the residual Dao rhythm at the edge of the palm print and suddenly turned to Chu Xian, transmitting a thought. Xianer, why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? Chu Xian cleared his throat and rubbed his nose. Uncle, perhaps you misjudged. Familiar? Indeed, it is. This masterpiece is the handiwork of my Lingxiao sect. However, it seems the elders may have exerted themselves a tad too forcefully. The Dao boat continued on its course, arriving at the center of the palm print where an ancient bronze hall emitted an eerie glow. The hall's doors were tightly shut, enveloped by a semi-transparent barrier. The Dao boat gradually came to a halt, as the Lord of the Demon King Hall awaited with numerous demon cultivators. Upon seeing the Lingxiao sect's Dao boat finally arrive, a smile instantly graced the Lord's face. Sect Master Chu, you have traveled a great distance. Your efforts are appreciated. However, the first to disembark from the Dao boat were not Chu Xian but 2 large dogs. Woof, woof, due to the land below having sunken. The Lingxiao sect's Dao boat did not descend but remained suspended in the air. The 2 large dogs rushed out of the golden Dao boat, prompting a humorous scene. Woot woof. Airby galloped with vigor, creating a series of white ripples in the void as it sprinted toward the bronze hall as if traversing solid ground. Woof. Just as De Huang leapt out of the Dao boat's range, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him vanish, leaving him suspended mid-air. He then plummeted like a stone. Woof. Airby gleefully turned to glance at the falling De Huang, its tail spinning like a propeller. De Huang, in shock, silently cursed, Little Bai. What have you been hiding from your older brother? Witnessing the scene before him, the Lord of the Demon King Hall was nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. This was impossible. He distinctly sensed that the white dog emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Only those of the saint tier could soar through the skies. How could this white dog achieve such a feat? Chu Xian was also taken aback. He had brought Airby for its treasure-seeking abilities, certain it would prove beneficial in this ancient hall. Unexpectedly, Airby had showcased its prowess before everyone. Zhong Lu stood in a corner, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He understood better than anyone that this seemingly foolish white dog had once possessed the strength of a semi-emperor. In the past, this dog had suppressed him in the Wuxiang spirit ruins for millennia. Yet, even Zhong Lu was unaware of the dog's origin. Intriguing. Chu Xian suddenly smiled, realizing that Airby was even more enigmatic than he had anticipated. He leaped down from the Dao boat, his robe billowing. Let us proceed. If Airby is this excited, one wonders what treasures lie within the ancient hall. As Long Outyan raised his dragon claw, a beam of golden light retrieved the falling yellow scroll back to the boat. Subsequently, 500 disciples of the Lingxiao sect, under the protection of Yi Shi and a group of saint-level guardians, arranged themselves in a precise formation, hovering above the ancient temple. What a formidable barrier! Duan Hong reached out to touch the translucent shield, only for his saint-level spiritual power to be repelled instantaneously. While the crowd marveled, Airby had already wagged its tail and effortlessly passed through the barrier, sitting comfortably before the ancient temple, appearing remarkably familiar with the surroundings. Here we go again. Yu Jian exclaimed, recalling how it had similarly traversed the restrictions surrounding Lin Xian in the Wuxiang spirit ruins. Lin Xian's beautiful eyes shimmered, her delicate hand gently caressing her chest. She pondered, what exactly is Air Bai's origin? This bone within my body was also gifted by Air Bai. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with insight as he retrieved a bag of golden dog food from the system space. Air Bai's eyes immediately lit up. It scampered back joyfully, its tail wagging so fast it was merely a blur. You recognize this place? Chu Xian shook the dog food. What woof? Air Bai nodded fervently, gesturing in a circular motion with its paw before mimicking a biting action. Ziyin suddenly had a realization. Could it be that it is indicating there is something delicious within this ancient temple? Upon hearing this, Air Bai excitedly spun in place 3 times, devoured all the dog food from Chu Xian's hand, and then dashed towards Lin Xian. It tugged at Lin Xian's clothing, pulling him toward the barrier, its urgency suggesting that a peerless delicacy lay within. Chu Xian contemplated. It appears that this ancient temple has a significant connection with Air Bai. He then instructed Lin Xian to relax his body and allow Air Bai to lead him. In the next moment, to the astonishment of everyone, Lin Xian passed directly through the barrier. What on earth? Is this even real? Did he just pass through so effortlessly? This scene left everyone utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Duan Hong hastily reached toward the barrier, only to be repelled again by a ripple emanating from it. Chu Xian advised Lin Xian, Xianer, follow Air Bai and observe what it intends to do. Lin Xian understood Chu Xian's intent and, in tandem with Air Bai, approached the grand platform before the main hall. On this immense platform stood a solitary colossal pillar with nothing else in sight. The pillar was adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, vividly lifelike, clearly showcasing the artisan's unparalleled craftsmanship. Arriving at the stone pillar's center, Air Bai placed a paw on it and barked. Woof! It was evidently signaling Lin Xian to follow suit. Hesitant, Lin Xian placed his palm upon the stone pillar, and in an instant, rumble. The entire bronze ancient temple trembled violently, and the surface of the pillar became covered in a multitude of ancient runes. Air Bai excitedly circled the pillar, its tail making a resounding crack. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the great doors of the temple. Lin Xian was unexpectedly forced to the ground by the overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this scene, those outside the barrier assumed that something untoward had occurred. This is bad. Yi Shi's sword intent is surging. It will soon breach the barrier. Hold on. Chu Xian raised his hand to halt them. To everyone's astonishment, the translucent barrier began to dissipate slowly, akin to melting ice and snow, revealing the staircase leading to the main hall. Even more astonishingly, the entire ancient hall radiated a divine golden light. Air Bai proudly lifted his head, his expression seemingly proclaiming, "See, you still rely on me." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. Let us go. The members of Ling Xiao sect followed Chu Xian as they gradually descended onto the plaza of the ancient hall. Upon witnessing this, the master of the Demon King Hall waved his arm, leading the demon cultivators closely behind him. Upon arriving at the plaza, another conundrum lay before them. The barrier had vanished, yet the grand doors of the hall remained firmly shut. Chu Xian glanced toward the direction of the Demon King Hall, where the hall master was also looking back, clearly indicating that neither side was keen on being the first to open that door. What secrets lay behind this ancient hall? No one could say for certain, and what if something terrifying awaited them beyond the door? Chu Xian cast a glance at Air Bai, who was joyfully spinning in circles on the plaza, and he swiftly picked up Air Bai, leading Lin Xian toward the main entrance of the hall. He mused inwardly. Xian and Air Bai must hold a special significance for this hall. With Air Bai so exuberant, there should be no major concerns. Upon reaching the entrance, they stood before the bronze doors, where a plaque prominently displayed the gilded characters Song Song. The strokes were vigorous, subtly exuding an aura of Tao. The previously joyful Air Bai fell silent upon seeing these 2 characters, his ears drooping, and a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. It appeared that this was the name of the ancient hall's master, and Air Bai likely had some connection to it. Chu Xian gently stroked Air Bai, then summoned his spiritual energy to envelop both Air Bai and himself, gradually pushing toward the door. The creaking sound of the heavy door hinges echoed painfully in the silence. Just as the door crack opened, the entire plaza was suddenly engulfed in boundless darkness. Alert! Yi Shi's long sword was instantly unsheathed, and spiritual energy surged into the blade in an attempt to illuminate the surroundings. However, the sword emitted no light at all. Immediately afterward, everyone felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Chu Xian hurriedly reassured them, "Do not panic. Hold on to your companions. We are entering the interior of the hall. Chapter 84. The Abode Within the Ancient Hall. Xian, it's so dark here, Lin Xian exclaimed. After the intense sensation of weightlessness, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. Chu Xian had confirmed that they had entered the interior of the ancient hall. However, he found himself only with Lin Xian and Erbai. It seemed that when the hall door was pushed open, Chu Xian and Lin Xian were closest to it, resulting in them being cast together into this space. After walking for what felt like an eternity, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead, prompting Chu Xian and Lin Xian to quicken their pace. Feeling the increasing pressure in his hand, Chu Xian grimaced. Xianer, are you frightened? Lin Xian, perplexed, replied, Huh? Not at all. Not at all? My hand is nearly swollen from your grip. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Lin Xian finally realized that ever since darkness enveloped their surroundings, he had been clutching his master's hand. Instinctively, he released it as if jolted by electricity. Chu Xian paid little heed to this, and they continued onward. Just as the light appeared within reach, suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted. A swarm of bats swooped overhead, darting away into the depths behind them. At that moment, Chu Xian felt something gripping a part of his body. Xianer, I understand your fear, but this is not my hand. Chu Xian, cradling Erbai in one arm, gently pried Lin Xian's delicate hand away with the other, letting out a resigned sigh. Lin Xian exclaimed, What? What on earth have I done? How could I, a dignified half-emperor, behave like this in the dark? And what was I just grasping? I am utterly mortified. Blushing, Lin Xian hurried ahead of Chu Xian in embarrassment. Before long, they emerged from the darkness. Phew, this cave is indeed deep. Chu Xian inhaled a breath of fresh air, feeling invigorated as the scenery unfolded before them. Nestled among the mountains, a shimmering spring glistened like jade, its surface wreathed in colorful mist. Towering ancient trees lined the banks, their branches heavy with glistening spiritual fruits, each leaf resonating with a delicate rhythm. Lin Xian paused to absorb the atmosphere, exclaiming, The spiritual energy here is remarkably dense. Although it doesn't match that of Lingshao's sect, the concentration is evidently several times greater than that of the outside world. Chu Xian extended his consciousness, instantly perceiving the surroundings within 100 miles. The disciples of Lingshao's sect had also entered this area, albeit divided into several groups, each accompanied by a saint-level guardian. Only then did Chu Xian feel reassured. Let us join everyone. Before Chu Xian could finish, Erbai in his arms suddenly broke free and darted into the depths of the forest. Has this dog discovered something? Chu Xian did not intervene, and quickly followed Lin Xian, simultaneously retrieving a communication jade slip. Uncle, Lao Duan has informed the saint-level guardians to primarily protect the disciples. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage. Erbai led Chu Xian and Lin Xian through the dense forest, where they suddenly came upon an ancient and grand estate. The vermilion gate stood wide open, bustling with voices, starkly contrasting the silence of the woods. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. How can there be a residence and people within the ancient hall? Chu Xian furrowed his brow as he scanned the estate with his consciousness. He discerned that the inhabitants appeared both real and illusory, their auras ethereal and unstable. Eagerly, Erbai rushed inside, and the two exchanged a cautious glance before following suit. The moment they stepped through the gate, a cacophony of sounds enveloped them. Numerous banquet tables adorned the courtyard, where cultivators exchanged toasts and laughter resonated through the air. Strangely, no one seemed to take note of their arrival, as if they were merely transparent observers. Esteemed guests, a clear voice echoed throughout the courtyard. A man in a blue robe leaped onto the central platform, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an extraordinary presence. The dancers gracefully retreated, and silence descended upon the assembly. This expedition against the demon clan is fraught with peril. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across everyone present. Yet, for the sake of securing a place for us here, I, Song Song, would die without regret. He raised his wine cup, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. To fight alongside all of you in this lifetime is the greatest fortune of my existence. Song Song, brother. A burly man at the table slammed his fist down in fervor. We vow to follow you unto death. The blue-robed man laughed heartily. Excellent. If this journey leads to never returning, then let it be so. Hundreds echoed his declaration, their voices shaking the heavens. With a series of crashes, wine cups shattered, shards flying as silhouettes soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the night. Chu Xian's pupils constricted. The departing figures numbered at least 100, many radiating the aura of peak great saints, with the weakest among them being at least 5th-level great saints. Suddenly, Erbai let out a whimper, collapsing to the ground. Tears welling in his eyes as he gazed longingly in the direction Song Song had departed. Lin Xian gently caressed his chest, feeling a slight warmth from the celestial bone within him. Master, is this a memory remnant? Chu Xian stared at the empty banquet, the wine still swirling in the cups. No, this is an obsession. It is Song Song's final night left in the world. The three of them entered the inner hall of the estate, where a jade seal floated in midair, radiating a soft, ethereal light. Chu Xian took a moment to sense its energy and solemnly offered his respects. Predecessor Song Song, I. Chu Xian humbly intrude. He then infused his own spiritual energy into the seal. At the moment of infusion, the seal trembled violently. An illusory figure gradually coalesced, revealing itself to be the blue-robed man from before. Wang Wang. Seeing Song Song reappear, Erbai excitedly leaped forward, displaying an affectionate demeanor. The ethereal figure paused momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile, tenderly stroking the dog's head. Xiao Tian, you are still alive. His voice was as soft as that of a long-lost friend. He turned to Chu Xian and Lin Xian, his gaze lingering briefly on the celestial bone at Lin Xian's chest, offering a subtle nod. Half-Emperor reborn, Xiao Tian has not misjudged, he mused. Ultimately, Song Song's attention settled on Chu Xian. After observing for a moment, the phantom flickered slightly, an expression of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Upon scrutinizing Chu Xian's internal state closely, his brow furrowed in increasing concern. How is this possible? He could clearly see that while Chu Xian's meridians were unobstructed, all the crucial acupoints for spiritual energy intake were inexplicably sealed. Such a constitution should inherently be deemed a worthless lineage, destined to remain incapable of cultivation throughout one's life. Yet, the individual before me not only has achieved remarkable progress, but has also reached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Song Song felt a surge of astonishment within. Could it be that he is a person of destiny? His gaze, laden with complexity, fell upon Chu Xian, who emanated a faint golden radiance, his fortune so abundant that even this remnant soul of the great emperor felt a pang of trepidation. At that moment, as Song Song scrutinized Chu Xian, the latter spoke. Senior Song Song, I have a few inquiries that I hope you might enlighten me on. It was not Chu Xian's intent to rouse this remnant soul merely for idle contemplation. Song Song, momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. Young friend, please do not take offense. I was simply captivated by the uniqueness of your constitution. Chu Xian inquired, Senior, did you perish while battling the demon clan? I wish to ask, is this demon clan from beyond the heavens?